Chapter 1. Am I a Wizard? Chadworth Manor is nestled amidst the rolling hills of Derbyshire, England, with the Devonte River gracefully meandering through its heart. Not far from the manor's edge, a solitary two-story building stands, its presence strikingly incongruous. The modest surrounding wall is adorned with an abundance of vegetation, while the courtyard seems to harbor a variety of nameless plants. Yet, no one appears to question why this small edifice was constructed here. Rather, it seems to be accepted as a matter of course. Visitors who occasionally tour the manor are more inclined to regard this two-story structure as an integral part of the estate. At this very moment, on the upper floor of the building, Virgil gazes intently at the flickering flames that sporadically leap from the iron basin before him, where an envelope emblazoned with an unusual shield crest slowly curls and burns. Although not an ardent admirer of Harry Potter in his previous life, Virgil, having read the entire series and watched all the films, effortlessly recognizes the significance of the four animal crests. Hogwarts. In truth, Virgil had long harbored suspicions. After all, not every parent carries a wand with them at all times. Moreover, there were occasions when the lunches and dinners prepared by his mother clearly could not have been accomplished by a single person in such a short span of time. Not to mention the iconic delivery of letters by owls. Seeing yet another acceptance letter reduced to ashes, Virgil sighed in relief. Although he had no idea how to prevent these owls from delivering messages, he could at least stall for time, preferably delaying until the Hogwarts term commenced. He would feign ignorance, hoping that Hogwarts would eventually abandon their efforts. The only potential issue with not attending Hogwarts might be the risk of becoming a muggle, due to a lack of education and guidance. But since both of his parents were wizards, Virgil believed they might devise a solution. As for becoming a wizard himself? No, thank you. Novels and films were merely for entertainment. Anyone who genuinely aspired to be a wizard must have a few screws loose. Waving a wand and casting spells, the allure of transformation spells and animagi sounded appealing. However, upon deeper reflection, one would realize how grotesque the magical society truly is. Perhaps due to his previous life in China, Virgil perceived the current magical society as reminiscent of a feudal system, with self-proclaimed noble families and pure-blood wizards at the top, followed by half-blood wizards, and at the very bottom, the so-called muggle-born wizards, often derogatorily referred to as mudbloods, and even the lowest tier, the squibs. Before the disastrous wizarding war between Harry Potter and Voldemort decimated the wizarding population, Virgil could not fathom how Hermione Granger could ascend to such a position as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This role was akin to that of the next Minister of Magic, and prior to that, it was inconceivable for a muggle-born wizard to hold such a title. Moreover, wizards were not nearly as powerful as they fancied themselves to be. If magic truly were as omnipotent as many believed, wizards would have long since unified the world, rather than existing in isolation like a hidden paradise, known only to a select few national leaders. If one were to consider the matter from another perspective, Virgil genuinely believed that Grindelwald could be regarded as a visionary within the wizarding community, albeit with somewhat radical views. In contrast to Voldemort's actions, which were perceived as not only splitting souls, but also fracturing sanity, Grindelwald appeared more deserving of respect from pure-blood wizards. Furthermore, in the wizarding world, a respected Hogwarts professor earned a meager salary of barely over 100 galleons per month, according to Virgil's recollections. That was less than what he had earned last year during the World Cup through betting. Now, with a modest fortune, Virgil was keen on capitalizing on the dissolution of the Soviet Union to amass even greater wealth, ideally increasing his principal to secure his retirement. To complicate matters further, Virgil realized he was in the same year as the illustrious Harry Potter. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, best to keep his distance from this harbinger of misfortune. The protagonist's luck was too potent, often managing to escape peril, while the unfortunate soul inhabiting his body had been rendered nameless in both the novels and films. If the boy who lived were to become embroiled in danger, he might not even know how he met his demise. Once the flames in the basin had completely extinguished, Virgil descended the stairs and discovered that his parents had not yet returned. In a hurry, he took the iron basin outside, found a tree, and buried the ashes of the letters beneath it. Simultaneously, he produced 2 dead mice from seemingly nowhere and discreetly discarded them in a corner beyond the garden wall. Perhaps some owl will forget to deliver a letter out of gluttony, he mused, fully aware that the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly non-existent. "Hey, Virgil, are you up to mischief again?" A voice called from a distance. Looking up, Virgil spotted a neighbor who lived nearby. "Not at all, Mrs. Sangy. I'm just feeling a bit bored at home," he replied. "Oh dear, another troublesome little rascal." Mrs. Sangy's voice echoed in Virgil's mind. He watched her turn away and sighed. Upon receiving the letter from Hogwarts, Virgil had confirmed that he was indeed a natural seer. Could it be that I bear the blood of the Goldstein family? He wondered, shaking his head. Never mind. I have no desire to become a wizard. None of this concerns me. Having completed his task, Virgil returned to his room, carelessly tossed the basin beneath the windowsill, and retrieved a locked leather trunk from under his bed. He took the key from his pillowcase and unlocked the trunk, sitting cross-legged on the floor as he meticulously counted the money inside. £20,000. This was the profit he had garnered from 1 European Championship and 1 World Cup. As for why he only earned £20,000 despite knowing the eventual champions of both events, who could say what a child of 8 or 9 would do with a wad of cash at a betting table? Those desperate gamblers could be quite unpredictable. Thank you, Van Basten. Thank you, West Germany. Thank you, Maradona. And thank you, Baggio. Without you, how would I have earned this £20,000? Virgil inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the bills. "Ah," he exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. The smell of money. The sound of a door opening downstairs jolted Virgil from his reverie. He quickly locked the trunk, kicked it under the bed, concealed the key, and hurried downstairs. "Hey, Virgil," his mother, Jennifer, greeted him. "Has anything special happened at home today?" "Special? Nothing at all," Virgil replied, casting a glance at his mother's waist before feigning ignorance. He was well aware of what Jennifer meant by something special. "Really? That shouldn't be the case. The timing seems just about right," Jennifer murmured softly upon hearing Virgil's response. "Do you need me to assist you with something?" No, not at all." Jennifer quickly waved her hand. "He'll wait until your father returns to ask him." "Oh, all right." With that, Virgil took the items from Jennifer's hands and turned to enter the kitchen. In moments like this, feigning ignorance was the best course of action. Who knew what sort of novel educational methods his parents had been employing all these years without informing Virgil that he was from a wizarding family? Had he been the original 10 or 11-year-old Virgil in this world, perhaps his parents would have successfully deceived him. Yet, in this situation, the circumstances were more favorable. As he tidied up, Virgil contemplated how to navigate this issue before the school term began. He had to consider the possibility that his parents might choose to write to Hogwarts, only for the school to respond that the acceptance letter had already been sent. How would he explain that? Furthermore, could his parents accept the notion of a wizarding child choosing to live as a muggle? How would they justify this? Would they declare him a squib? Who knew how rare it was for a pure-blood wizard's child to be a squib? A thorough plan was indeed in order. Chapter 2. Becoming a wizard was not my choice. In the evening, Virgil's father, Benil, returned home. After dinner, Virgil sat in the living room watching television. It must be said that his parents had convincingly played the role of muggles for many years, demonstrating a level of understanding and usage of household appliances that far surpassed Arthur Weasley. As he watched television, Virgil strained to eavesdrop on the conversation in the kitchen. Why hasn't the letter arrived yet? Don't worry, after all, Virgil hasn't turned 11 yet. Perhaps in a couple of days, on his birthday, he will receive it. Will Anthony and the others make it back in time for Virgil's birthday? I've contacted them, but it's complicated. They can't leave Romania, and your parents are reportedly en route to the Goblin Bank in the Soviet Union, which is rather tricky. They haven't been back to celebrate Virgil's birthday for 3 consecutive years now. Virgil will understand. By the way, Fudge has been asking me again whether you have any desire to return to the Ministry of Magic. After all, Alastair is getting on in years, and Scrimgeour often complains about the shortage of staff. Perhaps it is best to let it be. After so many years of tranquil existence, I feel ill-equipped to endure such days again. Moreover, since the mysterious figure's disappearance, his minions have dwindled to a mere handful of kittens, unable to pose any real threat. I am well aware of Scrimgeour's intentions. He merely seeks to expand his influence. With Alastair's retirement, his sway within the Auror ranks has waned, and I can only imagine how pleased Scrimgeour must be behind the scenes. You make a compelling point. I have heard that Scrimgeour wishes to gradually empower Delacour to assist him in managing the Aurors. Delacour? That fool managing the Aurors? 3 Delacours combined would still pale in comparison to Alastair. By the way, how is your recent position change coming along? Fudge has signed off. I will be assuming the role of a training instructor for the Hit Wizards, primarily focusing on defensive spells. The Department of Accidents and Catastrophes attempted to transfer me to lead an invisible task force, but I declined. Stability is preferable, Jennifer remarked. Virgil is growing up. I sincerely hope our family remains safe. The affairs of your parents and mine are beyond our control, yet I wish for us to witness Virgil graduate from Hogwarts in peace. Whether as a Hit Wizard or an Auror, both paths are fraught with danger. I understand your sentiment. The voices gradually faded. Goodness, the conversation of his parents left Virgil drenched in cold sweat. What sort of family is this? A Hit Wizard father and a former Auror mother? How could such a person remain inconspicuous in the annals of past novels? Virgil felt an immense relief that he had not gambled on the notion that his parents were ordinary wizards and secretly attempted to use legitimacy to uncover more. He could not be certain about being a Hit Wizard, but to suggest that an Auror had never learned diplomacy would surely elicit scorn from Death Eaters. It was terrifying. Virgil shook his head, turned off the television, and retreated to his room, anxiously awaiting his admission letter. Let there be no misunderstanding. What Virgil awaited was not the Hogwarts acceptance letter, but rather one from Eton College. Although the enrollment age for Eton is 13, students must begin applying in the year they turn 9 or 10. Technically, Virgil was already past the age limit, but when Benil and Jennifer chose to integrate into Muggle society, they adjusted Virgil's age down by a year. Thus, in the Muggle world, Virgil's official age was merely 9, still within the acceptable range for applying to Eton. Virgil lay in bed, silently praying, for in just 3 days, he would celebrate his birthday. If he had not received the admission letter by then, he would have no choice but to seek out a different school. Perhaps it was time to confront his parents? Perhaps Benil could pay a visit to Eton? Surely, with his father's capabilities, dealing with a secondary school teacher would not pose a significant challenge. As Virgil lay in bed, lost in thought, a sudden noise interrupted him. Tap! Something had knocked against the window. Upon hearing the sound, Virgil despaired and covered his face, lamenting, "Not again?" Outside the window, an owl was pecking at the glass, with an envelope resting quietly at its feet. Virgil sprang from his bed, opened the window, and retrieved the envelope, then pointed towards a corner of the wall where he had disposed of a dead rat earlier that day. The owl affectionately nuzzled Virgil's arm before soaring off towards the indicated spot. Holding the envelope adorned with a distinctive shield emblem, Virgil sighed and carelessly tossed it under his bed, intending to deal with it the following day when his parents were away. The next morning, before departing the house, Benil and Jennifer specifically instructed Kyle to inform them of any letters received. Virgil nodded in agreement. Watching as Benil and Jennifer gradually walked away, he hurriedly retrieved the letter he had received the previous night and, as before, placed it in a metal basin to burn. "Ah," Virgil exhaled, simultaneously whispering, "Eton, give me strength. Can you not expedite this process?" Tap! Another sound echoed beside the window. Surely not. Virgil rushed to the window. Once again, a letter from Hogwarts awaited him. He quickly opened the window, grasped the envelope, and, seizing the moment while the fire in the basin still blazed, tossed this letter in as well. Tap! Another sound followed, but this time, before Virgil could react. Tap, tap, tap! A series of sounds erupted, and Virgil spun to gaze outside. Countless envelopes were bombarding his room's window. Ultimately, under the weight of the letters, the window succumbed, yielding to the onslaught as a torrent of envelopes surged into Virgil's room, blanketing the floor, bed, and windowsill. With great difficulty, Virgil trudged to the door, opening it to provide an escape route for the avalanche of letters that now filled the room. Yet, as he peered down the staircase, he discovered that the front door of his home had been flung open, the floor strewn with envelopes, while an unending stream of letters continued to pour in through the chimney and fireplace. Virgil gazed at the scene before him, collapsing to the ground, hands clasped around his head, crying out in anguish, "Is it not enough? I shall cease to burn. Stop. Stop. Please, just stop." His words seemed to trigger some unseen mechanism. In an instant, the influx of letters into the room ceased, and everything appeared to freeze, leaving Virgil slumped amidst the scattered envelopes, contemplating how to survive in the forthcoming life at Hogwarts. By evening, Benil and Jennifer returned home. Initially, they were taken aback by the sight of the open door and the house filled to the brim with envelopes. But their bewilderment quickly transformed into delight upon noticing the distinctive crest emblazoned upon them. "Son, I understand this may be overwhelming. But your mother and I will explain everything shortly," Benil said as he waved his wand, causing the superfluous envelopes to vanish, leaving only one in Virgil's grasp. Jennifer, too, drew her wand and began to tidy the remnants of the chaos. Once everything was in order, the three gathered around the dining table. Benil placed his wand down and declared, "If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." At that moment, Virgil feigned ignorance, his expression innocent as he inquired, "You are wizards? Is this a wand?" "This is called a wand," Jennifer explained. "You will have one of your own. We will assist you in acquiring it when we visit Diagon Alley." "Diagon Alley? Just think of it as a marketplace for wizards. And how do you both earn a living?" Virgil persisted. Benil pondered for a moment before responding. "The wizarding world has organizations akin to a government, known as the Ministry of Magic. I am a regular employee there, and your mother worked there before your birth." Such modesty, Virgil thought, as he considered the fact that Aurors and hit wizards were merely referred to as ordinary employees in their conversation. "What is a muggle?" he asked. "Muggles are ordinary people who cannot perform magic. We refer to them as muggles." "Am I a muggle now?" No, Benil shook his head. "Though your mother and I are not pure bloods, the fact that you have received this letter signifies that you are a wizard." "What is a pure blood wizard?" "Ah, I shall explain that to you later." "And what is this?" Virgil innocently raised the envelope in his hand. "Hogwarts? Is my pronunciation correct? This is a magical school dedicated to teaching young wizards, and it is also where your mother and I studied. We are both graduates from there," Benil introduced. "Your grandparents also graduated from Hogwarts," Jennifer added. "They were wizards too?" "Indeed, your grandparents are currently in Romania studying dragons. Your maternal grandparents are cursebreakers for Gringotts." "Dragons? Gringotts?" "Yes, the kind of dragons you read about in books, those with wings. As for Gringotts, it is a bank run by goblins." "Goblins too?" "Tomorrow, when I take you to Diagon Alley, I will also show you Gringotts. For tonight, rest well. I will explain the rest along the way." Chapter 3. Diagon Alley. The following morning, Virgil awoke and began to prepare for their departure. Get up. We're leaving soon," Jennifer called out while knocking on his door. I'm coming, Virgil replied, hastily dressing and making his way downstairs. His father, Benil, was already seated at the dining table, engrossed in the day's newspaper. "Are we really going to that Diagon Alley today?" Virgil inquired as he ate his breakfast. "Indeed, we are. We must gather all the essentials before your birthday," Jennifer explained while tidying up. "There's quite a bit to purchase today. I recall that during my first year at school, it took us a day and a half to gather everything. We even stayed the night at the Leaky Cauldron." Benil reminisced. "All right, once you finish your meal, hurry and change your clothes. We must set off soon. We aim to catch the 8 o'clock train to London." "Virgil, don't forget the essential supplies list that was attached to yesterday's envelope, and quickly finish your breakfast." "Do wizards also take the train?" Virgil asked. "Isn't there a cooler way to travel?" "Wizards do have other means of transportation, but you're not ready for those just yet. Perhaps when you're a little older," Benil replied. The family arrived at the station and purchased seats next to each other. As the train began to move, Benil asked Virgil, "Have a look at the supplies list and see what it requires." Virgil retrieved the list from his bag and read aloud. "First, your students need 3 sets of black wizarding robes, a plain black pointed hat, a pair of dragon hide or similar protective gloves, a winter cloak, also black, with silver fastenings." "Why is everything black? Is it a gang?" Jennifer lightly smacked Virgil's head. "Stop talking nonsense. What else does it say?" "Oh, it also lists the textbooks needed for this semester, along with a wand, a large cauldron, a set of potion bottles, a telescope, a brass scale, and a pet." "Can I bring any pet?" Virgil asked. "There are shops in Diagon Alley that specialize in selling pets. You can choose one then. But remember, no toads allowed." "Do people actually keep toads?" "You'll find out once you get to school. There are all sorts of pet owners. Upon disembarking, they ascended the escalator to the street. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they eventually stopped in front of a small, grimy pub. The Leaky Cauldron. Virgil, this is quite a famous establishment. Virgil scrutinized the place. It indeed resembled the descriptions he had in mind. Had his parents not pointed it out, he might have overlooked it, as the throngs of people seemed to obscure the pub from view. Sensing Virgil's astonishment, Benil chuckled and explained, "The power of magic. You still have much to adapt to." With that, he stepped into the quaint establishment. The Leaky Cauldron was modest in size yet filled with patrons. The nearly bald proprietor was busy chatting with customers but made his way over upon seeing the trio. "No worries, Tom. I'm taking my son to gather the supplies he'll need for school. He turns 11 this year and will be attending Hogwarts." Benil and the pub owner appeared quite familiar with one another. After that, he led Virgil through the bar and into a courtyard surrounded by walls. "Count 3 blocks up, then 2 across." Once they located the correct spot, Benil produced his wand. This was the first time Virgil had observed a real wand up close. Benil tapped the wall gently 3 times, and the spot began to shift, ultimately revealing a spacious archway. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, my son. Or rather, welcome to the magical world." A winding street paved with cobblestones stretched out before them, seemingly without end. "First, we shall visit Gringotts to withdraw some money. And then we will purchase your school supplies. Look, there's a shop nearby. You'll need a cauldron." Benil pointed to a store stacked high with various cauldrons. The shop sign declared that they had cauldrons of all sizes and materials, some even capable of stirring themselves. "Come along, Virgil, if I remember correctly. You need a tin-plated cauldron, size 2. That's what we used back in our day." Jennifer gently nudged him. "There are many shops in Diagon Alley. Don't linger too long at one cauldron store." Virgil, snapping back to reality, quickly followed his father's lead. "Shall we go to Gringotts first?" "Yes. Let us retrieve the money. All our funds are stored there." "So, are we quite wealthy?" Virgil innocently asked. "Well, we may not rival the pure-blood families, but we're doing reasonably well. My salary is 700 galleons, and your mother's previous salary at the Ministry of Magic was even higher than mine. So we have some savings. However, my position is about to change, and my salary will be significantly reduced." They arrived in front of a towering, white marble building. "Is this Gringotts?" "Indeed, this is Gringotts. Your grandparents worked here. So, do we count as family members? Do we get employee benefits? Like, will the interest be higher if we deposit galleons and sickles?" Virgil queried, realizing that he needed to convert his previous earnings into the wizarding currency. Benil slapped his forehead. "Son, you need to adjust your thinking. You are no longer in the Muggle world. The corporate systems in the Muggle society do not apply in the magical realm. Who told you to never mention you are wizards, making me live and study in the ordinary world?" Pushing open the bronze door, Virgil followed his parents into Gringotts. A goblin clad in a red and gold uniform bowed to them at the entrance. They proceeded to a second large door, where silver doors bore an inscription, "Enter, stranger. But take heed of the greedy's fate. If you covet wealth without labor, expect the harshest punishment. Thus, if you seek to claim a fortune not rightfully yours from our underground vaults, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Remember, once you graduate and are on your own, do not entertain thoughts of robbing Gringotts or crossing goblins. Their magic differs greatly from ours, and provoking them could lead to troublesome consequences," Benil advised Virgil. "What are you implying?" Jennifer interjected, nudging Benil. "Do you think Virgil will become a dark wizard or attempt to rob Gringotts? I'm merely a family member. Why would I ever consider such things?" Virgil replied earnestly. Benil rolled his eyes, unsure of what to say next. They entered a grand hall of marble, where a multitude of goblins sat behind a long counter, some weighing coins, others inspecting gems. The hall contained numerous doors leading to various locations. "Good morning," Benil greeted one of the goblins. "We would like to withdraw some funds from the vault of Benil Shaniel. Sir, please present your key." Benil produced a golden key from his pocket and handed it to the goblin. After a thorough examination, the goblin declared, "All is in order. I will escort you to the underground vaults. Please wait a moment." Just as the goblin was about to push open a door, Virgil called out to him. "Oh, dear child, do you require assistance?" The fairy turned her gaze, fixating intently on Virgil, unfazed by Jennifer's tugging at his garment. Virgil flashed a grin and retrieved the backpack that had piqued the curiosity of Ben and the others since morning. With a swift motion, he unzipped the bag and presented it to the fairy, saying, "Would you be so kind as to exchange this currency for galleons and sickles? Additionally, I have some business matters to discuss with Gringotts." Chapter 4. The grand business and a small reception room of Gringotts, the Virgil family sat on one side, while a fairy faced them from across the table. Here are 4,000 galleons. Please count them. The fairy, Raphael, gestured toward the large bag on the table. Virgil made no move and replied, I trust in Gringotts' reputation. The fairy nodded appreciatively and continued, I've heard you have a business proposition for us at Gringotts. I wonder what it entails. A significant business, one that could make countless people wealthy overnight, Virgil said slowly. Oh? The mention of profit piqued Raphael's interest, causing him to lean forward instinctively. Do elaborate. I cannot disclose the details yet. I need to meet with someone at Gringotts who holds the authority to make crucial decisions. If I reveal my plan now, what if you decide to cast my family out? Virgil countered. You know how it is in the wizarding world. Who would dare provoke Gringotts? We have nowhere to lodge a complaint. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Raphael appeared somewhat displeased, yet wary of the potential wealth that could come from Virgil's proposition. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze on Virgil, attempting to discern any signs of deceit in the young boy. Virgil, undeterred, returned the stare. After a moment of silence, Raphael spoke slowly. There are indeed two high-ranking officials in Diagon Alley who can make decisions. The European supervisor and the British supervisor are both currently stationed here. I will fetch them. However, young man, if your business does not promise substantial gains for Gringotts, or if it turns out to be mere folly on your part, I must warn you that your family will lose the friendship of all Gringotts fairies. I assure you on my grandfather's honor, he is a curse breaker for Gringotts, and my father is an employee of the Ministry of Magic. I can vouch for both, Virgil declared. Raphael regarded Virgil with a deep gaze but chose not to respond further. He then stepped off the sofa and exited the room. Son, have you lost your mind? Benno grasped Virgil's arm and whispered. Jennifer, too, expressed her concern by embracing him. Now is not the time for such worries, mother. Do you know why grandfather and grandmother went to the Soviet Union? Jennifer bit her lip, pondered for a moment, and then revealed. There have been some disturbances in the Muggle society of the Soviet Union, which have affected the magical community there. Many wizards and curse breakers from Gringotts have been dispatched to the Soviet Union, fearing that the leaders might act against their magical community. They are there to protect Gringotts. Protect Gringotts? Upon hearing Jennifer's explanation, Virgil narrowed his eyes and murmured, the British supervisor is here, and the European supervisor is also stationed here. Are they anticipating further upheaval in the Soviet Union, or are they guarding the Philosopher's Stone? Dad, has the ministry received any news regarding the Soviet ministry? None. The magical community across Europe has remained quite tranquil recently. There have been no reports of any disturbances, Benno answered. It seemed they would have to wait for Gringotts supervisors to arrive before proceeding. If they had indeed foreseen upcoming turmoil in the Soviet Union, they might need to leverage grandfather's influence to secure a loan from Gringotts. However, that would significantly diminish potential profits. Jennifer and Benno exchanged worried glances. Raphael did not keep the Virgil family waiting for long, soon returning with another fairy. This is Wagner, our European supervisor. Our British supervisor is currently occupied in the vault area and cannot leave. Cannot leave? Virgil seized upon a detail in Raphael's statement. Is it true that the vault area is said to be guarded by dragons? With such circumstances, it seems necessary for two supervisors to remain here. And at least one must always be present inside. It is highly likely they are guarding the Philosopher's Stone. I recall that Quirrell infiltrated Gringotts this year to steal the stone, although I am unsure of the exact timing. Clearly, this matter has already transpired. Mr. Chaumière. The fairy Wagner slightly bowed in greeting to Benno and Jennifer, exhibiting no airs of superiority despite his high position. Benno and Jennifer quickly rose and bowed in return. Although it is said that the relationship between wizards and fairies is fraught with tension, proper etiquette was nonetheless observed in the presence of Gringotts' European supervisor. Wagner turned his attention to Jennifer. I have met your parents, child. I must admit, the Karams are among the few truly intelligent wizards I have encountered, truly deserving of being distinguished graduates of Ravenclaw. Thank you for your kind words, Jennifer replied. Raphael has already informed me of the situation, Wagner said as he snapped his fingers, allowing his body to float gracefully onto the sofa, while Raphael stood respectfully beside him. Truth be told, this matter should be handled by the British supervisor, not myself. My presence here is primarily due to your family's surname, Chaumière. Chaumière? Virgil turned to his father, seeking clarification. Yet Benno could only shake his head, indicating he was equally in the dark regarding the significance of the surname. What does this surname represent? Virgil inquired boldly. Noting his father's uncertainty, Wagner refrained from providing a direct answer. It is merely an old tale. I happened upon some records. If you are interested, you may investigate further. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Raphael has informed me that a child wishes to propose a grand business to Gringotts, which I find somewhat hard to believe. However, given your family's name, if you now admit that this is merely a prank, I shall not pursue any responsibility for it. How will that be? Do you think I would jest with the reputations of my grandfather and father? Virgil retorted. Wagner, upon hearing Virgil's response, discarded any notions of disdain. As a fairy who had achieved the position of Gringotts' European supervisor, seizing every opportunity for profit, no matter how small, was the true path. Then tell me of your plan. Virgil did not immediately reveal his plan, but instead posed a question. How can you guarantee that after hearing my plan, Gringotts will not exclude me and proceed independently? Are you suggesting that you intend to propose a plan to Gringotts without any capital of your own, yet still expect a share of the profits? Precisely. Given the circumstances, would you still consider collaborating with me? I can only say that if Gringotts declines, we could partner with other organizations as well. The profits may be less, yet sufficient for them to prosper. Or do you believe the Ministry of Magic might have an interest in this transaction? Wagner regarded Virgil thoughtfully. After a moment, he spoke. You have inherited the wisdom of your grandparents, child. I must say, I find your plan intriguing. I hope the descendant of Chenier can provide me with adequate surprises. As for your concerns, I can arrange for your parents to cast an unbreakable vow. How does that sound? I assure you that after hearing your plan, I will not exclude you or execute it without your knowledge. Virgil turned to his parents. He was well aware of the implications of an unbreakable vow. However, the potency of this spell, or its effectiveness on fairies, left Virgil in a state of utter confusion. It was not until he observed both of his parents nodding in unison that he decided to acquiesce. Thus, in the presence of Benil, Jennifer, and Wagner, Virgil encountered the first incantation since his arrival in this realm. As a golden thread entwined around his and Wagner's arms, Virgil felt as though something had been added to him, or rather, something had been shouldered. A bond unbreakable, you may rest assured, Wagner declared. I have not engaged with this spell for 40 years. Raphael, please wait for me at the entrance. Raphael bowed to Wagner, then to Virgil's family, before gracefully exiting the chamber. Now, there are no unforeseen factors that could disrupt our proceedings. Pray, share your plan, Mr. Wagner, Virgil remarked with a grave expression. Are you aware of the current situation within the Muggle Society? Could you specify which country's society you are referring to, Mr. Shonia? With so many nations, how could I possibly be well informed about all? Virgil exhaled deeply. I apologize, dear elder brother from my former life. For the sake of ensuring a carefree existence for your child in this lifetime, I must impose upon you. Are you familiar with the recent changes in the Soviet Union? Chapter 5, The Changes in the Soviet Union. Ah, the Soviet Union? Wagner exclaimed in disbelief. That superpower from the Muggle world? Indeed, that very one. What issues could such a superpower possibly face? If no issues exist, then why does Gringotts continue to dispatch wizards and curse-breakers to the Soviet Union? Virgil retorted. The economic downturn in the Soviet Muggle society has even impacted the financial well-being of the wizarding community. Our dispatch of wizards is a precaution against desperate sorcerers who might consider targeting Gringotts' wealth. Furthermore, a series of policies enacted by the Soviet leadership raises our concerns regarding whether the Muggle government may engage in hostilities against the wizarding community in an attempt to seize their resources. Have you, or rather Gringotts, ever pondered the reasons behind the evident turmoil in the Soviet economy? What might transpire next in this superpower? After all, it is a superpower. It is entirely natural for such a nation to experience fluctuations during its development. I do not foresee any significant issues for the Soviet Union. Are you suggesting that the Soviet economy might face a crisis? No, Virgil shook his head. It is not merely the economy of the Soviet Union that is at stake, but the very state itself. At Virgil's words, Wagner nearly leapt from his seat in shock. Mr. Chenier, do you understand what you are implying? Ah, Virgil sighed. To be honest, he himself was not entirely clear on the reasons behind the dissolution of this superpower in his previous life. He had merely indulged his curiosity by searching for some information online. The remainder of the timelines were gleaned from history classes. However, such trivial knowledge sufficed to impress the wizarding community. In Virgil's opinion, while those living in the wizarding world might possess wisdom, their understanding of politics was exceedingly limited. At the very least, the politician known as Fudge had squandered his potential. And the wizarding world's most revered sorcerer, Albus Dumbledore, had been ousted from his own stronghold by Umbridge. Although the intervention of that infamous boy who lived played a role, The outcome remained astonishingly disappointing. With that thought, Virgil cleared his throat and began to enlighten the chief supervisor of Gringotts' European division. Since you claim to be the chief supervisor for the European region, it stands to reason that the Soviet Union falls within your jurisdiction. Even if not the entirety of the Soviet territory, it must certainly pertain to its operations. I have heard that goblins generally possess a lifespan that exceeds that of wizards. Consequently, you must have witnessed the reigns of Brezhnev, Andropov, and Chernenko. The latter two nearly both passed away within a year of taking office. Let us not dwell on the absurdity of a superpower experiencing consecutive deaths of its leaders. But the subsequent policies enacted by Gorbachev have already indicated the Soviets' decline. Virgil lifted the cup before him, gazing at the unknown liquid within. After a moment's hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. The taste was tolerable, sufficient to soothe his throat. He continued his lecture. In the mid-1980s, Gorbachev began his so-called reforms. Yet the approach was unclear, and the policies lacked consistency. One moment he spoke of new thinking, and shortly thereafter, he introduced the notion of democratization. I have even heard that he attempted to mimic his neighbors, resulting in conflicts with his own country's power structures. The entire governance strategy was chaotic and devoid of coherence. Just 2 years ago, in 1989, Gorbachev even sought assistance from Western nations, including West Germany, indicating that the Soviet Union could make concessions regarding the Berlin Wall in exchange for economic aid. From that moment, or even earlier, the Soviet finances had spiraled into disarray. As for the discord between Gorbachev and Yeltsin, I need not elaborate further. After all, the wizarding communities in various nations maintain some connection to their leaders. I presume they are the first openly acknowledged opposition figures in Soviet history, not to mention last year's invasion of Kuwait by Iraq, during which the Soviet Union remained passive. And when the United States and coalition forces invaded Iraq earlier this year, did they heed the Soviet Union? Who would have dared to imagine such a scenario in the past? Lithuania declared independence last year, and Georgia followed suit in April of this year. You might consider contacting the head of Gringotts in the Soviet Union. I believe the wizarding community, as adept as they are at concealing information, cannot entirely escape its reach. You could inquire whether the ruble has begun to depreciate, or rather state that it has already commenced its decline. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Wagner inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Soviet Union is on the brink of a monumental financial crisis, and that you and Gringotts intend to exploit this opportunity for profit?" "No. This is no mere financial crisis," Virgil asserted, leaning forward and striking the table with his hand. "What I mean is that the Soviet Union is destined for disintegration by the end of this year at the earliest, and by early next year at the latest." The room fell into an eerie silence. Wagner extended a trembling arm to point at Virgil, yet his voice caught in his throat, unable to emerge. Jennifer leaned back on the sofa, cradling her head, while Benil bowed his head, gripping his wand, lost in thought. "I have conveyed my message. You should now comprehend my intentions. Moreover, as the chief of Gringotts' European division, you ought to know how to profit during a nation's fragmentation without my guidance. You could simply secure a loan for a substantial amount of rubles and exchange them for dollars in advance. That is the simplest method." Wagner pointed at Virgil, his gaze fixed intently upon him, trembling as he spoke. "Do you grasp the implications of what you are saying? Do you understand the devastation that the collapse and division of a nation would inflict upon its wizarding community? And your first instinct is to think of how to profit? What else can I do?" Virgil countered. "I sit here discussing this matter with you because of the unbreakable vow between us. A promise secured by the honor of my father and grandfather. If I were to stride out of Gringotts and shout that the Soviet Union is about to disintegrate, who would believe me? Or do you suppose that merely voicing this revelation could prevent the Soviets' disintegration? Since I am powerless to alter the situation, why should I not seek to benefit from it for myself and my family? Furthermore, you are a goblin. Do goblins not prioritize profit above all else? My demands are simple. Gringotts must capitalize on the information I provided today. How you choose to operate, whether purchasing rubles or investing in oil, is of no concern to me. But I require 10% of the total profits." "How much? You are asking for what?" Wagner was taken aback by Virgil's audacious demand. 10%. A fair price. Considering the circumstances, Virgil asserted. "You jest. Do you comprehend how much Gringotts could potentially earn if it fully mobilized for this venture? That is not my concern. I simply want my 10%. You may retain 90% of the profits, and whether you would have earned this money without my information remains uncertain. That is unacceptable. Setting aside whether your predictions are accurate or whether the Soviet Union will truly disintegrate, even if it does, Gringotts could only afford you a mere 1% of the profits." 1%? Am I to be treated like a beggar? I demand 10%. And you offer me 1. If this is the case, let our partnership end here. You see, I would rather not collaborate with anyone else. I could send my parents to the Soviet Union, and with their skills, obtaining a loan of rubles and converting it to dollars from a Soviet bank would not pose a challenge. You need not regard me with such scrutiny. I am aware that this behavior contravenes certain regulations within the wizarding community. However, if there is indeed a pursuit against our family, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Soviet Ministry of Magic. Yet, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, what do you envision the vast realm of Soviet magic will fragment into? At that juncture, who will possess the leisure to chase after our family? Will they not first attend to their own chaotic affairs? My father's loans from the Soviet bank. Might I inquire which nation's Ministry of Magic will be accountable for this matter? Moreover, my father serves as a public official within the British Ministry of Magic. What charges could they possibly levy against him? Do not forget the Unbreakable Vow. Virgil raised his right hand with a flourish. Should you choose not to collaborate with me, it is imperative that you disclose none of our conversation to outsiders upon leaving this room. You ought to consider the brighter side upon our collaboration. Would it not allow you to assist the Soviet Gringotts in arranging a retreat? Thus, your institution could not only reap substantial profits but also avert considerable losses. Indeed, a dual benefit. For this alone, would you not grant me a 10% share? 10%? Forget it, Wagner interrupted Virgil, his irritation palpable. At this moment, having weathered countless storms, the fairy was nearly driven to eliminate this audacious young man. Wagner regretted having established such an unbreakable vow. The restrictions within Gringotts are indeed numerous. Young man, if what you assert is true, Gringotts can only mobilize the branches in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, in addition to those on the Scandinavian and Iberian peninsulas. It is not as you envision, a global mobilization of all Gringotts. You are woefully ignorant of the wealth Gringotts possesses. If all Gringotts were to act in unison, the world's economy would be thrown into turmoil. Do not forget that Gallon and Sikona are genuine gold and silver. Even a collaboration among these few Gringotts could extract immeasurable wealth from the Soviet Union, 1% of which would be a sum you could never fully comprehend. In truth, I wouldn't even wish to give you that much. To grant you such a portion, you must first substantiate that the Soviet Union will indeed dissolve. For I must strategize and act in advance. Should the Soviet Union remain intact, Gringotts' efforts would be in vain, and the losses incurred would far exceed your capacity to compensate. I extend my gratitude to my esteemed history teacher and the historical studies of my previous life, which have ingrained in me the timeline of the Soviet dissolution. Reflecting on Wagner's query, Virgil silently reiterated, I remember Lithuania and Georgia have achieved independence, and last year, the Russian Federation declared absolute sovereignty within its territory. Virgil endeavored to recollect the timeline of the Soviet Union's disintegration. Very well, Mr. Wagner. Should the events I am about to describe transpire, you shall grant me 2% of the final profits. If not, I will settle for a mere 0.5%. If none of my prior assertions come to pass, the Chanier family will bear half of Gringotts' losses in this endeavor. What do you think? Wagner squinted, contemplating the potential gains and losses. Ultimately, the prospect of substantial benefits arising from the disintegration of a great power compelled Wagner to concede. He extended his hand to Virgil, stating, an unbreakable vow? Virgil grasped the hand of the ancient fairy firmly. Venier sighed, but nonetheless waved his wand. On the 12th of this month, Yeltsin will become the first president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, his approval rating exceeding 50% yet falling short of 60%. Should this come to fruition, I expect 2%. Yeltsin, you say? Wagner mused quietly, narrowing his eyes at the name. It is evident that wizards lack sufficient political acumen. Is this due to their confidence in their own abilities and pride in their uniqueness? And this is the head of Gringotts' European division? Anyone with even a modicum of awareness regarding the situation in the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation would recognize that Yeltsin's ascension is a foregone conclusion. Aside from Rizkov, the remaining candidates are mere also-rans. Rizkov has already faltered against Yeltsin and Gorbachev, even succumbing to a heart ailment as a result. Furthermore, on June 1st, the Democratic Russia movement convened a campaign rally specifically for Yeltsin. Virgil pondered inwardly. Very well, if Yeltsin indeed becomes the president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, you shall receive 2% of the profits. If not, your share will be a mere 0.5%. And do not forget your own promise. Should the Soviet Union remain intact, you must shoulder half of Gringotts' losses, Wagner asserted. It is settled then. But you must act swiftly. I believe that by August, other nations will declare their independence. Chapter 6. I have supernatural talents after emerging from Gringotts. It did not take long for Virgil to procure all the required items for this semester, including textbooks, cauldrons, telescopes, and other essentials. Notably, he did not purchase his robes from the impressive Madame Malkin's shop, but instead acquired his robes and cloak from the Muggle clothing store. Virgil could distinctly sense his parents' distracted demeanor, particularly while shopping for the robes. In previous years, when buying new clothes, Jennifer would exuberantly exclaim about how much her son had grown and how quickly he was maturing. However, this time, she appeared rather despondent. With a large ice cream cone in hand, Virgil could no longer endure the sighs and murmurs emanating from behind him. Just as he had finally adjusted his mindset to embrace the magical world, he found himself devoid of any enthusiasm for exploring Diagon Alley. He halted in his tracks and turned to face his parents. Distracted, Jennifer nearly collided with Virgil's ice cream. "What's wrong, Virgil?" Benel inquired, glancing down at his son. "How can you ask me that? Just look at your current state," Virgil retorted. "Dad, we need to return to the Leaky Cauldron. There are some matters I wish to discuss." Benel and Jennifer exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and the trio turned back. They asked old Tom to prepare a room, and soon they found themselves in the innermost chamber of the Leaky Cauldron's second floor. "Let us hear it. You seem so distracted even while shopping," Virgil said, taking a seat on the bed and idly toying with his father's seemingly unblemished expansion charm trunk. Jennifer, observing her son's relaxed demeanor, replied with a hint of desperation. "Do you realize how much money we could lose if your assumptions are incorrect? At the very least, our savings in Gringotts, along with those of your grandparents, would be forfeited, and that is merely a fraction of our debts. How are we to repay the rest?" Benel added, "Son, you are being impulsive. Impulsive? And yet you invoke the Unbreakable Vow? Do not worry, this matter will not go awry. Allow me to demonstrate something." With that, Virgil set aside the trunk, stood up, and faced Benel and Jennifer. "Relax, you two. If you are too guarded, my abilities may not function properly." He then locked eyes with Benel, gazing intently before stating, "Father, you were once a beater and recently signed a contract to become an instructor. By the way, what is a beater?" As he probed Benel's fragmented memories, he maintained the guise of a magical novice. Turning his attention to Jennifer, he continued, "Mother, you were once an Auror, and upon your entry into the profession, you were mentored by an Auror named Moody." After relaying Jennifer's memories, Virgil spread his hands and declared, "Now do you comprehend? This is..." Benel stared at his son in astonishment. "You are a Legilimens? Or a natural-born Legilimens? When did you discover this ability? Why didn't you inform your mother and me sooner? What is a Legilimens?" Virgil feigned ignorance. "Discovering this ability. I think I realized it around the age of 6. But how could I have known you were wizards? If I told a Muggle I could read minds, they would think I was insane. And what exactly is a Legilimens?" A Legilimens possesses the ability to extract memories and emotions from another's mind. However, the Ministry of Magic believes the effects extend beyond this, Benel explained to Virgil. "So you deduce the dissolution of the Soviet Union from a neighbor's memories who works in the British government?" Jennifer inquired. "Do we even have neighbors working in the government? Who says that is my only ability?" On the way to the Leaky Cauldron, Virgil had concocted the perfect excuse, attributing his insights to prophetic abilities, which could be derived from dreams, tea leaves, or tarot cards. Much like Sybil Trelawney, whose abilities were often unreliable and easily disguised. There were only a few significant events in the magical world over the coming years: the return of the Dark Lord, Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore's death, and Voldemort's ultimate defeat by Harry Potter. If all else failed, he could include the revelation of Gilderoy Lockhart as a fraud to cover his tracks. As for hereditary talents, who could guarantee that the Shoniel family had never possessed an ancestor with divination skills? "What else?" Jennifer exclaimed, her wand slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. "But I cannot demonstrate this ability," Virgil insisted. "What do you mean you can't demonstrate it?" "Well," Virgil feigned deep thought, "I seem to sometimes see glimpses of future events." Before he could finish, Benel swiftly stepped forward and covered Virgil's mouth, whispering, "Do not say another word." He then signaled to Jennifer, who nodded in understanding. The two of them drew their wands in perfect synchrony and began casting spells. Silencing Charm. As Virgil watched them cast with ease, he felt a surge of envy. The Silencing Charm, along with wandless magic, was truly a formidable skill. Once they confirmed that the room was secure, Benel squatted in front of his son and spoke earnestly, "Virgil Shoniel, you cannot joke about matters like this. I am speaking the truth. However, I genuinely cannot demonstrate this ability. But if you truly possess this ability, why did you not foresee your own wizarding nature? Jennifer questioned. This ability is hit or miss, unlike the Legilimency, which I can invoke at will. It has only manifested 4 times over the years. I did see a group of individuals in black robes attending class, but I thought it was a film shoot. On 2 other occasions, I glimpsed a newspaper that mentioned the dissolution of the Soviet Union. What convinced me it would indeed happen was the 3rd instance when I saw that last year's World Cup champion would not be the heavily favored Italy or Brazil, but rather West Germany, who triumphed over Argentina in the final. That is how I came into possession of those 20,000 pounds. Benno grasped Virgil's shoulders firmly and said, Son, do you understand what this ability signifies? What does it signify? Of course, I understand, Virgil muttered to himself, aware that his upcoming years at Hogwarts would inevitably involve divination classes. Do not disclose this ability to anyone, including friends you meet at Hogwarts or any teachers you become close to. Do not even tell your grandparents, your mother, and I will find an opportunity to reveal it to them ourselves. Virgil solemnly nodded in agreement. Remember, once you arrive at Hogwarts, pay close attention in divination class and do not skip. Jennifer interjected. I heard that the current divination professor, Sybil, is a fraud. Even if Sybil is indeed a fraud, she is a skilled one. Dumbledore has permitted her to teach, for at the very least, she possesses a fundamental understanding of divination, which Virgil merely needs to grasp. Surely, you do not believe that the divination classes at Hogwarts could genuinely enhance Virgil's inherent abilities, do you? Benno elucidated to his wife. By the way, Virgil, you mentioned that you have exercised this ability 4 times, yet you only recounted 3. What was the final instance? Jennifer inquired with curiosity. Virgil scratched his head and then responded to Jennifer's question. I saw a boy named Harry Potter. He seems to be in a place called Gryffindor. But I also observed that he has a knack for getting into trouble, and it appears many have perished because of him. Benno abruptly rose, casting a glance at Jennifer, who similarly fixed her gaze upon her husband. Harry Potter. Gryffindor? Chapter 7. The Wand, the Ilvermorny Owl Emporium, and the Magical Creature Shop were the establishments where Virgil lingered the longest. Who could possibly reject an owl capable of delivering messages? He mused with self-deprecation. Ultimately, however, Virgil opted against acquiring an owl. After all, Hogwarts provided free owls for everyone's use, and besides, owls were not exactly petable creatures. Upon leaving the Magical Creature Shop, Virgil cradled a rather plump pure black hybrid cat-like creature in his arms. Behind him, Benil and Jennifer were working together to cram cat food and an array of other items into their suitcase. Let me see. All that remains now is the wand, Jennifer remarked, holding Virgil's list and hoping that Mr. Ollivander would not be inundated with customers. Diagon Alley was exceedingly crowded. Ollivander, yet another illustrious figure, regrettably had been captured and tortured by Death Eaters. Virgil silently recalled the narrative he had encountered. Indeed, the wand was the item on the list that intrigued Virgil the most. Standing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, Virgil's first impression was that it was scarcely tidier than the leaky cauldron. The sign above the door was battered and barely legible, proclaiming, "Wands expertly crafted since 382 B.C." The store was small, yet crammed with slender boxes containing wands. "Long time no see, the Shawnere family," a voice suddenly called from behind Virgil. The family swiftly turned around to find an elderly man standing before them. "It seems your children have reached the age for schooling?" Ollivander approached Virgil. "You resemble your mother more," he continued, circling Virgil, "but your eyes are like your father's. Your father's wand was made of aspen wood, with a core of dragon heartstring. The aspen wood suitable for wand-making must be white and distinctly grained, resembling ivory in appearance. This type of wood possesses exceptional spell-casting abilities. And wizards chosen by aspenwood wands are usually skilled practitioners or natural duelists. Paired with dragon heartstring, it creates a wand of great power, well-suited for combat. Your father ultimately became a seeker, indicating that the wand chose its wielder wisely. Your mother's wand, however, is quite different." Ollivander extended his hand toward Jennifer, who promptly presented her wand for inspection. A powerful wand of blackthorn wood with a phoenix feather core, 13 inches long, crafted specifically for combat. It is indeed a perfect match for your mother's career as an auror. Thus, my dear child, Ollivander shifted his gaze back to Virgil. It is not the wizard who selects the wand, but rather the wand that chooses the wizard. Now, Mr. Shawnere, which hand do you typically favor? Virgil raised his right hand. With a gentle wave, a silver measuring tape flew from the counter to measure Virgil's dimensions, while Ollivander began to weave through the shelves, selecting various long boxes to cradle in his arms. Let us try this one first. A combination of sycamore and unicorn hair, 12 inches. Virgil took it in hand and gave it a light swish, causing a gust of wind to swirl and stir the dust from the floor. No, no. This will not do, Ollivander exclaimed, snatching the wand from Virgil's grip. Let us try this. Dragon heartstring paired with cedarwood, 13 inches long. As soon as Virgil grasped it, before he could even wave it, it was whisked away once more by Ollivander. Thus, what was intended to be a swift selection process lasting approximately an hour turned into an extended stay in Ollivander's shop, as the trio repeatedly experimented with various wands. Ah, you are indeed a discerning customer, Ollivander sighed as he took yet another wand from Virgil's hand. Son, you are truly unique, Benil noted. Having observed Ollivander return to the shelves 5 times for wand selections. I am quite curious to see what extraordinary wand Virgil will eventually select, Jennifer added. Oh, how could I forget? Came a sudden exclamation from Ollivander as he dashed toward the back of the shop, retrieving several somewhat squished boxes from the lowest shelf. This one. A wand of ebony paired with thunderbird tail feather. It is a wand of great potency, surpassing even your father's in terms of power. Suitable for dueling and transfiguration. Both your parents wield wands designed for combat. Perhaps this one will suit you. As he spoke, Ollivander lifted the final box he had procured from the depths of the shelves. Try this ebony wand first, he said, handing it to Virgil. Virgil grasped the wand and waved it gently. A bolt of lightning shot forth from the tip, hurtling toward Benil, who quickly countered with his own wand, dispersing the electricity. Yet, Ollivander merely shook his head at the spectacle. A powerful wand, but alas, still not suited for you, he remarked. Let us try this one. He opened the last box to reveal a remarkably exquisite and uniquely shaped wand, resting quietly within. Though Virgil had yet to hold it, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. As if this wand were indeed meant for him. Ollivander gazed at the wand in his hands and spoke. This wand was not solely crafted by me. It is a collaboration with another wand maker, Gringotts. The year he visited England to discuss wand-making techniques, I happened to acquire a fine piece of silver lime wood. You must understand, for a considerable time, wands of this material were in high demand, often leading unscrupulous individuals to dye inferior wood to mimic silver lime wood. Thus, a quality piece of silver lime wood was truly a rare find. Meanwhile, Gringotts possessed fresh materials from a Hebridean black dragon. We collaborated to create this wand. As Ollivander gently caressed the wand, his eyes shimmered with nostalgia. This piece of silver lime wood is the most perfect segment, straight and smooth, requiring no elaborate treatment. Its core is composed of dragon heartstring, expertly handled by Gringotts. His wands are famed for their extraordinary power, but are notoriously difficult to master. Additionally, he incorporated a unique alchemical process, utilizing a black dragon's eye and scale, crafting the scale into the grip while affixing the minuscule purple eye to the wand's tip. Ollivander extended this distinctive wand towards Virgil, adding, since my grandfather's time, we have observed that silver lime wood wands resonate exceptionally well with those gifted in prophecy or adept in legilimency and other arcane arts. Once, a wand maker named Sephiropos claimed that the connection between silver lime wood and seers was merely a rumor propagated by my grandfather to clear out inventory. Little did he know that silver lime wood wands were never in surplus. Wealthy wizards, even without the gifts of prophecy or arcane arts, would purchase silver lime wood wands. Indeed, some affluent pure-blood witches even adorned themselves with silver lime wood wands as decorative pieces. As Virgil grasped the wand, a rush of warmth enveloped his fingertips. A sensation akin to a stream of water surging from within him, flowing through his arm and infusing the wand. Despite this being his first encounter with such a wand, Virgil felt an innate affinity, as if he had been attuned to it for an eternity, a seamless extension of himself. He raised his wand and with a gentle flourish, a silvery beam erupted from its tip, hurtling towards Benil with incredible speed and force. The shimmering light sliced through the air, distorting it in its wake, creating a visible ripple. Armor charm. In the face of such a sudden onslaught, even the adept Benil hastily waved his wand, simultaneously uttering the incantation. Bang! The ironclad charm was intended to conjure a barrier, redirecting or dissipating the attacking spell. Yet, the silver luminescence forcefully repelled the transparent shield, prompting Benil to swiftly evade. The silver light collided with the entrance of Ollivander's shop, smashing the door into fragments. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the shattered remains of the door. However, Ollivander appeared unfazed by the destruction, clapping his hands in excitement. Marvelous! I have never witnessed such immense power from a wand and its master during their inaugural synergy. It seems you are indeed its rightful owner. I believe you will grow to be a formidable wizard, just like your parents. Remember to explore your magical talents thoroughly when you arrive at school. Jennifer settled the payment for the wand with Ollivander, willingly compensating for the damage to the door as well. In the evening, the Virgil family boarded the train home. They had initially planned to return by afternoon. Yet selecting the wand had unexpectedly consumed the most time. But considering that Virgil has found a wand so perfectly suited for him, this time is hardly wasted, Jennifer remarked. Often, a wand is a wizard's most loyal companion. Seated by the window, Virgil remained silent, adjusting his position to ensure that his hybrid creature was comfortable in his lap, while his other hand tightly clutched his wand. Chapter 8, Platform 9 3/4 on the last day of August, Virgil, Benil, and Jennifer stood between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4, Virgil murmured, attempting to distance himself from the main characters, yet finding the station to be equally daunting. Although he understood that the next step involved pushing the cart towards the ticket barrier, a wave of anxiety washed over him. It's all right, Jennifer seemed to sense Virgil's unease, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Don't be afraid, just charge straight ahead. Okay, Virgil swallowed hard, gripping the handle of the cart firmly. Glancing around and noticing that no one was paying attention to them, he dashed towards the ticket barrier. Suddenly, a deep crimson steam locomotive appeared before him, the platform crowded with people, many of whom were clad in distinctly wizarding attire. The Hogwarts Express. Nearby, a youthful voice piped up, "Mom, when can I go to Hogwarts?" Turning around, Virgil's gaze fell upon a little girl with fiery red hair, accompanied by a somewhat plump woman. Mrs. Weasley, Benil greeted the woman. "Oh, Mr. Chaunier, it has been a while," Mrs. Weasley approached, holding the little girl by the hand. "I heard from my husband Arthur that you have transitioned to a training instructor for hit wizards. That sounds splendid. It must be much safer." "Oh, is your child of school age now?" "Yes, just turned 11 this year," Benil replied, ruffling Virgil's hair. "My youngest son Ron is also starting school this year. I imagine he will be sorted into Gryffindor, so all 4 of my children will be in the same house. If your child is sorted into Gryffindor, he can seek out my Percy. He has become a prefect," Molly Weasley said proudly, as if recalling something. She cast an apologetic smile at Benil and Jennifer before calling out, "Fred, George, are you on the train?" "Coming, Mom," answered a voice from the train, followed by 2 identical boys with the Weasley family's signature red hair jumping down. Jennifer gently nudged Virgil. "You should board the train first, or you might miss a seat." Observing Mrs. Weasley advising the twins, Jennifer urged Virgil to hurry. Virgil quickly grabbed his luggage and squeezed onto the train, fortunate to find an empty compartment midway. He placed his belongings on the luggage rack and released his hybrid cat from its cage. "You've been cooped up for ages. I nearly forgot about you." He had not bothered to name the hybrid cat and simply called it Big Black. "Excuse me, could you lend a hand?" A voice interrupted. Turning, Virgil saw a handsome boy struggling with his luggage. He offered assistance, and together they managed to hoist the suitcase onto the rack. "Thank you," the boy said. "Is anyone sitting across from you?" Virgil shook his head. "No, it's just me for now." Upon hearing this, the boy squeezed into the compartment, settling across from Virgil. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff House. Are you a first year?" "Virgil Chaunier," Virgil replied, shaking Cedric's hand. "Yes, first year. Well, I hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff. As long as I don't end up in Slytherin, I can accept any house," Virgil stated as he pulled out his potions textbook, preparing to finish the remaining content. Quietly, he mused, "Just not Gryffindor." Cedric playfully teased Big Black, who was too engrossed in grooming itself to acknowledge him. "Your cat is quite robust," Cedric managed to articulate. "He's got a temper, so don't provoke him." Cedric turned back. "Potions? Are you interested in that subject?" Unfortunately, the professor for potions is Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. No matter how well you perform, he won't praise you. He only awards points to his own students. Even Cedric, with his amiable demeanor, couldn't help but grumble at the mention of Snape. Initially, Virgil was more intrigued by the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, but after perusing the textbook, he understood why Fred and George claimed that there were hardly any employees in the Ministry of Magic proficient in the shield charm. The practical content in the entire book barely filled 10 pages. Thus, he turned his focus to studying potions and charms. As for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Virgil's mind flickered to the forthcoming years at Hogwarts, recalling the various defense against the dark arts teachers: a possessed double-crosser, a charlatan, a werewolf, a Death Eater, a pink toad, and the head of Slytherin. Only Lupin and Snape could genuinely impart knowledge amidst the chaos of the Order of the Phoenix and Harry. Perhaps relying on his parents would suffice. One was a hit wizard, and the other an auror. He thought that while he might not become a champion duelist, he could at least manage to defend himself. However, the thought of being coerced into learning brain-blocking techniques at home after his birthday by Benil and Jennifer sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly shook off such thoughts and focused on his potions textbook. With an older student in the compartment, Virgil seized the opportunity to engage in casual conversation while studying, discussing the Hogwarts environment and the various professors. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing. A girl with long brown hair barged in, her tone somewhat arrogant, accentuated by her pronounced buck teeth, making Virgil feel slightly uncomfortable. Virgil shook his head and remained silent, while Cedric also expressed his apologies, indicating he had not seen it either. Hermione Granger? Not the most endearing first impression, Virgil thought. He hadn't anticipated encountering one of the main characters so soon, and the impression left much to be desired. Cedric's appearance seemed reassuring. Or perhaps it was the allure of his good looks that drew Hermione to request his assistance in locating Neville's toad. Cedric, caught in a pleasant conversation, hesitated. Clearly reluctant to help, yet his nature prevented him from uttering a refusal. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Virgil interjected. Use the summoning charm. What? Find an upper year student. Or go directly to the prefect's carriage and have them use the summoning charm. Virgil kept his eyes glued to his potions book. Yes, Cedric exclaimed, a lightbulb moment dawning upon him. Afraid of interrupting Virgil, Cedric took Hermione aside and explained softly. Once Hermione and Neville departed, Cedric returned to the compartment. You actually know the summoning charm. I think you should be sorted into Ravenclaw, he said earnestly. Virgil pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps, Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad. After purchasing an array of snacks, Virgil continued to extract information from Cedric. Eventually, the train came to a halt at a narrow platform. First-year students. New students. Come over here. A burly man with an impressive beard was shouting amidst the crowd. A half-blood giant. Virgil muttered something under his breath. Cedric, unable to hear clearly, inquired. What? Nothing. I'll head over there first. I still hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff. Virgil. Cedric called out from behind, then turned to search for his classmates. No more than 4 individuals per boat. Hagrid bellowed. Virgil casually selected a boat with available space and boarded. The 3 others aboard exchanged no words, each lost in contemplation of the majestic castle in the distance. Once the small vessel reached the shore, Hagrid conducted a thorough inspection of the boats before knocking on the castle's grand door. The door swung open, revealing a witch clad in a green robe. First-year students. Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. Please hand them over to me, Professor McGonagall replied, leading the newcomers into the castle and into a somewhat cramped classroom. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall began her address. Before the feast commences, we must determine your respective houses. Following this, she provided a brief introduction to the 4 houses. Virgil believed that even the first years were likely familiar with the houses, given that it was a rainy day and many students' robes were damp and muddied from the boat ride. Perhaps feeling it would be rather embarrassing to enter the Great Hall in such a state, Professor McGonagall instructed the first years to line up and, withdrawing her wand, proceeded to clean their robes one by one. Virgil glanced down at his own robe, having used a waterproof charm while changing on the train. As Cedric looked on in surprise, his robe was merely speckled with dirt. Therefore, before Professor McGonagall could reach him, Virgil discreetly drew his wand and softly muttered, Scourgify, ensuring his robe was free of any soil. After confirming that he was no longer dirty, Virgil quietly returned his wand to his side. Chapter 9. Ravenclaw. When Professor McGonagall stood before Virgil, she was taken aback by the boy's impeccably clean robes. After a scrutinizing glance at Virgil, she turned to the next student, who happened to be the boy who had lost a toad on the train. Once she confirmed that most of the first years had been processed, Professor McGonagall led the new students into the Great Hall. As the grand doors swung open, the sight of 4 long tables filled with students from higher years greeted them. Towering walls reached up to the ceiling, and candles floated in midair, while the enchanted ceiling mirrored the sky outside. At the front of the hall was the teacher's long table, with a large golden chair at the center, occupied by an elderly man with white hair and a beard. Upon entering the hall, Professor McGonagall instructed the first years to line up facing the older students, placing a 4-legged stool in front of them. Atop the stool sat a tattered hat. Suddenly, the hat stirred and split open, like a mouth, and began to sing. The unexpected movement startled Neville Longbottom, standing next to Virgil, nearly causing him to drop his toad. Virgil mused silently on how the sorting hat discerned Neville's hidden courage, which earned him the recognition of Gryffindor's sword. As the hat concluded its performance with the words, "In my hands, you are safe, for I am a thinking magic hat." It bowed to each of the 4 house tables. Professor McGonagall took a piece of parchment and announced that when she called a name, the student would don the hat and sit on the stool to await their sorting. Hannah Abbott. Virgil watched quietly, having little impression of anyone aside from a few key figures, determined only to ensure the trio's smooth entry into Gryffindor. Fortunately, the events unfolded as they should, with Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley both sorted into Gryffindor, while Malfoy went to Slytherin to join his 2 lackeys. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall called out. The name sent a ripple of murmurs throughout the hall. Just as in the book, Harry's sorting seemed to take a bit longer, but he ultimately found his place in Gryffindor. Virgil Chanier. Finally, it was Virgil's turn. He stepped forward and placed the sorting hat upon his head, obscuring his vision. Just before donning it, he thought he caught Cedric waving at him. "Ah," a tiny voice whispered in his ear. "I didn't expect to encounter 2 such challenging students this year. The other one is Harry Potter, I presume?" Virgil reflected, attempting a mental dialogue with the sorting hat. "Indeed, I intended to place Potter in Slytherin, but he wouldn't hear of it, even when I suggested that Slytherin could lead him to greatness. Now, let us examine you. Diligent and unyielding? Those are Hufflepuff traits. Ambitious, shrewd, and adaptable? Perfect for Slytherin. Goodness, at such a young age, you're already contemplating self-preservation. Yet, there is also a spirit of bravery and a knack for learning. My word, all 4 houses suit you splendidly. This is quite a quandary," the sorting hat mused. Virgil vaguely recalled reading that the sorting hat sorted students through legitimacy, and he began to fervently exercise his still unrefined mental shields, hoping to conceal the fact that his soul did not belong to this world. What a challenge this is. The sorting hat continued to deliberate, despite wearing the hat. Virgil could hear the discussions below, which had now stretched longer than Harry Potter's sorting. This piqued the curiosity of several professors. Professor McGonagall leaned in, her gaze fixed on Virgil, while the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop his stool. "Which house do you wish to join?" Remarkably, the sorting had asked the student for their choice. "Which house do I wish to join?" Virgil was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the sorting hat would inquire about his preference. "Yes, at times I do respect a student's opinion. Just like Potter, who is undeniably fit for Slytherin, a place that could lead him to greatness. Alas, he does not wish to go there, and so I had to place him in Gryffindor. As for your situation, it is more complex. Which house do you lean towards?" Slytherin was out of the question, and Gryffindor was equally distant. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout was renowned for herbology, while Professor Flitwick taught charms. Perhaps I should choose Ravenclaw. I recall Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth, and he would surely be inclined to provide extra assistance to his own students. Resolute, Virgil tentatively inquired, "Would it be acceptable for me to go to Ravenclaw?" "Very well. I respect your choice," the sorting hat replied before bellowing, "Ravenclaw." The second long table on the left, adorned in shades of blue, erupted in enthusiastic applause. As Virgil descended the steps, he shook hands with several upperclassmen and found a seat among them. Yet, he could still feel many eyes upon him, curious about why this new student had caused the sorting hat to ponder for so long. Beside the Hufflepuff table, Virgil spotted Cedric, who was also clapping but bore a hint of disappointment, as if feeling that his house had missed out on a particularly remarkable student. Virgil waved at Cedric and then turned to the teacher's table, where Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, acknowledged him with a raised goblet. Virgil inclined his head in response. At that moment, the sorting of the last first year concluded. Albus Dumbledore, arguably the greatest wizard of the age, stood up to deliver yet another grand speech. "Fools, crybabies, rascals, thank you all," he exclaimed, before tapping his goblet, which instantly filled the 4 house tables with an abundance of food. Gazing at the aromatic feast before him, Virgil felt fortunate that he had tea overindulged on the train. After filling his plate with a bit of everything, he began to enjoy his meal. Nearby, many students had started conversing, with topics revolving around their families and new students inquiring about courses and school rules. Virgil had already gleaned this information from Cedric, so he refrained from joining the discussion, even though many were eager to engage with him due to the sorting hats incident. He gestured to his heaped plate and buried his face in it, continuing to feast. As the banquet progressed, the ghosts made their entrance. Virgil cast a glance at the Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, and was momentarily reminded not of Ravenclaw's diadem, but of her little tale with the Bloody Baron. After the meal, desserts arrived, and Virgil thought it likely that by the time he graduated from Hogwarts, His physique would hardly be considered standard. Once dessert concluded, Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell silent once more. Now that everyone is well fed and watered, I wish to share a few important reminders for the new term. First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. Some of our older students must also be cautious. He cast a glance at the Gryffindor table. Additionally, Mr. Filch wishes to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The Quidditch player selection will take place in the second week. Those wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Following this, let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor for this term, Professor Quirrell. The teacher, with a thick scarf wrapped around his head and a pallid complexion, stood up and acknowledged the audience with a slight gesture. Lastly, I must inform everyone that anyone who wishes to avoid an untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing the call to sing, Virgil noticed that many teachers wore rather stiff expressions, while several upper-year Ravenclaw students concealed their faces, seemingly embarrassed by the act of singing the school song. In contrast, the Gryffindor table radiated joy, particularly with the Weasley twins drawing attention as they sang in the rhythm of a funeral march. The feast concluded with the final line of the school song. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. All right, first years of Ravenclaw, follow me. Do not get separated. Penelope Clearwater, the prefect of Ravenclaw, stood at the front of the line, guiding the newcomers. The Ravenclaw dormitory is located in a tower, marked by a bronze eagle-shaped knocker at the entrance. Penelope grasped the knocker and knocked gently, prompting the eagle's beak to open as a gentle voice inquired. Where do the vanished things go? To become all things, Penelope replied. The door swung open. The entrance to the Ravenclaw dormitory does not have a fixed password. Instead, it consists of riddles. If you cannot answer, you must wait for another Ravenclaw student to arrive. Penelope explained that first years should follow the upperclassmen when entering and exiting. The Ravenclaw common room is a vast circular chamber, adorned with blue and bronze silk curtains, through which one can gaze upon the majestic mountains outside. Boys, ascend the staircase. Your dormitories have been assigned, and you can find your names on the doors, she instructed. Virgil's roommates were Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. Virgil had a vague recollection of these three, as they seemed to be future members of Dumbledore's army, which would be formed by Harry Potter. It appears my roommates are quite agreeable, Virgil mused silently. As the three noticed Virgil's arrival, they immediately gathered around him. After all, he was the first year who had left the Sorting Hat in silence for quite some time. Perhaps it was because my father is from Gryffindor and my mother a Ravenclaw, which caused the Sorting Hat some indecision, Virgil reasoned. Oh, that explains it, Boot remarked. If it weren't for Harry Potter being ahead of you, you might have been the most distinguished first year. Virgil chuckled as he nestled into his bed, thinking it best for the savior to remain in the spotlight while he quietly plotted his own success behind the scenes. Since tomorrow is the weekend, I plan to explore the castle. Would you like to join me? Virgil inquired. Sure, let's go together. The three responded. Then, good night. Chapter 10. Virgil was awakened one morning by the gentle tapping of an owl against his window. It must be said that the Ravenclaw common room was the most enchanting among the four house lounges. The morning sunlight streamed through the peaks, illuminating the room, and combined with Ravenclaw's predominant blue tones, it created a breathtaking spectacle. After retrieving his letter from the owl, Virgil offered a small morsel of food in gratitude and counted out several nuts to place at the owl's feet. Watching the creature gradually disappear into the distance, Virgil stretched languidly and settled by the window to open the envelope. The letter was from Wagner. He informed Virgil that the Soviet Ministry of Magic had made all necessary preparations to face the impending turmoil and would strive to minimize losses. By the end of August, the independence of Ukraine, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and other nations had rendered the disintegration of this superpower irreversible. Their plans were progressing methodically, and Wagner inquired whether Virgil knew the extent to which the ruble would depreciate. In closing, Wagner expressed gratitude for Virgil's request to relocate his grandparents back to the British Ministry of Magic, away from the current risks in the Soviet Union. From the envelope, Virgil extracted a pure silver ring. Wagner explained that the ring symbolized the gratitude of both the British and Soviet ministries towards Virgil. It could be used to seek assistance during difficult times. Unfortunately, the size of the ring was not quite right. Virgil rummaged through his suitcase and found a silver chain. Threading the ring onto it before wearing it around his neck, he affectionately ruffled the head of a big black cat, rousing it from its dreams. and chuckled at its disgruntled expression as he made his way to the common room to reply to Wagner. In the common room, several upperclassmen were already engrossed in their reading. Finding an unoccupied spot, Virgil laid out his parchment and took out his quill, beginning to compose his response to Wagner. In his letter, he noted that after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, countries led by Russia would likely announce a series of governmental policies aimed at salvaging the economic collapse. However, these would merely be illusions, serving only to delay the inevitable depreciation of the ruble, a process that would be prolonged. He urged Wagner and others to closely monitor the fluctuations of the ruble and suggested checking if any relatives or friends of the Ministry's wizards were involved in finance. If all else failed, perhaps a discreet escape could be arranged. Furthermore, Virgil pointed out that if circumstances allowed, Wagner should consider participating in the privatization of Soviet state enterprises. Recalling that many of Russia's wealthiest individuals had emerged through such avenues, he advised acquiring factory equipment, shares in oil companies, and even engaging in arms trading, jotting down every conceivable and feasible method he could think of. Ultimately, Virgil suggested that if the collapse of the Soviet Union led to a similar economic downfall within the wizarding community, Soviet wizards might resort to smuggling everyday goods into the Muggle world, utilizing the undetectable extension charm on boxes and pockets, alongside portkey powder or keys, to evade tariffs while profiting from fluctuating prices of essential items. He vividly remembered the moment on television when Yeltsin was announced as president of Russia, and how relieved Benil had been, accompanied by Jennifer's cheers. Virgil promptly shared the strategies for trading everyday goods and their pricing with Benil, who was soon dispatched to Soviet lands for this purpose. A significant reason behind Virgil's determination to send his father to the Soviet Union stemmed from discovering a two-way mirror within Benil's belongings. As per Benil's words, this mirror was one of the tools equipped for Aurors. Once Benil completed his transition to instructor, the ministry would reclaim the mirror. The issue was, the transition was not yet complete. Thus, Virgil decisively arranged for his father's deployment to the Soviet Union. As an Auror, Virgil and Jennifer had minimal concerns regarding Benil's safety. With the two-way mirror as a means of communication, Virgil directed operations from home while Benil executed the tasks. By July, after the first month's earnings were sent back home, Jennifer ceased her reminders about the ministry's regulations against using the undetectable extension charm for personal purposes. Instead, she guided Benil on how to better evade the scrutiny of the Soviet ministry, as Aurors possessed far more experience in that regard. As the time for Virgil to return to school approached, Benil hurried back from the Soviet Union. Jennifer mentioned that once Virgil had settled into Hogwarts, she and Benil planned to sneak back to the Soviet Union while still in possession of the two-way mirror. Upon finishing the letter and reviewing it for any errors, Virgil folded it neatly and sealed it in the envelope. He recalled his three roommates still peacefully slumbering and shook his head in exasperation. After all, they were merely 11-year-old children, and it was only natural for them to be too excited to sleep upon arriving at Hogwarts. The previous night, he had listened to their animated conversations until well past 2 in the morning. It seemed that the exploration of the castle would have to be a solitary endeavor. Draping a robe over his pajamas, wand in hand and a small package in tow, Virgil exited the Ravenclaw common room. Upon leaving the common area, he made his way to the castle's lowest level. Taking a deep breath, Virgil pondered whether the students of Hufflepuff and Slytherin would feel claustrophobic residing so deep within the castle. After passing the entrance to the Hufflepuff lounge and the Slytherin dungeons, he finally arrived at his destination, the potions classroom. What a spacious classroom it was. Yet, why was there no lock on the door, nor a spell to repel intruders? Did they not fear the loss of all these preserved specimens? Crouching before a shelf, Virgil gazed at the animal specimens submerged in large glass jars filled with solution. Though this was a potions classroom, several specimens exhibited a certain aesthetic appeal. Surely, if he discreetly took a few, Snape would not react too fiercely. After exploring the potions classroom, Virgil located a storage cabinet in the corner. Upon opening it, a foul odor of decaying wood and fermenting substances wafted out, causing him to quickly cover his nose. With a flick of his wand, he cast Scourgify to cleanse the cabinet. Otherwise, he doubted he could sift through the stench to find what he sought. Brass scales, stirring rods. Goodness, who was responsible for such a mess? Additionally, there were 2 textbooks. Digging deeper into the cabinet, Virgil unearthed 2 copies of advanced potion making, one relatively new and one rather worn. Picking up the older volume, he examined the back cover. This book belonged to the Half-Blood Prince. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Indeed, Harry's acquisition of this book had been purely coincidental, as Virgil recalled that neither Harry nor Ron had their textbooks. Consequently, Ron had claimed the newer one for himself. Virgil did not delve into the contents. Knowing full well that Snape's notes and annotations overwhelmed nearly every blank space, often obscuring the original text, he tossed the newer textbook back into the cabinet. Satisfied as he exited the classroom, once again finding the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, he soon spotted the portrait of the fruit bowl nearby. With a gentle scratch at the pair, accompanied by a burst of laughter, the grand doors of the Hogwarts kitchen materialized. Inside, for long tables were laden with the bustling activity of house elves, who appeared to be preparing breakfast for the school. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you?" came a high-pitched voice. Looking down, Virgil found a house elf standing at his feet, straining to gaze up at him. "I rose rather early this morning and came in search of something to eat," Virgil replied, attempting to display a smile he deemed amiable. "Then please follow me, sir." The house elf grasped Virgil's hand and led him to a table, presenting him with an abundance of pumpkin pasties, porridge, and beverages. Other house elves gathered around, their eyes filled with warmth and curiosity, observing the newcomer who had ventured into the kitchen on the very first day of school, a true gourmand. Amidst the fervent and inquisitive gazes, Virgil concluded his breakfast. "Thank you," he said, producing a small package he had prepared earlier and handing it to the first house elf who had greeted him. "I brought you some cut fabric and yarn. Perhaps you could craft yourself some new garments." "Wow!" exclaimed several elves, their voices rising in cheer, while two of them eagerly rushed to seize the small package. Amidst a flurry of chaotic scrambling and lively chatter, Virgil departed the kitchen, enveloped by a throng of elves, his robes filled with cakes and sweets. Chapter 11. On the very first day, the trio of roommates utilized the cake brought back by Virgil for breakfast, and they prepared to explore Hogwarts directly. Upon arriving at the common room, they discovered that numerous areas had already been claimed by upperclassmen. True to Ravenclaw's reputation, Virgil even sensed a hint of familiarity reminiscent of his previous life's morning readings. The subsequent exploration of the castle, however, did not quite surprise Virgil. After swiftly confirming the locations of their classrooms, his three roommates made a beeline for the library. It seemed that the majority of students spending their first day immersed in the library were indeed Ravenclaws. As Virgil and his companions entered the library, they surveyed the surroundings and noted that most of the early weekend visitors were Ravenclaws, with only a smattering of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin students frantically completing their holiday assignments. In the brief moment he turned around, his three roommates had already dashed to the shelves, engrossed in books of their choosing. Was this the promised shared exploration of Hogwarts? Observing his roommates, who were now buried in hefty tomes, Virgil felt a sense of resignation. How was he to navigate his 7 years at Ravenclaw? With this in mind, he resolved to wander through the library himself. Virgil's objective was the disillusionment charm. For the entire Harry Potter series had proven that the invisibility cloak was indeed a formidable tool. Alas, as one of the Deathly Hallows, the cloak was currently in Dumbledore's possession, and it was impossible for Virgil to acquire it from him. It was rumored that Mad-Eye Moody had 2 such cloaks. Perhaps he could leverage his mother's connections to borrow one. Thus, the most feasible course of action was to master the disillusionment charm, which could render individuals or objects as inconspicuous as chameleons, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. However, Hogwarts did not teach this spell during the 7 years of study, so Virgil could only hope to discover it in the library and rely on self-study. Perhaps during Christmas, he could return home for guidance from his former Auror mother. After all, it was said that wherever Harry Potter was, tranquility was elusive. Benner and Jennifer would surely not wish for their child to perish prematurely. In the standard spellbook series, Virgil found no trace of the disillusionment charm, but he was intrigued by the summoning charm in standard spells level 4 and the silencing charm in standard spells level 6. After noting down the incantation and precautions for the summoning charm, he finally stumbled upon the disillusionment charm in another book. No wonder the school refrained from teaching it. Gazing at the dense array of instructions in the text, Virgil mused that, given the students' learning capabilities within the wizarding world, mastering the disillusionment charm would be an arduous endeavor taking at least 2 terms. He couldn't comprehend why Hogwarts did not place greater emphasis on students' academic abilities. The likes of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who could cram before exams and still manage to scrape by at a mediocre level, had led him to abandon hope for the majority of Hogwarts students' academic prowess. Perhaps the rigorous environment of Durmstrang, where students could study dark magic, would ignite a greater motivation among learners. A prime example was evident in the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. While Harry relied on Gillyweed and Cedric used the Bubblehead charm, only Crumb dared to employ Transfiguration, albeit imperfectly, demonstrating that Durmstrang students might excel in certain competencies compared to their Hogwarts counterparts. Virgil retrieved the paper and pen he had brought from home and began transcribing the disillusionment charm. Wasn't this far superior to using a quill? Once he finished, he tucked the pen behind his ear. After glancing at his 3 roommates, who showed no inclination to leave, Virgil borrowed the Standard Spells Level 6 book and exited the library, returning to the dormitory. Upon answering the question at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, he found the space still occupied, compelling him to retreat to his quarters. "Hey, Virgil Chenier?" A senior Ravenclaw called out to him. "Hello, I'm Roger Davies, a chaser for Ravenclaw." "Oh, hello." Virgil shook his hand, puzzled. "I'm sorry, but if this concerns Quidditch, I can't be of much help." "First years aren't allowed to join the team, Chaser." Roger Davies appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Professor Flitwick is looking for you." He then handed Virgil a note. "Professor Flitwick? Looking for me? It's only the first day of school, though our head of house is known for being quite amiable. It would be wise to pay him a visit," Roger advised. "All right then, thank you, Roger." Virgil waved the note, indicating his intention to go, before turning back to his dormitory. "If you're interested in Quidditch, you might consider signing up for the tryouts." Roger Davies called after him. No wonder he was selected as Fleur's ball partner. Roger Davies was indeed strikingly handsome, embodying an entirely different charm from Cedric. After placing the borrowed book on his bed, he tucked away the transcribed spell into a drawer and scooped up the large black cat that had approached him in search of food, giving it an affectionate rub. "Don't worry, I'll prepare your cat food shortly. But my friend, don't you think you ought to shed a few pounds?" He chuckled, patting the cat's broad face. Seemingly understanding Virgil's words, the mixed-breed feline let out a disgruntled meow, leaping off him to return to its bed, but not before scratching the windowsill in a huff. "The school wouldn't make me pay for that, would it?" Virgil mused, eyeing the 3 scratch marks on the cabinet. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Virgil arrived at the office of the Ravenclaw head, Professor Flitwick, just as he was about to straighten his robes. The office door opened automatically. "Come in, Mr. Virgil Chenier," Professor Flitwick's somewhat sharp voice echoed within. "Good morning, Professor." Virgil felt a bit apprehensive. Being summoned to the office on the very first day of school raised numerous questions. "And, Professor, please just call me Virgil." "There's no need for nervousness, Virgil," Professor Flitwick said as he hopped down from his chair and approached him, scrutinizing him closely. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, though your eyes are akin to your father's. Mr. Ollivander mentioned the same." "Professor, do you recall my parents?" "Indeed, your mother was a student of Ravenclaw. Your father belonged to Gryffindor, but like your mother, both possessed remarkable talent in charms, particularly your mother, who had essentially mastered all the spells required by the end of her 4th year. She inherited her grandparents' prowess in charms. Otherwise, she wouldn't have garnered Alastair's attention upon entering the ministry." "Professor, you knew my grandparents?" Virgil inquired. "We congregated to exchange insights on spells. Your grandparents published numerous papers on charms research, which provided me with considerable inspiration and assistance in my teaching. Notably, their research directions diverged. Your grandfather favored the study of intricate yet powerful spells, even delving into ancient incantations, while your grandmother dedicated herself to exploring advanced applications of simpler spells." Professor Flitwick continued. "I've heard they currently work at Gringotts." "Yes, Professor, they serve as curse breakers there," Virgil affirmed. "The ministry truly cannot retain such exceptional talents." Professor Flitwick praised. "Well, back to business. I brought you here out of curiosity. I wonder why the Sorting Hat took such a long time to place you into Ravenclaw. After all, who would have thought someone would steal the limelight from the chosen one on the very first day of school?" "I did not steal the limelight, Professor. The Sorting Hat simply could not decide whether to place me in Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff." Virgil did not mention Slytherin, as it is well known that the other heads of houses have little fondness for Slytherin, and Virgil sought to distance himself from that house as much as possible. "In the end, the Sorting Hat asked for my own opinion, and I chose Ravenclaw, Professor." "Oh? So you actively chose Ravenclaw?" "Yes, Professor, that is splendid," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "I hope you cherish our Ravenclaw and find like-minded friends." "Certainly, Professor." Afterward, Professor Flitwick briefly discussed the spells to be learned in the first year and the important aspects of Hogwarts. Upon learning that Virgil had already studied some spell work with Jennifer at home, the professor expressed great interest and requested Virgil to demonstrate the cutting charm and the restoration charm, which he executed effortlessly, earning praise from Professor Flitwick. I hope you excel in your charms class. Moreover, do actively participate in other subjects as well. Our Ravenclaw has not won the House Cup in several years. I hope you can contribute significantly to our points. Before Virgil departed, Professor Flitwick earnestly imparted his advice. Chapter 12. The Dark Arts of the Half-Blood Prince. Once it was confirmed that Virgil had departed, Professor Flitwick secured the door and inquired towards a corner of the office. Do you sense any issues with him, Professor Dumbledore? I perceive Mr. Shoniel appears entirely normal, replied Flitwick. In a flash of phoenix-shaped flame, Albus Dumbledore materialized within Flitwick's office. I too have detected nothing amiss, Filius. However, it has been many years since Hogwarts has seen a Hatstalker. The last was Peter Pettigrew, and prior to him, our own Professor McGonagall. I recall nearly becoming a Hatstalker myself. The Sorting Hat was deliberating between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Sometimes I ponder how different things would have been had I been sorted into Gryffindor, Flitwick chuckled. In that case, Ravenclaw would have lost a great head, Dumbledore replied. Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster, Flitwick said with a slight bow to the venerable figure before him. Yet I still do not comprehend why you place such importance on the Hatstalker. The little girl from Gryffindor, Hermione Granger, and the child from the Longbottom family also spent considerable time during their sorting. Hatstalker, Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore murmured softly, not addressing Flitwick's question. Though I should not think this way, Flitwick continued, noticing Dumbledore's silence. I truly fear that you might employ the Legilimens on my students. Of course not, Filius. You are overthinking it. I am, after all, still the headmaster. Although you may not have noticed, I have discerned that Mr. Shoniel has already learned the concealment charm. It seems that, as he claimed, our Jennifer has imparted considerable knowledge to him before the term began. Thankfully, Ben and Jennifer prioritized teaching the concealment charm upon realizing Virgil was a Legilimens. To Virgil, it is indeed an immensely useful weapon within the confines of Hogwarts. Should one assert that Dumbledore cannot wield Legilimency, Virgil would refuse to believe it, especially with a masterful undercover agent and double agent at play. Virgil, having left the office, had no intention of departing from the 8th floor. Since he was already there, how could he not seek out the Room of Requirement? After all, Harry Potter began using the room in his 5th year, and Virgil had ample time to make use of it in the intervening years. Upon locating the tapestry depicting the troll being clubbed by the giant, Virgil mused, I need a place to practice magic and brew potions. He then walked past that section of wall 3 times, and a smooth door materialized. As he grasped the handle and entered, the Room of Requirement transformed into a classroom adorned with torches. The classroom was distinctly divided into 2 sections. One side was equipped with various instruments such as spyglasses and investigative devices, with shelves lined with numerous tomes on charms and the dark arts. In the center lay practice props and dummies for spell work. The other side featured potion brewing stations and tools, reminiscent of a subterranean potions classroom. Virgil found a chair and began to peruse the Half-Blood Prince's advanced potion making. Within its pages were several potions that piqued Virgil's interest, such as the Felix Felicis and the Draught of Living Death. Unfortunately, they were not what he sought today, particularly since he lacked the necessary ingredients. At last, he found it, the Hanging Charm and its counterspell. Virgil folded the corner of that page and continued flipping through. There were the Ear-Sealing Charm, the Tongue-Tying Curse, and the Disarming Charm. Regrettably, there was no counter to the Disarming Charm. Virgil had successfully located the spells he desired. As for the remaining Toenail Growth Charm and various minor spells, he swiftly scanned the book from cover to cover once more, discovering no other spells of immediate significance. He then commenced practicing the newly acquired spells within the Room of Requirement. Snape's aspiration to become a defense against the dark arts teacher was not without merit. As Virgil practiced, he felt the potency of these dark arts. To excel in one's field requires passion, and it was perhaps Snape's fervor for these dark arts that allowed him to attain such mastery in the realm of defense against the dark arts. Had it not been for Voldemort, Snape might have truly become a competent and formidable headmaster, perhaps following in the footsteps of Dumbledore and McGonagall. Virgil offered a balanced reflection. He spent the entire afternoon honing his skills in the Ear-Sealing Charm and the Tongue-Tying Curse, while making steady progress with the Hanging Charm and its counterspell. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the Disarming Charm, which seemed to be a more intricate evolution of the Cutting Charm. Having gathered his belongings, Virgil hurried towards the Great Hall, nearly missing dinner due to his engrossed practice. Where have you been? Anthony Goldstein inquired as Virgil took a seat next to him. I was exploring Hogwarts, Virgil replied, stuffing his mouth with steak and roast chicken, his words muffled. We agreed to explore the castle, but once you 3 entered the library, I had to wander alone. Sorry. The potion's texts were simply too captivating, Michael Corners said, scratching his head awkwardly. Hey, Virgil, Cedric Diggory said as he plopped down beside him, broomstick in hand, instantly drawing the attention of numerous Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff girls in the vicinity. How does it feel to be here on the first night? The Ravenclaw common room is quite nice, Virgil replied dismissively. He did not wish to engage in extensive conversation with Cedric, who seemed inexplicably popular among the girls, making him uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Can one truly thrive on looks in the wizarding world? Virgil thought, shivering at the thought of Gilderoy Lockhart. Cedric, oblivious to Virgil's discomfort, continued to converse animatedly. The surrounding Ravenclaw girls appeared delighted to have this charming figure at their table, even clearing a substantial space for him. Catching sight of Cedric's broomstick, Virgil asked, has Quidditch practice begun so soon for Hufflepuff? The term has only just started. We have no choice. Our Quidditch ranking has been rather low these past few years, so we've started training early this year. Tonight is merely a simple flying practice to reacquaint ourselves with our brooms, Cedric explained, shrugging helplessly. Our captain always believes we will slack off during the holidays. By the way, I remember you mentioned on the train that you've never ridden a broom. How about joining me on the pitch later? After practice? You could try my new broom. Cedric waved his newly acquired Nimbus 2000, which, while slightly slower than the Firebolt, boasted superior stability. Virgil initially intended to decline but reconsidered, realizing he should gradually adapt to the various modes of transportation in the magical world, thus accepting Cedric's invitation. After receiving Cedric's approval, he asked his 3 roommates if they wished to join, but regrettably, they declined, perhaps due to a lack of interest in flying or feeling awkward around Cedric. You and Cedric go ahead. We'll assist you in fetching some food from the kitchen, said Butte. After finishing dinner, Virgil followed Cedric to the Quidditch pitch. The other members of the Hufflepuff team were somewhat astonished to see their seeker accompanied by a Ravenclaw student. However, since the evening's agenda was merely flying practice rather than tactical drills, they refrained from commenting further. While the Hufflepuff team engaged in their practice, Virgil sat at a distance in the stands, diligently practicing the spells from the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Spells such as the Tongue-Tying Curse and the Bat-Bogey Hex were ill-suited for practice in the dormitory or the common room, especially in the Ravenclaw common room, where the students were known for their inquisitive nature. Chapter 13. The monotony of a wizard's childhood. The inaugural training session of Hufflepuff Academy was rather brief. The team merely organized themselves to fly a few laps around the pitch, followed by a rudimentary passing and catching drill with the quaffle, before hastily concluding their first practice. Upon witnessing Cedric descend on his broomstick nearby, Virgil promptly waved his wand to dispel the enchantment on his pin, returning it to his pocket. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Virgil, Cedric said with a look of contrition. There is no need for apologies, Cedric. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Otherwise, my first flight might have been postponed until next Friday's flying lesson. Cedric handed his Nimbus 2000 to Virgil and began instructing him on how to ride the broomstick. After more than 10 minutes, Cedric had relayed all the pertinent tips he could recall to Virgil. Now, let us attempt to fly, Cedric suggested. Remember the advice I just provided. Hold onto the broom firmly, but do not let your muscles tense up from anxiety. As Virgil mounted the broom, Cedric adjusted his posture. Do not be overly apprehensive. Most Quidditch players have mastered the cushioning charm to prevent mishaps during practice. I shall follow closely behind you. Since he had lent his more stable broom to Virgil, Cedric borrowed a Comet 260 from a teammate. As they ascended slowly into the air, Cedric was surprised to see how quickly Virgil adapted to the broom, contrary to his expectations of nervousness leading to stiffened muscles. He had witnessed numerous novices panic the moment their feet left the ground during their first flight. The two glided gracefully around the pitch for 2 laps before gently descending. You performed admirably for a first-time flyer, Virgil, Cedric remarked. Let us take a moment to rest. Relish the sensation of your inaugural flight. Then recall the tips I just shared. We shall fly again shortly. Virgil reminisced about his reckless attempts to fly with Muggle contraptions and the nauseating spins that followed upon reaching his destination. He found the broomstick to be a far more welcoming mode of transport. How about we fly 2 more laps? Cedric suggested, glancing at the time. Virgil nodded. Remounting Cedric's Nimbus 2000 and pushing off the ground, Cedric quickly hopped onto the Comet 260 to follow closely. This time, you shall trail behind me. I will maintain a slightly slower pace, Cedric shouted, leaning forward to soar ahead of Virgil. We shall circle the goalposts. Remember, do not close your eyes. Cedric turned back to emphasize his point. Virgil signaled his understanding and, with a similar lean, followed closely behind Cedric. They flew around the pitch, with Cedric executing a simplified version of an intricate figure-8 maneuver around the goalposts. Despite the challenge, Virgil kept up with Cedric seamlessly. "You are flying splendidly. You hardly seem like a novice on your first broomstick," Cedric praised as they touched down. "If you were to join the academy team and train diligently, you would undoubtedly become a formidable Quidditch player. It is a pity you were not sorted into Hufflepuff." Virgil returned the Nimbus 2000 to Cedric and began removing his protective gear. "I recall that first-year students are not permitted to join the academy Quidditch team, and I have yet to decide whether I wish to play. These are considerations for my second year. However, with your talent, the first-year flying lessons will present no challenge for you," Cedric replied with a smile. "Madam Hooch will undoubtedly take a liking to you." Cedric accompanied Virgil to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room before turning to depart. "I hope you can bring me some pies," Virgil said as he stepped inside the common room. After fending off several inquiries from girls eager to know about Cedric Diggory, Virgil finally squeezed into his dormitory. "Being popular does not seem all that pleasant," jested Godstein, lounging on his bed. "Popularity belongs to Cedric Diggory, not to me," Virgil replied, taking a large bite of the cake handed to him by Butte. "How does it feel to fly?" asked Kona, clutching his potions textbook. "I can't believe it was your first time on a broomstick. You are not a muggle." Virgil shrugged off his robe and quickly devoured the cake before addressing Kona's question. "You might not believe it, but I only discovered I was a wizard upon receiving my acceptance letter from Hogwarts." "What?" The others leaned in, intrigued by Virgil's revelation. "Did your parents never use magic at home?" Butte inquired. "Perhaps they did, but not in my presence," Virgil replied, shaking his head. "I even attended a muggle school and received an acceptance letter from one of the finest schools in England." To lend credence to his words, Virgil retrieved his acceptance letter from Eton from the bottom of his trunk. Indeed, Virgil's application had been accepted, and he received the letter the day before his birthday. However, the somewhat oblivious Ben and Jennifer had little understanding of the significance of the Eton acceptance letter. In their eyes, 8 Eton letters could not compare to a single Hogwarts acceptance. Kona took the letter from Virgil and examined it closely. "Is this what a muggle school's acceptance letter looks like? Why is it like this? These words aren't even handwritten." The three of them passed the Eton acceptance letter around, as if it were an exceptionally rare artifact. "So, you had no exposure to magic before?" Godstein asked as he returned the letter to Virgil. "None. My first encounter with magic was after purchasing my wand in Diagon Alley," Virgil explained, placing the letter back in his trunk. "Oh, dear. Your childhood must have been terribly dull. No Quidditch, no gobstones, no wizard's chess," Butte lamented, counting on his fingers as if Virgil's upbringing had been exceptionally tragic. Virgil felt slightly embarrassed as he glanced at Butte, unsure how to articulate that. Compared to muggle children, the recreational activities available to wizarding children were scarce and monotonous. For Virgil, the allure of Quidditch lay not in the sport itself, but in the exhilarating feeling of soaring through the air. To him, the World Cup and the European Championship were far more enticing events. Suddenly, the dormitory door cracked open, and a plump black cat slipped inside, deftly using its hind leg to close the door behind it. Virgil scooped up his pet and playfully ruffled its fur. "Did I not instruct you to remain in the dormitory? Where have you been?" The cat rolled its eyes in a remarkably human-like manner, wriggling free from Virgil's grasp and nimbly leaping to the floor, raising its head toward its food bowl. "Am I raising a pet or inviting a relative into my life?" Virgil muttered under his breath. "You should have gotten an owl instead. Look at us three. We all brought owls. The school has designated accommodations for owls, and house elves regularly clean up after them. How convenient," Kona remarked. Virgil began preparing dinner for the large black cat amidst the laughter of Butte and the others, while simultaneously tending to the litter box. "Alas, no." Virgil rummaged through the litter box with a small scoop, exclaiming, "Do you consume without excreting? Why is this litter box so pristine?" Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the communal lounge below, piercing the air. Whose pet is responsible for this? The excrement has found its way into the drawers of the communal lounge table. Chapter 14. The Sparkling Luminescence. "Hey, have you heard?" Goldstein whispered to his roommate. "Old Bat has already put Harry Potter in a difficult position during the first class." "Who is Old Bat?" Connor inquired. "Why, it's our dear potions professor," Goldstein replied with a mischievous grin. "I think Virgil's nickname suits Professor Snape perfectly." Virgil sighed in exasperation. "Anthony, I merely uttered that nickname absent-mindedly during our conversation. Please don't spread it around." He continued, "If a Slytherin hears and reports it to Professor Snape, I assure you, he will deduct 50 points from me." I hardly need my students to inform me of such matters, Mr. Chaunier, came a dark voice from behind the four friends. I am quite curious about the characteristics you based this nickname upon. Thud. Connor's History of Magic textbook fell to the floor, and beads of sweat instantly formed on Boots' forehead. Virgil and Goldstein turned around to find their potions professor standing ominously behind them, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. Virgil quickly lowered his head, attempting to avoid eye contact with Snape, knowing that given his current proficiency in mental shielding, it would be nearly impossible to resist Snape's legitimacy if they locked eyes. I believe I heard Mr. Goldstein utter my nickname as well. You two will each lose 10 points for Ravenclaw. Furthermore, I shall be posing questions to you during potions class, and should you fail to answer, he paused, I won't hesitate to deduct additional points. It is rare for Ravenclaw students to lose points for classroom questions. I trust you will conduct yourselves accordingly. With that, Snape swept away, his robes billowing behind him as he departed, leaving the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students to watch in silence. Don't worry about it. Roger Davies suddenly appeared, patting Virgil and Anthony on the shoulders. Snape always favors his own house. He deducts points from other houses without cause. All in the name of securing the house cup for Slytherin. So rest assured, no one will blame you. Anthony looked as though he might weep. Professor Binns just added 10 points for me, and now I've lost them all. Don't fret, you are not alone, Boot chimed in. Virgil lost 10 points too. If you can't comfort someone, then don't bother, Virgil lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Not only did you fail to console him, but you also hurt me. Let's go. We have charms class after lunch, and I certainly do not wish to sit in the back row for the first lesson, he added. Unlike students from other houses, Ravenclaw students typically preferred sitting at the front during classes. After hastily finishing their lunch, the four friends hurried back to their dormitory to retrieve their standard book of spells. Grade 1, and made their way to the charms classroom. I can't believe we have to go early to secure seats in the very first week of school. Truly a Ravenclaw tradition, Connor grumbled. Upon arriving at the charms classroom, Virgil noticed that several new Ravenclaw students had already claimed the front row. The four friends quickly occupied the second row on the left side of the classroom, leaving the right side for their Hufflepuff classmates. I wonder if the school deliberately schedules classes for Gryffindor and Slytherin together, hoping to ease the tensions between the two houses, Boot speculated. Clearly, that has had little effect. I suspect a fight might break out during their shared classes, he continued. Whether they will fight, I cannot say, but I am certain Slytherin students relish potions class. Virgil replied, why can't Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout be as blatant as Oldbat in awarding points to their own students? Sure. Let us not mention that nickname again, Virgil cautioned. If you must call it that, do so in the dormitory. Connor quickly silenced himself as other students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff began to fill the classroom. Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor and head of Ravenclaw House, entered the room as the bell rang. Due to his fairy bloodline, Professor Flitwick was diminutive in stature and needed to stand on a thick stack of books while teaching. Nonetheless, all students at Hogwarts, including those from Slytherin, held him in great respect. I heard that Professor Flitwick was a champion in some dueling competition during his youth, Goldstein whispered, sharing anecdotes about their housemaster with his roommates. Ahem. Noticing his students engaging in mischief, Professor Flitwick cleared his throat to regain their attention. Charms was a compulsory subject for Hogwarts students in their 1st to 5th years. Professor Flitwick began explaining the subject matter. When you reach your 5th year, you will take the O.W.L. examinations. Achieving an outstanding or exceeds expectations will allow you to enroll in the advanced N.E.W.T. courses thereafter. Do not underestimate charms. I know some of your parents might claim it is an easy course. With a gentle flick of his wand, several textbooks on the podium levitated, arranged themselves in an orderly manner, and began to perform a lively jig. Charms differ from transfiguration. Transfiguration transforms one object into an entirely unrelated one, while charms add specific properties to objects or beings. To the sound of applause from the students, the textbooks settled back onto the desk. Professor Flitwick bowed graciously and then instructed everyone to open their textbooks. After providing a brief history of charms, he commenced the lesson on their first spell at Hogwarts. We shall learn the wand-lighting charm, a spell that was created in the 18th century. Lumos. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and the tip of it emitted a bright light. This is the wand-lighting charm, commonly referred to as the light spell. Nox. He pronounced another incantation, extinguishing the light from his wand. Nox is the counter-charm to the light spell, specifically used to extinguish the glow from the wand. However, for today's first lesson, you only need to focus on learning the wand-lighting charm. Please pay attention to the instructions I provide. Although this spell may seem simple, it requires concentration. After guiding the students through a few repetitions of the incantation and wand movement, Professor Flitwick allowed the students from both houses to practice independently. "Lumos!" Michael Connor exclaimed, vigorously waving his wand, nearly poking Boot in the eye. "Hey," Boot retorted, visibly annoyed. "Focus. Focus." The professor said focus does not mean to exert force. Watching Connor's fencing-like movements, Virgil thought perhaps Connor had devoted all his skill points to potions, as he was among the few able to continue studying in E.W.T. potions, indicating he must have achieved either an outstanding or exceeds expectations on his O.W.L. potions examination. Observing his two roommates poised for a duel with their wands, Goldstein turned to Virgil, who was seated at the back, and asked, "How's the practice going?" Virgil waved his wand. "Lumos." The tip of his vine wand shone with a brilliant light. Whether it was due to the growing affinity between his wand and himself or some other reason, Virgil felt that the illumination from this spell was far brighter than during his practice at home. "Look, Mr. Chaunier has successfully mastered the spell. Ravenclaw gains 5 points." Professor Flitwick beamed, delighted to see his new students excel. "Chaunier, you may review the textbook content and then attempt the countercharm." "How did you do that?" The three roommates gazed eagerly at Virgil, hoping to acquire his unique secrets. The gesture for wielding the wand involved a slight circular motion, followed by a gentle tap. Kona, however, was not meant to jab forward with his wand. He needed to concentrate on the tip of his wand before enunciating the incantation. His pronunciation was commendable. Yet his movements were excessively rigid, as though he were preparing to battle a giant. Goldstein made a jest, which incited Kona to poke him with his wand in frustration. Things were faring even worse over at Hufflepuff, where a freshman either mispronounced the spell or made some other error, inadvertently igniting the robes of the student seated in front of him. Ultimately, amidst a flurry of panicked students, it was Professor Flitwick who, with a flourish of his wand, extinguished the flames. Just before the class concluded, Professor Flitwick stood atop his stack of books and declared, "It seems some of our students are unable to grasp the Lumos charm in class. Therefore, your assignment today is to practice the Lumos charm at home. In our next lesson, we shall explore its countercharm. As for those who have already mastered this spell." At this juncture, Flitwick cast a jovial glance at Virgil. "You may borrow a book on other charms from the library to compare its interpretation of this spell with that of our textbook." "Very well, class dismissed. Mr. Chaunier, please wait for me a moment." Upon hearing Professor Flitwick call his name, Virgil felt utterly bewildered. "Perhaps the professor wishes to teach you how to transform that small glow of the Lumos charm into a radiant sphere," Butte consoled him. Virgil then watched as his three roommates gathered their textbooks and exited the classroom, turning back to wave at him before departing. Once the other students had vacated the classroom, Virgil approached the podium. "You possess a remarkable aptitude for charms, Virgil," Professor Flitwick remarked with a smile. "I suspect you have been secretly practicing this spell at home." Feeling somewhat embarrassed at having his little secret uncovered, Virgil scratched his head. "However, the effect you produced in class with the Lumos charm is not something that can be achieved merely through 2 or 3 months of practice. I believe that once you learn the enhancement spell for Lumos, its effects will be even more astounding. Your mother will be proud of you. Thank you for your encouragement, Professor." Virgil gazed at his head of house, sensing that Flitwick's intent in retaining him was more than mere commendation. Indeed, Flitwick handed Virgil a small note. "Buttered your fudge. Read the simple phrase on the paper. This is the password to enter the headmaster's office," Flitwick explained. "Professor Dumbledore wishes for you to visit him at 7 o'clock this evening. He initially intended to write a more elaborate invitation, but I informed him I could convey the message, so he settled for just the password. 7 o'clock shouldn't interfere with your dinner, Virgil." Chapter 15. It is best to keep a distance from this elder sister. What does Professor Dumbledore want with you? Butte inquired. How should I know? Perhaps he hopes I want to casually assign nicknames to the faculty, Virgil replied nonchalantly. But I believe you have set a new school record, summoned by the headmaster on the very first day of school, and now, in the first week. You meet with him again, Anthony Goldstein chuckled. Perhaps even the illustrious savior one team meet with the headmaster in the first week. Dumbledore, my idol. The greatest wizard of the century. Corna's eyes sparkled at the mention of Dumbledore. Virgil, will you be so overwhelmed when you finally meet Professor Dumbledore that you can't utter a word? Virgil pondered for a moment. I doubt it. I'm rather fond of Mr. Nick LeMay. He invented the elixir of life and is a remarkable alchemist. I've heard that Dumbledore and Nick LeMay are acquainted, but I don't understand why Hogwarts doesn't offer an alchemy course. I've heard it's because alchemy is even more costly than potions class. After all, many of the potion ingredients can be sourced from the herbology greenhouse, While in Britain, many materials for alchemy are quite elusive, Goldstein explained. Yet it seems our potion classes are not particularly exceptional. Hogwarts has participated in the potion championship for many years. The four returned to their dormitory. With a bit of time left before dinner, setting aside his textbook on charms, Virgil said, "I'm heading to the library. Would you like to join me?" "No. We plan to practice the Lumos charm in the dorm," Corna replied with a hint of resignation. As Virgil departed with basic spells for beginners and the Book of Charms, he drew his wand and, with a tinge of reluctance, waved it forcefully. Illumination. To his dismay, thick black smoke billowed from the tip of his wand. "Quick! Open the window!" Goldstein screamed, while Butte hurriedly scrambled to the window to let in fresh air. On the other hand, Virgil arrived at the library. 18th century spell selections. He muttered as he easily located it, having previously searched for spell-related books in the library. He then browsed the nearby shelves, selecting counteracting poison. Basic spells for the busy and frustrated, and defensive and deterrent charms. Hesitating, he paused at a book titled Curses and Curse Breaking. "I don't believe this book will be of much use. Although the word curse seems enticing, it only contains trivial little spells, unless one enjoys mischief." A voice chimed from behind him. Virgil turned to see an Asian girl standing there, adorned with the Ravenclaw crest on her robes. "Qiu Zhang, second-year Ravenclaw," she introduced herself. "You must be Virgil Chaunier. The new student is famous as Harry Potter." Qiu Zhang? The future girlfriend of Cedric, Harry Potter, and his dorm mate Corna? Even in second year, she exuded charm. No wonder she captivated both the savior and the handsome Cedric. Virgil nonetheless extracted the book Curses and Curse Breaking and replied, "I simply wish to reference it. Thank you for the reminder. I would recommend you explore books related to defense against the dark arts. The curriculum at Hogwarts has been notoriously insufficient. One might even call it a joke, especially with Professor Quirrell this term." "Never mind. You'll understand when you attend the class," Qiu Zhang advised. Virgil nodded in acknowledgement, then organized the books he intended to borrow and exited the library, leaving only Qiu Zhang's silhouette behind. While she was indeed lovely, the associations she had with Harry Potter, Cedric Diggory, and his dorm mate Corna served as reminders for Virgil to maintain a prudent distance. Just then, Qiu Zhang's friend, Marietta Edgecombe, emerged from behind a nearby shelf and stood beside her, saying, "I've never seen a boy show such disinterest in you, Qiu. It seems you may lose the title of the most enchanting girl in second-year Ravenclaw." Qiu Zhang frowned slightly. "Wasn't that title something you all just made up? When have I ever cared about such a title?" With that, she turned and walked away. Marietta rolled her eyes, realizing Qiu Zhang was indeed leaving, and hurriedly followed her. Virgil stepped out of the library and made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, with dinner still some time away. Returning to the dormitory was out of the question. He certainly did not wish for his robe to be accidentally scorched by his roommate. He first opened the Book of Charms. Compared to basic spells for beginners, this book contained a wealth of information, including spells such as Disarming Charm, Repelling Charm, and Hardening Charm, all useful in combat. After quickly reviewing the contents of the Lumos charm and its counter-charm, Virgil continued his spell training, still striving to master the Disarming Charm fully. As dinner approached, Virgil gathered his belongings and quietly left the room of requirement. "I really need to figure out how to acquire the Marauder's map or find a suitable alternative," he thought as he cautiously opened the door, peeking out to find the corridor on the 8th floor deserted before making his exit. Upon reaching the dining hall, Virgil noticed his roommates had already arrived. Notably, he observed that Goldstein's hair seemed slightly singed. "Poor fellow. Anthony, it seems you've been caught in the crossfire," Virgil chuckled as he took a seat across from him. He nearly set the dormitory ablaze. Goldstein growled in a hushed tone, drawing the attention of several onlookers at the Ravenclaw table, while Corna buried his face in his plate. "And your cat? It ignited sparks from your wand and pushed me into Michael's wand." Big Black's actions were merely a means of emergency evasion. Virgil laughed while stuffing a generous piece of steak into his mouth. As the group enjoyed their dinner, several owls swooped into the hall, with the last two delivering envelopes that landed on Virgil's plate. "You have 2 letters," Corna exclaimed, marveling at the envelopes before Virgil. "Since school started, my parents have only written me 1 letter." Virgil glanced at the signatures on the 2 letters, one from his grandparents and the other from Wagner. He picked up Wagner's letter, shaking it slightly to feel a circular object within. It appeared Wagner had indeed obtained the item. Hastily tucking Wagner's letter into his robe, Virgil decided it best to keep its contents and the enclosed item a secret from others. His grandparents' letter was succinct, reminding him to take care of himself and not to recklessly experiment with unlearned magic and potions out of curiosity. They also mentioned that the current care of magical creatures teacher at Hogwarts, Sylvanus Kettleburn, was their friend and hoped Virgil would visit him during his free time. Lastly, they advised him that his maternal grandparents had a good relationship with Professor Flitwick, and if he encountered any unresolved issues at school, he should approach Professor Flitwick directly. After folding away the letters, Virgil quickly filled his stomach and noted that it was nearly time to go. He asked Goldstein and the others to help carry the books he had borrowed from the library back to the dorm while he made his way to the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts was situated in a solitary tower. Butterbeer Fudge, Virgil spoke the password to the enormous stone guardian at the door, which then turned to grant him passage. Behind the stone beast lies a spiraling staircase, which ascends to a resplendent oak door adorned with a brass knocker in the form of a sphinx. Virgil grasped the knocker and rapped firmly upon the door. "Please enter." "Mr. Chenier," a voice resonated in Virgil's ear as the majestic oak door slowly creaked open. As he stepped inside, it was much like he had envisioned. Virgil surveyed the room, noting the walls of the headmaster's office were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, ultimately resting his gaze upon Headmaster Dumbledore, who sat behind the desk. "Hush," Dumbledore gestured with his hand, signaling the portraits to remain silent. "Do take a seat, Mr. Chenier." Dumbledore indicated for Virgil to sit opposite him. Despite having lived 2 lives, the presence of the greatest wizard of the age made Virgil feel somewhat apprehensive. His hands were clasped tightly together, and his legs fidgeted restlessly. "Do not be anxious, Mr. Chenier," Dumbledore spoke gently. "I have summoned you for no grave matter. It is merely that Hogwarts has not seen a hat wearer in many years, and that is why I called for you." Chapter 16. The Hatstayer Wow? The Hatstayer? A voice emanated from the wall behind Virgil. "You must have been sorted into the Great Slytherin, am I right?" "Please be quiet for a moment, if you would," came the voice of Phineas Dumbledore, tinged with a hint of exasperation. "You cannot deprive me of my right to speak, Albus," the portrait retorted. Virgil turned to face the painting, which bore the name Phineas Nigellus Black beneath it, the man notorious for being the least popular headmaster in Hogwarts history. "My apologies, Headmaster Black." Virgil bowed slightly. "I am a student of Ravenclaw." "Ah, a Ravenclaw bookworm," Phineas Black muttered under his breath before vanishing from the frame. "Phineas has been rather ill-tempered lately." "Do not take it to heart," Dumbledore remarked. "Would you care for a drink? Tea, perhaps? Or juice?" "No, thank you, Professor. I have just dined." "Simply call me Professor Dumbledore," he said with a gentle wave of his hand, conjuring a teacup on the table. "I shall indulge myself. One grows fond of tea in old age." Taking a small sip, Dumbledore continued, "Do not be anxious, my child. It has been many years since Hogwarts has seen a Hatstayer, which is why I wish to meet you. I recall your mother was a graduate of Ravenclaw, excelling in charms, transfiguration, and potions. I appreciate the ambience of Ravenclaw, and Professor Flitwick is indeed a respected educator," Virgil replied respectfully. "Phileas possesses remarkable skill and charms. As a student of Ravenclaw, you should seek his guidance when time permits. Learning extends beyond the pages of books, and practical experience holds equal importance. Now, let us return to the topic of the Hatstayer," Dumbledore said, pouring himself more tea. "Do you know who the previous Hatstayers of Hogwarts were?" Although Virgil was aware of the answer, he shook his head. Currently, the head of Gryffindor, Professor Minerva McGonagall, is a Hatstayer. The Sorting Hat deliberated for quite some time before deciding whether to place her in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Phileas faced a similar dilemma, but ultimately, he was sorted into Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick was also a Hatstayer? He was not. He narrowly missed that distinction. Another Hatstayer named Peter Pettigrew is said to have perished after the incident involving Harry Potter. Aurors apprehended another wizard at the scene but found no trace of Pettigrew's body, only a finger bone. Perhaps you might inquire with your parents. They should be familiar with him. Were he and my parents friends? Friends? One might not say so, Dumbledore chuckled softly. Peter Pettigrew was a close companion of Harry Potter's father. Their group consisted of 4. In their youth, as you can imagine, they were quite spirited and, being quite exceptional themselves, they attracted a fair amount of attention, inevitably leading to some so-called rivals, one of whom was your mother. My mother? Jennifer was quite the figure at Hogwarts, 2 years ahead of Potter's father. She inherited her grandparents' magical prowess and consistently excelled in her studies, even without being a prefect. She had a number of female classmates who ardently followed her. Dumbledore gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Your mother and Potter's father were evenly matched, although your mother had more friends, while Potter's father had fewer. However, when you consider the 4 of them collectively, their strengths were relatively balanced. It was only after your father and mother became involved that this equilibrium was disrupted. Your father was a year older than your mother and recognized as a dueling expert. Once they confirmed their relationship, Potter and his friends ceased to trouble your mother. I had no idea my mother was such a leader, Virgil chuckled softly to himself. Following the incident involving Harry Potter, many regarded Peter Pettigrew as a hero. Thus, you see, Hogwarts has two Hatstayers, one who became the head of Gryffindor and another who is seen as a hero by the public. So, when a Hatstayer emerges again, I will certainly pay close attention. Well, I recall that several individuals from Gryffindor took some time to be sorted, including Harry Potter. Yet, they do not qualify as Hatstayers. I inquired with the sorting hat. Miss Granger was torn between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, while Mr. Longbottom wished to join Hufflepuff but was sorted into Gryffindor. Our Mr. Potter also faced a dilemma between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Only you, Mr. Virgil, were told by the sorting hat that you were equally suited for Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, or Hufflepuff. And in the end, you chose Ravenclaw. Indeed, Professor. Then, would you be willing to don the sorting hat once more? Dumbledore asked with a smile. I am uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions, yet having already worn the sorting hat once during the sorting ceremony, and since it did not delve deeply into my innermost secrets, I suppose I shall wear it again. After Dumbledore nodded in agreement, Virgil approached a corner of the office where the sorting hat sat alone atop a high-backed chair. He picked up the sorting hat and placed it upon his head, then settled into the chair. Ah, we meet again, child. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with life in Ravenclaw? Not at all. Life in Ravenclaw is quite pleasant. Good evening, sorting hat. Sir? Virgil tentatively addressed. Simply call me the sorting hat. Truthfully, since my creation, I have yet to ponder whether I possess a male or female identity. My apologies, sorting hat. I am curious. Do you truly employ legilimency to determine which house a student should be sorted into, as many speculate? Indeed, you are correct. Salazar Slytherin, one of the four founders, endowed me with this ability, allowing me to sort each student into the house most suited to them. Then, if you believe you can sort them appropriately, why do Hatstayers like myself exist? That is a question pertaining to the other three founders, the sorting hat replied. Initially, Gryffindor and Slytherin sought to create a sorting tool devoid of emotion or reasoning capabilities. Gryffindor crafted my essence and left behind his legacy, embedding an ancient spatial magic that permits true Gryffindor heirs to borrow from it. Salazar Slytherin, on the other hand, granted me the ability to read memories and emotions, what you refer to as legilimency. Salazar Slytherin was a true master of legilimency. Subsequently, Ravenclaw bestowed wisdom upon me, enabling independent thought and communication, while Helga Hufflepuff imparted notions of kindness and fairness. It is precisely these gifts from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff that give rise to Hatstayers or those akin to them, as I do not rigidly and unemotionally sort you into the most suitable house. Instead, I take into account your own desires, as exemplified by your choice of Ravenclaw and Harry Potter's reluctance to join Slytherin. Nonetheless, I still believe Slytherin could have propelled Harry Potter to greatness. The sorting had continued its monologue. And what of me? Which house did you deem most suitable for my disposition? Virgil inquired. I cannot say, the sorting hat replied candidly. I have encountered numerous individuals who are equally suited for 2 or even 3 houses, such as this year's Miss Hermione Granger, and in the past, there were Minerva McGonagall and your headmaster, Phileas Flitwick. However, I have never met anyone who is equally fitting for both Slytherin and Hufflepuff. You are truly the first. Many believe that Gryffindor and Slytherin are archenemies, yet I perceive it differently. It is the students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff who should be rivals, a notion evident from Salazar and Helga's legacy. Should you wish to delve into this further, I encourage you to consult relevant materials. I doubt Hogwarts would stoop so low as to obliterate the records of the 4 founders. Initially, I intended to place you in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Yet in the subsequent memories, I discerned qualities befitting both Gryffindor and Slytherin. It is quite peculiar. You evoke the sensation of possessing 2 souls within you. 2 souls. Chapter 17. Professor Snape's classroom queries. Virgil remained in Dumbledore's office until late, feeling that time passed unusually swiftly while conversing with the sorting hat. It is already past curfew. Mr. Chenier, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, handing Virgil a note bearing his signature. But do not fret. Should you encounter Mr. Filch on your way back to the dormitory, simply show him this. Thank you, Professor, Virgil replied, casting a glance at the so-called pass. Seemingly discovering something of note before hastily pocketing it and exiting the headmaster's chamber. Albus Dumbledore, I cannot believe you intentionally omitted the expiration date. You've granted this child a veritable pass for a nocturnal adventure, muttered Phineas, as Virgil stepped out from the headmaster's office. He rummaged in the gap beneath the giant beast statue and retrieved the letter Wagner had sent him, tucking it into his robes before returning to the dormitory. Regrettably, on this night, Virgil did not encounter Filch and his Mrs. Norris on his way back. Perhaps our caretaker prefers to supervise Gryffindor students. Upon reaching the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, Virgil was surprised to find a young girl curled up in a corner, dozing. He approached and gently shook her awake. It was Mandy Broff, a fellow first-year student like Virgil. Her tear-streaked face indicated she had recently been crying. "I can't answer tonight's question," she sobbed. "Perhaps I shouldn't have been sorted into Ravenclaw." Virgil reached for the knocker and rapped it gently. The ethereal voice responded, "If a ship is damaged and its wood replaced, when all the wood has been changed, is it still the same ship?" After a moment's contemplation, Virgil replied, "It depends on how one defines the ship. I believe that the essence of an object is not solely determined by its physical components. Thus, I maintain that it remains the same ship." "Quite insightful," the voice remarked. And the door swung open. Virgil turned to Mandy and said, "It is not that you are foolish. Rather, you are still unfamiliar with the manner of questioning this door. Many of these inquiries lack a definitive answer. Ravenclaw values your thought process and comprehension of the question. Two individuals may provide entirely opposing answers to the same query. Yet as long as your reasoning is sound, you will succeed." With that, Virgil stepped into the common room, and Mandy hurriedly gathered her books and followed. The common room was deserted, and after a quiet thank you, Mandy dashed back to her dormitory. Virgil settled at a table by the window and retrieved the letter from Wagner. Upon tearing open the envelope, a golden time-turner with a long chain tumbled out. To Virgil, this was a powerful artifact, rivaling the Deathly Hallows. This was one of the conditions he had proposed during negotiations at Gringotts. Given Gringotts' influence and Wagner's status, acquiring an unregistered time-turner was hardly a challenge. Originally, Virgil had not wished to obtain such an item through external connections, yet upon reflection, whether procured via his father at the Ministry of Magic or through a school application in his third year, any time-turner would undoubtedly be monitored by the ministry. If memory serves, Hermione had mentioned that all time-turners were destroyed, leaving only two, one, nearly defunct, in the possession of Harry Potter's son, and the other, intact, in the Malfoy family's collection. Due to the inherent instability of time-related magic and the catastrophic repercussions of serious violations of temporal laws, the ministry had enacted numerous regulations to combat the misuse of time-turners. After tucking the time-turner into his pocket, Virgil confirmed that he was indeed alone in the common room before commencing to read Wagner's letter. In it, Wagner conveyed that current operations at Gringotts were proceeding smoothly, assuring Virgil that he need not worry excessively. Thanks to Wagner's foresight and arrangements, the Soviet Gringotts had minimized the losses incurred from the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The latter half of the letter comprised Wagner's cautions regarding the use of the time-turner, particularly emphasizing the importance of not reversing time beyond 5 hours. He recounted the tale of a wizard named Eloise Mintab, who in 1899 had exceeded this limit and found herself trapped in the year 1402 for 5 days. Upon her return to the present, she had aged 5 centuries and, unable to recover, soon passed away in a magical hospital. Perhaps the effects of the time-turner directly impacted a wizard's lifespan, Virgil mused. While others consumed 5 hours of life, the wizard utilizing the time-turner expended 10. After thoroughly reviewing Wagner's letter to ensure he had not overlooked any crucial information, Virgil discarded the envelope into the fireplace. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that his 3 roommates were already asleep. However, the unsettling revelations of the 2 souls and the surprise of the time-turner left Virgil restless. Gently stroking the slumbering fat cat, Virgil retrieved 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical potions and elixirs, immersing himself in their contents, occasionally referencing the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Until the hours grew late. The following 2 days of classes proceeded largely without incident. Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts lessons were indeed as chaotic as Cho Chang had described, filled with the overpowering scent of garlic, which he claimed was to ward off vampires. When pressed about how he had defeated a ghoul, he faltered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Perhaps the Dark Lord currently inhabiting his mind exerted too much pressure on him. Professor Quirrell, once merely awkward, could now genuinely be described as stuttering. "It is difficult to fathom he is a graduate of Ravenclaw," Gottstein remarked bitterly. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was equally engaging, despite her stern demeanor. When she successfully transformed the podium into a pig, the classroom erupted in excitement. Moreover, unlike the Gryffindor and Slytherin rivalry, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff lacked a plethora of mischievous students. The first lesson in Transfiguration involved turning a matchstick into a needle. As McGonagall assessed the students' progress near the end of class, she could not help but commend Ravenclaw's students for their intelligence and aptitude, noting their performance exceeded that of her own house. During this class, Connor regained the confidence he had lost in charms. Perhaps his talents lay in Transfiguration and potions. Flying lessons, herbology, and astronomy on Wednesday evenings gradually helped Virgil acclimate to life in the magical world. The only source of annoyance was Professor Snape's potions class. It was evident he bore a grudge. I recall 2 Ravenclaw students giving me nicknames. Professor Snape glared at the snickering students below. Shall I call the roll? Or will you stand up voluntarily? Virgil and Gottstein rose under the watchful eyes of their peers. Excellent. I remember stating I would pose questions to both of you. Now, Mr. Gottstein, what results from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? A potent sleeping draught, sir, Gottstein replied. Well done, Mr. Chenier. What potion is this preparation for? The professor inquired. Kona remarked below, the question you asked is not part of our curriculum this semester. It is not written in the book. Silence, Mr. Kona, Snape interjected. Ravenclaw loses a point. Refrain from speaking unless addressed. Snape shot a glare at Kona. It is the draught of living death, Professor, a potent sedative, Virgil answered confidently. Upon hearing the correct response, Snape displayed a hint of surprise and quickly approached Virgil, seeking to meet his gaze directly. A master of legilimency, yet perhaps it is prudent to feign humility. Virgil immediately averted his eyes, striving to avoid direct contact with Snape's penetrating stare. Mr. Goldstein, if I require a piece of bezoar, where would I procure it? From the stomach of a goat, came the response. What distinguishes the aconite from the monkshood? They are the same plant, Professor, collectively referred to as aconite. These words were verbatim from the textbook, and Goldstein took his seat. Snape gestured for Goldstein to sit, his gaze still fixed upon Virgil. I have heard it is Mr. Chenier who has dubbed me. Is that correct? What do they call me? Bat? Snape spoke through clenched teeth. Then, Mr. Chenier, what potion can one create from a bat's liver? A swelling solution. It appears our Mr. Chenier is well versed in potion literature, Snape quipped. Now, if I were to succumb to poisoning at this moment, what antidote should you concoct, Mr. Chenier? Kona quietly reminded, a broad-spectrum antidote. Snape slammed his hand on the desk. Enough, Mr. Kona. It seems my earlier reminder fell upon deaf ears. Ravenclaw loses another point. Mr. Chenier, I am eager to hear your answer. It is not so complex. Virgil seemingly recalled something, responding with a smile. I would insert a bezoar into your throat, Professor. However, I doubt that a bezoar or broad-spectrum antidote would be of much help against a potion that has ensnared our esteemed potions professor. Perhaps I could cast a stunning spell upon you that might alleviate your suffering. You may not be aware, but Professor Flitwick has commended my talents and charms. Laughter erupted from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, unable to contain themselves, indicating that Snape's popularity was rather lacking. Ravenclaw loses 10 points. Snape's expression contorted upon hearing Virgil's words. Perhaps I should have a word with Phileas. The criteria for selecting students in Ravenclaw has evidently diminished. Your conversation partner should be the Sorting Hat, Virgil added, prompting another wave of laughter throughout the classroom. Sit down, Mr. Chenier. You have successfully captured my attention. I hope you do not provide me with any leverage during my potions class. Snape warned Virgil, turning back to the lectern. You are here to learn the intricate science and meticulous art of potion making. For here, there is no foolish waving of wands. And many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the sublime essence of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant vapors. You will not comprehend the magical potency that courses through the veins of individuals, stirring their hearts and clouding their wills. I can teach you to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. Today, we shall learn to brew a Scabbers potion. I hope you do not make the same mistake as a certain Gryffindor, requiring a visit to the hospital wing before the first potions class is complete. An hour later, as class concluded punctually, Virgil and his companions hastily gathered their belongings and rushed out of the classroom, eager to leave. He stands at the back, watching you too. Hoping you will err so he can punish you, Kona remarked to Virgil and Goldstein. Goldstein, feeling a chill run down his spine, said, I was terrified. My clothes are soaked with sweat. Thankfully, I made no mistakes. By the way, who was that Gryffindor student he mentioned? Neville Longbottom. I hear he mistakenly added a porcupine quill. I heard from some upperclassmen who visited the hospital wing these past few days that he is covered in red, swollen sores. Chapter 18. A midnight encounter on a Thursday night. Virgil gingerly exited the room of requirement, casting a cautious glance around to ensure no one was in sight before swiftly descending the stairs. At such moments, he couldn't help but complain about why he couldn't directly return to the common room from the 8th floor, but rather had to descend to the 3rd floor before ascending to Ravenclaw Tower. Rowena Ravenclaw must have been a punctual person, or else how could she have designed such a convoluted route back to the dormitory? Virgil grumbled as he walked. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he sensed something amiss. He drew his wand, murmuring, "Lumos." As the wand illuminated, he shouted towards a corner of the corridor, "Who's there? Come out." For figures emerged slowly from the shadows. And as Virgil lifted his wand higher for clarity, he recognized the familiar faces of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, whom he had encountered on the train. The redhead beside them was undoubtedly Ron Weasley, and the figure pressed against the wall, revealing only half his face, appeared to be the pudgy Neville Longbottom. Such audacity from Gryffindor students, disregarding school rules to roam at night within the first week? Virgil scoffed internally. "You're out at night too, aren't you?" Ron Weasley retorted, seemingly offended by Virgil's tone. Virgil brandished the undated note from Dumbledore, waving it in his hand. "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to," and the professor approved. "You must be Ron Weasley, right? I heard your mother mention you have an older brother who is a prefect. Here is a piece of advice. Try not to get him into trouble." Through Virgil's illumination spell, Hermione seemed to recognize him. "You're the one from the train. The first year sitting with Cedric. I believe your name is Virgil Chonier." Virgil nodded in acknowledgement. "Could you direct us to the trophy room?" Hermione inquired. Though he knew their intentions, Virgil made no effort to impede them, for halting them would mean Harry Potter would miss meeting Remus Lupin. "Follow this corridor to the end, and you'll find the trophy room." "I am curious. What do you intend to do there?" "Just the trophies?" he asked. "We're going to duel," Harry exclaimed suddenly. "With Draco Malfoy and Crabbe from Slytherin. Ron is my second." Dueling. Despite knowing their purpose, Virgil couldn't suppress a laugh. Harry frowned, feeling insulted, and asked, "What is so funny?" Wizards dueling. Virgil thought back to the time Jennifer taught him some dueling techniques, recalling how he had been thoroughly defeated. Wizard dueling is not merely a childish scuffle, where one pins the other down and delivers a flurry of punches. It involves wands and spells. Do you four collectively know more than 10 spells suited for dueling? Surely you're not intending to compete over whose illumination spell shines brighter. Moreover, you seem rather unaware of Slytherin students. The Sorting Hat sang of their cunning and ruthlessness. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. That Malfoy you mentioned, I assure you, would not emerge at night to duel you. Furthermore, I guarantee he has already reported you to our caretaker, Mr. Filch, who is likely on his way to the trophy room now. Neville stammered from behind. "I don't want to duel. I just want to return to the dormitory. But I forgot the password." His voice quivered, threatening to break into tears. Heavens! If not for knowing this fellow would later wield Gryffindor's sword and lead Dumbledore's army against Voldemort, Virgil might think the sorting had malfunctioned that night. Hermione stated, "I intended to prevent Harry and Ron from going, but when we left the common room and found the fat lady missing, I had no choice but to follow them. I can escort you back to the dormitory. Even if we encounter Mr. Filch, I can help you evade him. I would prefer not to see the illustrious names of Harry Potter and his friends on the expulsion notice tomorrow morning." Both Harry and Ron shook their heads in refusal, convinced that Malfoy would indeed meet them at the trophy room. Typical Gryffindor, too stubborn to turn back until they hit a wall. "I'll go with you. I want to return to the dormitory." Neville hastily raised his hand. "Neville." Ron glanced at the chubby boy behind him. "You're a Gryffindor. You should stand with us." Neville shook his head vigorously. No. If I get expelled, my grandmother will kill me." Virgil turned to Hermione. "What about you, Granger?" She shook her head, saying, "No, I will stick with Harry and Ron. I fear they might get into even greater trouble." "Very well." Virgil shrugged his shoulders. "I wish you success in your duel. Come along, Mr. Longbottom. I shall accompany you back to the North Tower." With that, he turned and walked away, with Neville hurriedly following, while Harry and the others headed in the opposite direction. As they walked, Virgil and Neville indeed encountered Mr. Filch, leading the fat lady towards the trophy room. Upon seeing Virgil and Neville in the corridor, Filch's expression lit up as if he had spotted 2 piles of gleaming galleons. "Oh no, it's Filch and his cat," Neville whispered under his breath. Virgil shot a glare at Neville, who quickly silenced himself. However, when Filch caught sight of the note in Virgil's hand, signed personally by Dumbledore, the excitement faded from his face, replaced by a grim pallor, as if those galleons had vanished before his eyes. "You two hurry back to the dormitory. Don't let me catch you out at night." He barked at them, before limping away with the fat lady towards the trophy room. Upon ascending to the North Tower, Virgil and Neville found the fat lady had returned. "Where have you been?" she inquired as they approached the portrait frame. Neither Virgil nor Neville responded. "Pig snout." Neville muttered the password, and the fat lady reluctantly swung open the door to the common room. As they stepped inside, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Virgil, do you think Harry and the others will be all right?" "Do not worry. They will be fine. Hermione is with them," he reassured. After a moment's contemplation, Neville seemed to find some comfort in his words and turned to climb into the common room. "Here's a suggestion. Write down the password for the common room door. You won't always find someone sneaking out at midnight." Watching Neville's figure fade away, Virgil pondered whether he truly absorbed the advice. Virgil mused, although he is a Gryffindor, might he not thrive better in Hufflepuff? As the door to the Gryffindor common room closed behind him, Virgil turned towards the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. Unlike the dormitories of Slytherin and Hufflepuff, which lay beneath ground, the Ravenclaw common room was not located in the same tower as Gryffindor's. Thus, Virgil needed to return to the castle before going back to Ravenclaw's quarters. Bang! Crash! A sound nearly loud enough to wake everyone emanated from the third floor, accompanied by the shriek of the fat lady, Filch's furious shout, and Peeves' laughter. It seemed Ron had indeed collided with a suit of armor. Soon, he would meet Remus Lupin. He hoped they would not be frightened to the point of wetting themselves. A playful smile crept upon Virgil's lips. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved not to return to his dormitory but instead headed directly to the wishful thinking room on the 8th floor. However, upon the door of the room creaking open, Virgil did not rush inside. Instead, he leaned against the wall, quietly awaiting something. It was only when a deafening bark echoed through the castle that Virgil nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the wishful thinking room. Recalling the incantation he had discovered in the Book of Spells, Virgil felt a surge of delight. With merely a herbology class on the agenda for tomorrow, he decided to devote the night to practicing the illusion spell. Chapter 19, The Guardian of Magical Creatures class this time. Virgil specifically requested the Room of Requirement to provide a clock, lest he exceed his time once more. He practiced the disillusionment charm until nearly 5 in the morning, finally concluding his training. Phew, it was indeed not a simple incantation. Virgil exhaled deeply and cast the charm one last time at the dummy before him. Unsure of his mastery over the spell, he refrained from using it on himself. Observing the barely invisible object in front of him, he couldn't help but grimace. It seemed that his plans for a nocturnal adventure would have to be postponed. Quietly, Virgil exited the Room of Requirement, but he did not leave. Instead, he waited for the room to disappear before pacing back and forth. "I need a place to hide things." After repeating this mantra 3 times, when the door to the Room of Requirement reappeared, Virgil glanced around to confirm that the 8th floor was empty before stepping inside once more. Achoo! The odor inside made Virgil sneeze involuntarily. After finally acclimating to the foul lang of decaying items, he fixed his gaze upon what could now be dubbed a refuse heap of a room. Spectacular! It took Virgil a moment to conjure such a word to describe the scene before him. Piles of discarded items and trash reached up to the ceiling on either side, leaving only a narrow path wide enough for a single person to traverse. Old textbooks, broken specimens, these must be remnants of potions brewed by someone. As he walked, he scanned the old belongings, hoping to uncover something of value. While he knew that treasures like Snape's textbooks were rare finds, he still held on to hope for a fortunate discovery. He stumbled upon a pouch made of an unknown material, its texture intriguingly unique, albeit damaged. An already broken pocket mirror. Who would bring such a thing to school? A slightly dulled silver dagger, reminiscent of elven craftsmanship. He hoped it was not a mere imitation. If it truly was elven-made, it would be a significant find. This was the sum of Virgil's discoveries thus far. He also found a memory orb that appeared intact. Yet upon testing, he discovered it was entirely non-functional. There were also some potion ingredients, regrettably rendered unusable due to improper storage. In a corner of the room lay a box of Quidditch balls, the quaffle in ruins and the golden snitch missing, though 2 bludgers remained intact, tightly bound by a strap. With no other useful items in sight, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Virgil resumed his search within the Room of Requirement. There, he finally located his first target behind a massive specimen, the Mirror of Erised. The mirror bore an inscription, and Virgil understood he needed to read it backward and rephrase it. "I do not show your face, but your desire." What could he possibly see in the mirror? 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls on either side? Or perhaps becoming a fabulously wealthy figure within the wizarding world? Or clutching the resurrection stone in one hand and the elder wand in the other, cloaked in invisibility. Yet when Virgil gazed into the mirror, he was rendered speechless. Father? Mother? He murmured. The reflection did not reveal Benel and Jennifer, but rather his parents from before his crossing. Virgil quietly observed the family of three in the mirror, letting out a sigh. Although he had lived with Benel and Jennifer for 11 years, he still felt a lack of belonging. He wondered how his parents were faring. With a 30-year-old soul and 11 years spent in this realm, Virgil's psychological age could be considered middle-aged. He understood that this was no fantastical realm. Even standing at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, he lacked the power to return. Moreover, having arrived here after his death, if he were to cross back, he could end up anywhere. Taking a deep breath, Virgil spoke to himself. Do not dwell in illusion, but embrace the reality before you. Resolute. He cast one last glance at the mirror before repositioning the specimen back in front of it, setting out to find his next target. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. Virgil discovered his final objective, the diadem of Ravenclaw. It was indeed hidden here all along. He could not see the diadem itself, as it had been transformed into a Horcrux. Yet he could hear its whispers, enticing him to draw closer. Understanding the diadem's location provided some solace, yet Virgil knew that acquiring it would be futile without a basilisk fang, which could only be obtained after Harry Potter dealt with the serpent the following year. The Sword of Gryffindor could also destroy Horcruxes, but only after being infused with basilisk venom. Glancing at the elven-style dagger he had found in the Room of Requirement, he hoped it was indeed of elven origin, so he could use it to soak in the venom without the need to extract a fang. With his tasks nearly complete, Virgil estimated that it was almost time to rise and hurried back to his dormitory. First-year students at Hogwarts had no classes on Friday afternoons. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff shared 2 herbology classes on Friday mornings, taught by the Hufflepuff head, Professor Sprout. What's wrong with you today? You look so tired, Connor inquired softly, noticing the heavy dark circles beneath Virgil's eyes in the herbology greenhouse. I didn't rest well last night, Virgil yawned. By the time he returned to the dormitory, dawn had already broken, and he had barely managed to doze for an hour before being roused by his roommate. What have you been busy with lately? You always come back so late. Are you secretly looking for a girlfriend? Butte asked. Virgil did not reveal his activities in the Room of Requirement and merely offered a vague excuse to deflect the question. After attending 2 herbology classes, where they learned about the properties and handling of the ash tree, the first-year students concluded their first week of classes at Hogwarts. What are your plans for the afternoon? Goldstein asked Virgil. I intend to visit the Professor of the Care of Magical Creatures course. I hear he was a close friend of my grandfather's. What about you? I originally planned to invite you to play gobstones with me, Goldstein replied. I joined the school's gobstones club while you were away last night. This afternoon marks the first event of the semester. Michael and Terry are coming along, but they're not interested in gobstones. They plan to play wizard's chess instead. Fortunately, during the first week, the professors had not assigned any extensive homework. However, Virgil heard that starting next week, they would begin writing essays for Transfiguration and Potions classes, which would likely hinder their enjoyment of the weekend. Noticing that lunch was still some time away, Virgil asked his roommates to help carry back his herbology textbooks and notes. While he made his way directly from the greenhouse to the location for the Care of Magical Creatures class at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, it appeared that Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn had yet to conclude his lesson. Among the Gryffindor students attending the class, Virgil spotted a bespectacled red-haired boy. The Weasley family had quite a few children. This one must be Percy Weasley, Virgil recognized, casting his gaze around. He became captivated by the magical creature being discussed in the lesson. It was a horse-like creature, yet devoid of flesh, its black skin tightly clinging to its skeletal frame. Every bone distinctly visible. Its head resembled that of a dragon, as seen in books, but its eyes were white and pupilless, while large, dark wings sprouted from its shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, the extraordinary creature stood right there, yet the students in class exhibited behaviors akin to those engaged in an abstract lesson, often requiring Professor Ketterburn to indicate its location. The course on magical creatures was an elective, but due to its outdoor nature, it typically spanned 2 consecutive periods. Virgil found a patch of ground nearby to sit upon, idly collecting a few pebbles to continue practicing his disillusionment charm. It was not until nearly 11 o'clock that the lesson concluded. Hastily, Virgil returned his wand and approached Professor Ketterburn, who had long taken notice of this unexpected visitor seated at the periphery. Upon closer inspection, Ketterburn realized that Virgil was merely a first-year student. Is there something you need? Child, are you lost? Greetings, Professor. Anthony Chaunier is my grandfather. He wrote to me, requesting that I pay you a visit." As he spoke, Virgil scrutinized the elderly gentleman before him, whom his grandfather had described as an exceedingly perilous enthusiast of magical creatures. Indeed, as his grandfather had indicated, this venerable figure had paid a considerable price in pursuit of his studies, left with only one hand and half a leg, relying entirely on magical prosthetics for mobility. "You are the grandson of that scheming Anthony?" Ketterburn remarked, eyeing Virgil with curiosity, despite his disparaging words about Anthony. The fact that he referred to him by his first name rather than the surname Chenier suggested a certain familiarity between them. "Come along with me. Let's have a seat at my place. I reside just beside the Forbidden Forest, as I find mobility to be a challenge." Ketterburn gestured towards his robes, which lay nearby. "What about this magnificent creature?" Virgil inquired, pointing to the magical beast utilized in their lesson. "Shall we leave it here?" At Virgil's words, Ketterburn abruptly turned. His movements hurried and unsteady due to the inadequacy of his prosthetic leg, causing him to wobble slightly. "Remarkable. You can actually see the Thestral?" Chapter 20. This is moral coercion. "Fear not. Our hunting ground caretaker will retrieve it shortly. The school has several well-trained nightmares to assist with the carriage. And there is an entire tribe of nightmares within the Forbidden Forest." Professor Ketterburn remarked as he escorted Virgil to a quaint cabin nestled at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The interior was rather chaotic, a testament to the professor's lack of time for tidying. He chuckled and added, "But I can still find what I need. Isn't that sufficient?" Virgil surveyed the disarray of the room, which could easily rival the refuse of a wish-granting abode. The scant clear space housed a bed, a makeshift table, and an oak chair. "Help yourself to a chair. There should be one beneath that pile of clutter. Would you care for a drink? Tea, perhaps?" "That will suffice, sir." Virgil strained to extract a chair from the heap, clearing it of debris. With a gentle flick of his wand, the dust vanished. Quite an impressive charm. Professor Ketterburn commended as he handed Virgil a cup of tea. For a first-year student to master spells so adeptly within the first week of school is no small feat. Virgil explained, "I practiced some spells with my mother before the term commenced, hence my proficiency. Do not be modest, my boy. Hogwarts is not devoid of pure-blood wizarding families. You think they refrain from teaching their children a few simple charms before school? Their parents fear that their offspring might be surpassed by half-bloods or muggle-born wizards. Hence they instill these rudimentary spells at a tender age. But, having spent a week in school, I trust you've discerned that not all pure-blood descendants excel in class. Though I teach the Care of Magical Creatures course, I am still a professor." Professor Ketterburn winked at Virgil. "I can sense the fluency in your spellcasting. And your exquisite control of magic is unmatched by many third-year students. It seems you have inherited your grandfather Elbier's talent." His innate sensitivity to magic and meticulous control allowed him to study those ancient, formidable, and devastating spells. "Join me for lunch, and afterward, I shall introduce you to my little companions. You have no classes this afternoon, correct?" "I have no classes, Professor." With a wave of his wand, a silver bird snake materialized, circling the room before soaring toward Hogwarts Castle. "I have arranged for lunch for two." "The Patronus charm?" Virgil gazed enviously at the silver creature as it glided away. "It seems you have acquired quite a repertoire of spells." Professor Ketterburn adjusted his magical prosthetic and inquired, "I am curious as to how you were able to see nightmares." "Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. I cannot recall, Professor. Perhaps a childhood experience has granted me the ability to see nightmares," Virgil offered as an excuse. Yet, the truth lay clear within him. He had indeed experienced death firsthand. "May I learn the Patronus charm from you, Professor?" Virgil was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Given Professor Ketterburn's connection to his grandfather, he believed he could persuade him. In contrast, he felt that even if he excelled in charm classes, Professor Flitwick would not teach him such advanced spells at this early stage. What purpose would this serve? "The charm poses considerable difficulty for you at present. Professor, I have heard that demonstrating the Patronus charm in the ordinary wizarding level exams can earn extra points." Virgil could not divulge that in 3 years, Dementors would besiege Hogwarts for an entire year in pursuit of a certain animagus. "Already contemplating the OWLs? You truly are a Ravenclaw at heart," Professor Ketterburn remarked. "Let us discuss the Patronus charm later. For now, let us partake in our lunch." No sooner had he spoken than a house elf from the Hogwarts kitchen appeared, balancing 2 trays. "Your lunch, gentlemen." The house elf bowed slightly before placing the meal on the table. Turning to see Virgil. "Ah, you are Mr. Virgil Chenier," the house elf exclaimed, clearly recognizing him. Virgil immediately recognized this house elf as one who had stuffed pies into his pockets a few days prior, but was embarrassed to admit he did not know its name. Offering only an awkward smile, My name is Carmen, sir. Sensing Virgil's discomfort, the house elf introduced itself. Everyone is grateful for Mr. Chaunier's generous gifts. However, Mr. Chaunier has not visited the kitchen in recent days. My apologies, Carmen. The first week of school has been far too hectic. Once things settle down, I shall visit the kitchen again. Then we have a deal, Mr. Chaunier. Carmen appeared delighted, bowing deeply before snapping its fingers and vanishing from Professor Catterburn's cabin. The house elf's demeanor left Virgil astounded at this 11-year-old boy's ability to forge such a bond with the kitchen's house elves so soon after the term began. I did not do much, Virgil replied. I merely sought some food in the Great Hall and brought them a few modest gifts. I was surprised to see that Hogwarts provides a pleasant working environment and attire for its house elves. I did not inquire about that, child. I am astonished by your attitude towards house elves, Professor Catterburn said kindly. Few wizards treat them as you do. Many regard them merely as slaves or pests. When their masters command them, they cannot refuse, even at the cost of their lives. Do you wish to help them attain freedom? Upon hearing Professor Catterburn's words, Virgil set his plate down and spoke softly. Such circumstances have persisted for centuries, even millennia. I do not consider myself noble for wanting to aid them in gaining freedom. Even if I were to aspire to do so, the house elves themselves would likely reject it. Their devotion to their masters and care for wizards is deeply ingrained within them. Even offering them wages would be seen as an affront by house elves from pureblood families. However, I do not expect wizards to view house elves as equals. Rather, I hope to improve their quality of life, alleviating their suffering, ensuring they do not have to sleep in cupboards or beneath tables, and that they can receive care when ill or injured. I have heard that some families display the heads of deceased house elves as trophies, and the house elves take pride in such actions. I find that utterly unacceptable. Professor Catterburn felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Virgil's words. You remind me of Albus, my boy. He has always sought to enhance the lives of house elves, even claiming he strives to do so. I hope to witness your success one day. The conversation took an unexpected turn. Your ideals, I believe you are indeed suited for the care of magical creatures course. How about this? Though you are but a first year, I shall permit you to audit the class whenever you have no other commitments. Your kindness and compassion, I believe, will not only assist house elves but also magical creatures. Professor, you misunderstand me. I am not benevolent. I harbor a rather cunning nature. Virgil was reluctant to take on additional burdens so early in his first year. This matter is not for you to decide. I shall write to your grandfather, as if to request his assistance in caring for the elderly. He shall not refuse, and he will take pride in your actions. I believe such matters would not cause undue distress to a student of Ravenclaw. Professor Kettleburn chuckled mischievously. And besides, without your presence, how am I to teach you the Patronus charm? Do you not wish to learn? Do you not desire extra points during the examination? Professor, who truly harbors moral intentions, you or my grandfather? Your actions amount to moral coercion. Or is he the more cunning? For how else could he deceive those dragons so effortlessly? Chapter 21. Professor's Little Treasures After Lunch. Professor Ketterburn excitedly pulled a suitcase from beneath the bed and exclaimed to Virgil, "This is a seamless expansion truck. Not one of those shoddy mass-produced items from the Ministry of Magic. It is said that the esteemed magizoologist Newt Scamander possesses one as well. Rumor has it he has housed numerous magical creatures within. Alas, I am unaware of what wonders he may have discovered since publishing Fantastic Beasts and where to find them." With that, he opened the trunk, revealing a spiral staircase within. "Come along," Ketterburn beckoned, descending the stairs and gesturing for Virgil to follow. "When I venture out, this trunk can be adjusted to Muggle mode to facilitate inspections by the staff at Muggle train stations. You might persuade your grandfather to acquire one for you. He and your grandmother have amassed quite a collection over the years, and I find myself envious. Professor, do you have any correspondence with Mr. Scamander? As an expert in the protection of magical creatures, one would expect at least some exchange of letters," Virgil inquired. Ketterburn replied, "I am not particularly sociable, as you can see from my residence beside the Forbidden Forest. While my mobility issues play a part, returning to the castle after classes is hardly a challenge for a wizard. The only friends I have are your grandparents and your headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore. Can be considered half a friend. When your parents wed, your grandfather introduced me to your grandparents, and we have maintained a pen-pal relationship, after all. Who among us does not encounter a few magical creatures while wandering?" As they navigated the winding staircase to the lower level, Ketterburn showcased his research space. "Welcome to the office of Sylvanus Ketterburn, Virgil. You are the second student to visit here. Who was the first?" Virgil asked. "The first was the school's gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid," Professor Ketterburn noted. I have always believed he possesses an exceptional talent for the protection of magical creatures, especially given his profound affection for these little treasures. Then, a shadow flickered across his face as he recalled unfortunate events. Yet it was precisely because of these magical creatures that he was expelled from Hogwarts. They had the audacity to slander him as a Slytherin heir, accusing him of causing the death of a fellow student. Preposterous. I wished to advocate for him, but at that time, I was still on probation, and my opinions held little weight. Fortunately, Dumbledore championed him, allowing him to remain as the gamekeeper, and later appointed him as the keykeeper. Truly, he is remarkably gifted in the realm of magical creatures. Professor Ketterburn seemed to lament the loss of a protector of magical creatures in the wizarding world. Enough of that. Let me show you my little treasures. At the mention of the professor referring to magical creatures as little treasures, Virgil shivered involuntarily. First, take a look here. Ketterburn pointed to the space beneath his workbench, indicating for Virgil to crouch down. What is this? A cat otter. Beneath the table were 2 cat otters. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a stranger, the larger of the 2 immediately positioned itself in front of the smaller one, baring its teeth and glaring at Virgil while emitting a low growl. Ketterburn quickly reached out to stroke the larger cat otter's head, calming it, then leaned down to check on the other. This one is pregnant, he explained. They are quite intelligent and can discern who poses a threat. Both are purebred cat otters and inherently possess some aggression, especially during these tumultuous times. My pet is a mixed-breed cat otter. It is black and was only 4 months old when I purchased it in Diagon Alley. Yet it certainly does not resemble a mere 4-month-old, Virgil remarked. Is that so? A mixed-breed cat otter. How fortuitous. By the way, you could write to your parents to inquire about obtaining a permit for one. I could send you a little cat otter once you have it sorted. However, you must secure a license, as purebred cat otters, along with other magical creatures like the bowtruckle and the billywig, require proper documentation for ownership. Really? I am immensely grateful, Professor. I cannot allow your grandfather and grandfather to mock me for not providing my friend's grandson with an appropriate gift, Ketterburn retorted with indignation. He constantly takes advantage of my solitary nature. Now, let us examine this one, the fire lizard. They are born of fire, perish by fire, and feed on flames. As long as they remain within the fire, they will continue to thrive. Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing adores them, as the blood of fire lizards possesses remarkable healing and restorative properties. Professor Ketterburn limped toward the next area. The bird snake, he pointed to a suggested nest within the enclosure. They can alter their body size at will, adapting to the space available. You could even fit one inside a teapot. Their eggshells are as pure and soft as the finest silver, which makes them frequent targets for poachers. And that is the mooncalf. Its silvery droppings, collected before dawn, serve as fertilizer, greatly enhancing plant growth. Almost all the plants in the Hogwarts greenhouse utilize fertilizer I provide from mooncalf droppings. That over there is the bowtruckle, and below it is the transfiguration lizard. As he reached out to touch the transfiguration lizard, Virgil felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar bag he had discovered in the room of requirement, which bore a similar texture. He quickly retrieved it from his pocket and presented it to Professor Ketterburn. Professor, could you assist me in identifying the material of this bag? Professor Ketterburn examined the bag, recognizing it at once. This is crafted from transfiguration lizard hide. Wizards often use this leather to make wallets and pouches. Your bag's design is quite unique, though it appears to have a small hole. I happen to have quite a collection of transfiguration lizard hides amassed over the years, as these little creatures shed quite frequently. I can mend it for you. By your next visit, it should be as good as new. It is indeed a very practical magical item, saving you considerable trouble. Thank you, Professor. Come now, allow me to show you a larger specimen. Professor Ketterburn smiled gently, leading Virgil to the innermost chamber. Unlike the other areas, this room's door was tightly shut. Ketterburn cautiously opened it a crack and whispered to Virgil, just take a quiet peek. Do not make a sound, and whatever you do, do not wake it. Seeing the professor's cautious demeanor, Virgil nodded eagerly and leaned closer to the door, straining to glimpse inside. Within lay a creature with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon, curled up in the corner, sound asleep. Only after Ketterburn had closed the door did Virgil dare to ask, "What is this, Professor?" The Chimera, an exceedingly dangerous beast, classified as a creature of the highest danger level. Its eggs are listed as Class A non-trade items. Ketterburn then placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and continued, "Keep this a secret from me, Virgil. I am allowing you this glimpse solely because you are the grandson of my dear friend. You must promise to keep it confidential, for even Dumbledore would never permit me to harbor such a creature within Hogwarts." After surveying the area, The two emerged from the magical trunk, and Professor Ketterburn remarked, "I shall not display the flobberworm to you. Long ago, I possessed a considerable number of ashen serpents. However, due to an unfortunate incident, these creatures caused quite a stir at the school, resulting in my punishment for a significant duration. When Dumbledore assumed his position, he decreed that I could no longer keep ashen serpents, permitting me to summon a few only during lessons, which must be returned immediately after class. From now on, you may visit me every Wednesday and Friday afternoon. I am aware that first-year students have no classes during these periods, so rest assured, this will not interfere with your astronomy class on Wednesday evenings. Next Wednesday, I shall mend the Transfiguration lizard skin pouch for you, and then I will take the time to teach you the Patronus charm." "Thank you, Professor. There is no need for gratitude, my dear child. At my age, I can only impart knowledge for a year or two more at this institution. I am uncertain who Dumbledore will appoint as my successor, so I shall share with you whatever I can during this time. Although I realize my intentions may seem somewhat coercive, I do not expect you to develop a fondness for this subject in such a brief period. Consider it a favor for your grandfather's closest friend, allowing me to leave a part of myself at Hogwarts, if the opportunity arises. I hope you will impart the knowledge and experiences I have gathered to students who share a passion for magical creatures." Chapter 22. The Secret Passage. Are you saying that the professor of the care of magical creatures is giving you special lessons? Goldstein exclaimed in surprise at breakfast on Saturday. "Don't be ridiculous," Virgil reminded his roommate. "I have to attend Professor Catterburn's classes every Wednesday and Friday afternoon. Is anyone interested in care of magical creatures? I can take you along." The other three quickly shook their heads, expressing their inability to bear it. "I acquired the location of a secret passage from the Weasley twins for 20 nats. They claim it leads to Hogsmeade. How about we go explore Hogsmeade later?" Connor excitedly shared with his roommates. "Otherwise, we would have to wait until third year to visit Hogsmeade." Virgil felt a headache coming on. He had assumed that Ravenclaw students were the quiet types who spent weekends in the library or dormitory, but he realized he was mistaken. After all, which student could join Dumbledore's army without a bit of rebellious spirit? Especially Connor, who had openly defied the Carrows in 7th grade and had been caught while trying to rescue a trapped first year, enduring the Cruciatus curse as a result. The Weasley twins? You mean the ones from the Weasley family? But inquired. The twins known for their mischief, second only to Peeves? Indeed, Virgil replied. I wonder what their family situation is like. Their brother is the head boy of Gryffindor, yet those two are the most notorious troublemakers in the school. Thinking of the Weasley twins, Virgil suddenly recalled the various products they sold, though not the joke items, but rather defensive merchandise. Aside from items like the shielding hat, they also sold Peruvian instant darkness powder, decoy detonators, and even extendable ears. According to the Weasley twins, many employees of the Ministry of Magic couldn't even cast a decent shield charm. That field is an untapped gold mine, Virgil mused, thanks to the Weasley twins. However, on second thought, Ben and Jennifer possessed formidable combat skills within the Ministry, which could assist Virgil in testing the defensive products. As Virgil daydreamed of riches, Connor patted him on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. With that silly grin, what are you thinking? Are you going to explore the secret passage or not? Which one did they tell you about? The one behind the mirror on the 4th floor or the one behind the hunchbacked one-eyed witch statue? Virgil queried. It's the one behind the one-eyed witch statue, Connor exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. I had to spin nearly a sickle to find out about it. Let me give you a more infuriating piece of news, Virgil replied. The passage behind the hunchbacked one-eyed witch statue leads directly to the cellar of Honeydukes. You don't know the disillusionment charm, and there won't be enough students in the shop to distract anyone. It would be too easy to get caught. You wouldn't be able to explain why you're in someone else's cellar. Goldstein patted Connor on the back, struggling to suppress his laughter. You're just giving money to the Weasley family for nothing. But if you're going to waste your money, you should at least give it to Percy Weasley. Fred and George won't help you at all. You could solve this with just one nats had you asked Virgil beforehand. So I'm only worth a nats to you? Connor retorted. No, we don't want to give you even a single nats, they replied in unison. Quickly finishing their breakfast, Connor and the others urged Virgil to explore the passage. At least let us go back and change our clothes, Virgil said, exasperated as he looked at his three roommates. For students dressed in robes adorned with the Hogwarts crest appearing in Hogsmeade during the first week of school would surely raise eyebrows. What would the professors think if they found out? Realization dawned on the three, and they hurried back to their dormitory to change into casual attire. Taking advantage of the weekend, when many students were leisurely enjoying breakfast, the four quickly sneaked up to the 4th floor. After checking to ensure no one was watching, They swiftly slipped into the passage behind the mirror. This passage is quite spacious, but remarked, "But Virgil, how did you know about these two passages?" "My parents are both graduates of Hogwarts," Virgil deflected, attributing his knowledge to them. "My parents are also Hogwarts graduates. Why didn't they tell me about the secret passages?" Connor mused. "Perhaps they thought that revealing the locations of secret passages would lead to them losing their son during your first year at Hogwarts," Virgil suggested. The four walked for what felt like an eternity before finally reaching the end of the passage. Goldstein complained, "For Ravenclaws, and not one of us has a watch. We have no idea what time it is." "Shoo." Virgil gestured for silence, whispering, "I know this passage, but I don't know where it leads. If it's another cellar like Honeyduke's, we'll have to turn back." The other three promptly sealed their lips and followed closely behind Virgil as he cautiously opened the floor door leading to the passage's exit. Virgil carefully cracked the door open, peered left and right, and then waved for Connor and the others to follow. "Hurry. This appears to be a storage room for owl treats at the post office." "Alohamara," Virgil whispered, pointing his wand at the door lock, and the door swung open. "It seems we have much preparation left to do before sneaking out of the school," but said to Goldstein and Connor, "Without you, Virgil, we might have resorted to breaking down the door." The four cautiously opened the storage room door, and fortunately, the storage room was not in the same building as the post office, but rather located behind it in a dark, narrow alley that seemed seldom traversed. "Let us be the first students of the school year to enter Hogsmeade," but triumphantly declared, raising his arms in excitement. Goldstein smacked his forehead. "Fool. The Weasley twins have surely been here multiple times. Do you really think they only know about the passage behind the One-Eyed Witch? Besides, with so many students at Hogwarts, plenty must know about one or two secret passages. You should be grateful that a few students came to Hogsmeade early this week. Otherwise, the four of us appearing here during the first week of school would be far too conspicuous. Moreover, I know many professors enjoy a drink in Hogsmeade on weekends. We need to keep a low profile and avoid getting caught. So let us skip the 3 broomsticks and the Hog's Head," Virgil suggested. Perhaps due to it being the first week of school, they encountered no Hogwarts teachers out and about, allowing the four to leisurely explore Hogsmeade. They visited the elegant wizard clothing shop, the scribe Esquill shop, and even the romantic hotspot Madame Putafoot St shop. However, they lingered the longest at the Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes, Honeyduke's, and Zonko's joke shop. The four declined the shopkeeper's enthusiastic pitches for products like dung bombs, wolfsbane frisbees, and nose-biting teacups. Virgil, however, purchased some hiccup sweets, though he couldn't quite fathom when he might find them useful. After a thorough exploration of Hogsmeade, the four quietly returned to the storage room behind the post office and re-entered the passage. "Virgil, why did you buy so many sweets? You can find Bertie Bott's every flavor beans anywhere," but remarked as the three stuffed their pockets with the candies Virgil had bought. While he himself could hardly fit any more in his clothing pockets, munching on a pink coconut ice cream as he walked. "Did you forget?" Virgil took a large bite of the ice cream and mumbled, "I have never tasted anything like this before. What sorts of snacks do Muggles typically enjoy?" He continued. "Muggle beverages generally consist of a drink called cola, which has a flavor quite distinct from the ones you usually consume. After Christmas, I shall see if I can bring some back for you. However, cough." Virgil spat out the jelly bean he had in his mouth. How do you compel yourselves to consume beans that taste like pepper or rotten fish? Chapter 23. The Patronus Charm. On Wednesday afternoon, Virgil once again visited Professor Kettleburn's cottage. Well, that concludes our discussion on the peculiarities of the Kneazle. Now, let me share with you what I know about the Patronus Charm. Of course, my knowledge pales in comparison to that of a teacher specializing in defense against the dark arts and charms. So it would be prudent for you to consult additional texts and resources to deepen your understanding of the Patronus Charm, Professor Kettleburn remarked. With a flick of his wand, Professor Kettleburn summoned his Patronus, a shimmering serpentine bird that coiled gracefully around Virgil. The Patronus Charm is an ancient protective magic, believed to have been employed since antiquity. The Patronus that you conjure is a manifestation of your most positive emotions. To successfully wield this magic, the caster must concentrate on their most joyous memories. The more intense the joy derived from the memory, the more powerful the spell becomes. Returning to the subject of patron uses, they can be categorized into corporeal and incorporeal forms. An incorporeal Patronus merely emits silvery gas and mist, lacking a distinct shape. Many assert that an incorporeal Patronus can still fend off Dementors and Lethifolds, but I find that notion absurd. An incorporeal Patronus can only provide a modicum of protection against these dark entities. It cannot banish them. To be blunt, An incorporeal Patronus signifies your weakness and your incomplete mastery of the charm, unless, of course, you wish to conceal the form of your Patronus, deliberately transforming it into silvery vapors. In contrast, a corporeal Patronus takes the shape of a magnificent creature, although there are exceptions. The invincible Andrus, for instance, is said to have a giant as his Patronus. Some claim this is due to his immense power, resulting in a colossal Patronus. However, this second assertion has been increasingly dismissed. It has been demonstrated that the form and size of a Patronus bear no necessary relation to the caster's strength. For example, Elias's mouse Patronus can equally dispel a horde of Dementors. Having concluded this explanation, Professor Kettleburn waved his wand again, recalling his Patronus. The majority of wizards possess patronuses that take the form of ordinary animals. For instance, among the 4 heads of house at Hogwarts, Professor Minerva McGonagall's Patronus is a cat, while your headmaster, Professor Flitwick, has a stoat. I have never seen Professor Snape's Patronus, so I cannot speculate on its form. Perhaps it resembles a snake, very fitting for his dark disposition. It seemed that Professor Kettleburn was not particularly fond of Snape, as he offered this teasing remark, prompting a chuckle from Virgil. Continuing, magical creature patronuses are exceedingly rare. For example, mine is a serpentine bird, Professor Dumbledore's is a phoenix, and Professor Sprout's is a bowtruckle. Moreover, the form of a Patronus is not immutable. A wizard's experiences or emotional changes can alter their Patronus. For instance, upon falling in love. Your grandmother's Patronus transformed into a raven, akin to your grandfather's. Many wizards also pass down their patronuses to their offspring. Your grandfather and father share a buffalo Patronus. Yet your mother's Patronus, instead of inheriting your grandfather's raven, is that of a hawk, quite befitting of her identity as an Auror. I shall demonstrate the Patronus charm once more. Observe my hand movements closely, Professor Kettleburn instructed. He then waved his wand and pronounced loudly, Expecto Patronum. A silver bird snake re-emerged from the tip of his wand, this time emitting the professor's voice. Did you catch my movements? And remember, the incantation must be pronounced correctly. A somewhat ethereal voice emanated from the Patronus. Can a Patronus speak? Virgil inquired. This is a technique invented by Dumbledore when he devised the Patronus charm, which he later taught us. The bird snake again echoed Professor Kettleburn's voice. It is a remarkably convenient method of communication. However, this is an advanced application. Since you cannot yet summon a corporeal Patronus, do not aspire to such heights prematurely. Professor Kettleburn withdrew his wand and addressed Virgil. You may practice here. Returning to the castle may not afford you an appropriate space for training. Once you can conjure a corporeal Patronus, I shall consider providing you with a suitable practice target. Just focus on your training, and remember, you have astronomy class tonight. Do not let it interfere with your studies. I cannot say whether the Patronus charm will grant you extra points in the wizarding exams. But I do know that those capable of summoning a corporeal Patronus have opportunities to be nominated for positions in the Wisingamot and the Ministry of Magic's upper echelons. With that, he retreated into his magical cabinet to tend to the pregnant Kneazle. Expecto Patronum. Virgil diligently practiced the Patronus charm. But only a few strands of silvery light emerged from the tip of his wand. A wave of despair washed over him. The Patronus charm, the disillusionment charm, alongside the spells documented in Snape's advanced potion-making, left Virgil feeling acutely pressed for time. Oh, why couldn't I be a few years senior to Harry Potter? He lamented inwardly. Overwhelmed by pressure, he continued to practice until dinner time when Professor Kettleburn used his Patronus to inform Virgil that today's practice was sufficient, asking him to return on Friday afternoon. Upon returning to the castle, Virgil bypassed the Great Hall and made his way directly to the Hogwarts kitchens. As he had previously promised Carmen, he would visit. In the subterranean kitchens, Virgil was warmly welcomed by the house elves, indulging in a feast of delectable treats. Not only did he leave satiated, but he also managed to take away a considerable amount of cakes and sweets, ensuring that his late-night snacks for the week were secured. Naturally, Virgil brought several gifts for the house elves, retrieving from the repaired Transfiguration lizard skin pouch some fabric and candies from the Honeyduke shop that he had purchased for them. Thus, it appears you will be spending nearly every Wednesday and Friday afternoon with Professor Kettleburn? Corna inquired, adjusting the positions of the planets in her astronomy notes to match Virgil's. Pretty much, Virgil replied. However, after today's session, it doesn't seem as daunting as I had anticipated. The Care of Magical Creatures class, really. I question whether you have time to complete your assignments. I never expected Professor McGonagall to assign us an essay on Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, requiring our own interpretations. What insights can I possibly offer? The laws state what they state. And let us not forget the essay on the Scabbers potion that Old Bat assigned, Butters chimed in. I doubt he will easily allow you and Anthony to pass your papers. Godsine placed a hand over Butters' mouth. Stop calling him that. Do you wish to suffer like Virgil, and I have? Be more cautious, he added. However, Virgil, you truly need to manage your time wisely. Perhaps Professor Flitwick might grant you some leniency, but don't expect to evade Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Do not worry, I intend to pull an all-nighter. Michael, lend me your assignments and the resources you gathered from the library tonight. I'll complete Snape's homework and wrap up the history of magic assignment. As for the essay on Gamp's laws, it isn't as insurmountable as you envision. After all, it is already designated as a law. Professor McGonagall cannot possibly expect us to derive something entirely new from it. Therefore, after researching some relevant materials, I will simply elaborate on each law, and that should suffice. Kona remarked, then you can lend us your essay on charms at that time. Mute poked Kona with his pen and said, have you forgotten? You were seated next to this individual, whose first charms class essay has been excused by Professor Flitwick. After all, he does not, unlike certain others, produce black smoke when attempting the Lumos charm. Infuriated, Kona raised his notebook to strike Butte, but their playful scuffle ceased under the stern gaze of Professor Sinistra. Chapter 24. Spell practice. Virgil's life at Hogwarts was both fulfilling and stable. The courses for first and second years were, in reality, far less daunting and intricate than one might imagine, primarily due to the fact that newcomers lacked a systematic understanding of magic. For the students of Ravenclaw, a fortnight was ample time to acclimatize to these subjects. The same could not be said for pupils from other houses. With Professor Kettleburn's remedial lessons serving as a convenient excuse, Virgil found himself with plenty of justifications to linger in the room of requirement on Wednesday and Friday evenings. While training within this magical space, he sometimes pondered whether Dumbledore truly had sufficient time to mentor Harry Potter. Surely, he could have arranged for Professor McGonagall or even Flitwick to instruct Harry in certain skills, especially considering Flitwick's former prowess as a dueling champion. As for Harry Potter, Virgil had always perceived the so-called savior as possessing commendable abilities, yet hardly extraordinary, and his performance was notoriously erratic. To Virgil, this seemed like a sporadic protective aura of a protagonist. Whether in the battle at the Ministry of Magic or on the fateful night of Dumbledore's demise, Harry's combat style often resembled that of a sneak attacker amidst chaos, employing unexpected tactics. Even though he later demonstrated considerable skill with the Patronus charm, the disarming charm, and the shield charm, enough to instruct members of Dumbledore's army, this merely underscored Hogwarts' unreliability in teaching defense against the dark arts. At least in Virgil's estimation, in a straightforward one-on-one duel, a seventh-year Harry Potter would likely be bested by his classmate Hermione. Perhaps it is true that even the wisest must occasionally falter? Shaking his head as if to dispel such fanciful thoughts, Virgil drew his wand and resumed his spell practice. This time, alongside the spells gleaned from the Half-Blood Prince's notes, he embarked on training for the Patronus charm. Perhaps Harry Potter was the type who could only focus on mastering magic when faced with dire circumstances. For instance, he had learned the Patronus charm within a single term to fend off Dementors, and during the Triwizard Tournament, he had acquired a plethora of spells. Virgil waved his wand, casting the Patronus charm. At last, his wand emitted a silvery mist, a significant improvement from the erratic silver threads of before. He wished for a means to effectively encourage Harry, or perhaps to grant him some extraordinary advantage. Would this enable him to vanquish Wormtail and Voldemort in his fourth year? That seems rather improbable. What sort of boon would be required for that? Virgil strained to recall his happiest memories, but his mind was persistently haunted by the inferno of his past life. Expecto Patronum, he intoned, producing a small wisp of silver mist once more. If only, like in games of old, there were an experience bar or progress tracker. What is my happiest memory? What is the swiftest thing I've achieved since arriving here? Countless scenes flashed through his mind like a cinematic reel. There was his childhood, marred by the memories of his previous life, rejecting the warmth of Benil and Jennifer, who had shown him boundless care. There was the moment he received his acceptance letter from Eton, a resolution of a long-held obsession. There was the vision of his parents from his previous life reflected in the Mirror of Erised. Expecto Patronum, Virgil exclaimed, invoking the incantation with fervor. This time, a torrent of silver mist erupted forth, and he could faintly discern the silhouette of a creature with outstretched wings within the vapor. Alas, he still could not summon a corporeal Patronus. There was still much progress to be made. Virgil remained undeterred. For the Patronus charm was widely regarded as an advanced piece of magic. He did not expect to conjure a Patronus in mere days. If it were that simple, He might begin to suspect he had rewritten the narrative of his existence, positioning himself as the true savior against the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the Patronus charm likely required mastery by 3rd year, granting him ample time to practice. However, the disillusionment charm was of immediate necessity. His subsequent plans to exploit Quirrell would hinge on his command of the spell. Of course, this was predicated on the Dark Lord being in a state of extreme weakness. Merely tethering himself to Quirrell's scalp, yet for a first-year student like Virgil, this was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet, Virgil's audacity to orchestrate Quirrell's downfall rested upon the formidable presence of Albus Dumbledore. He was certain that Dumbledore would not overlook Quirrell's anomalies, even in his weakened state. Quirrell had been deliberately chosen by Dumbledore to serve as a minor antagonist for Harry's growth. However, with Voldemort's involvement, the situation was fraught with uncertainty. Virgil was skeptical that Dumbledore would trust Snape to monitor Quirrell while remaining inactive himself. The mere thought of Professor Quirrell sent a shiver down Virgil's spine. It was not merely the grotesque visage of a face on the back of his head that unsettled him. It was the lamentable state of Quirrell's instruction that was truly unbearable. As Corna put it, one might as well wield their wand like a club in combat against dark wizards rather than adhere to Quirrell's dreadful methods. Rumor had it that the upper-year Ravenclaw students had begun self-studying for the defense against the dark arts class, while those preparing for the ordinary wizarding-level examinations were in a state of despair, observing the younger students mocking their peers who were cramming for the exams. Virgil could not help but muse. If only they realized that the forthcoming years of defense against the dark arts classes would be just as unreliable. Would they still find amusement in the present? Stupefy, Virgil declared, watching as the dummy across from him was utterly dismembered. He shook his head, perplexed by the slow progress of his Patronus training, while he had swiftly advanced in the stupefying charm. Could it be that he possessed an innate talent for dark magic? He quickly dismissed that absurd notion. After all, he had a father who was an Auror and a mother who was a former Auror. If he were to embrace the path of a dark wizard, would they not take it upon themselves to rectify his misdeeds? Levi corpus. Virgil attempted the charm once more. The already battered dummy soared into the air, suspended upside down. Collapso, he commanded. The dummy crashed to the ground, scattering into pieces upon impact with the wall. Reflecting on the efficacy of his newly acquired spells, Virgil mused. Perhaps, as the professors had suggested, talent is indeed hereditary. Otherwise, his rapid learning of spells would be inexplicable. Yet, he lamented. Glancing at his wand, crafted from silver lime, he acknowledged that its enhancement of spell power could hardly rival that of yew or blackthorn. Materials forged for combat. His selection of silver lime was primarily due to his ability as a seer. Given that my wand is so ill-suited for battle, I suppose I shall remain in the shadows and bide my time. After all, vanquishing the Dark Lord is not my mission. Virgil seemed to forget the disarray of the dummy, the remnants of his earlier practice. An 11-year-old should prioritize rest. He had been burning the midnight oil far too often of late. Tidying his belongings and securing his wand, he prepared to return to the dormitory. Recently, in pursuit of mastering the disillusionment charm, Virgil had concocted various excuses to sneak into the room of requirement each night. Yet he had overestimated the physical endurance of an 11-year-old. In class, he found himself struggling to keep his eyes open, particularly during Quirrell's defense against the dark arts and Bin's history of magic lessons. Virgil still vividly recalls Professor Bin's nearly translucent form hovering before him, uttering the words, "Why linger in slumber during life, when eternal rest awaits after death?" This has become a source of amusement for his few roommates, who often mock him over it during their leisurely conversations. Among the scant few courses that manage to keep Virgil awake, aside from the charms class, is Snape's potions lesson. After all, when a cold and serpentine instructor stands behind you, scrutinizing your every move, it is only natural that one would refrain from dozing off. Chapter 25, The Weasley Brothers Marvelous. Look everyone, Mr. Chanier has succeeded. Ravenclaw gained 10 points. Professor McGonagall raised the silver needle before Virgil, showcasing it to the other students. It appears you are the first among the newcomers to achieve this, but whispered. I heard there's a girl in Gryffindor named Hermione Granger who is nearly there. But the match head remains on the needle. That's already the second best result after yours. Why wasn't such a girl sorted into Ravenclaw? Goldstein remarked. Hermione Granger? She's the one Professor Flitwick praised specifically and exempted from this week's homework. I thought the top student in Gryffindor would be Harry Potter. I've heard he hasn't demonstrated any remarkable talent in any subject. Connor whispered, gossiping. This is quite different from what we speculated. Is he truly the chosen one? Mr. Michael Connor. Professor McGonagall's stern voice suddenly rang from behind. I do not find discussing classmates behind their backs to be a commendable act. Or do you believe the material I teach in class is not worthy of your utmost attention? If that is the case, perhaps you should complete an extra assignment. Come see me after class, and I shall inform you of the additional homework. Observing Connor's despondent expression, Virgil couldn't help but chuckle. Did you forget that Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor? Goldstein consoled. No worries. Being targeted by Professor McGonagall is far better than being under Professor Snape's scrutiny. You only have to write one extra assignment. Look at me and Virgil. We've endured Snape's torment. He even appears unexpectedly when we add ingredients, attempting to sabotage our potion making. And just look at the questions he poses to Virgil. They far exceed the first-year syllabus. After Transfiguration class, as Connor, with his head hung low, was the last to exit the classroom, Virgil and the others understood that the homework left for him by Professor McGonagall was not trivial. Cheer up, mate. Virgil pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to Connor. This afternoon is herbology. If you remain in low spirits, be wary of Professor Sprout giving you extra assignments too. Connor took the candy without examining it, tossing it straight into his mouth. I tell you, compared to the assignment from Transfiguration, I prefer writing for potions. Hick. Potions. Hick. Connor's eyes widened in horror. Virgil. Hick. What did you? Hick. Give me to eat. Suddenly, a pair of red-haired twins emerged from behind a nearby pillar. Looks like hiccup candy, Fred. You're right, George, from Zonko's. Can we have a piece? Fred asked Virgil. Virgil produced 2 more candies, identical in packaging, and handed them to Fred and George. This first year is quite generous, giving away 2. Fred exclaimed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fred Weasley, and this is George Weasley. George added, all right, Fred. Let us check on our poor Michael. No need to worry. The effects of Zonko's hiccup candy last only half an hour, and there are no other repercussions. But, hick, let us hope so. Hick. After observing Connor's condition, Fred and George each took a side, wrapping an arm around Virgil's shoulders and pinning him between them, addressing Connor and the others. We'll borrow little Virgil for a moment and return him by lunchtime. Without waiting for a reaction, they half-dragged, half-pulled Virgil away. Will he get into trouble? Mandy Blora, another first year from Ravenclaw, caught up, wanting to ask Virgil about the Lumos and softening charms, and happened to see Virgil being taken away by the Weasley brothers, inquiring of Connor and the others. Staring at the 2 Gryffindor students with fiery red hair as they retreated, Connor and the others were momentarily stunned. Although the pair were renowned troublemakers at school, they hadn't heard of them bullying first years before, except, of course, for Slytherin students, but muttered under his breath. Virgil was led by the Weasley brothers to an abandoned classroom within the castle. What do you want with me? I don't recall having any interactions with the Weasley family, Virgil asked, looking at Fred and George standing before him. Even facing the Weasley brothers, Virgil felt no pressure. Though he could not use the disarming charm, he had confidence in the simple yet effective spells he had selected from the Half-Blood Prince's notes and the borrowed books, along with some dueling spells Jennifer had taught him before the term began. He was quite certain he could take down these 2 third years, although the process might be a tad tricky. Don't be nervous, Virgil. We're here because we need your assistance, Fred said. 3rd years seeking help from a first year? Virgil queried. Have you taken a liking to a first-year girl from Ravenclaw and need me to play matchmaker? Virgil's just left Fred and George momentarily awkward, and silence hung in the air until George broke it. Before we embark on our grand venture, we don't intend to pursue girlfriends, as that would hinder our progress in invention. Grand venture? We've temporarily named it Weasley's Wizarding Products, George explained. It's akin to Zonko's joke shop, but of course, our inventions will far surpass those. What do you need me for? To help you test your products? Apologies, but I must consider my personal safety. Virgil was well aware of the products Fred and George had been concocting at school, with the most notable being the instant class-skipping candy, and the best way to test such a product's effectiveness was through human trials. No, you've misunderstood. The Weasley brothers quickly waved their hands, indicating Virgil misinterpreted their intentions. Fred said, We've heard that your foundation in potions is solid, and you've even self-studied advanced potions courses, making it difficult for Snape to challenge you with textbook knowledge. George added, We'd like to request your help in improving our products or providing feedback. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to find a higher-year student for such matters? Can't Gryffindor find a student from the advanced potions class? Virgil inquired. Of course, Gryffindor has students adept in potions, George shrugged. But how would those fine students have time to associate with us? Just like Percy, our Percy. Fred interjected. Exactly. If Percy could abandon his unrealistic aspirations of joining the Ministry of Magic to assist us, our grand endeavor could progress by 2 or 3 years. One student consistently seen with us would undoubtedly attract the attention of our dear Mr. Filch, Fred stated. Lee Jordan, our good friend, is also a primary target for Filch's scrutiny. He is far more lenient towards Peeves than he is towards us, as he can't do anything about a ghost. As expected of the Weasley twins, Virgil found himself unable to interject. Finally, Fred and George placed their hands on Virgil's shoulders in unison. Join us, Virgil. If our magical prank products succeed, we'll share a portion of the profits with you. What do you say? Gazing into the sincere eyes of Fred and George, Virgil felt as though they had forged an unbreakable vow. However, the prospect of participating in the development of magical prank products was undeniably enticing to him. Firstly, the Weasley Wizard Wheezes undeniably generated substantial income. Secondly, as the school's chief mischief maker, Fred and George possessed a greater number of secret passages than even Filch, making the knowledge of several unknown routes exceedingly convenient in many instances. And thirdly, Virgil relished the opportunity to study the Marauders' map up close. One cannot overlook the remarkable utility of this artifact. Currently, Virgil was aware that the map employed sophisticated human detection charms, yet he remained oblivious to its other secrets. If replicating such a marvel proved impossible, he would have no choice but to extend his apologies to Harry Potter. If you could provide me with a few of the products you're currently developing, I would be glad to examine them and see if I might offer some suggestions. As for joining your ranks, I shall need to contemplate that further. Virgil maintained a semblance of reserve. Very well, that's not a problem. We shall deliver the products directly to the entrance of the Ravenclaw Common Room this afternoon. Chapter 26. The Sugar Confectionery. The Weasley brothers were quite particular about efficiency. As soon as herbology class concluded, Virgil spotted the Weasley twins waiting outside the greenhouse. They handed him a backpack brimming with vials and jars. We heard from the Ravenclaw upperclassmen that you seldom linger in the common room, so we decided to wait for you, Fred remarked. We also included our production notes. We hope you can offer some feedback. It would be splendid if you could suggest improvements, as a better product means greater profits, George added. Without further ado, the two turned on their heels and dashed away, seemingly fearful that Virgil might reconsider. Who sent you that? Goldstein and his companions materialized beside Virgil, inquiring. The Weasley brothers. Whoosh. The trio immediately recoiled from Virgil, as if he were tainted by something repulsive. What is wrong with you three? Virgil questioned. Goldstein shrieked. That's the stuff the Weasley brothers gave you. How could those pranksters possibly give you anything normal? Keep your distance. I suspect there's a dumb bomb in that bag. One that will explode upon opening. I heard Roger Davies say he witnessed the Weasley twins hurling dung bombs into Filch's office the other day. Who chimed in? Virgil. If you dare bring that bag back to the dormitory. Connor half pleaded, half threatened. I will strangle you at midnight. All right. Virgil raised his hands in surrender. I'll take it to Professor Kettleburn. The bag contains some magical products developed by the Weasley brothers. They want my opinion. Would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, the three regrouped, eager to witness Fred and George's creations, though they remained skeptical about the safety of their products. However, they felt much more at ease knowing a teacher would be present, even if it was the professor of care of magical creatures. Thus, the quartet bypassed the castle and headed directly to Professor Kettleburn's cottage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. After introducing his roommates, Professor Kettleburn consented to let them experiment with the Weasley brothers' products outside, on the condition that they did not set his house ablaze, or else he would ensure they regretted it. This professor seems quite amiable, Connor whispered. Virgil, since you are familiar with him, perhaps we should take care of magical creatures in our third year. He might grant us leniency for an easy pass. Virgil pondered. That might be difficult. Professor Kettleburn is likely to retire within the next 2 years, so it's uncertain who will teach the third-year course. Connor appeared somewhat disheartened. Although they were Ravenclaw students, intelligent and eager to learn, not all Ravenclaws were omniscient, and specializing in certain subjects was quite normal. For instance, Connor had already exhibited remarkable talent in potions and would undoubtedly earn an O grade to enter the advanced class, unlike Harry and Ron, who merely benefited from a lowered threshold. Despite popular belief that Virgil excelled in potions, it was largely due to the extensive annotations in the Half-Blood Prince's notes and Snape's own improvements that allowed him to self-study and stand out among the first years. After all, even Harry Potter managed to become Slughorn's prized pupil thanks to the Half-Blood Prince's notes, let alone Virgil. In contrast, Virgil preferred subjects like charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Boot demonstrated a knack for herbology, as evidenced by the ease with which he completed his assignments. Virgil considered his talent might rival that of Neville Longbottom. As for Goldstein, he surprised Virgil by excelling in subjects such as history of magic and astronomy, which required rote memorization. He had even borrowed books on ancient runes from the library. However, Virgil suspected that being a Goldstein meant he likely had a gift for occlumency and mental shielding, although those were not subjects taught during their time at Hogwarts. When Virgil opened the Weasley brothers' backpack, Connor and the others quickly distanced themselves, as if a troll were concealed within. However, upon seeing the assortment of vials and jars Virgil extracted, they relaxed, not finding the menacing items they had anticipated. Virgil perused the Weasley twins' production notes and beckoned his roommates closer, hoping to brainstorm collaboratively. Connor glanced at the notebook in Virgil's hands and remarked, "The Weasley brothers certainly trust you. Their production process is meticulously documented. This could be considered a trade secret if it were external. Fred and George wish to recruit me." Virgil elucidated, "It seems they hope to open a shop after graduation. These are likely their prepared products. They're attempting to steal Zonko's business, aren't they?" Goldstein speculated, examining the labels on the jars and guessing their effects. "Are they planning to set up shop in Hogsmeade?" Virgil leafed through the notebook and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I merely said I would provide feedback and Haven T agreed to join them. I didn't expect them to entrust me with trade secrets. Are they not concerned I might usurp their venture? Either they have immense faith in you, or they believe a proper Ravenclaw student wouldn't devote all their energy to this. I think the latter is more likely." At that moment, Goldstein picked up a vial labeled sugar confectionery, containing several orange candies that appeared innocuous. After briefly inspecting it, he uncorked the bottle and tossed one into his mouth. "Wait, don't." Virgil looked up just as Goldstein acted, but it was too late. Nothing. Ugh. Goldstein had just begun to express his disappointment at the candy's lack of effect when he suddenly erupted in violent retching. "Has Anthony been a bit reckless today?" Boot asked Connor. Connor shook his head, uncertain. The three sat opposite Goldstein, curious to see just how effective this escape sugar was, while Virgil thoughtfully retrieved 2 empty buckets from inside and handed them to Goldstein. Gradually, however, a sense of panic began to set in. "This vomiting is relentless. Quickly, find an antidote," Virgil shouted, and the trio lunged for the jars. At this point, Goldstein was too busy retching to articulate anything, flailing his arms helplessly. Finally, they discovered a vial filled with purple candies labeled antidote for escape sugar. In their frenzy, they poured the antidote out, only to realize that Goldstein was in no condition to ingest it. Ultimately, it was Virgil who summoned Professor Kettleburn for assistance. "What did you give him?" Kettleburn waved his wand, and Goldstein abruptly halted mid-vomit, though it was evident that the issue remained unresolved as the vomit appeared lodged in his throat. "Why are you still standing there? Do you have an antidote? If so, toss it into his mouth. If not, hurry to the infirmary. Can't you see his face is turning red?" At his words, Virgil swiftly tossed the purple candy into Goldstein's mouth. Professor Kettleburn directed his wand at Goldstein's throat. Ahem. Clear. With a swallow, Goldstein gulped down the purple candy, subsequently gasping for air and accompanied by bouts of dry heaving. Virgil and the others swiftly turned their attention to Professor Kettleburn, believing that Goldstein had not yet recovered. "Do not look at me," Professor Kettleburn remarked. "He is fine. His gasping is merely a result of having held his breath too long." As for the dry heaving, he glanced at Goldstein, and Virgil seemed to detect a hint of pity in his gaze. As he swallowed the medicine, he inadvertently forced down the vomit that had been lodged in his throat. Ugh. Upon hearing the professor's explanation, Connor could no longer contain himself and began to dry heave as well. Even Virgil felt a discomfort in his throat. Professor Kettleburn, however, proceeded to inspect the peculiar invention with delight, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary invention! It appears to be only half finished. How is it that you first-year students could create something so profound?" Virgil explained, "It was not us. It was Fred and George Weasley who invented it. They planned to open a shop after graduation. The Weasley boys, is it? I never would have imagined their family would produce such an assortment of eccentric talents. I recall teaching Charlie Weasley, who I believe is the brother you mentioned, Fred and George. He was an exceptional student in care of magical creatures. I heard he went on to study dragons after graduation. I was quite pleased to hear that." As he spoke, Professor Kettleburn retrieved a portable swamp, examining it closely. "What an astonishing concept! If only such bright minds would dedicate themselves to the study of magical creatures. I shall take one, and upon my return, I will inquire about the price of such a small swamp, and then I will bring them the money. It is quite suitable for raising flobberworms." "Very well, Professor. Remember not to consume these items carelessly. Should any real issue arise, do not hesitate to seek Madame Pomfrey, Professor Kettleburn admonished once more before turning to leave. Virgil understood that he was heading to tend to the pregnant Niffler. Chapter 27. The first bucket of gold earned from the professor, Mr. Chenier. Do you wish for me to teach you some dueling techniques? Chilo stammered, gazing at the Ravenclaw boy standing before him. Indeed, Professor, Virgil replied with calm composure. I believe that compared to the charms class, defense against the dark arts is a more practical subject. As you may know, my mother was once an Auror, and after graduation, I aspire to follow in her footsteps. Thus, I feel the need to devote more effort to mastering defense against the dark arts. Since you are a Ravenclaw graduate, I consider you my senior, and this modest request should not be unreasonable. Chilo, still faltering, responded, I think. You should primarily focus on the textbook material. After all, you still have ordinary wizarding level exams to pass. But the exams also encompass practical components, Professor. Virgil insisted, endeavoring to adopt a pitiful expression. While it is improbable for us to encounter werewolves or vampires for practical exercises, surely we can learn some basic countermeasures against dark magic. I still believe you should focus on the curriculum. I have nearly exhausted the textbook, Professor, Virgil interjected, raising the guide to dark magic self-defense he held. As you know, it is not overly difficult for a Ravenclaw to self-study the material. Of course, excluding practical experience. I cannot possibly find a dark wizard, werewolf, or vampire here at Hogwarts. Chilo seemed increasingly uncomfortable under Virgil's earnest gaze, his stuttering becoming more pronounced. I will consider it. Deep down, Chilo remained resistant. His numerous journeys in pursuit of dark wizards had cultivated a heightened sense of vigilance within him. He sensed that the Ravenclaw first year before him was not as simple as he appeared, at the very least. He likely desired more than just to learn dueling techniques and defense against the dark arts. Yet, after much contemplation, Chilo could not discern what else this first year might covet from him. Even though Chilo was a character easily swayed by a weakened Voldemort and likely treated as a fool by Dumbledore, his repeated appointments at Hogwarts indicated a certain degree of merit. Agree to his request, just as Virgil was about to leave the classroom. Chilo heard a feeble voice emanate from within his scarf. Also, provide him with the notes you wrote in Albania. I recall you documented some of the spellcasting techniques and dark magic I taught you. But, Master, go. Voldemort hissed. Wait, Vir. Virgil Chenier. Chilo hurriedly called out to the departing boy. You follow me. With that, Chilo led Virgil to his office. Chilo did not permit Virgil to enter his office, but instead instructed him to wait outside while he rummaged through his belongings. Master, he is merely a first-year child. Why must I acquiesce to him? Chilo complained as he searched. Silence, fool. Voldemort's roar startled Chilo, causing him to drop his notebook. With your intellect, I truly question when you might inadvertently deliver me to Dumbledore. Voldemort scolded once more. After all this time as a professor, cannot you gather even a modicum of intelligence? If all my Death Eaters were of your caliber, I might as well remain in Albania. I have heard much about the boy, a prodigy in charms. Phileas Flitwick regards him as a prized pupil. In potions, even Severus struggles to challenge him with textbook knowledge, and he displays a modicum of talent in transfiguration as well. His visit today confirms his affinity for dueling and a desire for power. He is a combative spirit. What will happen when a Ravenclaw witnesses my more profound, potent, and destructive magic? Quirrell? He will be utterly captivated, Master, Chilo dutifully responded. Just as I am. Indeed, once he discovers the limitations of exploring such magic, he will seek us out. At that juncture, I shall devise a means to recruit him into the Death Eaters. But he is merely 11 years old, Master. Just an informant hidden within Hogwarts. Who would suspect that I would recruit an 11-year-old as a Death Eater? And do you believe I would be foolish enough to mark a child with the Dark Mark? I shall approach him under a different guise, an erudite, powerful, yet affable wizard. What could be more innocuous than a child assisting his mentor in mastering advanced magic, especially a Ravenclaw child? I trust Dumbledore would never suspect that a Potter could divert most of his attention. Would he have time to spare for a Ravenclaw child? Voldemort envisioned cultivating a Ravenclaw informant, whose lineage included a former Auror. How exhilarating. But who would ever think to scrutinize the 11-year-old child of a former Auror? Alas, Virgil could not hear Voldemort's inner monologue. Otherwise, he would have exclaimed, Come, teach me your powerful magic. But assisting you? That is another matter. Chilo inquired, Master, should I leave some notes in the notebook as a precaution? Unnecessary, Voldemort mused. Do not underestimate Phileas Flitwick. That half-blood sprite is no trifling matter. Your abilities fall significantly short of his. If I were to leave any telltale signs, it would easily attract his attention. Ordinary notes may prove safer. Understood, Master. With that, Chilo exited the office and handed his notes to Virgil. Mr. Chanier, here are some notes from earlier that I believe you might find useful, Chilo stammered, adding, If anything is unclear, feel free to come and find me. Thank you, Professor. Virgil bowed in gratitude before swiftly departing. Leaving was imperative. Not only did the weakened Voldemort weigh heavily on Virgil's mind, but Chilo's stuttering speech made it increasingly difficult for Virgil to breathe. Finding an empty classroom, Virgil casually perused Chilo's notebook. With spells from Snape's notes at the forefront, he quickly discerned that much of Chilo's content pertained to dark magic. Unfortunately, the spell Virgil yearned to learn, the one enabling flight without tools, was absent. Perfection is unattainable, Virgil chuckled, tossing the notebook into his backpack. For now, it appeared merely to be a notebook. Whether it possessed magical properties required further examination by someone else. Having numerous elder friends truly is a blessing. The task of inspecting the notebook, fraught with peril, should certainly be entrusted to Professor Kettleburn. Virgil skipped towards Professor Kettleburn's quarters. Quickly inspected, once done. I still have the Weasley twins' inventions to ponder. There has been so much to attend to lately that I have scarcely practiced my spells. And I cannot even guarantee time for the disillusionment charm. This simply will not do. The boys of Ravenclaw are resolute in their determination. Upon arriving at Professor Kettlerburn's cottage, Virgil slipped into the magical box and retrieved Chilo's notebook from his bag, promptly handing it to Professor Kettleburn. Professor, could you please examine this for me? I am concerned it might be a magical artifact or perhaps cursed. Professor Kettleburn, displaying a fondness for him, took the notebook and scrutinized it carefully. He then drew his wand and incanted, "Reveal thy true form." The notebook remained unresponsive. This is merely an ordinary notebook, Virgil, Kettleburn remarked, flipping through its pages. However, it appears to contain a considerable amount of dark magic. Where did you procure this? It belongs to Professor Chilo, Virgil replied. I sought to learn some practical techniques for defending against dark magic, but he merely provided me with this notebook. Did he not mention having been entangled with a vampire? I fear there may be curses or other dangers associated with his belongings. Upon hearing this, Professor Kettleburn emphatically tossed the notebook back at him. He is, after all, a teacher of defensive magic. What on earth were you thinking? Take it back at once. But let me make one thing clear. Do not experiment with the dark magic within. It is fraught with peril. Kettleburn harbored no significant doubts. It was entirely reasonable for a professor of defensive magic to record instances of dark magic, for one must first comprehend dark magic to effectively defend against it. Would one not? Chapter 28. The Keeper of the Hunt. It was another Friday afternoon, a designated time for the Enchanting Creatures Protection class. The customary method for repelling Grindylows involved breaking their fingers, rendering them incapable of grasping us. Professor Kettleburn was engaged in a one-on-one lesson with Virgil when a loud knock echoed at the cabin door. A deep voice called out, "Professor, may I enter?" "Oh, do come in, Hagrid," Professor Kettleburn responded, setting aside his book. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and an enormous figure squeezed inside, filling the already cluttered cabin to the brim. "Hagrid, you've been drinking again," Professor Kettleburn remarked, eyeing Hagrid's flushed face with a serious admonition. "A drink is fine, but you can't be perpetually intoxicated. How can Dumbledore trust you with responsibilities if you continue this way?" Hagrid let out a belch. "Sorry, Professor. I had a few too many during a quiet morning." Professor Kettleburn patted Virgil on the shoulder, saying, "Introduce yourself to our Keeper of the Hunt, Hagrid." Virgil set down his textbook, stood, and bowed slightly. "Hello, Hagrid. I am Virgil Shawneal." "I remember you, Virgil Shawneal," Hagrid said, slightly inebriated. "The Sorting Hat took ages to place you in Ravenclaw. Just call me Virgil." "All right, Virgil," Hagrid mumbled. "What are you doing here?" "Teaching him." Professor Kettleburn explained with a smile. "He is learning about the protection of magical creatures." Upon hearing this, Hagrid's previously dazed eyes sparkled with clarity. "Magical creatures? So, you have a passion for them too. Dumbledore must have had a reason for letting me take over from Professor Kettleburn. Do you also have an affinity for magical creatures?" Hagrid asked excitedly, almost eager to embrace Virgil. Calm down, Professor Kettleburn interjected hastily. "It's merely an introduction to some knowledge. Virgil is the child of an old friend of mine. By the time he is ready to learn about the protection of magical creatures, I will likely be retired. So, I'm imparting some knowledge in advance." Then he turned to Virgil, saying, "You should converse with Hagrid more often. He possesses unique insights into magical creature protection. Moreover, Hagrid raises the Thestrals at Hogwarts. Aren't you interested in seeing them? If you have the time, perhaps Hagrid can take you to meet them. Professor, Hagrid interrupted. I need to fetch the fire crabs for the class outside. Otherwise, they might set your cabin ablaze. All right, thank you for your help, Hagrid. Not a problem, Professor. Goodbye. Virgil. Hagrid waved a hand larger than a cauldron at Virgil before stepping out to tend to the fire crabs. As Hagrid closed the cabin door, Professor Kettleburn turned to Virgil and said, a very talented child, though it's a pity he was expelled before graduation. Nonetheless, he is quite reliable. Are you certain, Professor? Virgil retorted. Why do you say that? I hardly consider a half-giant with a penchant for heavy drinking reliable. Virgil met Professor Kettleburn's gaze. Perhaps, as you suspect. He was indeed wronged. However, it is likely that he has some incriminating evidence against the true culprits, leading them to use him as a scapegoat. Furthermore, the school's decision to expel him indicates that he must have violated regulations. Professor Kettleburn sighed. You are quite perceptive, Virgil, having discerned Hagrid's lineage. Your analysis is sound. There was an incident at Hogwarts where a student was attacked, followed shortly by rumors that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The Chamber of Secrets? Virgil feigned ignorance. Indeed, the legendary chamber built by Salazar Slytherin, said to house a fearsome monster. Yet, it remains merely a legend, Professor Kettleburn reminisced. Soon after, it was discovered that Hagrid had been raising an acromantula at the school. He had inquired about their habits and care, which led me to suspect his intentions. I should have intervened. A look of regret crossed Professor Kettleburn's face. Yet, he was so fond of those little creatures. He is truly a child who adores magical beings. I chose to keep it a secret. Who could have foreseen the subsequent attacks on students? Little creatures? Acromantula? Virgil struggled to reconcile the term adorable with the terrifying descriptions he had read. I recall telling you that he was expelled after his wand was broken, Professor Kettleburn continued. However, you and Professor Dumbledore believed in him. Yes, only the two of us did. My situation was peculiar. My voice held little weight. Luckily, Dumbledore decided to keep him at Hogwarts. Otherwise, who knows what fate awaited him? Professor Kettleburn mused. Had it not been for that incident, he might have become an exceptional teacher of magical creature protection by now. Virgil nodded in agreement, yet silently reflected on Hagrid's tragic teaching career. Indeed, Hagrid succeeded you in this subject, but his tenure was fraught with challenges. In his first year, he stirred controversy with the Hippogriff, and though Malfoy's meddling contributed, introducing a creature of such danger to third-year students reflected a lack of foresight in Hagrid's course planning. Furthermore, his subsequent introduction of his illegally kept blast-ended screwits only solidified his reckless abandon after becoming a teacher. In the end, even his staunch supporters, the trio of Harry, did not choose his N.E.W.T. course. Virgil assessed Hagrid as a well-meaning individual with the destructive potential of a Death Eater and the disruptive tendencies of Peeves. The most perplexing aspect was that this half-giant, often befuddled, was undeniably a central figure in the narrative. Consider his actions. Raising an acromantula during his time at school, he was the perfect scapegoat for Tom Riddle. After Dumbledore's staunch defense of Hagrid, the first thing our Keeper of the Hunt did upon assuming his role was to provide a home for the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest and even sought a mate for Aragog, ensuring a bustling environment within the forest. Ultimately, after Aragog's demise, his offspring did not recognize Hagrid. Even Hagrid himself could do little to sway them. During the final battle, they were driven into the castle by Death Eaters, which caused considerable turmoil for the defenders and even indirectly led to Hagrid's capture by them. Virgil. Professor Kettleburn's voice pulled Virgil back to reality. Yes, Professor? Professor Kettleburn regarded Virgil, speaking slowly. Virgil, you are a clever child. I know, Professor. One must be intelligent to be placed in Ravenclaw. You little rascal, are you beginning to lose your respect? Professor Kettleburn playfully swatted Virgil with his book. Hagrid is a good boy. Professor, if I'm not mistaken, Hagrid is over 60 years old, nearly the same age as my grandfather. You still refer to him as a good boy? Let me finish. Professor Kettleburn was seething with rage, even drawing his wand. As time passed, he discovered that Virgil had begun to jest with him. Upon seeing the wand, Virgil quickly fell silent. Once I leave Hogwarts, should Hagrid encounter any troubles, I hope you can assist him to the best of your abilities, if you will. In that instant, Virgil's mind raced with thoughts of the Norwegian Ridgeback soon to be born, the Hippogriff, the blast-ended Scrut, Aragog, and his own inarticulate brother. Will you, Virgil? It is rare for me to encounter someone so passionate about magical creatures, even if he is a half-breed giant. Virgil gazed at the frail old man before him. Recalling the warmth he had received upon learning he was the grandson of an old friend, he remembered the professor's dedication while teaching him the Patronus charm, and how he generously offered to assist with suggestions for the Weasley twins' joke products, simply because Virgil mentioned he might contribute to the prank items. Readily stating that he would provide any animal-related materials he lacked, Virgil's heart softened. "All right, Professor, but only to the extent of my capabilities." Hearing Virgil's response, Professor Kettleburn nodded with satisfaction. Though he had verbally agreed, Virgil felt a twinge of anxiety within. It seemed he would have to devise a way for the trio of protagonists to take the fall for whenever Hagrid encountered a predicament. Harry Potter and his friends were never far behind. Chapter 29. Trelawney's Prophecy. The first spell class of October commenced, yet regrettably, Hogwarts does not observe an 11-day holiday. Virgil whispered in jest. After successfully casting the repairing charm to the admiration of Professor Flitwick and the awe of two first-year students, Professor Flitwick called Virgil over at the end of the class. Kona and the others informed Virgil that they would be waiting for him in the corridor. Leaving the spacious classroom with only Virgil and Flitwick. "Virgil, could you enlighten me on the extent of your self-study and spellcasting?" Professor Flitwick inquired, standing atop a stack of books, gazing proudly at his favored pupil. Flitwick truly regarded Virgil as his exceptional student, despite Virgil being merely a first year. Hermione Granger's talent likewise delighted Flitwick, yet she belonged to Gryffindor, under the tutelage of Professor McGonagall. Thus, Flitwick referred to Virgil simply as Virgil, while Hermione was still addressed as Miss Granger. Upon hearing the professor's question, Virgil pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to respond. He then approached a corner of the classroom and retrieved a worn-out cushion. "Expand," Virgil commanded, pointing his wand at the cushion. Instantly, the tattered cushion swelled, its size soon sufficient to accommodate Professor Flitwick. Virgil incanted another spell, Splintering Shatter. The enlarged cushion was cleaved into fragments. Restoration. The repairing charm restored the cushion to its original form. Observing Virgil's remarkable performance, Flitwick erupted into applause. "It appears you have mastered the spells required for first-year study and have even grasped several from the standard spellbook level 2. Truly beyond my expectations." He then produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Virgil. "Remarkably clever." Virgil read aloud the words on the parchment before looking up at his professor. "Professor, next time you wish to commend me, feel free to tell me directly. No need to write it down. Rest assured, I shall place this note by my bedside. Perhaps it will inspire my roommates." Flitwick nearly stumbled off his perch at Virgil's words. "That is a password," he quickly clarified. "The spell club. I'll invite 4 students from each house who exhibit notable aptitude in spellcasting to join this club. We generally discuss topics related to spellcraft, and occasionally I teach spells beyond the textbook. Meetings are typically held on Thursday evenings. Should you join, you will be the sole first-year member." "I recall that Miss Granger from Gryffindor possesses considerable talent," Virgil mentioned. "Indeed, Miss Granger is exceptionally gifted," Flitwick replied. "But she has yet to self-study the contents of standard spellbook level 2. Perhaps in her second year, I shall extend an invitation to her." After contemplating Flitwick's explanation, Virgil nodded and tucked the parchment into his bag. "The club meets in a room at the end of the left corridor on the 5th floor and requires a password for entry. If you fear getting lost, you may inquire with Miss Clearwater or Mr. Eric, our prefects. They are both members of the spell club." "The spell club?" Kona and the others questioned. Virgil nodded, feeling no need to conceal such information. "Do you suppose there might also be a transfiguration club or a potions club?" Kona speculated enthusiastically. "I have heard that Professor Snape's predecessor, Professor Slughorn, established a similar potions club," Virgil recounted. "However, I do not believe Professor Snape is inclined to instruct students from other houses. But perhaps he might provide some extra attention to Slytherin students," Butter added. "Professor Snape? Surely. He has no time for a potions club. He must assist the Order of the Phoenix in gathering intelligence while not neglecting his old colleagues. You might inquire whether Professors McGonagall and Sprout have established a Transfiguration Club or Herbology Club. Such clubs would undoubtedly include Ravenclaw students," Virgil suggested. "As for other subjects, I doubt any students would be interested even if such clubs were formed. Aside from Anthony, I cannot think of anyone who would use their free time for an extra history of magic class." Gottstein, the new favorite of Professor Binns, attempted to kick Virgil's behind upon hearing the jest, but was nimbly dodged. "I am off to find the Weasley twins. Would you care to join me?" Virgil inquired, waving Fred and George's notebook, which he had been using to refine their joke products, a collaborative effort aided by his 3 roommates. "Do not underestimate 4 first years. One might question what insights they could provide to third-year students. After all, we are 4 Ravenclaws, renowned for our intellect, Virgil asserted. Genius to the left. Madness to the right. When Ravenclaw students apply their nimble minds to skipping classes and pranking, the inspiration that bursts forth is unparalleled. Moreover, the joke products currently being developed by the Weasley twins not only require knowledge of potions and herbology, but also necessitate an understanding of alchemy. It is worth noting that Hogwarts does not offer a course in alchemy, and the Weasley twins largely rely on relevant library books for self-study. Thus, their current application of alchemy is not particularly advanced. Once Virgil and his companions borrow some alchemy texts for self-study, although they may not match the Weasley twins' practical skills, comprehending the production process will become considerably easier with the assistance of the Weasley twins' notes. Nonetheless, Virgil remains astonished by the Weasley twins' capacity for learning. Perhaps, aside from Hermione, Fred and George possess certain talents that could qualify them for Ravenclaw. After all, the joke products, which can only be deemed semi-finished, involve knowledge not only of alchemy but also of potions and herbology. Virgil is also aware that in the future, the Weasley twins will produce products such as anti-jinx hats and jinx-repelling cloaks, which will require knowledge of spellcasting and defense against the dark arts. Perhaps when scheming pranks, the Weasley twins' intellect reaches Ravenclaw standards. Kona and the others opted to accompany Virgil in search of the Weasley twins, recognizing their contributions to the joke products. I cannot fathom why individuals like the Weasley twins would choose to study divination. Virgil and his friends stood outside the divination classroom, awaiting the twins' departure. Kona, while supplementing notes from Virgil's spellcasting textbook, commented, "Perhaps they believe they possess some innate talent in divination that would aid them in their pranks," Virgil speculated. "That would drive Mr. Filch to despair," Butter chuckled. "A pre-journey divination to foresee whether the night's escapade will be fruitful or if they will be caught." Godstein interjected, "Isn't divination merely nonsense? I have heard upperclassmen say our divination teacher is a charlatan." They are correct, though not entirely so. Virgil turned to explain to Godstein. "Professor Sybil Trelawney, our divination instructor, is a descendant of Cassandra Trelawney." "Cassandra Trelawney?" Godstein murmured, struggling to recall if this name belonged to a great wizard mentioned in the history of magic course. No need to ponder further, Virgil interrupted Godstein's thoughts. Cassandra Trelawney was a seer. A seer? Kona and Butte were also captivated by the conversation. Indeed, true seers are exceedingly rare. For those endowed with the prophetic gift possess an innate ability to foresee the future, a talent often referred to as sight. Many sorcerers and scholars engrossed in divination speculate that this ability is likely hereditary. However, even within closely knit families, one cannot guarantee that the progeny of seers will inherently display this gift. Occasionally, generations may pass before another individual with prophetic aptitude emerges. "So, do you mean Professor Trelawney inherited this gift?" Goldstein inquired. Virgil certainly could not divulge that Voldemort was driven to eliminate the Potter family based on a prophecy foretold by Professor Trelawney. Aside from a select few, including Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape, the details of this prophecy could only be comprehended through the enigmatic orbs housed within the Department of Mysteries. What I imply is that perhaps Trelawney has inherited the sight, or perhaps she has not. It is also conceivable that she has indeed inherited it, yet lacks the ability to wield that gift at will. Upon hearing Virgil's enlightening words, Goldstein and his companions exchanged glances, lamenting, "If only we possessed such a gift, we could amass a fortune in galleons." Butte added, "Speaking of which, I recall there exists a profession known as a naming seer. They specialize in divining names for newborns and offer suggestions regarding their nomenclature, all while earning substantial amounts of galleons. Your name wouldn't happen to have been bestowed by a naming seer, would it?" Kona teased Butte. "My name was given by my grandfather," Butte retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Just as the four were animatedly discussing, a voice interjected, "I heard you mention making a fortune in galleons. Have you discovered a new avenue for profit?" Virgil turned to see the Weasley twins, freshly released from class. "Finding lucrative opportunities is not that simple," he replied. "We were merely discussing divination and prophecy." "Divination?" Upon hearing Virgil's words, the Weasley twins simultaneously rolled their eyes and scoffed, gesturing towards Professor Trelawney in the classroom. Whether true seers exist remains uncertain. "But the one seated there is undoubtedly a charlatan," the twins asserted confidently. Fred remarked, since this class commenced, "The professor has predicted the demise of over 10 students this term." George added, "If Hogwarts were to witness such a grim event, it would surely be shut down. Professor Dumbledore would never allow such a catastrophe to unfold." While Fred and George continued their light-hearted banter, Professor Trelawney gathered her belongings, preparing to return to her office. Aware of her unpopularity among students and staff alike, she typically confined her movements to the tower. "Hey, Professor," Fred called out to her. "Here are 4 new Ravenclaw students. Would you do a reading for them to see if they're in any danger this semester?" Hearing Fred's words, Professor Trelawney halted, turning to regard Virgil and his companions. "For new students? Ravenclaw newcomers? Do you wish to glimpse into the art of divination?" As she approached them, her gaze lingered on Virgil's face, causing her to suddenly stop in her tracks. With a crash, the items in her arms scattered across the floor. Tarot cards lay strewn about, a teacup shattered, and the prophecy orb rolled to the feet of Virgil and his friends. In that moment, Professor Trelawney appeared as if ensnared by a curse, her limbs stiff. As she moved closer to Virgil, not quite walking, but rather shuffling, Virgil gazed into her eyes, which seemed to lose focus, her pupils constricting. She murmured, "Two souls riding upon the night steed, reaching forth from the darkness to stir all. Yet in the mirror, the true self remains unseen. Creatures dwelling in shadowy, damp places shall prove most helpful. While gazing at the stag, the raven lurking in the shadows is overlooked. And those who have truly faced death may find their foes more terrifying than the Dark Lord." Upon uttering her final words, Professor Trelawney stumbled. And when Virgil next beheld her, her eyes had returned to normal. "What just happened to me?" she mused, clutching her forehead, her expression one of distress. Noticing the startled looks on Goldstein, Butte, and the Weasley twins, she regained her composure. "I apologize, children. Did I frighten you? I am truly sorry, truly sorry." With that, she hastily gathered her scattered belongings and hurried away, muttering to herself, "No, what just transpired? What happened to me?" Once Professor Trelawney's figure vanished around the corner, Goldstein and the others finally collected their wits. What transpired just now? Did Professor Trelawney just make a prophecy for Virgil? Butte asked the Weasley twins. The twins shook their heads, with George responding, "We are unsure. She did not exhibit such behavior during our class readings. Frankly, if she could maintain that expression every time she read fortunes, she'd have a thriving business in Diagon Alley. Her manner was truly terrifying." George continued, "Do you recall what she said?" Kona and the others quickly shook their heads, the unsettling state of Professor Trelawney still fresh in their minds, a rather unpleasurable memory for 11-year-olds. Virgil could confidently assert that had Professor Trelawney confronted any of his roommates with that gaze, the mere shift in her pupils would have haunted them with nightmares. "I only remember her mentioning the Dark Lord," George recalled. "Has she grown weary of simply foretelling student deaths? Is she now invoking the name of he who must not be named? Do not fret, Virgil." Fred patted him on the shoulder. "Rather than worrying about the Dark Lord, you should be concerned about the constipation." George exclaimed, "That was an exceptionally well-articulated remark. You should worry about constipation. Remember that phrase. It may come in handy one day." Chapter 30. You're not as good as a ghostly Quidditch ball. "Hey, Virgil. I hear that Trelawney has made a prophecy about you as well." Roger Davis clapped Virgil on the shoulder, gesturing for Butte to make room, as he settled beside Virgil. "Was it a teacup or a crystal ball that Professor Trelawney used? Perhaps tarot cards?" Davis continued, eyeing Virgil, who was voraciously devouring a pie. "Nothing of the sort. She simply stated it directly," Konar interjected. "How peculiar," Roger Davis remarked. "When I first attended divination class, she used a crystal ball and foretold that I would be in grave danger. At that moment, Cedric made his way over from the Hufflepuff table to offer comfort to Virgil. "Don't worry, Virgil," he said, positioning himself on Virgil's other side. Those who had taken divination did not harbor fond memories of the class. Seeing Cedric, a rival in Quidditch, Roger Davis scoffed. "Is Hufflepuff students' gossip so swift nowadays?" Unfazed by Davis's sarcasm, Cedric replied, "You should ask the Weasley twins. They, and their good friend Lee Jordan, are practically 3 blaring trumpets of embellishment." "Weasley?" Upon hearing Cedric's words, Virgil set down his utensils. "What did they say?" "Not much, really. They claim to have forgotten the details of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. But they said her demeanor at the time was akin to that of a genuine charlatan," Cedric explained. "Do you remember the content of the prophecy?" Roger Davis asked Virgil. Listening to their exchange, Virgil felt a sense of relief. It seemed the Weasley twins were somewhat reliable in this matter. After all, they had not mentioned the Dark Lord. And even though the prophecy had no direct correlation to Voldemort, any mention of that name could certainly incite further controversy. "I don't recall the specifics of Professor Trelawney's prophecy either." Under the expectant gazes of Cedric and Roger Davis, Virgil chose to conceal the prophecy's content. His 3 roommates and the Weasley twins were clearly unaware of Trelawney's condition at the time, but Virgil was aware, The unreliable vision of Professor Trelawney had been activated. This meant that Trelawney's prophecy was indeed credible and precise. Consequently, the content of the prophecy kept Virgil awake throughout the night. A rare instance where he did not visit the room of requirement. The two souls on the night steed, he had heard this phrase twice now. In fact, he had entertained similar thoughts after the Sorting Hat incident and had conducted relevant inquiries. Typically, if both parents were wizards, their offspring would likely be sorted into the same house their parents once belonged to. For instance, Harry Potter's parents hailed from Gryffindor, and the Sorting Hat deemed him suitable for Slytherin due to Voldemort's lingering influence on him, such as his ability to speak Parseltongue. Likewise, the Weasley family all graduated from Gryffindor. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Sirius Black being sorted into Gryffindor, but such cases were exceedingly rare. Regulus, who eventually awakened and stole the locket, could one truly claim he possessed no Gryffindor traits. However, the Sorting Hat had also mentioned that it had never encountered anyone suitable for all four houses simultaneously. Virgil pondered whether the original Virgil Chonier was best suited for Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, as represented by Binial and Jennifer, while the version of himself that had traversed here was more attuned to Slytherin or Hufflepuff. No, the Sorting Hat had stated that Slytherin and Hufflepuff were indeed archenemies. Perhaps the original Virgil was meant for Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, while he himself had brought forth traits of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Moreover, with Trelawney's prophecy today, could it be that the original Virgil's soul had not been extinguished but merely lay dormant? If, perchance, the original Virgil's soul were to awaken one day, what would become of him? Would he be consumed? Or would he suffer from a split personality? The assertions of the Sorting Hat and Trelawney had even plunged Virgil into a state of panic. It seemed prudent to expedite his search for Horcrux information in the restricted section. Having dealt with the inquiries of Roger Davis and Cedric, Virgil and his roommates made their way directly to the library. I wish Professor McGonagall could be as lenient with homework as Professors Flitwick and Sprout, Konar grumbled. But why not mention how Snape always turns a blind eye to the homework of Slytherin students in potions class? Butte retorted, "We're not so bad off. Gryffindor students have it the worst. Professor McGonagall is exceedingly strict with her own house. I've never heard of her exempting any Gryffindor student from homework," Goldstein chimed in, nodding toward Virgil. "It's been quite a while. When was the last time you saw him submit an assignment for charms?" Indeed, since Professor Flitwick began assigning essays, Virgil had been exempt from nearly every homework assignment. The only other first-year student enjoying similar treatment was Gryffindor Hermione Granger. Upon hearing Goldstein's comment, Virgil did not lift his head as he replied, "If certain individuals could manage their Lumos spell without emitting black smoke or ensure their Reparo charm doesn't accidentally produce an explosion, I dare say Professor Flitwick would grant them exemption as well." Butte and Konar burst into laughter, while Goldstein, flustered, hurled standard spells, Beginner's Guide at Konar. "If I recall correctly, it was you who nearly set our dormitory aflame." Bang! Madame Pants, who was organizing books nearby, slammed her palm on the table. "Silence. Anyone who cannot maintain quiet will be promptly ejected." Goldstein immediately silenced himself, and Konar shrank back like a timid kitten, burying himself in his writing once more. A month into their life at Hogwarts, Virgil and his roommates had collectively deduced which professors were best left undisturbed. The strict Madame Pants, in charge of the library, and Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, ranked just below the formidable Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. As for Professor Snape, no creature within Hogwarts, including the likes of the fat lady and Peeves, dared to provoke him. "Virgil." Konar nudged Virgil's arm with his elbow, whispering, "Look over there." Virgil followed Konar's gesture. Not far away, seated at a table were fellow Ravenclaw first years Lisa Dupin and Mandy Brocklehurst. Upon noticing Virgil's gaze, the two hastily averted their eyes, pretending to study while murmuring indistinctly amongst themselves. Virgil turned to Goldstein, a puzzled expression on his face. "Who do you fancy, Lisa or Mandy?" he asked Konar. "I could ask Mandy for you. We're somewhat familiar." Mandy Brocklehurst was the girl Virgil had assisted in accessing the common room earlier. Since then, she frequently approached Virgil with questions related to her studies. "Who said anything about either of them?" Konar replied, "I meant for you to look at the table behind them." "Oh, you mean Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe? You know the upperclassmen as well?" "They're second years, not exactly upperclassmen. Cho Chang is exceptionally beautiful," Konar gushed, his expression starry-eyed, prompting Virgil to wish he could capture the moment with a camera. Goldstein and Butte, intrigued by their conversation, leaned in closer. No wonder Konar had ended his relationship with Ginny to pursue Cho Chang. It appeared he had fallen into the depths of love long before. Virgil encountered the 10-year-old Ginny Weasley at King's Cross Station, a veritable beauty in her own right. It is no wonder that during her time at Hogwarts she garnered numerous admirers, ultimately capturing the heart of the savior, Harry Potter. After all, in matters of marriage, Harry would not wed her solely because she is Ron's sister. Autumn Zhang? The name reverberated in my mind. I recalled hearing it before. On the notice board in the common room, a second-year student, Autumn Zhang, serves as a reserve seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. To be part of the Quidditch team in her second year? Connor murmured in awe. What a prodigy. Goldstein reached out to ruffle Connor's hair, saying, "Wake up, mate. Are you infatuated?" The term Quidditch prodigy should be reserved for Harry Potter, who was selected for the team in his first year, and as a regular player, no less. I too wish to join the Quidditch team. Connor declared as if making a solemn vow. Perhaps by joining, I might befriend Autumn Zhang. Connor's words left Virgil and the others momentarily speechless. Virgil patted his shoulder, suggesting, "There are many ways to pursue a girl. Perhaps you could leverage your strengths, such as concocting some highly sought-after potions. Maybe you could aim for the Brain Elixir and the Felix Felicis." Virgil deliberately selected 2 potions that were beyond the reach of a student's skill as targets for Connor, believing that with Connor's aptitude in potion-making, he would inevitably master these rare concoctions in the future. Butte chimed in with a jab. "Are you even aware of your own performance in flying class? The bludgers fly better than you do." Goldstein corrected him. "Bludgers are used by seekers to pass and score. They themselves do not fly." Exactly. It's precisely because they cannot fly that Michael's flying skills are inferior to even them. Terry Butte. "Don't run. I'll throttle you. Spare me. Michael. I was wrong. I was wrong. Have mercy. If you can't be quiet, get out of the library. Quickly." This was the roar of Madam Pants. Chapter 31. The Theory of Bloodlines. Is it the Curse Club? Professor Ketterburn remarked while supervising Virgil as he practiced the Patronus charm. "I am familiar with it. It is quite an admirable club, certainly far superior to the one Slughorn established in his time. That Slug Club was essentially a means for him to ingratiate himself with certain wizarding families." "Slug?" Virgil queried, bemused by the implication of Slughorn's name. "Indeed. While we often label him vain and snobbish, one cannot deny his discerning eye for talent. Many students he invited into the Slug Club have made remarkable names for themselves post-graduation. Some became Quidditch players, others political luminaries, and even titans in business and journalism. He has certainly reaped numerous benefits from these students." "You seem well acquainted with the club," Virgil observed. At its inception, Slughorn invited the professors at Hogwarts to join. But a single gathering left us disenchanted. However, it is not entirely detrimental to become acquainted with talented and dynamic students, is it? Professor Ketterburn sighed. "Regrettably. I hail from Hufflepuff, and Slughorn's actions effectively categorize students into 2 extremes, those he favors and those he deems worthless. He never considers the feelings of those who were not invited, which contributed to the polarized reputation he left behind." He continued. "Much like the legendary rift between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which arose from discord, it is often overlooked that, from the very foundation of Hogwarts, Hufflepuff had the most profound disagreements with Slytherin." "Hufflepuff?" Virgil mused, acknowledging he had heard of such a notion but had never delved into it in detail. "If I were to investigate this matter, it would certainly consume a considerable amount of time. Many tomes in the library merely gloss over it. Tell me, what defines a Slytherin student?" "I recall ambition, cunning, shrewdness, resourcefulness, and even a disregard for rules," Virgil replied, selecting his words carefully. "Indeed, you are correct. Yet you have overlooked one critical aspect. Think carefully. What have I neglected? Are you referring to the early bloodlines?" Virgil suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. "Precisely. That is the heart of the matter. Hufflepuff students are friendly, loyal, honest, and just, yet Helga Hufflepuff admitted all who chose her house, including those overlooked by the other 3 founders. Those she welcomed into her house were grateful, yet in Salazar Slytherin's words, she gathered a muddle of rabble. Although in recent years, there have been half-bloods and muggle-born wizards admitted into Slytherin, most of them have not fared well within the house. The admission of non-pure-blood wizards into Slytherin would have been inconceivable during the era of the 4 founders." Virgil interjected, "So, from the very beginning, Hufflepuff students and Slytherin students were inherently opposed?" "Not entirely so, for Hufflepuff students never considered opposition to anyone. The conflict existed solely between Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin. This is an obscure history. Today, most students, including alumni, believe Gryffindor and Slytherin are the natural adversaries. Yet, upon reflection, Professor Ketterburn's words hold merit. At the inception of Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin were once the closest of friends. Salazar Slytherin's extreme views on pure bloods ultimately alienated even his dear friend Gryffindor, while Ravenclaw steadfastly supported Hufflepuff. Thus, even if there were some conflicts between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, they eventually fizzled out. Virgil mused, and then you know the rest. Although Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also meticulously selected their students, they did not exclude half-bloods or Muggleborns. Shortly thereafter, Professor Ketterburn uttered a statement that could jeopardize his reputation among students. Yet, upon reflection, was Salazar Slytherin's choice truly erroneous? At that moment, Virgil nearly dropped his wand in shock, and the Patronus he had begun to conjure dissipated into a silvery mist once more. Professor, what do you mean? Slytherin's ideology was not flawed? I do not imply that. Rather, I intend to challenge your knowledge of magical history. Tell me, in what era did the four founders exist? What era? Virgil struggled to recall his studies in magical history, yet he could not deny the significant gap in knowledge between himself and Goldstein. Allow me to enlighten you. It was the Middle Ages in the Muggle world, a time marked by the rise of religion. During that period, wizards became targets of exclusion, oppression, and even persecution. Wizards could not acknowledge that their magic stemmed from the divine as proclaimed by religious figures. Muggles perceived wizards, who wielded powers beyond their comprehension, as uncontrollable and dangerous, posing threats to their societal safety. Thus, the witch hunts commenced. Witch hunts? Virgil echoed, encountering this term for the first time. This is likely a topic covered in your third or fourth year of magical history, though your current textbooks have omitted many of the more brutal and bloody aspects. Hogwarts and the wizarding community must also be mindful of those wizards of Muggle heritage and half-bloods. Professor Ketterburn continued, at that time, the magical world enacted the Statute of Secrecy, concealing the entirety of the wizarding realm. Salazar Slytherin's pure-blood ideology can be seen as a campus version of the Statute of Secrecy. His concern that Muggles would taint wizarding bloodlines was one aspect, but admitting Muggle-born students could inadvertently expose the entire wizarding world, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for all wizards. Reflecting on Professor Ketterburn's insights, Virgil began to reorganize his thoughts, realizing the plausibility of such a scenario. Did the four founders not consider alternative solutions? Initially, Salazar Slytherin contemplated employing the Obliviate charm to make Muggle-born wizards completely forget their origins. However, he was thwarted by Hufflepuff, who deemed it too cruel to strip those students of their memories, including those of their parents. What solution did they devise then? Virgil inquired. The Unbreakable Vow. Professor Ketterburn stated gravely, a secret forever ensconced within the soul of a living being. I have researched extensively and confirmed this. Yet the records do not specify who the secret keeper was. I suspect it was indeed the four founders. Even Helga Hufflepuff, no matter how benevolent, would not desire for wizarding secrets to be divulged to Muggles. Returning to the matter at hand, Professor, while Salazar Slytherin may have had good intentions, relying on pure-blood criteria for admissions would leave the wizarding world rather sparse, would it not? Furthermore, to my knowledge, children born from incestuous unions are quite likely to suffer from intellectual disabilities and may also bear other ailments to varying degrees. Intellectual disabilities? Ha ha ha, exclaimed Professor Ketterburn, bursting into laughter at Virgil's words, even knocking over his teacup in the process. My dear boy, it seems you still have not embraced your transformation into a wizard. This is merely a theory from the Muggle world, and you must remember, you are not a Muggle. Many of the principles that apply to Muggles do not hold true for wizards. There are numerous pure-blood wizards at Hogwarts, and nearly every year, members of the Sacred 28 enroll. Where, pray tell, is the student afflicted with the diseases you attribute to incestuous breeding? Moreover, how could Muggle blood possibly possess magical attributes? Surely you do not believe that a wizard of Muggle descent is purely of Muggle lineage. Their ancestors must have been wizards, or at the very least, squibs. Thus, if one were to delve deeply into this matter, the so-called Muggle wizards can indeed be categorized among the half-blood wizards. Professor Ketterburn's remarks thoroughly dismantled Virgil's previous line of thought. Indeed, he is now a wizard, and many matters can no longer be contemplated through the lens of an ordinary person's perspective. It is akin to telling a Muggle that by waving this wooden stick, I can conjure water and fire, they would either perceive you as a mere magician or consider you a fool. As for incestuous unions, the Philosopher's Stone has been brought forth by Nick LeMay, the secret to eternal life has been realized, and any purported negative effects of incestuous breeding may truly be of little consequence to potioneers and alchemists. Chapter 32, Michael Connor's resolve. Professor Ketterburn interrupted Virgil's contemplation once more. Cease your thoughts. I am aware that until the age of 11, You believed yourself to be a muggle, which makes it challenging for your mindset to shift. You shall gradually acclimate. Let us return to the topic of the Charms Club. Professor Ketterburn redirected the conversation. Are you aware of the opinions many wizards have regarding the subject of charms? Virgil replied, Indeed, Professor Flitwick mentioned in class that it is a rather undemanding course. Quite so, many wizards share that sentiment. However, one must consider the instructor, Professor Ketterburn advised. Professor Flitwick? Indeed, Phileas Flitwick. His expertise in charms far surpasses that of your grandparents. In his youth, he even won the dueling championship, owing to his profound understanding and adept application of various spells. I am aware of that, Professor, the dueling champion, Virgil shrugged. I learned about it during the first week of school. That's all. Professor Ketterburn suddenly uttered a term. That's all? Virgil had never encountered that word before. It refers to those who face difficulty during sorting. What you refer to as hatstalls, Professor Ketterburn elucidated. This term is used among Hogwarts faculty and students for those students whose sorting process exceeds 5 minutes. There are 3 documented hatstalls in Hogwarts history. The head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, the brave Peter Pettigrew, who sacrificed himself to protect the Potters. Oh, Hatstall, now I understand. As for a certain Animagus who heroically perished protecting the Potters. Upon hearing this, Virgil couldn't help but smirk. And the third is you, Virgil Shawnir. Thus, it is not unfounded for many upperclassmen to say that you overshadowed the boy who lived, Harry Potter, on the day of your arrival. That is beyond my control, Professor. Professor Ketterburn did not respond to Virgil, but continued unperturbed. Your house head, Professor Flitwick, along with the recently renowned author Gilderoy Lockhart, are near hatstalls as well. But their sorting did not exceed 5 minutes. Remarkably, this year has indeed produced an abundance of unique individuals. You are a hatstall. And Gryffindor has 3 near hatstalls, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. You may not be aware, but after this year's sorting ceremony, the professors convened for an extended discussion regarding the 4 of you. Virgil knew that, like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick had been torn between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw during his own sorting. According to the Sorting Hat's own account, those students who posed a dilemma were categorized similarly, though not in such detail. During this time, I sense that the subjects you favor are indeed charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Moreover, the spells you've requested for practice are predominantly those frequently employed in duels. It appears you have inherited your parents' brave and combative spirit, along with a passion for dueling. Feeling a bit bashful from Professor Ketterburn's observations, Virgil scratched the back of his head. Indeed, he seldom inquired about topics related to the care of magical creatures. He merely absorbed whatever Professor Ketterburn taught. Professor Ketterburn, however, took no offense. After all, he felt compelled to instill knowledge of magical creature care in Virgil, not wishing to take this knowledge with him into the grave. He had long expressed to Virgil the hope that after his passing, should Virgil encounter someone with a genuine affection for magical creatures, he would impart the knowledge he had gathered. Initially, Professor Ketterburn had hoped to pass on his legacy to Hagrid, but was dismayed to find that Hagrid did not graduate from Hogwarts. Subsequently, Charlie Weasley had instilled hope in him, but over time, Professor Ketterburn realized that Charlie merely had a fondness for dragons, not all magical creatures. As for the quality of the defense against the dark arts course at Hogwarts, it is unnecessary for me to elaborate. I had expected that upon Quirinus Quirrell's return, the teaching quality would improve, especially after reviewing the notes he prepared for you. However, discussions with upperclassmen revealed that the course's quality remained unchanged. Nonetheless, with your mother present, I believe defense against the dark arts will not pose a challenge for you, as it is a crucial subject for becoming an Auror. Among the other professors, Minerva excels in transfiguration, her combat style greatly influenced by Headmaster Dumbledore. However, I fear you may not have the opportunity to learn her combat techniques in transfiguration. Thus, your best instructor would be Phileas. Although he is aging, his experience remains invaluable, and I doubt he would refuse your request for guidance, being a Ravenclaw student. As Virgil departed the cabin, his mind was still swirling with the plans Professor Ketterburn had laid out for him. Truly, he was an esteemed professor at Hogwarts. Virgil's interest in the 3 subjects of defense against the dark arts was not rooted in a desire for personal achievement in dueling. Instead, he was aware that in his 4th year, the boy who lived, Harry, would personally deliver materials for Voldemort's resurrection, orchestrated by young Barty Crouch. Virgil merely wished to acquire the ability to defend himself swiftly, not placing all his hopes on Dumbledore and the other professors. According to Professor Ketterburn, learning dueling techniques from Professor Flitwick would indeed be the most suitable shortcut. even though Virgil recognized that, among Hogwarts faculty, the only one with combat prowess second only to Dumbledore was Snape, he could not fathom any means to persuade the old bat to teach him dueling. Upon returning to his dormitory, Virgil intended to join his roommates for dinner, as astronomy class awaited them at 11 o'clock. "Where's Michael?" Virgil inquired upon discovering only Goldstein and Bud in the room. "He went to find Roger Davies," Goldstein replied weakly. "After lunch, you just went to see Professor Ketterburn. And he dragged us both to find Davies." "Oh, it seems he's truly determined," Virgil mused as he sat on his bed, observing his two roommates sprawled on their beds. "He went to find Davies, yet you two look utterly exhausted? Don't even mention it." The mere mention of the Quidditch team seemed to revive their grievances. "The captains from each house are no fools. Roger Davies has already been confirmed as the next Quidditch team captain. And now Gabrielle Hampton has begun to let him gradually take charge of the new player trials. Even if the team has no vacancy. Each year the captains select talented second years to train with the team, and those who perform well can be promoted to reserves. It appears our house captain possesses quite the management acumen," Virgil remarked, surprisingly praising others. "But let's return to Michael. Did Roger Davies agree? How could he? If Michael truly had the talent of Harry Potter, Roger would have approached him long ago. Professor Flitwick would have granted him special permission to join, rather than waiting for Michael to approach him. Nevertheless, Michael is quite tenacious when Roger Davies refused. He merely followed him and ended up attending a divination class with the third years." Virgil was taken aback. "You two also attended divination? Do you see us as the sort with that kind of free time? When we saw him enter the classroom, we just turned back. As for the outcome, we remain in the dark. However, he is yet to return. Perhaps Davis has truly succumbed to his torment and allowed him to join the team. You are well aware of his performance in flying class. If Roger Davis can indeed secure Michael a place on the team, I shall lose all hope for our college's Quidditch squad," stated Goldstein. "I, on the other hand, believe that Virgil possesses considerable talent for Quidditch. He flies with remarkable steadiness. And Madam Hooch has praised him. Why not try out for the team in your second year? After all, every house's Quidditch players enjoy certain privileges in selecting partners." "Selecting partners? No, thank you." Virgil quickly shook his head. "In recent years, it has been nothing but either a double agent or a chamber of secrets. Or perhaps a professor disguised as a Dementor or Death Eater. Even someone like Virgil, who is well versed in the unfolding narrative, dares not claim he could emerge unscathed, let alone seek a partner. Why would he willingly burden himself with such a complication?" Chapter 33. Do you really think I'm just an ordinary little wizard? Virgil and his companions had just finished their dinner when the tardy Kona finally arrived. He plopped down opposite Virgil and immediately seized the untouched kidney pie from Virgil's plate, devouring it voraciously. "Slow down," Virgil exclaimed, hastily pouring him another cup of pumpkin juice. Goldstein inquired, "Why did you take so long? There's hardly anything left to eat." He glanced around, noticing the empty plates strewn across the table. "Take it easy. I'll go to the kitchen and find you something else to eat," Virgil reassured Kona. There was still ample time before astronomy class, allowing Kona to fill his belly. Hearing this, Kona finally moderated his speed of consumption. Once he finished the pie, the three of them began to inquire about his afternoon. Roger agreed. Kona exclaimed excitedly. "He agreed to give me a trial during practice this Friday night." Virgil raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "How could that be?" Butte let out a sigh of relief. "If simply following you around for an afternoon was enough to secure a spot on the Quidditch team, I would have lost all hope for our house team." Kona rolled his eyes at Butte, ignoring him as he turned to Virgil. "Do you have no classes this Friday afternoon? Would you accompany me to practice?" he asked cautiously. Among the group, it was Virgil, who had never touched a broomstick before, who excelled the most in flying class. However, the three of them were well aware that Virgil had commitments on Wednesday and Friday afternoons. After a moment of contemplation, Virgil agreed. "I just need to inform Professor Kettleburn about it. How about this? I'll ask Cedric if he can join us. He might be able to impart some experience since I am not very familiar with Quidditch." "That would be splendid," Kona replied, brimming with excitement. Butte then posed a question. "What about the broom?" Kona appeared flustered, having evidently forgotten that he lacked a broomstick. "The school's broom shed has some spare brooms. I'll ask Madam Hooch if I can borrow one." Goldstein quipped. "Can the school's brooms even be relied upon? The one I got during the last flying lesson creaked like it was suffering from osteoporosis. I was too scared to speed up." Thinking for a moment, Kona suggested, "I'll ask Roger Davis to lend me one. It's not their training time, so they should be able to spare one." "Don't worry," Virgil said, patting Kona on the shoulder. "Cedric has his own broomstick. I'll ask him if he can lend me another one. If that doesn't work, I can ask the Weasley twins. You've forgotten?" They're the beaters for Gryffindor. Upon hearing that Virgil could procure a broom, Kona's spirits lifted once more. In any case, since we have no classes on Friday afternoon, let us both go, Butte suggested to Goldstein. We've nearly finished our homework. So it'll be a perfect opportunity to unwind. On Thursday evening, Virgil followed Professor Flitwick's directions to the end of the 5th floor corridor. Instead of the typical wooden door found in Hogwarts classrooms, he encountered a half-body statue of a wizard. Recalling the password written on the parchment Professor Flitwick had given him, he mused that this wizard was likely a Ravenclaw graduate, intelligent beyond measure. Clever as a Ravenclaw, Virgil uttered the password. The statue rotated, revealing an entrance wide enough for a single person to pass through. Suddenly, a loud bang startled Virgil. Upon closer inspection, he saw Professor Flitwick conjuring a small firework display with his wand. Let us welcome the new member of our club, Mr. Virgil Chenier, Professor Flitwick announced loudly. Leading the applause, Virgil bowed slightly and took a seat in an empty spot in the back row. After a brief wait, several other students arrived, casting surprised glances at Virgil. Once most students had gathered, Virgil surveyed the room. The number of students from the 4 houses seemed fairly balanced, with even 6 from Slytherin. It was evident that Professor Flitwick held a considerable reputation among the students. In this session, we will continue our studies on the hardening charm. Professor Flitwick stood at the forefront, creating an atmosphere akin to a spell class, albeit an elite one. Virgil, if you find anything unclear or have any questions, feel free to ask me. The hardening charm, a spell capable of turning most objects to stone, was explained by Professor Flitwick, who even shared anecdotes from his own experiences in dueling competitions where he had utilized this spell. As the first meeting concluded, Virgil succinctly summarized it as immensely rewarding. Perhaps Professor Flitwick was aware of the abysmal state of defense against the dark arts teaching at Hogwarts, as he intentionally or unintentionally emphasized the practical applications of the charm and offered useful tips during the club meetings. How was the spell club? Kona and the others eagerly approached Virgil upon his return to the dormitory. Fun? Virgil pondered why they held such a notion. Perhaps it was the impression left by Professor Flitwick. It was quite enjoyable. We learned the hardening charm. If you're interested, I could teach it to you. Virgil proceeded to impart the hardening charm to his 3 roommates, who eagerly practiced transforming their slate stones. As they enthusiastically engaged in their exercises, Virgil decided to seek out Cedric in the Hufflepuff common room. What is up? Cedric inquired as Virgil stood at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. I wanted to check if you were free this Friday afternoon. Kona has secured a trial opportunity with the Quidditch team, and I was hoping you could help coach him. Cedric's eyes lit up at Virgil's words. Another ardent Quidditch fan. Aren't you going to try out? You fly remarkably well for someone who has never touched a broomstick. With some training, you could become a star player for your house. Perhaps next year. I'm simply too busy right now. I've joined Professor Flitwick's spell club, and my schedule is packed. Cedric appeared somewhat disappointed. Well then, I'll lend you my broom. You can let him practice with it over the next few days. Just be sure to take good care of it. That would be splendid. Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch on it. Your broom will be in perfect condition. I'll see you at the Quidditch pitch this Friday afternoon, Cedric said, handing Virgil his Nimbus 2000. Thank you so much. I was worried you might find it dull. We should head over right after lunch. With Cedric's Nimbus 2000 secured, all that remained was to request a leave of absence from Professor Kettleburn. After Cedric departed, Virgil contemplated whether to visit the Forbidden Forest cabin now or wait until tomorrow. Oh, what is a Ravenclaw student doing at the Hufflepuff entrance? Are you feeling intellectually inadequate and considering a house change? A bothersome voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Virgil spotted a boy with light golden hair, flanked by 2 rather rotund companions. A Malfoy, I presume. However, Virgil paid no heed to Draco Malfoy. As if he had stumbled upon a new world, he first patted his modest belly, which had emerged due to the unpalatable Hogwarts fare, then glanced up at Crabbe and Goyle. After a brief comparison, he muttered to himself, considering this, my belly isn't that bad. Next time Terry and the others call me fat, I shall deal with them. Noticing Virgil's disregard, Draco Malfoy felt a surge of indignation. Chenier, he bellowed. I'm speaking to you. In the dim light, Virgil observed a slight bruise on Malfoy's cheek. Connecting this with the gossip he'd heard from Kona and Butte, he began to piece together the situation. What? The heir of the Malfoy estate faced humiliation at the hands of Harry Potter. If you seek to unleash your wrath upon someone, you might want to keep your eyes peeled. The shadows intensified the eeriness of Virgil's expression as he continued. Why haven't you learned your father's tactics? To put it charitably, one must be perceptive when one's master falters. Resorting to betrayal and wealth to escape the clutches of the law seems prudent. Virgil's words incited Malfoy's rage further, prompting him to advance a few paces with Crabbe and Goyle. Contrary to expectations, their approach did not elicit fear from Virgil. Instead, a wry smile emerged on his face. "You should consider this, Malfoy. I am not Potter, still very much in the realm of physical confrontation." After a moment's thought, he added, "Even with the three of you combined, it may not be sufficient." This statement thoroughly incensed Malfoy, who reached into his robe to retrieve his wand. Alas, Virgil swiftly drew his own wand, aiming it directly at Malfoy. The disparity between a premium player and an ordinary one was evident. Virgil had received personal instruction from Jennifer prior to the school year. Reflecting on Dumbledore's recounting of his mother's experiences at school, Virgil speculated that Jennifer's extensive teachings in combat magic were perhaps motivated by a desire to protect him from bullying. Little did she know, her son might very well become the bully. Disarm. A crimson beam shot forth, knocking Malfoy's wand from his grasp. Without granting Malfoy a moment to react, Virgil unleashed another spell, lifting Draco Malfoy as if by his ankles, leaving him suspended in midair. It was only when Malfoy, dangling helplessly, began to howl that Crabbe and Goyle, emerging from their stupor, scrambled to procure their wands. Witnessing this, Virgil shook his head. The offspring of Death Eaters appeared woefully inadequate. He then raised his wand again, targeting Crabbe. Petrificus totalis. Just as Crabbe grasped his wand, his body stiffened, immobilized, while he desperately signaled to Goyle to take action. Virgil swiftly redirected his wand toward Goyle. This time, he cast the tickling charm. Titter and giggle. A flash of silver ensued, and Goyle collapsed to the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Rendered utterly powerless, his wand rolling away. With a flick of his wrist, Virgil ensnared Crabbe and Goyle with the sticking charm and the tickling charm, simultaneously silencing them, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. As he cast his spells, he muttered, "Do they truly believe I am merely an ordinary little wizard?" Poor Crabbe and Goyle found themselves in a predicament. One was rigid with an unbearable itch, unable to scratch, while the other was overwhelmed with laughter, yet could not vocalize his mirth, merely gaping with a wide grin. Upside down, Virgil cast another spell on Goyle. "Why not continue your tickling in midair?" He retrieved the wands that had fallen from the trio and tucked them away in his robes, turning to say, "I shall be keeping your wands. Consider what you might offer in exchange. Of course, should you not mind the embarrassment of losing in a 3-on-1 match. You may also seek out your Professor Snape." Observing Malfoy suspended, flailing and unable to produce sound, Virgil kindly added, "You would do well to hope that a fellow student discovers you. Otherwise, you may very well remain here until dawn. Good luck and good night." Chapter 34. The Consequences of Punishment. Virgil Goldstein nudged Virgil, who was diligently taking notes, and whispered, "All the Hufflepuff students are staring at you." Upon hearing Goldstein's comment, Virgil looked up and surveyed the greenhouse, noticing that the first-year Hufflepuffs were gazing at him with peculiar expressions. As soon as they realized he was looking back, they quickly averted their eyes. Their behavior was akin to a clumsy attempt to hide something. After a moment of contemplation, Virgil surmised the reason behind their attention. It seemed Draco Malfoy did not consider his defeat in a 3-on-1 confrontation to be particularly shameful. "Ignore them," Virgil murmured. "The Devil's Snare is definitely a key topic for the final exam, so pay attention." He then resumed his note-taking. Goldstein and Butte exchanged glances, smirking slightly before redirecting their focus to Professor Sprout's lecture. The Devil's Snare was indeed critical content, as it was part of the challenges Professor Sprout had established to protect the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it was the Philosopher's Stone, and Virgil found it hard to accept that Dumbledore would simply destroy it. He planned to devise a strategy to see if he could salvage it. Moreover, who could truly ascertain whether Dumbledore had indeed destroyed the stone? He had told Harry so, but who could guarantee he hadn't merely hidden it again as a contingency? Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him. "Excuse me, Professor Sprout," a voice interrupted the class. It was Gemma Farley, a Slytherin prefect. "Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick are looking for Virgil Shaniel." Upon hearing Gemma's words, Professor Sprout nodded in agreement. "Off you go, Mr. Shaniel. If you have any questions about the Devil's Snare afterward, feel free to visit my office." Virgil handed his notebook to Butte, signaling that he was fine, and then turned to exit the greenhouse without casting a glance at Gemma Farley. On the way back, there was no exchange between the two until they entered the castle, at which point the Slytherin prefect spoke up. "Professor Snape wants you to bring along the wands of Malfoy and his companions. I recall informing Malfoy that he would need to offer something in exchange for his wand. Has he decided what he wishes to trade?" Listening to Virgil's words, Gemma halted, glaring fiercely at the Ravenclaw first year. You are rather presumptuous, aren't you? I dislike the way you address me. Please refer to me as Mr. Shaniel. As for whether I am presumptuous, Virgil gestured toward the lawn outside. You may verify it for yourself. Gemma narrowed her eyes. Do you know what you are doing? Has no one from Ravenclaw warned you against provoking upperclassmen recklessly? I certainly would refrain from provoking those who are responsible and care for younger students. However, it seems that few in Slytherin possess the admirable qualities I mentioned. Virgil produced Malfoy's wand from his pocket, idly twirling it in his hand. I advise you to wake up. The fact that I stand here unharmed indicates that neither Malfoy nor his companions have inflicted any harm upon me. Let us not forget. They are not Muggle wizards. I do not believe they refrained from practicing magic with their Death Eater parents' wands before the age of 11. The mention of Death Eater visibly unsettled the Slytherin upperclassmen. Moreover, it was already humiliating enough to admit to losing in a 3-on-1 confrontation. Malfoy would hardly elaborate on how he was bested by Virgil in front of other students. In truth, Virgil had indeed relied on his knowledge acquired from Jennifer to handle Malfoy's trio, yet given the quality of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts curriculum, he believed that even without this advantage, subduing Malfoy and his companions would not pose a challenge. After all, Virgil's most powerful spell was the disarming charm. But due to Snape's presence, he preferred not to use it within the school. As for the current situation, it was indeed somewhat troublesome, but not insurmountable. It is no jest to say that finding individuals within the British Ministry of Magic who could flawlessly cast the shield charm is rare. Hogwarts' practical instruction in this regard is notably deficient. Had this been Durmstrang, Virgil would have thought twice before provoking an upperclassman carelessly. Gemma clearly was unaware of the specifics of the previous night's events. However, after weighing her options, she grit her teeth and turned, ignoring Virgil as she marched directly toward Professor Flitwick's office. Professor Flitwick's office was unusually crowded at that moment. In addition to Professor Flitwick, Snape, and Malfoy's trio, Professor McGonagall was also present. Professor, Virgil Shaniel has arrived, Gemma announced before closing the door and leaving the office. Shaniel. Snape's dark voice resonated. Do you have Malfoy's wand? Virgil ignored him, instead directing his gaze toward his head of house, Professor Flitwick. After receiving a slow nod from him, Virgil retrieved 2 more wands from his pocket, along with Malfoy's wand, placing all 3 on Professor Flitwick's desk. Malfoy and his companions hastily snatched back their wands, their urgency suggesting a fear that Virgil might change his mind. Virgil did not impede their actions but looked toward Snape. In that moment, he felt no trepidation in meeting Snape's gaze, for Flitwick and McGonagall were present. If Snape were to employ legilimency, the other 2 professors would certainly notice. I recall informing Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle that to reclaim their wands, they would need to offer something in exchange. I wonder if they conveyed that message. Do you still expect Mr. Malfoy and his companions to barter for their wands? Snape glowered at Virgil. Perhaps you should consider your own situation, Mr. Shaniel. Using dark curses against fellow students, and you may find yourself packing your belongings soon. Apologies, Professor Snape. Virgil dismissed Snape's threat. If I recall correctly, you are not the head of Ravenclaw. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall are present. Expelling me should be a decision made after consultation between our head of house, the headmaster, and the deputy headmistress, should it not? Mr. Shaniel, Professor McGonagall interjected. I would appreciate it if you could recount the events leading up to this incident in detail, without any omissions. After all, the circumstances involving Malfoy and his companions were witnessed by all the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students this morning, and I must provide an explanation. Did they not inform you? Virgil queried. Professor McGonagall responded. Mr. Crabbe stated that they merely returned to their dormitory, while you attacked them with a dark curse. I attacked all 3 of them? Virgil nearly laughed. Do you truly believe I would ambush 3 individuals alone? How mundane would that be? I am from Ravenclaw. The most defining trait of our house is intelligence. Moreover, they are all pureblood wizards, are they not? Virgil's words resonated with both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, who understood the implication hidden within. Although all 3 were first years, the lineage of pureblood wizards typically endowed them with a superior foundation, as they had usually been exposed to magic from a young age, and even learned some spells in advance. In the magical realm, it is indeed a rarity for someone like Virgil, whose parents are both wizards yet raised as a muggle child, to exist. Logically speaking, one would assume that Virgil would be foolish to ambush 3 wizards of comparable skill. Unfortunately, Virgil does not adhere to conventional reasoning, although only a month into the school year. His extensive practice both in the room of requirement and during his free time has allowed his abilities to surpass those of a typical first-year student. with wizarding parents. His magical prowess and innate talent are on par with his peers, and his aptitude for spells is particularly exceptional. The remainder lies in relentless practice, familiarization, and ultimately mastering the incantations. I observed some bruising on Malfoy's face, perhaps a result of his mischief and contravention of school rules, or possibly a consequence of an ill-fated confession to a girl. Shaniel, answer the question properly. Do not attempt to evade, Snape growled, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Do you have any accomplices? Virgil, why were you underground? Professor Flitwick inquired. Professor, I was seeking Cedric to borrow his broomstick. Cedric? Cedric Diggory? Indeed, Professor. Michael Corner has secured a trial for our Quidditch team, and he asked me to practice with him this afternoon. Virgil turned to Snape, adding, as for the accomplices mentioned by Professor Snape, I believe Cedric can attest that I went to see him alone. Mr. Malfoy, Professor Flitwick addressed the trio. Did you intend to ambush Mr. Shaniel, or was it Mr. Shaniel who lay in wait and attacked you? I urge you to contemplate your response carefully. Do not fabricate lies. The consequences of falsely accusing a fellow student are equally severe. Do not think to evade responsibility if both parties maintain their stances. I am not opposed to utilizing the pensive to resolve this matter. I trust you are familiar with the pensive. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Malfoy had no choice but to confess the truth, swallowing the discomfort of having endured a night of torment. I deem this the appropriate resolution. Professor McGonagall concluded after reviewing the events. Mr. Malfoy instigated the provocation, while Mr. Shaniel acted in defense. However, Mr. Shaniel did cast a dark curse upon Mr. Malfoy and his companions, albeit with no severe repercussions. Thus, each shall receive a deduction of 10 points. And the school shall issue a warning on the common room notice board to alert others. Professor Flitwick smiled in agreement, and after some contemplation, Snape also acquiesced. Virgil intended to broach the subject of reclaiming his wand, but under McGonagall's stern gaze, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Once Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Malfoy vacated the office, Professor Flitwick handed Virgil a statement, evidently freshly penned. With a feigned seriousness, he instructed, post this on the notice board yourself, and do not repeat the same mistake. Virgil glanced at the contents of Professor Flitwick's writing. What a peculiar mixture of reprimand and commendation. It appeared that favoritism was not limited to Snape. Reflecting on Malfoy's recent grimace, one akin to having consumed something distasteful, and Goyle's self-inflicted scratches from itching, Virgil's spirits soared. Before departing the office, Virgil turned to his headmaster and quipped, Professor, has no one informed you that you are incapable of maintaining an air of seriousness? As Virgil exited, Professor Flitwick could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter, chuckling. Those spells were indeed quite adeptly executed. Chapter 35. The fright of the trial. The voice of Severus Snape emerged from the shadows around the corner of the corridor, followed closely by the appearance of his loathsome, hawk-nosed visage. Virgil placed his hand on his waist, poised to draw his wand at a moment's notice, while surveying his surroundings, wary of a sudden assault from Malfoy. Professor, are you seeking retribution for your students? Virgil inquired. Snape replied, no need to look further. I have sent Draco and the others away. It is just the two of us now. Upon hearing this, Virgil removed his hand from the wand's hilt, fully aware that confronting a professor, particularly one adept in the dark arts, left him with little chance of victory. Levi Corpus, Snape muttered. Your parents certainly taught you well how to torment your classmates. Snape assumed that the spell was taught to Virgil by Benil or Jennifer, despite the fact that he himself had invented it. It had become quite popular during their school days, often resulting in students being suspended from the corridors. Does this incantation evoke some unpleasant memories for you, Professor? Virgil remarked with a hint of mockery, perhaps involving a few Gryffindors? Snape leaned closer to Virgil, his pronounced beak-like nose nearly touching Virgil's face. Choose your words wisely. Have you considered the repercussions of provoking me, Virgil Shanier? After all, I am the potion's master. Even if you do not attend the advanced class, you will be under my watchful eye for the next 5 years. I have ample opportunities to deal with you. In the face of Snape's threat, Virgil remained unperturbed. Calm down, Professor. I am rather timid and fear for my life. If you continue to threaten me, who knows, one day I might transform due to your oppression. Upon hearing this, Snape raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Are you pretending not to understand? Your stag must be quite handsome. Virgil quipped before turning away from Snape and leaving him standing there, bewildered. Though he would miss herbology class, Virgil needed to leave the castle. He had yet to request leave from Professor Kettleburn. When he arrived at the small cottage beside the Forbidden Forest, he found his 3 roommates sitting outside. What are you doing here? Michael, Don't you need to prepare or warm up? Virgil asked. Why are we here? Don't you have a clue? Butte replied exasperatedly. What you did last night has spread across all 4 houses. We're worried you might be ambushed by Slytherin students. Do you really think I would fear them? Godstein interjected. If it were only 2 or 3, we wouldn't be concerned. But what if a dozen ambushed you? The Slytherin students are capable of such antics. I even suspect that some upperclassmen might come after you. Don't worry, Virgil waved dismissively. Someone will help me deal with these troubles. Now, I must find Professor Kettleburn. He then entered the cottage. After hearing Virgil's words, Professor Kettleburn agreed that it was time to grant Virgil a day off. Coincidentally, I have procured a Niffler from an old friend to assist you in practicing the Patronus charm. I can bring it over this afternoon. Really? Virgil exclaimed, filled with delight. For the Niffler is an exceedingly rare magical creature. He could only imagine the effort Professor Kettleburn had invested to acquire it. I'll come by tomorrow then. Oh no. Please reserve the weekend for this old bone of mine. Come back next Wednesday afternoon instead. Given Kettleburn's response, Virgil could not press further. After all, having a Niffler to practice the Patronus charm was a rare opportunity. Surely he would not dare to raid Azkaban for a Dementor. Virgil and his companions hurried back to the castle for lunch. Throughout their journey, the 3 were intensely curious about the details of how Virgil had triumphed over Malfoy and his companions. After Virgil recounted the entire episode, they expressed their desire to learn some defensive spells from him. Michael, you should give up on that notion. I fear that in your attempts, you might end up blasting yourself away instead of harming your opponent, Virgil jested. The 4 of them bantered jovially as they made their way to the dining hall. Upon finishing their lunch and arriving at the Quidditch pitch, they found Cedric already there, holding a broomstick in one hand and a small box in the other. Cedric, if you find it dull, you may attend to your own affairs. I am not jesting, Virgil whispered to Cedric. I am here to assess the capabilities of potential opponents for Hufflepuff, Cedric quipped, breaking into a rare jest. Godstein and Butte opened the box to reveal a quaffle and a bag of tennis balls. You are all novices, and I feared you might struggle with the bludgers and the golden snitch, so I brought along a set of tennis balls we use for warm-up training, Cedric explained. However, your roommate is certainly putting in the effort. Virgil followed Cedric's gaze to see Connor, who was completely lost in his romantic fantasies, diligently warming up at the edge of the field. Is he also a flying prodigy? Cedric asked, pointing at Connor. Then why has he not been discovered before? This question left the group momentarily speechless. The story is a bit complex, and it would take a while to explain. Godstein began. At that moment, Roger Davis arrived early at the pitch, accompanied by a stocky upperclassman. Hey, Michael, he called to Connor, waving to Virgil and the others in greeting before pulling Connor aside for a long conversation. That's it. Michael has lost his chance to practice, Godstein murmured. Who is that? Butte asked, pointing at the upperclassman Roger had brought along. That Gredbell, your house's chaser, now in his 7th year, Cedric introduced to Virgil and the others. Soon, Connor approached with Gredbell's broomstick, returning the clean sweep 7 to Cedric. Butte glanced at the broomstick in Connor's hand. The Nimbus 1700? He asked. Connor nodded, explaining that Gredbell's broomstick had been left to him because Roger mentioned that Gred did not intend to pursue a professional Quidditch career after graduation. Hence he had not acquired the latest Nimbus 2000. Cedric reminded them, the Nimbus series is known for its speed, which can be challenging for novices to control. So when you ride it, be sure to start slowly and take some time to adjust. Connor nodded, returning to Roger Davis, who advised him again before mounting the broom. Is Roger not flying with us? Virgil asked Cedric. Typically, only those familiar with broomsticks participate in Quidditch tryouts. Flying without a ball and interference is a breeze for them. Roger needs to observe the candidate's performance and flying habits from below, Cedric clarified. By Merlin's beard. The problem is, Connor is not that kind of person. Virgil, Butte, and Godstein hastily climbed to the stands to find a spot with a clear view. Connor tightly gripped the broom, flying around the pitch for 3 or 4 laps before hovering above Roger and Greg. Your roommate seems a bit tense. I can see his arms holding the broom are quite stiff. This simply cannot do. It will adversely affect his subsequent tactical maneuvers on the broom. Is he truly rigid? He simply cannot fly. Presently, Virgil and Butte are exceedingly anxious. Initially, they had contemplated summoning Cedric for a brief tutorial, hoping it would enable Kona to navigate this trial with dignity and safety. Virgil had never entertained the notion that Kona could pass the selection. Yet, who could foresee that Roger Davis would arrive early and commence the trial immediately? Roger gestured for an acceleration below, and Kona instinctively leaned forward on the broom. It was also Cedric's oversight not to clarify that the Quidditch team members' brooms were far superior to the old, worn-out brooms used in the school's flying lessons. Rather than gradually accelerating, he had instead floored the throttle straight away from a slow start. This was disastrous. Upon witnessing the speed of the flying broom, Virgil realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly snatched the shooting star from Cedric's hands, mounted the broom, and propelled himself forward. Cedric, observing Virgil's actions, seemed to grasp the urgency and hastily mounted the borrowed broom, following closely behind Virgil. The astonishing velocity of the Nimbus 1700 left Kona utterly petrified, especially since he had been labeled by Butte as a player who was even inferior to a ghost in the game. Butte and Goldstein clutched their heads in dismay as they beheld Kona hurtling towards the stands. Below, Gred Bell, a seventh-year student from Ravenclaw, had already drawn his wand, preparing to cast a cushioning charm, but due to the broom's excessive speed and the considerable distance, he hesitated, fearing the spell might go awry. Virgil sped past Roger and Greg, nearly grazing their heads, with Cedric in close pursuit. Roger quickly stopped Gred Bell, advising, "Wait a moment. Virgil and Diggory have passed. If you cast the spell now and it inadvertently hits them, the situation will become far more complicated." Fortunately, Gred's broom was merely a Nimbus 1700 rather than the upgraded Nimbus 2000. Otherwise, the shooting star would have been left behind, merely observing the taillights. Virgil pushed the flying broom to its maximum speed, finally catching up with the stunned Kona. He deftly maneuvered the broom to hover directly above Kona, gripping the handle with one hand while hooking a foot onto it, stretching his limbs downwards. At last, he grasped the handle of Kona's broom, exerting a bit of force to alter its flight path. With a vigorous kick to the tail of the Nimbus 1700, he redirected Kona's trajectory a full 180 degrees towards Cedric. Starfish inverted. Roger and Greg shouted in disbelief, their heads protected as they witnessed Virgil's daring maneuver. Having managed Kona's predicament, Virgil realized he had no time left to adjust his own direction. He could only try to shift his posture, inverting himself on the broom, and clinging tightly to the handle with hands and feet, curling his body into a compact form. Fortunately, by curling up, Virgil soared just above the edge of the audience, avoiding any collision. Sloth clinging to a tree. Virgil's audacity astonished both Roger Davis and Greg Bell once more. Meanwhile, amidst Cedric's frantic efforts, he finally managed to bring Kona's broom to a halt. At that moment, Greg, the seventh-year chaser who had witnessed Virgil's entire operation, murmured incredulously, "Roger, are you sure the person you're testing is the right one?" Chapter 36. Lobbying startled, Kona descended from his broom, enveloped in a daze. It was evident that this trial had been a failure, likely extinguishing any aspirations he had of playing Quidditch. "I think he needs to visit Madame Pomfrey for a cup of hot chocolate," Greg suggested. "Tyree, Anthony, escort Michael to Madame Pomfrey," Virgil directed. "I'll help Cedric carry his things back and then join you in the hospital wing." "I'll accompany you as well," Roger Davis said to Butte and Goldstein. The trio supported Kona as they made their way to the infirmary, while Virgil followed behind, grasping two brooms and trailing Cedric, who was laden with a box, towards the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric hesitated. "Are you wondering why someone of Michael's caliber wishes to join the team?" Virgil directly addressed Cedric's unvoiced question. "Precisely. Haven't you both attended flying lessons? Surely he must have a realistic assessment of his flying abilities." Virgil refrained from revealing that Kona had joined the Quidditch team primarily to meet girls, as that could potentially turn Kona into a laughingstock among Ravenclaw. Everyone harbors dreams of becoming a hero. In a school like Hogwarts, Quidditch players are among the most likely to achieve such status, whether through a spectacular save by a keeper or a seeker catching the golden snitch to turn the tide of a match. Perhaps his abilities may not qualify him for a team position, but that should not deter him from striving to give it a shot. "You make a valid point," Cedric pondered. "Even though I am now a seeker, I still fantasize about catching the snitch and leading Hufflepuff to victory." "Indeed, that is quite beautiful," Virgil remarked as he accompanied Cedric to the entrance of the common room. "Thank you for your help today, Cedric." "I apologize for taking up your time," Virgil said, feeling somewhat guilty. "Don't worry about it. We're friends, aren't we?" Cedric replied with a smile. "However, your performance today truly astonished me." "Me?" "Yes. That move where you caught Kona is called a starfish hang in Quidditch," Cedric explained, elaborating on Virgil's recent action. "It requires exceptional core strength and balance, but most importantly, it demands confidence in one's flying abilities. Otherwise, one cannot execute that maneuver. From what I know, the last Hogwarts student to perform that move was Charlie Weasley. Well, I didn't know it had a name. You know, my first flight was when you took me up, Virgil said, scratching his head. I suspect we shall meet on the field soon, Cedric stated. What? Virgil felt a sense of foreboding. Cedric, noticing Virgil's confusion, explained. Do you really think Roger Davis and Greg Bell would overlook a prodigy like you, who can perform the starfish hang? I believe your application for special admission to the team will soon land on your head of house's desk. Wait, this isn't right. The script shouldn't go this way. Virgil stammered. Quidditch? He had absolutely no interest in it. If it were soccer or basketball, perhaps he might entertain the thought, but Quidditch. Each match posed a potential risk of being injured by a bludger. While fractures could be remedied with potions and spells, the pain was undeniably real. No, no, no. Virgil fervently shook his head. You won't see me on the pitch. I am far too busy. I am part of Professor Flitwick's Charm Club, and on Wednesdays and Fridays, Professor Kettleburn teaches me about magical creatures. I simply do not have the time to partake in Quidditch training. Oh, I see, Cedric replied, sporting an oddly amused smile. Well, we shall see. With that, he took the 2 brooms from Virgil and dragged the box into the common room. Watching the Hufflepuff common room door gradually close, Virgil slapped his forehead and muttered, What is happening here? That evening, in Virgil's dormitory. How did you do it? Roger Davis exclaimed. Taking a large bite of pumpkin pasty, his words slightly mumbled as he bombarded Virgil with questions. Virgil, feeling exasperated, glanced at the neatly arranged group before him. The captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Hampton, the presumptive next captain Roger Davis, 7th-year chaser Bell, 7th-year beater Larry, 3rd-year beater Jason Samuels, and 6th-year seeker Mason Fletcher were all present. The only female chaser, Annabeth, was absent as she could not enter the boys' dormitory. If Gryffindors were to learn of the situation in Virgil's dormitory, he would likely cast an explosive charm at the door. As Roger Davis reached for another pasty, Virgil could no longer contain himself. Hey, that was my dinner from the kitchen. We just returned from the hospital wing and haven't eaten a thing. Virgil shouted. And what exactly are you all doing here? If it's a meeting, didn't Professor Flitwick arrange a room for you? Surely. Every head of house provides their Quidditch team with some advantages in private. We want to recruit you for the Quidditch team, Hampton stated bluntly. I truly do not know how to play Quidditch. You can ask Cedric Diggory. I borrowed his Nimbus 2000 for my first flight. Huh. Hampton slapped his thigh. That's even better. If you can perform such difficult maneuvers after just a few flights, it shows your remarkable talent. You are indeed a Ravenclaw student. Wait, the narrative shouldn't unfold like this, Virgil insisted. I know nothing about Quidditch. I haven't even watched a Quidditch match before coming to Hogwarts. My parents raised me like a muggle child. Hampton waved his hand dismissively. That's not a problem. Harry Potter reportedly had no Quidditch experience either. Yet he still made the team and became a primary seeker. This year, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is relatively well-rounded. You could start as a reserve, train with the team, and once Bell and the others graduate next year, you would seamlessly step into a starting position. I'm truly sorry, Gabri. I have no time, Virgil shrugged. I have lessons with Professor Kettleburn on Wednesday and Friday afternoons. You can ask Anthony if you doubt me. The trio of Goldstein nodded in agreement, affirming Virgil's claims. Professor Kettleburn? Magical creatures? Larry exclaimed. Who would spend extra time on such a course? Goldstein pointed at Virgil. He would. He has been studying with Professor Kettleburn for over a month. Gabri Hampton then explained to Virgil, Virgil, if you join the team now, it would merely be as a reserve. The training demands are minimal, and if you truly have other commitments, you can request leave from me. Please spare me, Gabri. Virgil replied, snatching the last pasty. In addition to my studies with Professor Kettleburn, I must also attend the Charm Club. If Quidditch training is added, I might not even manage a proper dinner. I'm only 11. I'm still growing. Hampton, unable to persuade Virgil, hastily nudged Roger Davis beside him, signaling him to contribute. Understanding the cue, Roger Davis added, Gabriel has just mentioned that if you truly have commitments, you may request leave from the team. We will do our utmost to avoid scheduling training on Wednesday and Friday evenings, and we shall also strive to steer clear of the gatherings of the Cursed Club. If necessary, we could even ask Professor Flitwick to alter the meeting times, considering he is the head of Ravenclaw. In truth, the one most eager for Virgil to join was Roger Davis. Next year, the graduating members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team include Larry and Chaser Bell. After another semester, Captain Hampton, Chaser Annabeth, and Seeker Fletcher will also graduate. It can be said that these 2 years represent a significant turnover for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. The pressure on the next captain, Roger Davis, is immense. He wishes for a smooth transition during his tenure and achieving commendable results would be even better. However, Virgil did not wish to discourage him. The next seeker for Ravenclaw would be Autumn Zhang, but Autumn has faced overwhelming challenges against both Harry Potter and Cedric, being outclassed in every aspect, from flying skills to seeking abilities, even in broomstick prowess. It must be acknowledged that women indeed face disadvantages in the sport of Quidditch. Those who become professional Quidditch players among witches are invariably exceptional talents, like Ginny Weasley. The remarkable achievement of having 3 female chasers in Gryffindor at one point, who consistently excelled, can indeed be termed a miracle. Such a configuration is utterly unseen in professional Quidditch. Thus, should Virgil truly join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, his best role would be as a backup seeker, and he would need to possess a talent on par with Harry Potter's, potentially allowing Autumn Zhang to be shifted to the chaser position, thereby perhaps reversing the downward trend during Roger Davis's captaincy. Unfortunately, Virgil harbored no interest in Quidditch. "Please give me some time to consider," Virgil stated. In the current situation, all he could employ was the tactic of delay. He hoped to navigate through this year, and once the Chamber of Secrets opened in the second year, perhaps Roger Davis would not focus all his attention on him. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Hampton realized their discussion had reached its limit for the day and departed from Virgil's dormitory with his teammates. "Hey, brother, what is there to consider about such a splendid opportunity?" Bude exclaimed, vigorously shaking Virgil by the shoulders. "A Quidditch player. Look at Kona. He has gone mad just to get on the team. And you? You could join directly. What a marvelous chance." Goldstein and Kona also joined the chorus of persuasion. Meanwhile, in the common room, Hampton, with his arm around his successor's shoulders, murmured, "What with the long faces? Does Virgil really think he can refuse?" Hearing this, Roger Davis, who had previously felt disheartened, immediately perked up. "What the plan? Is a plan even necessary? We'll go find Professor Flitwick." A personal conversation with the headmaster will surely make it impossible for Virgil to refuse. Let us not forget, while our headmaster may not say it outright, who doesn't he know he is as fervent a Quidditch fanatic as Professor McGonagall? Chapter 37. The deal with Professor Flitwick as Corna and his companions endeavored to persuade Virgil to join the Quidditch team. And while Hampton and Roger Davis deliberated on how to convince Professor Flitwick, the headmaster's office at Hogwarts was abuzz with tension. "I assure you, Severus, I have not divulged your affairs to anyone, including Mr. Chonier," Dumbledore declared, his calm gaze peering through his spectacles at the potion's master, his tone unruffled. "Then how does he know about the changes in my Patronus?" Severus, enraged, brandished his fists, an alarming sight that would surely incite speculation among the Slytherin students that their head was under some malevolent influence. "I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with this child. But do not presume I am oblivious to the fact that you met him privately after the sorting ceremony. Frankly, I expected you to see Harry Potter first. Calm yourself." "Severus," Albus Dumbledore interjected, rapping the table gently to signal Snape to regain his composure. "The Patronus is a matter only encountered when learning the Patronus charm. Do you truly believe I would instruct an 11-year-old in such an advanced spell? Shall I simply send him off to wizarding examinations upon the 7th year?" Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, the Ravenclaw first year was just beginning to discern the outlines of his Patronus. Once the furious Snape had departed, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the corner of the office, murmuring to himself, "I hope that child, as you suggested, will surprise me one day." Silence enveloped the office, with only Fawkes occasionally breaking the stillness. The portraits of former headmasters hung on the walls, all silent and focused on the ordinary oak chair in the corner, upon which rested a tattered wizarding hat. The weekend loomed, characterized by mundane assignments. For Ravenclaw students, weekends typically entailed congregating in the library, or, if not studying, settling into the common room for a game of wizard's chess or gobstones. Virgil longed to revisit Hogsmeade, yet after their last escapade through the secret passage, Corna and his companions had not mentioned it again. Perhaps they truly lacked interest, or perhaps Ravenclaw students simply lacked the adventurous spirit, courage, and propensity for mischief that characterized their Gryffindor counterparts. Upon observing Bude and his friends engaged in their respective games, Virgil opted to utilize the room of requirement to pass the weekend, while Harry Potter had yet to transform it into a communal classroom. He temporarily set aside his practice of other spells to devote himself entirely to mastering the Patronus charm and the disillusionment charm. The latter was essential, as Virgil recognized the significant help that an invisibility cloak had provided Harry Potter. As for the Patronus charm, Virgil had not anticipated that Professor Kettleburn would procure a bat to aid him in his practice. He could only imagine the difficulties Kettleburn faced in acquiring such a creature. and the subsequent challenge of caring for it. After all, these were not docile magical beings, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Expecto Patronum, Virgil intoned once more. Summoning the charm. This time, from the tip of his wand, silver mist swirled forth, revealing the outline of a pair of flapping wings. Yet, with only that vague impression, he remained unable to ascertain the true nature of his Patronus. The type of Patronus was crucial, as it would ultimately determine whether he could become an animagus. With great anticipation for the bat, Virgil entered the following week, aware that such pressure-driven practice could lead to rapid advancement, much like Harry Potter in his third year. Had it not been for Lupin's use of a boggart to assist Harry, he may not have mastered the Patronus charm in less than a semester. Regrettably, the efficacy of the boggart training method was not applicable to Virgil, as he remained unaware of what truly terrified him and thus hesitated to employ a boggart. Before Wednesday arrived, however, an unexpected matter arose. Virgil, Mandy Brocklehurst called to him in the corner of the common room. "Professor Flitwick is looking for you." "Me?" Virgil exclaimed, taken aback. He turned to Goldstein beside him. "I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Did you perhaps ambush a Slytherin student while we weren't looking?" Virgil raised his hands in surrender. "I assure you, I did not." Then, turning back to Mandy, he inquired, "What does Professor Flitwick want with me?" "I don't know. He just asked you to come to his office." With no alternative, Virgil handed the Weasley twins' notebook to Butte, instructing, "Jot down any good ideas, and we can discuss their feasibility with Fred and George later." Navigating with ease to Flitwick's office, Virgil knocked on the door. Upon hearing a response from within, he entered and jokingly remarked, "Professor, is there something of great importance? As you know, our Ravenclaw common room is not easily accessible." After some time spent in his company, Virgil had come to understand why Professor Flitwick was beloved by the entire student body. Occasionally, harmless jesting even served to enhance the rapport between students and teachers. Flitwick beckoned Virgil closer, gesturing for him to approach. As Virgil reached the desk, prepared to learn the reason for his summons, his head of house abruptly leaped onto the desk and seized Virgil's ear, exclaiming, "Mr. Hampton and Mr. Davis have come to me, stating that your talent in Quidditch is exceptional and they wish for you to join the house team, yet you declined. Is this true, Professor?" "Ouch, please let go," Virgil cried out in distress. Flitwick showed no sign of relenting, continuing his admonishment. "When you cast a spell on Draco Malfoy, did you consider the trouble your actions would cause for the house and for me? Did my decision not to give you detention lead you to believe I was too lenient? Now, when presented with an opportunity to bring glory to the house, you refuse. Perhaps we should have a detailed discussion about your breach of school rules and the harm caused to your fellow students. Professor, you must see reason. It was Draco Malfoy who initiated the conflict. Did you not curse them in return? You could have easily disarmed them. Don't attempt to be clever. I recognize the first spell Malfoy described you using as the disarming charm." Half joking, half serious, Virgil pleaded, "Professor, please release my ear. Allow me to explain myself." Flitwick, of course, could not truly twist Virgil's ear, and sensing the atmosphere had softened, he returned to his seat to listen to Virgil's explanation. "Professor, when I saw Malfoy draw his wand, my immediate instinct was to use the disarming charm." "Stop," Flitwick interrupted, raising his hand. "That is not what I asked you to explain. I want to know why you declined to join the Quidditch team. We have not claimed a Quidditch championship in years. Previously, it was Charlie Weasley leading the Gryffindor team to victory. After his graduation, Slytherin has dominated." "Professor, you cannot seriously believe that an inexperienced first year like me could lead the team to a Quidditch championship. You might be mistaken. Roger and Gabrielle only invited me to be a reserve. Both Mr. Hampton and Mr. Davis hold your talents in high esteem, and even Mr. Fletcher acknowledges your prowess. They believe that upon your graduation, you could seamlessly transition into the role of seeker or chaser for the team. Moreover, Mr. Roger has indicated that if you remain dedicated to your training and meet the necessary standards, they will consider allowing you to take the field this semester. However, Professor, first-year students are not permitted to join the Quidditch team. It is a school regulation. Yet, such regulations are not immutable." Flitwick winked at Virgil, stating that he had heard Professor McGonagall made an exception for Harry Potter, permitting him to become the team's primary seeker. Thus, such rules are often subject to personal interpretation. Upon hearing this, Virgil hastily waved his hands. "Professor, I truly lack the time. I attend classes with Professor Ketterburn on Wednesdays and Fridays, and on Thursdays. I have your Charms Club, which could easily conflict with Quidditch practice. I will negotiate with the other professors to reschedule the Ravenclaw Quidditch team's practice to Monday or Tuesday. Furthermore, I have arranged to study defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell. Perhaps I could allocate time on Monday or Tuesday evenings. Virgil reluctantly invoked Quirrell's name as a diversion. Quirrell, you say? Flitwick murmured upon hearing the name. Yet, I have heard students express rather mixed feelings about Quirrell's classes. Indeed, Professor Quirrell's lessons leave much to be desired. Nevertheless, I have a penchant for dueling. After all, defense against the dark arts is the subject most closely aligned with the art of combat. Furthermore, Professor Quirrell has lent me his notes, from which I have benefited immensely. After listening to Virgil's rationale, Flitwick broke into a broad smile. Virgil, if you wish to study dueling, why seek out Quirrell when you could learn from me? Are you not aware that I was a dueling champion in my youth? Chapter 38. The duel class. What is this? A serendipitous occurrence? Virgil muttered as he exited Professor Flitwick's office. Initially, Virgil had intended to use Gilderoy Lockhart's Dueling Club as an excuse to learn about dueling from Professor Flitwick during his second year, yet unexpectedly, he would achieve this goal ahead of schedule by joining the Quidditch team. Naturally, as a condition for studying dueling with Professor Flitwick, Virgil had joined the Quidditch team as a reserve player. However, he had no intention of displacing any current starters, as being a first-string player meant he could not miss training without a compelling reason, and Virgil did not wish to be left with no free time at all. As for the time he would need to invest in Quidditch matches or practices in the future, Virgil was not particularly concerned. He reviewed the Quidditch schedule at Hogwarts year by year and discovered that the Quidditch matches had certainly faced their share of misfortunes. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he would not squander too much time on this. In his first year, he served as a reserve, which allowed him ample time. During the second year, with the incidents of the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, Quidditch matches were cancelled. The third year proceeded without disruption despite Sirius Black's infiltration of the castle. But in the fourth year, Quidditch was entirely omitted to make way for the Triwizard Tournament. The fifth year was marred by the arrival of a certain toad-like creature from the Ministry of Magic, resulting in a year of sporadic matches. As for the final 2 years, Virgil certainly did not foresee himself having the inclination to play Quidditch at school. Thus, it could be concluded that only the third and fifth years would require him to dedicate additional time to Quidditch, a worthy trade-off for Professor Flitwick's individual instruction. So, does this mean we now have a Quidditch player in our dormitory? At the lunch table, Butte exclaimed, patting Virgil on the back. Virgil hurriedly urged him to sit down, reminding him, reserve, I am not yet a starter. Although Virgil found joining the team somewhat bothersome, he soon discovered that the status of a Quidditch player seemed rather exalted. Even the team captain could access the special lavatory designated for heads. Furthermore, male players appeared to be quite popular among the female students. Since the news of Virgil's reserve position in the team spread, he could confirm that no fewer than 10 Ravenclaw girls had cast flirtatious glances his way, despite Goldstein's insistence that they might simply have been dazzled by the upperclassmen practicing the hurricane charm. Virgil declared, I shall not listen. However, what troubled Virgil the most was the burden of homework. Perhaps Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout might waive assignments for outstanding students, but Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape would certainly not extend such leniency. The assignments for history of magic and astronomy were particularly vexing, as both subjects were undeniably dull and tedious. Professor Flitwick and Virgil agreed to tentatively schedule training for Tuesday evenings. As a result, Virgil truly found himself with little free time. On Monday evenings, Professor Flitwick would confer with Professor McGonagall to arrange the training schedule. Wednesdays were occupied with Professor Kettleburn's remedial classes and astronomy. Thursday evenings involved the Charms Club, and Fridays were reserved for additional classes. Consequently, Virgil could only allocate time for practice in the room of requirement on weekends. He harbored doubts about whether this intense academic pressure might lead to malnutrition. Nonetheless, he looked forward to receiving additional instruction from Professor Flitwick before encountering the Boggart on Wednesday. I may have to rely on you for my homework, Virgil said, patting his 3 roommates. Otherwise, I truly cannot keep up. But do complete your Transfiguration assignment on your own, as we wish to draw inspiration from yours, Butte remarked. After all, Virgil excelled in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts among the 4 of them. Could we refrain from mentioning the Transfiguration assignment? Connor grumbled. My steak loses its flavor at the mere thought of transfiguration. On Tuesday evening, Virgil met with Professor Flitwick at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, not far from Professor Kettleburn's hut. He had not disclosed the arrangement with Professor Flitwick to his roommates, for even in the later relationship between Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, Harry felt a twinge of jealousy when Ron became a prefect. Nevertheless, his roommates had grown accustomed to Virgil's frequent absences from their dormitory. In truth, the three of them often found themselves away from the dormitory, immersed in the library or participating in gobstones or wizards' chess clubs. Ravenclaw students rarely had the luxury of genuine leisure. I never anticipated that Professor Kettleburn would permit you to practice magic here, Professor Flitwick remarked, observing Virgil as he polished a small wooden table. Virgil had deliberately procured a small table and 2 wooden stools from Professor Kettleburn's storehouse-like hut, their height perfectly suited for Professor Flitwick. Well done, my boy. Upon seeing Virgil arrange the table and stools, Professor Flitwick noticed him produce some cakes and pastries from a small pocket. These were specially requested from the kitchen, proving how wise it is to maintain a good relationship with the house elves in the kitchen. Professor Flitwick reached for Virgil's small pocket. Wow. Such items are quite rare among students. Transfiguration lizard skin. Professor, it had a hole in it, but Professor Kettleburn helped me mend it. After reclaiming his magical pouch, Virgil nodded, indicating he was ready. Thus, the two ventured into a more open area, free from excessive tree cover. If it's just the two of us, I shall endeavor to explain in the simplest terms possible. The diminutive Professor Flitwick withdrew his wand. In wizard duels, or battles, as one might more aptly describe them, several factors determine victory. Firstly, the level of magical power plays a crucial role. It dictates the strength of your spells and your ability to endure and prolong combat. Given your parents' professions, I trust you are aware of the unforgivable curses, and if you wish to learn about dueling, you should possess some preliminary knowledge. Indeed, Professor. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse. Excellent. Let us use the Killing Curse as an example, known as Avada Kedavra. If I were to cast Avada Kedavra, your chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. However, with your current magical capacity, should you cast the Killing Curse at me or any other professor, we might merely incur a few additional injuries. Nonetheless, despite this being a generally accepted truth, it does not imply that exceptions do not exist. You mean Harry Potter? Precisely, Harry Potter. I once inquired of Headmaster Dumbledore what allowed Harry Potter to survive the Killing Curse from such a formidable dark wizard. Professor Dumbledore's response was rather cryptic. To be honest, I did not fully grasp it, and I shall refrain from imposing my interpretation upon you. However, remember this. When faced with a dark wizard using the Killing Curse, do not presume you will be as fortunate as Potter and neglect to evade. Such folly would only lead to your demise. In the annals of wizarding history, he is the only one to have survived. Virgil replied, I shall not act foolishly, Professor. Very good. Now, let us proceed. In fact, you need not worry about your magical power, for through years of teaching, I have observed that when both parents are wizards, their children generally possess a higher level of magical power than muggle-born wizards or some half-bloods. This may be considered an advantage of pure-blood wizards, given that both your parents, as well as your grandparents, are wizards of considerable strength. You already enjoy a significant advantage over many of your peers. Certainly, it is not to say that muggles, wizards of mixed blood, and half-blood wizards will invariably lag behind pure-blood wizards. The essence of magic can indeed be enhanced through diligent practice and the passage of time. Now, let us conduct a brief experiment. What defensive spells have you learned? The Shield Charm, Professor. Ah, how delightful, Virgil. I shall employ the Repelling Charm. While you cast the Shield Charm, I am prepared, Professor. Virgil drew his wand, concentrating intently. Repel the foe by 3 feet. Shield Charm. Virgil's Shield Charm was executed with impeccable timing. However, against Professor Flitwick's Repelling Charm, it failed to provide the expected defense. As the two spells intertwined for a brief moment before the Shield Charm was shattered, the Repelling Charm struck Virgil, sending him flying over a meter before he landed on the ground. The magical energy I summoned was barely half of my full capacity, my boy, Flitwick remarked, offering insight into his use of magic. Observing Virgil rising from the ground, Flitwick refrained from assisting him. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, in the Charms classroom, Flitwick could be a kind and humorous professor, well loved by his students. However, when it comes to the art of dueling, he transformed back into the formidable champion he had been decades ago, teaching with strictness, meticulousness, and at times, a cold demeanor. Dueling allows no room for error or complacency among wizards. He firmly believed that this particularly exceptional first-year student had arrived fully prepared for the challenges ahead. Once Virgil stood, retrieved his wand, and brushed off the dust from his robes, Flitwick continued his instruction. Remember the Repelling Charm I just used. Now, let us move on to our next topic, the technique of spellcasting. Chapter 39. Halloween, and the beast observing Virgil, whose face was swollen yet resolutely biting his teeth to repel the bats with the Patronus charm. Professor Caterburn found himself doubled over with laughter. "That's enough, Professor," Virgil retorted while fending off the bats. "Since I arrived here at noon, you have been making a mockery of me. Is it not normal to sustain some injuries during dueling practice?" "Indeed, injuries are quite ordinary, but those remarkably symmetrical dark circles under your eyes are rather conspicuous," the professor replied. Upon hearing the mention of dark circles, Virgil felt even more agitated. They weren't so severe initially, merely a faint hue caused by Professor Flitwick's spell. Fortunately, some of the impact had been mitigated by the shield charm beforehand. However, upon being spotted by the Weasley twins this morning, they claimed to have invented a simple bruise ointment. Virgil was certain they had mismanaged the ingredients. Now the bruising was worse, likely due to either an incorrect root of ginger or an excessive quantity. After Virgil's explanation, Professor Caterburn ceased his jesting and turned his attention to the Patronus he had summoned. "It appears that under the pressure of the bats, your Patronus charm has made remarkable progress in just one afternoon." Virgil concurred, noting that his Patronus had indeed solidified significantly. "Thank you for your diligent assistance, Professor." He expressed his gratitude for Caterburn's dedicated efforts in helping him practice the spell. "There is no need for such formalities. Simply focus on grasping the knowledge I imparted to you," the professor replied. That evening, Virgil's panda eyes became the talk of all students in astronomy class, particularly among the Slytherins, who were eager to discover who had bested Virgil and avenge their grievances. Thus, with the addition of Quidditch team practice and Flitwick's dueling training, Virgil's life, which he had hoped would become more relaxed, resumed its hectic pace. He found himself struggling to carve out time for transfiguration, potions, and herbology, lest he fall too far behind his Ravenclaw peers. Fortunately, with the aid of dueling training and the spell club, Virgil's performance in charms and defense against the dark arts began to flourish. This intense yet fulfilling routine persisted until the eve of Halloween. In charms class, Professor Flitwick announced that they could attempt to levitate objects. He then produced a toad and cast a spell, causing it to flit about the classroom. Butler quietly informed Virgil that the toad appeared to belong to Neville Longbottom, who had witnessed it flying around during Gryffindor's charms lesson. "Remember the motion of your wrists. A flick and a swish. Ensure to utilize your wrists rather than swinging your entire arm," Professor Flitwick chirped from atop a stack of books. "The incantation must be pronounced accurately as well. There was once a wizard named..." Before Professor Flitwick could finish his sentence, a loud bang erupted from the Hufflepuff side of the room. A wild bull materialized out of thin air, smashing a desk and sending surrounding students sprawling to the ground. Professor Flitwick hastily waved his wand, vanishing the bull and conjuring a stretcher. "Two of you, take Mr. Finnegan to the infirmary," he instructed, as Justin Finnegan lay trapped beneath the bull he had summoned. Once the Hufflepuff students had carried Justin away, Professor Flitwick continued. "This is precisely what I was about to caution you against. A wizard named Baruffio once summoned a bull because he mispronounced F as his. Mr. Finnegan has now provided us with a live demonstration of this mistake. Now, let us break into groups and practice levitating the feathers in front of you." Virgil's partner remained Goldstein, who was vigorously waving his arms while loudly reciting the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. Observing his exaggerated gestures, one might mistakenly believe he was casting a particularly malevolent curse upon someone. "Hey, Anthony." Noticing Goldstein's increasingly erratic style, Virgil quickly intervened. "At this rate, you might inadvertently transform the feather into something else. What should I do?" Goldstein halted his actions, eager to hear his roommate's advice regarding the spell he excelled at. A flick and a swish. Without a wand, Virgil demonstrated the motion with his empty hands. "You've forgotten Professor Flitwick's instruction to utilize your wrists, not your entire arms. As for the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, make sure to elongate and enunciate the Leviosa clearly." Following Virgil's guidance, Goldstein adjusted his wand movements accordingly. Virgil continued to illustrate the wrist motion, prompting Goldstein to imitate him. A flick and a swish. This time, Goldstein executed the motion correctly and articulated the incantation properly. The feather before them began to rise from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. "Excellent. Everyone, look. Mr. Goldstein has succeeded," Professor Flitwick applauded from his perch. "Mr. Goldstein, could you assist Mr. Connor and Mr. Butler?" They seemed to be on the verge of a disagreement. After Goldstein turned to aid Connor and Butler, Professor Flitwick quickly winked at Virgil. Virgil smiled slightly. The professor had become well acquainted with his spellcasting abilities, and thus, he felt no need to steal the spotlight further in charms class. After class, Virgil instructed his roommates to take their textbooks back while he made his way to Professor Catterburn's cottage. With the college's Halloween feast approaching, Professor Catterburn would also be attending, and Virgil needed to help him gather the magical creatures from the enchanted suitcase. As for the events to follow, Virgil glanced at the time. It was still early enough to make it. He assisted Professor Catterburn in preparing food for the magical creatures and ushered the skittering animals back to their designated areas, securing the doors behind them. At that moment, Professor Catterburn was attending to a catfox about to give birth. Given that it was a magical creature, the gestation period was longer than that of a typical pet cat. Since Virgil had brought his own half-blood catfox, his own cat had become fast friends with Professor Catterburn's two catfoxes, leading to a noticeable shift in their attitude towards Virgil. Particularly with the impending birth, Virgil had opted to leave his cat at Professor Catterburn's. "You may return now. I shall make my way to the castle shortly," Professor Catterburn said, stroking the catfox cradled in his arms. Virgil nodded, as he intended to involve himself in the forthcoming events, subtly showcasing his abilities, ensuring that some professors would be prepared. This way, when advantageous situations arose later, his entrance would not seem overly abrupt. Upon returning to the castle, Virgil found an unoccupied corner and cast the disillusionment charm upon himself. While he had not yet mastered the charm to perfection, being merely a first-year student, most students and teachers would likely be in the banquet hall or en route. The vicinity near the girls' restroom was relatively deserted, save for the occasional faint laughter of Peeves, who was undoubtedly concocting some mischief. Virgil's proficiency with the disillusionment charm was sufficient to evade students and Filch, though it would not fool the professors. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and as he glanced down at his legs, they began to fade away, followed by his hands. Once Virgil confirmed he was entirely enveloped by the disillusionment charm, he quietly entered the ladies' restroom. After listening intently, he ascertained that Hermione was indeed within. He gently departed and found a dim corner not far from the restroom to await developments. Virgil was uncertain how Quirrell would manage to bring the troll inside, so he remained vigilant in his concealment. Time dragged on, and impatience began to gnaw at him. The impending Christmas holiday necessitated acquiring a wristwatch, and the uncertainty of time was a torment. Just as he was lamenting his situation, he faintly heard a sound, an object scraping against the ground. Almost immediately, he could feel a slight tremor in the castle floor. It appeared the troll had arrived on this level. The vibrations intensified, accompanied by a foul stench that invaded Virgil's nostrils. He nearly retched. The odor was far worse than cleaning up after magical creatures. No wonder trolls were not the brightest. Who could think clearly inhaling such a miasma for years on end? When the 12-foot-tall troll, its skin dull and granite-like, ambled past him, Virgil was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the creature. However, recalling Hagrid's stature, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Not far behind the troll, two furtive figures lurked, Harry and Ron, as expected. The troll halted by a door, peering inside before lowering its head and lumbering into the room. Then, to Virgil's astonishment, Harry and Ron sprang into action, shutting the door behind them and locking the troll inside with deft precision. Witnessing this unfold, Virgil almost burst into laughter at the absurdity of one of the future trio being locked in a restroom by Harry and Ron. Just as they were relishing their apparent triumph, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the room. Hermione. Alarmed, Harry and Ron rushed back to the door, fumbling with the key to enter. At this moment, Virgil knew it was time for him to make his entrance, to ensure his involvement in the main storyline was foolproof. He had thoroughly researched the troll. Surprisingly, he discovered that the creature's greatest vulnerability, its most easily struck weakness, was indeed the back of its head. As Virgil approached the door, he witnessed Harry undertaking a brave yet foolish act. He leaped onto the troll's back and thrust his wand into its nostrils. Meanwhile, Ron stood at the door, bewildered, clutching his old wand, unable to recall the levitation spell. Virgil dispelled his disillusionment charm and raised his wand. Expelliarmus! A crimson beam struck the troll's wrist, sending its hefty club flying and shattering a nearby stall door. Step aside, Weasley, Virgil urged, pushing Ron aside before continuing, Petrificus totalis. Get down, Potter. Though the troll appeared dim-witted, its tough skin and physical resilience provided some resistance to magic. Virgil was hesitant to wager that his leg locker curse would restrain the 12-foot behemoth for long. The curse, however, proved effective. The troll's legs were firmly bound together, though it struggled to break free. Get down now, Potter. Don't be a hindrance, Virgil bellowed in exasperation. To his dismay, despite his warning, Harry remained precariously perched on the troll, Harry, clearly startled by Virgil's sudden appearance and the efficacy of his spells, momentarily forgot to dismount. Virgil's second shout snapped Harry back to reality, prompting him to leap off the troll. With Harry safely out of harm's way, Virgil waved his wand once more, this time casting a Trip Jinx. Finally, with the combined effects of the Leg Locker Curse and the Trip Jinx, the troll crashed face first to the ground. Just one final step remained, to incapacitate the troll completely. Given the troll's current position, Virgil had numerous spells at his disposal. Yet he chose the levitation charm to conclude the farce. After all, the original protagonists were present. With a flick and a flourish, he incanted Wingardium Leviosa. The discarded wooden club began to rise, floating above the troll's head before crashing down upon it with a resounding thud. All was settled. Chapter 40. Only 20 points? The corridor echoed with disordered yet resounding footsteps as the professors of Hogwarts filed in. Leading the procession was Professor McGonagall, followed closely by Professors Snape and Flitwick, with Quirrell trailing behind. Upon entering the girls' restroom, Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the troll, then succumbed to a fit of helpless sobs, taking refuge on an intact toilet. Clutching his chest tightly, Snape bent down to inspect the troll, while Professor McGonagall, her lips pallid with fury, glared at Harry and Ron. "What on earth are you playing at?" McGonagall's voice was icy and seething with anger. "You were fortunate not to have been killed. Why were you not in your dormitory?" As the deputy headmistress, her wrath was palpable, enough to make even Virgil feel a twinge of anxiety. Professor Flitwick pulled Virgil aside, inquiring quietly why he was there. "I was helping Professor Kettleburn prepare for the Halloween feast after my charms class," Virgil explained. "By the time I returned to the castle, it was rather late. I intended to freshen up and change before heading to the Great Hall, when I stumbled upon the troll, along with Potter and Weasley." As he spoke, he lifted his robes to show Flitwick the mud and residues of magical creatures on his shoes. "I saw Potter leap onto the troll and jab his wand into its nostril. You should know that such actions would only irritate a mountain troll, eventually making it extremely angry and dangerous. Weasley and Granger were also present, and to prevent them from getting hurt, I had to intervene." On the other side, Hermione interjected. "Please don't blame them, Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were looking for me." "Miss Granger?" McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "I was looking for the troll." Hermione struggled to her feet, asserting, "I thought I could handle it on my own, you see, because I've read extensively about them and know quite a bit. Had they not found me, I would surely be dead by now." Harry had inserted his wand into the creature's nostril when Seamus arrived, stunning the troll with its own club. "If that is the case, Miss Granger," McGonagall regarded her thoughtfully, "what a foolish girl you are to think you could tackle a troll alone. Because of this incident, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. I am disappointed in you. If you are uninjured, return to Gryffindor Tower immediately." McGonagall then turned her attention to Harry and Ron. "You are fortunate. Without Mr. Finnegan's timely arrival, you might have been devoured by the troll. However, due to your bravery in choosing to rescue your fellow students in a moment of peril, each of you shall earn 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter, and you may leave. Professor Snape, could you assist me in escorting them back to Gryffindor Tower?" Snape, having completed his examination of the troll, stood up and cast a brooding glance at Virgil before turning to McGonagall. "It merely fainted," he stated. McGonagall nodded in understanding. And once Snape had departed with the trio, she turned her gaze to Virgil. "Mr. Chenier, why are you here?" "Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I have already inquired." Virgil was delayed due to other matters, which have no connection to this incident. If an investigation is warranted, Professor Kettleburn can vouch for him. Flitwick explained on behalf of his student. "Since Professor Flitwick has said so, I shall refrain from further questioning, as I still have to deal with this troll. However, I will inquire with Professor Kettleburn to ensure you are not deceitful. But Mr. Chenier, to think you were capable of single-handedly defeating a troll is truly remarkable. You shall earn 20 points for Ravenclaw, and I thank you for saving the lives of 3 Gryffindor students." On the way back to the Ravenclaw common room with Professor Flitwick, Virgil remarked, "Professor, I believe I deserve more than just 20 points." Although Virgil knew that had he not intervened, the trio would have emerged unscathed due to their inherent luck, the professors were oblivious to this fact. "Do not take advantage of the situation, Virgil. Professor McGonagall is clearly upset, but given that Mr. Potter and his friends have just escaped a dire fate, she cannot impose a severe punishment upon them. Granting you 20 points is already a generous outcome. Will you not award me additional points? I feel that reaching 50 points would be just right. Additional points for you? I would say it is enough that I have not deducted your points. Your abilities indeed surpass those of your peers, but even so, one cannot be entirely assured in the face of a troll. Should you encounter such a situation again, seek out the professors directly. But it was an emergency, Virgil replied with a cheeky grin. If I had gone upstairs to find you, we would have ended up piecing together Harry Potter's skeleton from the troll's belly. Flitwick was momentarily speechless, finally managing to retort, in the future. Avoid such dangerous and thankless endeavors. There are certain things a professor cannot explicitly state. While Harry Potter was indeed a figure of notoriety, drawing the attention of all professors, including Dumbledore, Virgil remained the more favored student, especially after having trained him in dueling techniques, which positioned Virgil as Flitwick's protege. In his heart, Flitwick undoubtedly leaned more towards Virgil, who says it was a thankless endeavor. Virgil glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning in to whisper. I even managed to shave off the troll's beard. I could fetch quite a bit in exchange for it down Nocturne Alley. Without allowing Flitwick to scold him, he quickly dashed away. You little rascal. Flitwick chuckled in mock reproach. Nevertheless, Virgil's triumph over the troll, albeit reckless, had earned Flitwick some esteem in the eyes of McGonagall and Snape. Not to mention, Harry Potter and his friends owed Virgil a favor. And McGonagall too had a debt of gratitude to him. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Virgil found his roommates amidst the bustling crowd. The food for the Halloween feast had already been delivered by the house elves, and the trio, having not seen Virgil in the Great Hall, assumed he had skipped the meal, leaving behind a considerable amount of cakes, pastries, and desserts. With a flick of his wand, Virgil tidied his robes and trousers, erasing the dirt and the scent of magical creatures. He then seized a pie and a pumpkin juice, devouring them voraciously. What happened? Connor whispered, eyes wide with curiosity. Virgil gestured to the food in his hands, indicating for him to wait until he had finished eating before asking any questions. Before long, Professor Flitwick entered the common room, signaling for silence before amplifying his voice with a spell. Quiet. I have 3 announcements to make. First, the matter of the troll has been resolved by the school, so there is no need for concern. Second, let us give a hearty round of applause to Mr. Virgil Chenier for earning 20 points for Ravenclaw. The common room erupted in enthusiastic applause as everyone turned to locate Virgil, who was doing his utmost to shrink into the corner, unwilling to let anything distract him from his meal. And third, I wish you all a delightful Halloween night. Without further ado, Professor Flitwick exited the common room, allowing the students to resume their revelry. As he prepared to leave, Virgil stealthily slipped back to his dormitory, followed closely by his 3 roommates. What truly happened, Virgil? Did a troll really infiltrate the school? How did you manage to earn 20 points for the house? Connor inquired. Do not underestimate the significance of 20 points. It is worth noting that even when Harry Potter and his friends triumphed over Voldemort to protect the Philosopher's Stone before the term concluded, each received merely 50 or 60 points. An addition of 20 points is indeed a considerable sum in ordinary circumstances. It is true that a troll infiltrated the school, however. The means of its entrance remains a mystery. Professor McGonagall ought to investigate this matter, Virgil remarked while eating. As for the 20 points I received, it was due to Hermione Granger from Gryffindor believing she could confront the troll alone, venturing downstairs to seek it out, while Harry Potter and Ron Weasley went in search of her. Virgil assisted Hermione in upholding her previous deception. What does that have to do with you? Butte inquired. Because they failed to subdue the troll, Virgil shrugged. I rescued them, and then Professor McGonagall awarded me the 20 points. As for Gryffindor, overall, it should be a total increase of 5 points. Wow, you vanquished the troll, exclaimed the 3 roommates in disbelief. How is that possible? There is no need for such astonishment. If you understand the troll's vulnerabilities and have others divert its attention, mastering the spell will enable you to succeed as well. Virgil explained. The back of its head is the troll's weak spot. A spell with slightly greater power or a solid blow can easily incapacitate it. That sounds rather effortless. Kona murmured. Gottine playfully tapped Kona on the forehead, exclaiming, Fool, do you truly believe it is that simple? Just imagine a troll, nearly the height of our gamekeeper, charging at you with a club. It would be a miracle if you weren't paralyzed with fear, let alone aiming accurately for its vulnerable spot. Chapter 41. The Howling Letter of Mrs. Weasley. The following morning, Virgil and his companions arrived at the dining hall for breakfast, not far from the Ravenclaw table. Ron Weasley was animatedly recounting his supposed battle with the troll. Had Virgil not witnessed the events unfold firsthand, one might have believed that it was indeed Ron who had bravely mounted the troll and thrust his wand into its nostrils. It was quite nauseating, but listened intently to Ron's tale before returning to share it with the others. One might think he was a medieval muggle knight, wielding a longsword rather than a wand. Virgil, why do you not reveal his deceit? There is no need. Virgil did not even glance up, The professors were well aware of the truth. As for the opinions of students from other houses, they were of no concern to him. Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce the reality from the changing scores. Moreover, he preferred to remain discreet. There was no advantage in exposing Ron Weasley's lies, and thus, Virgil was disinclined to do so. Hermione, upon noticing Virgil's arrival, hurried over and quietly said, "I'm sorry, Chaunier. Both Harry and I warned him." But Virgil waved his hand, interrupting her. "Do I appear to care about such matters? Granger? Let him say what he wishes." Seeing that Virgil was genuinely unconcerned, Hermione studied him for a moment before turning away. Although she recognized Ron's behavior was unbecoming, she was reluctant to lose her newly formed friendships. Soon after, Fred and George joined the Ravenclaw table, gesturing for Butters to make room for them. They settled beside Virgil, wrapping their arms around his shoulders, and whispered, "We've heard from Harry and Hermione about the incident. Thank you for saving that scoundrel Ron's life." George added, "I'll let you in on a secret. Despite his current air of triumph, Percy has already informed our mother about this fiasco. Knowing her temperament, a howler should be on its way." Fred quipped, "That scene ought to be quite entertaining." At this, Virgil set down his knife and fork, inquiring, "He is your brother. Yet you wish to see him humiliated?" Fred retorted, "What of it? I would prefer to witness both Percy and Ron making fools of themselves." George chimed in, "Per little Ron. But he must endure such trials to grow into a capable wizard, mustn't he? If his suffering can provide us some amusement. Isn't that a win-win?" The four of them fell into a collective silence, pondering how the Weasley family could produce such a diverse array of personalities. Fred and George were not mistaken. The howler indeed arrived before the next day. At dinner, a crimson envelope was dropped onto the Gryffindor table by an owl. Many young wizards, aware of its significance, hastily fled. Then, a deafening roar echoed throughout the hall. "Ron Weasley!" Mrs. Weasley thundered, her voice laced with fury. "You will remain at Hogwarts and attend your classes. Do not engage in such reckless folly. Are you capable of handling a troll as a first-year child? Without the assistance of Virgil Chaunier, your father and I would be searching for your remains in the troll's dung." Her voice rose further, as a Gryffindor. "While your classmates are devising ways to conquer the troll, you stood frozen in fear. You have brought shame upon your father in the ministry at this moment." Ron attempted to bury his face in his plate. "Percy." Mrs. Weasley concluded her tirade by calling out Percy's name. "You are the prefect. Keep your brothers in check and prevent them from causing trouble at school." After her final words, the howler ignited, vanishing without a trace. Instantly, the dining hall erupted into murmurs, and eyes turned toward the Gryffindor table, pointing and whispering. Percy Weasley, amidst the scrutiny, rushed to Ron's side, his face pale as he whispered something into Ron's ear before striding away. "Seems even the dimmest among us now knows he was boasting," Butters remarked quietly. Meanwhile, Virgil had summoned Godstein and Kona to gather their belongings. Since his name had been mentioned in the howler, he wished to avoid being the center of attention and having to recount the events in detail. The four of them slipped quietly out of the dining hall and returned to their dormitory. As Virgil had anticipated, letters from Benil and Jennifer soon arrived. Of course, they did not send howlers like the Weasley family. The first half of Benil's letter contained a warning regarding Virgil's reckless challenge to the troll. Perhaps in his mind, he still viewed Virgil as a mere novice, having been at school for only 2 months. Little did he know that during this brief period, Virgil's mastery of spells had surpassed that of many second and third-year students. Yet, the latter half of the letter detailed various cases the ministry had handled concerning trolls, along with research on their weaknesses. In conclusion, Benil mentioned that Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, had treated him to a drink and expressed his gratitude. As for Jennifer's letter, it was filled with accolades for Virgil, praising his wit, bravery, and adeptness in magic. It was hard to believe that this woman, who penned such flattering words, had once been an auror of considerable prowess. Reading between the lines of the 2 letters, Virgil felt that his mother must have graduated from Gryffindor, while his father was likely a Ravenclaw. All in all, the Chaunier family's response to the troll incident at Hogwarts leaned more towards commendation for Virgil than reprimand. After sending off the owls, Virgil lay on his bed, contemplating the aftermath of the troll invasion. At the very least, he needed to prepare the items required for entering the 4th-floor corridor: a music box, a wizard's chess manual, and a bottle of highly effective fireproof potion. He had no intention of missing this grand opportunity. Whether it be the Philosopher's Stone or trading it with Dumbledore for something else, the stone's intrinsic value was undeniable. It would be impossible not to feel tempted. Furthermore, Virgil was already aware that the Resurrection Stone was rather unreliable. Thus, possessing the Philosopher's Stone as a crucial ingredient for the elixir of life while assuming a modicum of risk, was not an unacceptable proposition. Moreover, Virgil did not plan to confront Quirrell and Voldemort directly. Rather, he intended to exploit the timing after Harry Potter dealt with Quirrell before Dumbledore arrived. Admittedly, this approach might seem unfair to Harry Potter. However, with everyone believing that Harry and his friends owed Virgil a favor after the troll incident, it was likely that Dumbledore would eventually inform Harry, and he would not be too burdened by the revelation. Virgil planned to purchase the music box and chess manual in Diagon Alley during the Christmas holidays. After joining the Quidditch team, he would need to acquire his own broomstick, for it was impractical to keep borrowing Cedric's. A trip to Diagon Alley was certainly necessary, where he could also dispose of the small bundle of troll hair. The most challenging aspect was gathering the materials for the fireproof potion. He could easily obtain the blood of fire lizards from Professor Kettleburn, as he had been stockpiling such supplies. One might seek to procure the scurvy grass powder from the herbalist greenhouse. If that proves futile, one could approach the Weasley twins. This substance has the remarkable ability to form a hard shell upon contact with skin, rendering it an excellent tool for mischief without requiring any processing. Furthermore, Virgil has observed numerous products utilizing scurvy grass powder within the notes of the Weasley brothers. However, the greatest source of Virgil's frustration lies in the exploding fungus, which poses an excessive danger, far beyond what younger students should be exposed to in the greenhouse. Additionally, the exploding fungus necessitates a series of intricate processes before it can be utilized as potion ingredients, a procedure that Virgil is utterly unfamiliar with. As for purchasing it in Diagon Alley, he doubts his ability to slip away unnoticed from beneath the watchful eyes of Ben and Jennifer. Should he be caught, what explanation could he offer? There is no potion in the lower years that requires the use of exploding fungus. Thus, he must devise a plan to sneak away to Hogsmeade. Fred and George will undoubtedly possess the connections to procure the necessary materials. It is imperative to enlist their assistance. Chapter 42. Mundungus. As November approached, the atmosphere within Hogwarts grew increasingly vibrant, not solely due to the anticipation of the Christmas holidays, but because the Quidditch matches had commenced. The inaugural match of the new term featured last year's champions, Slytherin, facing off against Gryffindor. The highlight of this contest was the debut of first-year student Harry Potter. Gabri Hampton, under the pretext of studying the opposition, had gathered the entire team to attend the match. However, Virgil, being a substitute player, found an excuse to slip away, heading directly towards the secret passageways of Hogwarts. Having barely mastered the disillusionment charm, Virgil chose to navigate through the hidden passage behind the hunchbacked, one-eyed witch statue, which was a stone slide leading to 200 steps. Compared to previous passages, this route was relatively easier. After cloaking himself with the disillusionment charm, Virgil stealthily departed from Honeydukes. Mundungus Fletcher, a dubious character introduced by the Weasley twins, was not someone Virgil expected as the supplier of their materials. Upon first hearing the name, Virgil contemplated finding another vendor, but after much consideration, he ultimately opted to proceed with Mundungus. The rationale was simple. Despite being a meticulous thief who had caused the Order of the Phoenix considerable trouble, he remained fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. If Mundungus were to betray him, Virgil would still be able to track him down. Virgil approached Mundungus without any pretense, fully aware that with his rudimentary transformation spells and disguise techniques, it would be futile to attempt to deceive a seasoned rogue who had long thrived in the underbelly of the wizarding world. The Three Broomsticks was the chosen venue for their meeting. Although Mundungus had insisted on changing the location to the Hogshead Inn, Virgil had declined. It was clear that the Hogshead had barred Mundungus from entry, and it was perplexing why he held such an affinity for that place. Preferring to don a heavy disguise rather than visit the Three Broomsticks, Madame Rosmerta seemed capable of attracting all mature men except for Mundungus. In fact, she even captured the attention of the young Ron Weasley. Upon entering the Three Broomsticks, Virgil's gaze quickly fell upon a figure in the corner, wrapped in a thick scarf. Given that it was not the weekend, older students were still prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade, rendering the establishment rather desolate. At that moment, Mundungus's appearance made him particularly conspicuous. Virgil was uncertain of his reasoning. Perhaps he preferred to stand out as long as he remained unrecognizable. When Virgil plopped down across from Mundungus, the thief nearly leapt from his seat in fright. After a brief appraisal of Virgil, he prepared to make a hasty exit. How could the Weasley twins have introduced him to such a child? Mundungus pondered, forgetting that the twins were hardly much older themselves. Mundungus Fletcher, Virgil whispered, uttering the thief's name. What? You don't even inquire about what your buyer desires. What could I possibly discuss with a mere child? The transaction involves galleons, not a few nuts in your pocket, Mundungus retorted. However, upon hearing his name, he hastily settled back down, drawn in by an object in Virgil's possession. It was a small, silver eggshell, an eggshell from a snakebird. As a career thief, Mundungus recognized it immediately. He reached out to snatch it, but was met with an obstruction against his stomach. Virgil's wand protruded from beneath the table, pressing against Mundungus. If I were you, I wouldn't make any foolish moves. Place your hands on the table, he instructed, pocketing the snakebird's eggshell. Do not doubt my capabilities. If your sources are particularly well informed, you might inquire about the troll that recently entered Hogwarts. Ask who dealt with that creature. Was it you? Mundungus asked, astonished, regarding Virgil. Some battle-hardened wizards could easily dispatch a solitary troll, but if such an event transpired at the hands of a child, Mundungus had to consider the implications. Mundungus Fletcher, a perennial presence in the lower echelons of the wizarding community, had encountered numerous con artists and petty thieves, often privy to unexpected information. He claimed to be a merchant of wizarding goods, yet in reality, he was merely a thief, often pricing his wares higher than the black market. It was inconceivable that someone of his ilk could be a Gryffindor graduate. Upon hearing Virgil effortlessly expose his background, Mundungus ground his teeth in frustration. His voice seeping through clenched jaws. What exactly do you want? Nothing much, Mr. Fletcher, Virgil replied with a smile. I am well aware that you are also a master of apparition. You could wager that your speed in apparition might indeed surpass my spellcasting. However, I must remind you that since I possess your information, even if you were to flee today, I would still be able to locate you. Do you even grasp what you're saying, child? Locate me? Who do you think you are? I'm no pushover, if we were out in the wild. Do you truly believe I'd grant you the opportunity to speak? Mundungus sneered. You must have stolen that snakebird egg from your parents. You better hand it over. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might let you return home to your mother. Of course, if you're feeling defiant. You can always summon your parents to come to your aid. Mundungus quickly realized that he had allowed himself to be intimidated by a child. Hearing Mundungus's counter-threat, Virgil chuckled. Are you certain you want me to go home to find my mother? If Mundungus knew who my mother was, he wouldn't have made such a request. If I were to contact her, you might end up doing my bidding. Oh, who is your mother? Mundungus scoffed. I can't say if my mother's name carries weight, but I do know her teacher's reputation is quite formidable. I suspect you wouldn't dare cross her. Your mother's teacher wouldn't happen to be Albus Dumbledore, would it? Mundungus exclaimed as he snatched the snakebird egg from Virgil's hand, toying with it. As for anyone else, Mundungus felt no fear. Oh, so Mad-Eye Moody's reputation isn't intimidating at all, Virgil murmured softly, as if to himself, but loud enough for Mundungus to hear. With a clatter, the snakebird eggshell fell onto the table. Who? Mad-Eye? Mundungus gasped, quickly covering his mouth and glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to their table. He hastily pushed the fallen eggshell back towards Virgil. Your mother is a student of Alastor Moody? Yes, that is what she told me. After becoming an Auror, she was assigned to learn under Moody. And your mother's name? How about I let my mother discuss this with you instead? No. Mundungus waved his hands in alarm. Let us not trouble your mother. Goodness, an Auror. What thief or rogue would willingly chat with an Auror? Do they seek a swift demise or feel burdened by too many stolen goods? Yet, Mundungus could hardly fathom that Virgil's mother was currently a retired Auror. What do you need then? Mundungus asked, rubbing his hands together with an ingratiating smile. He then placed a galleon on the table, instructing Madame Rosmerta to serve Virgil the finest drinks and food 3 broomsticks had to offer. Wasn't this a simpler solution? Virgil observed Montague's frenetic activity with a touch of exasperation, gesturing for him to cease his commotion. From his pocket, Virgil produced a sheet of paper, meticulously inscribed with a list of items he desired. Admittedly, most of these were mere decoys, trifles that Virgil had no immediate use for. However, he feared that without such subterfuge, Montague might hasten to present his list to Dumbledore. After a cursory glance at the items, Montague appeared somewhat disheartened. Are you certain you wish for all of these? They will require a substantial sum of galleons. Virgil then revealed a small, weighty pouch filled to the brim with coins. This serves as a deposit. Chapter 43. Betting on Gryffindor, you need not gather everything at once, Virgil elucidated, taking the list from Mundungus and pointing to the items marked with asterisks. Prioritize these materials and procure them as swiftly as possible. I hope to have them by the end of the Christmas holidays. Upon hearing that Virgil had provided a nearly 2-month timeline, Mundungus immediately felt a surge of confidence. He then reread the marked materials on the list: white fresh, mandrake, African tree snake skin, processed exploding mushrooms, flowing leaf grass. A remarkable variety, indeed, and no small quantity. Yet, After scrutinizing the list for quite some time, Montangus could not decipher which potion Virgil intended to brew. The list contained no fewer than 15 potion ingredients, but each potion's composition was incomplete. For instance, for the compound decoction, Virgil listed only African tree snake skin as an ingredient. Materials like lacewing flies, leech, and two-ear grass were all exceedingly common and easily obtainable. Even if he strolled into the shops in Diagon Alley, neither Benner nor Jennifer would raise any objections. As for the powdered horned serpent horn, it would certainly be sourced from Professor Ketterburn. While Professor Ketterburn's collection of dangerous magical creatures was indeed troublesome, he never lacked for animal-derived materials. Virgil's strategy was clear. He sought to prevent Montangus from presenting the list to Dumbledore. If it were easy to deduce that Virgil intended to brew the compound decoction or a fireproof potion, Dumbledore would likely discern Virgil's intentions at a glance. Moreover, materials like mandrake, which have extensive applications, should be stockpiled for unforeseen circumstances. They would certainly prove useful by the second year. Perhaps you could estimate how much deposit I should provide, Virgil suggested. Montangus quickly shook his head, insisting, no need. I have complete faith in you. We can exchange payment for goods directly. I trust you won't cheat me out of this small amount. However, as he spoke, he furtively observed Virgil's expressions, ultimately returning the pouch of coins to him. Montangus, with his appearance, always exuded an air of shoddiness, resembling a natural-born trickster or rogue. Virgil sighed, remarking, "You need not worry about my integrity. I hope for a long-term partnership between us, much like the one you share with the Weasley brothers." But Virgil's tone shifted to a grave resonance as he continued, "I do not wish for a third party to be aware of the contents of this list, nor do I want this list to grace the desk of any professor at Hogwarts." Though Virgil refrained from explicitly stating Montangus' connection to Dumbledore. Such ambiguous language only heightened Montangus' trepidation. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. Had an Auror been watching him for years? Was he already on the Ministry's radar? What had he done to attract their attention? Did Virgil truly suspect his ties to Dumbledore? Or was the Ministry already focused on Dumbledore himself? Montangus could no longer absorb what Virgil was saying, as those unsettling thoughts had taken root in his mind. Dazed, he departed the Three Broomsticks, leaving Virgil alone to savor his drink and feast. Once he had finished clearing away the remnants of food, Virgil leaned back contentedly, relishing the distinct flavors of the meal, so different from those of Hogwarts kitchens, while contemplating the potential ramifications of his words to Montangus. Virgil's final remarks had been impulsive, intended to instill a modicum of caution in Montangus, compelling him to exercise restraint in his actions. It was not that Virgil aimed to assist Harry Potter and Dumbledore. Although Montangus had neglected his duties in protecting Harry, resulting in Harry being attacked by Dementors, Harry Potter himself was a Horcrux, was he not? Virgil merely wished to prevent Montangus from pilfering the Horcrux locket once again. While Virgil was not the protagonist, he still desired to possess a few cards up his sleeve. As for the Ravenclaw diadem, which he had discovered ahead of time, Virgil planned to present it to Dumbledore at an opportune moment, ensuring he recognized the significance of the Horcruxes. Having not lingered excessively in Hogsmeade, Virgil returned swiftly to Hogwarts. After all, a stranger wizarding child in Hogsmeade would attract undue attention. Upon arriving back at the castle, he learned that the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin had concluded. Contrary to the initial assumptions of a Slytherin landslide victory, it was Gryffindor's newly appointed seeker, Harry Potter, who had turned the tide by capturing the Golden Snitch. Once again, this savior had thrust himself into the maelstrom of school gossip. "You wouldn't believe what transpired during the match," Goldstein whispered mysteriously beside Virgil. "Harry Potter's Nimbus 2000 had an incident during the game." "Oh? What happened?" Virgil feigned ignorance. "The broom attempted to throw Harry Potter off. For a moment, we thought all my pocket money would go to waste." Goldstein chuckled as he handed Virgil a pouch of coins, winnings from their secret bet on Gryffindor's victory prior to the match. "How could you be so certain Gryffindor would win?" Virgil inquired, weighing the pouch with satisfaction before stowing it away. "I never claimed Gryffindor was guaranteed to win. I also warned you not to wager all your pocket money on it. This time was merely a stroke of luck. Besides, with such astonishing odds, it was only reasonable for me to place a modest bet on Gryffindor." "Modest? You wagered more than the three of us combined. You should have seen the expressions on Slytherin students' faces when we asked them for money. They looked as if they had lost a loved one. Each house had its own bookie, thus distributing a portion of the stakes, ensuring their earnings were modest. Moreover, who besides Gryffindor students would believe Gryffindor could triumph? This upset would be sufficient to have others lose their shirts. But your foresight was commendable. You had to sit right next to the Slytherin students running the bets, allowing us to demand our winnings immediately after the match ended. Butter praised Virgil's sagacity. Otherwise, we would have been left with nothing. After Zach Leaf handed over their winnings, they were left with barely enough to pay off the remaining bets on Gryffindor's victory. I heard from a Hufflepuff student that Gryffindor students are now scouring the castle for Slytherin. Isn't our own Kohler being pursued by creditors as well? I hear he plans to hide in the common room indefinitely, skipping classes. That's not our concern, Virgil yawned. As long as we have our money. The three of them nodded in agreement, wearing satisfied smiles. As long as their own funds were secured, the plight of others was of no consequence to them. Ultimately, the debacle escalated to the point where only the professors from each house could quell the chaos. The students involved in the betting finally dared to show themselves after the punishments were announced: detentions, point deductions, and repayment within a specified time frame. Just as the penalties were posted, Virgil advised his roommates against placing bets in the next match, as students might face severe repercussions alongside their wagers, rendering the risk not worth the reward. Seated by the window in the common room, Virgil unfurled a piece of parchment and began to compose a letter. The transaction with Montangas currently appears to be progressing smoothly. However, due to the substantial amount of materials purchased, Virgil is contemplating writing to Wagner, requesting an advance on his remuneration as a precautionary measure. A few days ago, Benil and Jennifer sent him a letter, informing him that they have returned from the Soviet Union. It is said that they have earned a considerable sum, yet they did not disclose a specific figure to Virgil. According to their account, contrary to their initial expectations of chaos, the Soviet Ministry of Magic swiftly reorganized itself after a brief period of turmoil, thanks to certain measures and arrangements initiated by Wagner. Moreover, they have dispatched personnel to apprehend those wizards who sought to exploit the situation during the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Naturally, the operations of Gringotts are beyond their control, and they cannot intervene, especially considering the undeniable fact of the ruble's devaluation. Regardless of the strength of their ministry, it cannot alter the economic realities of a fractured nation. Chapter 44. An early Christmas gift. The match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had deterred anyone from broaching the professor's ire by setting up betting pools. This left Connor and Butte, who yearned to profit further, rather despondent. Virgil understood that their meticulously crafted Christmas shopping list would likely remain unfulfilled. Moreover, Hufflepuff's Quidditch team was at a significant disadvantage against Ravenclaw. The new seeker, Cedric, though celebrated as a prodigy, was pitted against seasoned veterans of the Ravenclaw team. Within 2 hours, Hufflepuff was decisively defeated. Cedric's lack of match experience became painfully apparent as he fell prey to Lonsky's feints time and again. After the match, Virgil consoled Cedric for quite some time. Virgil hesitated before deciding against slipping away from his own house's match. After all, he was a substitute on the team, and it would be rather unbecoming for him to abandon his teammates. In the common room's post-match celebration, he found Goldstein, who was engrossed in a tome on the history of magic by the window. Virgil handed him a cup of pumpkin juice and settled himself onto the armrest of the chair. "Still studying?" he inquired, taking a sip of his drink and glancing at Goldstein's book, Research on the Development of Modern Wizards, which was not part of this semester's curriculum. Noticing Goldstein's rapid page-turning, he added, "Why do I get the impression you're searching for something? Did Professor Binns assign you extra work?" "I'm researching a wizard named Nick LeMay," Goldstein replied without looking up. Virgil nearly sputtered his pumpkin juice. "Nick LeMay? Why on earth are you looking into LeMay?" This twist in the narrative seemed awry. Had they even mentioned this name in their history class? Assuming a nonchalant demeanor, he turned to gaze out the window, countering, "What makes you think I know anything about him?" Goldstein closed his book and met Virgil's eyes. "I ran into Hermione Granger in the library on Wednesday afternoon. She was searching for information on a wizard named Nick LeMay and asked if I recognized the name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere, but just can't recall where." "Of course, you have," Virgil thought to himself. "You're the one who adores chocolate frogs but doesn't collect the cards," he mused silently. The most common card featured Dumbledore, with LeMay's name included in the description. Nevertheless, Virgil had no intention of divulging this information to Goldstein. The mysteries surrounding Nick LeMay were best left for Harry Potter and his companions to unravel. Observing Connor and Butte reveling in their celebratory feast in the center of the common room, Virgil retreated to his dormitory with half a cup of pumpkin juice. As Christmas approached, he needed to procure gifts for his roommate and a few favored professors. Some gifts would be unattainable in Hogsmeade, necessitating Jennifer's assistance in procuring items from Diagon Alley. The days leading up to Christmas and the holiday itself would be the last moments of peace and relaxation this semester. Upon returning from the break, Virgil would need to prepare for matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Mid-December heralded the imminent arrival of Christmas. Virgil and Connor lay by the bedside, watching the Weasley twins enchant snowballs to chase Professor Quirrell, pelting him upon his turban. Connor found the spectacle uproariously amusing, while Virgil felt a twinge of anxiety for the twins. If they were to discover that Quirrell's turban concealed Voldemort, one could only imagine their reactions. Among Hogwarts students, aside from Harry Potter, they were undoubtedly the bravest. All four of Virgil's dormitory companions were returning home for Christmas. Lacking his own owl, Virgil planned to distribute his Christmas gifts to everyone ahead of time. When Goldstein and Butte returned to the dormitory, he presented them with the meticulously prepared gifts. He gifted Connor a set of crystal potion vials, as Connor had long envied the crystal vials used by Virgil and Goldstein, which provided superior storage for certain potions compared to glass. Butte received a shorthand quill, as he was the most reluctant note-taker among them. The quill's remarkable properties nearly tempted Virgil to keep it for himself. With it, taking notes in history of magic and transfiguration would become a breeze. Goldstein received a commemorative set of gobstones. Naturally, it was the exorbitantly priced edition. Jennifer had mentioned a beautiful set made of pure gold. But the price left Virgil disheartened. The idea of a pure gold set of gobstones baffled him. It was far from the collectible card games of the past where rare cards held value. Who would dare to play with a golden chess set? Connor and Butte were clearly taken aback by Virgil's premature gift-giving. Butte scratched his head sheepishly, saying, "Virgil, I originally planned to have my owl deliver your gift during the holidays. I didn't expect you to give us our Christmas gifts early." Connor and Goldstein shared similar sentiments, intending to rely on their owls to deliver gifts during the break. "It's all right," Virgil chuckled. "I meant to send a gift to Professor Kettleburn first. I don't have an owl, and it might be quite troublesome later. Besides, we haven't even decided where we'll be spending Christmas." He smiled, adding, "You can save your gifts until Christmas Day to preserve the element of surprise. I'll just take the rest of the gifts to deliver." With that, Virgil grabbed a bulging bag filled with gifts and exited the dormitory. The downside of having many acquaintances was the increased expense during holidays. Fortunately, the salary in Binnell department was quite decent, and the Auror's remuneration was even more generous. Coupled with the galleons he had exchanged from pounds, he was well equipped to purchase Christmas gifts. Virgil first visited the kitchen to deliver the Christmas gifts he had prepared for the house elves of Hogwarts. He then enlisted the help of Carmen to assist in delivering some gifts on Christmas Day. Aside from gifts for Professors Flitwick and Kettleburn, he left the remaining presents, including those for Professor Dumbledore, with the house elves. After contemplating for a moment, Virgil decided to keep the gifts for his Quidditch teammates and a few first-year students with whom he had formed a bond, requesting Carmen to deliver them on Christmas Eve. He labeled the packages with names. Finally, Virgil departed the kitchen, surrounded once more by the cheerful house elves. The closest location to the kitchen was the Hufflepuff common room. When he presented Cedric with a comprehensive set of broom care tools from the sweep company, Cedric exhibited the same astonished expression as Virgil's roommates. After all, who would have thought to give Christmas gifts ahead of time? Professor Flitwick received 2 bottles of cherry soda, his favorite. Professor Kettleburn received a brand new cat bed, spacious enough for 2 adult Kneazles and their kittens. Previously, he had never prepared a cat bed, and the 2 Kneazles had been sleeping under his desk. Recently, Virgil's own half-breed Kneazle had taken a liking to that spot as well, leaving the space rather cramped. Professor Kettleburn, with no sense of reservation, promptly relocated his pet raccoon to a new abode and urged Virgil to expedite the processing of his documentation, for one cannot keep purebred raccoons without proper credentials. Professor Flitwick found himself taken aback, as it was his first encounter with a student presenting Christmas gifts in advance. Over the years, it had seldom occurred that younger students bestowed gifts upon professors. It was typically the upperclassmen, aspiring to become class leaders or student council presidents, or those seeking to leverage the professor's networks who engaged in such gestures. After Virgil departed from the office, Flitwick gazed at the 2 bottles of his favorite flavored soda on his desk, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with his pupil, who had diligently followed him to learn the art of dueling. Virgil's ultimate recipients of his thoughtful gifts were Fred and George Weasley, to whom he presented an entire collection of alchemical texts, ranging from introductory to advanced levels, meticulously arranged like textbooks across various disciplines. The Weasley twins, known for their humorous merchandise, often found their creations intertwined with the principles of alchemy. However, Hogwarts did not offer a course in alchemy, and the library's selection of alchemical tomes was remarkably scarce, having been thoroughly perused by the brothers. Moreover, The Weasley family's financial situation rendered it impossible for them to purchase books unrelated to their curriculum. Upon discovering the alchemical books, the twins were elated, as George expressed. He felt an overwhelming urge to bow in gratitude to Virgil, thus enveloped in the increasingly festive atmosphere of Christmas. Virgil and his 3 roommates embarked on their journey homeward aboard the train. Chapter 45, Malfoy and the Cruciatus Curse. The Hogwarts Express during Christmas was somewhat desolate. With a number of students opting to remain at Hogwarts for the holidays, Virgil and his 3 companions effortlessly located an empty compartment. After purchasing an abundance of snacks, they commenced a discussion regarding the upcoming semester's courses and final examinations. I am not particularly concerned about the Defense Against the Dark Arts final. Rather, I dread the ordinary wizarding level examinations for 3rd years. Given Professor Quirrell's current teaching standards, I fear I may merely scrape a pass, lamented Connor, casually flipping through his Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook with a sigh. Do not fret, Virgil reassured him. Have you not heard that the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts is cursed by a certain name that must not be spoken? Typically, a professor can only teach us for 1 semester at most. I suspect by 2nd year, we shall likely have a new instructor. Gottstein interjected. In comparison to Defense Against the Dark Arts, I am more anxious about my potions grade. Snape is hardly the type to grant us high marks easily. But this is one of the few instances in which I envy Slytherin students, Butte remarked. Snape is exceptionally lenient with their exams and assignments. The 4 of them sighed in unison. Professor Flitwick was widely acknowledged as the most benevolent professor in the school, however. His generosity paled in comparison to Snape's treatment of Slytherin students. Having spent half a semester in Ravenclaw, Virgil observed that Ravenclaw students were indeed exceptionally intelligent, often dominating the top ranks across various subjects. Yet, many were not the so-called well-rounded scholars, with numerous students possessing extreme specializations, abandoning the tedious topic of examinations. The 4 friends opened their snacks and began to discuss school gossip and intriguing anecdotes, perhaps due to the festive spirit. Virgil felt the train traversed its route much more swiftly than at the beginning of the term. Upon reaching King's Cross Station, after coordinating their holiday communication schedules, the 4 friends exited platform 9 3/4 in shifts. The station was bustling due to the Christmas holiday. Virgil exerted considerable effort to locate his father, Benil, and mother, Jennifer, amidst the throng. Oh, look who's back. Our troll slayer. Benil jested, embracing Virgil. Virgil rolled his eyes in exasperation. Jennifer also embraced Virgil, stating, I am so proud of you, my son. Benil took the luggage from Virgil's hands. As Virgil glanced around, he noticed that his 3 roommates had vanished from sight, prompting him to follow Benil and Jennifer out of King's Cross Station. As they walked, Jennifer requested Virgil to recount the details of his encounter with the troll. Benil shot a disapproving glance at Jennifer and said, Let us discuss this at home. He then turned to Virgil and added, This Christmas, it will just be the 3 of us. Your grandparents are tied up in Romania, and your other grandparents have goblin tasks to attend to. All of them out of the country. Upon hearing Benil's words, Virgil turned to scrutinize his father closely, then playfully patted his slightly protruding belly, exclaiming, Dad, you seem to have indulged a bit. He then inquired, Shall we stay here for the holiday, or go to Romania? Let us remain at home. We can consider a trip to Romania during your summer vacation. Wait, what did you say? Indulged? From the station all the way home. Benil kept his hand firmly on Virgil's shoulder. Once home, with a flick of his wand, Benil had their clothes magically changed. Since Virgil received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, Jennifer had ceased to hide her magic, relying entirely on spells for cooking and chores. Virgil pulled out a chair and sat across from Benil. With a graceful wave of her wand, Jennifer conjured a cup of hot milk before Virgil. He took a sip and remarked, To be honest, I still haven't acclimatized to wizarding beverages. I can never seem to enjoy pumpkin juice. When we return to school after the holidays, I must bring back a crate of cola. Benil chuckled heartily at this. You might find butterbeer equally unpalatable. He raised his own glass filled with butterbeer and took a hearty gulp. Once Jennifer prepared dinner, the 3 gathered around the dining table, where Virgil shared the tale of his encounter with the troll. Upon hearing the entire story, Benil and Jennifer exchanged glances, before Benil scrutinized Virgil closely. Eventually, it was Jennifer who summarized their thoughts. Overall, the plan and strategy were sound, she explained plainly to her son. However, once you advance in your studies, you might consider employing transfiguration spells to create animals that could divert the troll's attention, thereby enhancing your own safety. But I recall that some spells are beyond the grasp of first-year wizards. Virgil anticipated his parents' inquiry and quickly replied, I've been learning duel techniques from Professor Flitwick. Coupled with the training you provided me before the term began, I felt equipped to confront the troll. Virgil was certain that Benil and Jennifer would not inquire about when Flitwick commenced his duel instruction. Of course, Professor Kettleburn has provided me with considerable guidance as well. Kettleburn? Benil's expression shifted to one of curiosity. I thought he only taught you about magical creatures. No, Virgil shook his head. The professor possesses commendable expertise in charms as well. Speaking of Professor Kettleburn, Benil recalled, pulling a small notebook from his pocket and handing it to Virgil. Here is your permit for the care of magical creatures. Specifically the Kneasel. I have registered it with the Ministry of Magic. Professor Kettleburn has indeed gifted you a precious Christmas present. Virgil joyfully accepted the permit, placing it into his pocket designated for transfiguration. Benil and Jennifer exchanged knowing glances, both pondering the same thought. Their son had certainly experienced more than just a troll incident during the past semester, and there were likely other stories he had yet to share. After all, where else would he obtain such a treasure? Ahem. Benil cleared his throat to bring Virgil back to the present. So, what else transpired this semester? What else happened? Oh right, in a few days, we are heading to Diagon Alley to purchase a broomstick. I am now a reserve for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Virgil, however, sought not merely to acquire a broomstick. A broomstick? Wouldn't it be better to borrow Cedric's? Yet, he needed to procure materials for dealing with the troll's beard and acquire ingredients for fireproof potions. Moreover, he added, I had a confrontation with Draco Malfoy and his two cronies. Malfoy? Jennifer furrowed her brow at the mention of that name. What's wrong? Benil inquired, glancing at his wife. Death Eater, Jennifer spat the term, her face contorted with disgust. The Malfoys have distanced themselves from the Death Eaters, Benil reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, aware of her concerns. Besides, the Dark Lord has been absent for many years. There has been no word of him, and he may very well be dead. So, do not worry excessively. Listening to his parents' exchange, Virgil felt an overwhelming urge to stand and shout. Voldemort is about to be resurrected, and the weakened Voldemort is residing in the back of our defense against the dark arts professor's head. Everyone quick. Alas, should he utter such words, Benil and Jennifer would hardly believe him. One cannot possibly allow an employee of the Ministry of Magic to team up with a former Auror to storm into Hogwarts and disrupt Quidditch matches. What would be left of Dumbledore's dignity? What prompted this conflict? Benil still intends to inquire about the circumstances. I went to borrow a broomstick from Cedric Diggory and happened to encounter them, who initiated trouble with me. Virgil shrugged, indicating he was not the one who instigated the conflict. Trouble with you? This was the crux of what Jennifer had heard. Diggory? This was what captured Benil's attention. Ah yes, the surname Diggory. Cedric mentioned his father works at the ministry. So, he is the son of old Diggory. Benil recalled Amos Diggory, who always boasted about his son, claiming him to be a prodigy. However, I hardly believe Cedric could handle a troll on his own in his first year. Noticing her husband's frivolous demeanor, Jennifer rapped the table and admonished, why do you focus on such peculiar points? Did you not hear Virgil mention it? That Malfoy is the one causing trouble. This could signify that the Malfoy family is venting their anger towards our son. Mother? You and the Malfoy family. Virgil hesitated. Oh, Malfoy? We are old acquaintances, Jennifer replied coldly. Benil interjected, the Malfoy family were once Death Eaters, under the command of the Dark Lord. Towards the end of the last war, it was your mother who captured Lucius Malfoy. However, the ministry later determined that he was under the influence of the Imperious Curse when assisting the Dark Lord, thus absolving him of his crimes. Bang. Jennifer smashed the plate in front of her. Nonsense. The Imperious Curse? I pursued him for over 3 months, facing him daily, in such circumstances. I would not be able to discern whether he was under the curse? Let us not forget, we Aurors were authorized to use unforgivable curses during the war. Lucius Malfoy exploited his family's name and wealth to evade justice, and those individuals at the ministry would allow a notorious Death Eater to escape punishment because of that. Chapter 46. Diagon Alley at Christmas. On the eve of Christmas, Diagon Alley was suffused with the festive spirit. Most of the shops were adorned with towering Christmas trees, while establishments such as the Fizzing Whizbee's Ice Cream Parlor, the Elop's Emporium, and the Joke Shop were bustling with playful young wizards. Meanwhile, shops like the Robes for All Occasions and Madame Malkin's Robe Shop were showcasing clothing infused with Christmas themes, and discounts were prevalent throughout the various stores. However, Virgil found it utterly perplexing why one would buy an owl and receive 2 pet mice as a promotion. Was it to enhance the owl's diet? Have you found a preferred model of broomstick? The Nimbus 2000? Or perhaps the Clean Sweep series? Benny inquired. The clean sweep 7 would suffice, Virgil replied, taking a bite of his ice cream. Cedric Diggory's broom is a clean sweep 7. I've borrowed it several times, and it handles quite well. Benny pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. While the clean sweep series may not match the Nimbus 2000 in speed, it excelled in stability, making it an excellent choice. In Benny's line of work, a broomstick was a common mode of transportation, as certain locations could not be reached via flue powder. Hence, he was well acquainted with the various models and brands available on the market. As they approached the entrance of the Quidditch shop, Virgil finished his ice cream, and the two of them stepped inside. The walls of the store were lined with an array of broomsticks categorized by brand and model, while in a corner, a number of locked iron boxes were stacked. Virgil, having participated in Quidditch training, immediately recognized them as containers for the game balls, with the occasional tremor indicating the presence of a bludger inside. In the center display case lay two antique broomsticks, the Silver Arrow and the Moonlight Dream, which Virgil doubted could still fly. However, they were impeccably maintained, indicating the proprietor took great care in their upkeep. Ultimately, Virgil chose a Clean Sweep 7 along with a complete set of broom care tools from the Clean Sweep Company. This was intended as a Christmas gift for Cedric. Upon exiting the Quidditch shop, Benny checked his wallet and muttered, "Quidditch is quite an expensive endeavor." Virgil stifled a chuckle beside him. Even though the two had made a handsome profit in the Soviet Union, the household finances were still under Jennifer's control, with both Benny and Virgil receiving a fixed allowance. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Benny asked. "If it's pricey, we might need to make a trip to Gringotts first." Virgil pondered for a moment and concluded that there was nothing extravagant left to acquire, apart from a few essential books and some basic potion ingredients. Most importantly, he needed to devise a plan to handle the troll's whiskers on his own, along with a few trivial items he had obtained from Professor Kettleburn, which the professor deemed worthless but could still fetch some galleons. If he were to go with Benny, he certainly wouldn't be able to keep all the money from selling those items for himself, as that money was meant for transactions with Mundungus. Although it was based on the exchange rate of pounds to galleons, Virgil did not wish to squander it. As for the collaboration with Gringotts, that was far from a pressing matter. "I believe I need a few more books, the second and third levels of standard spells, a copy of the Book of Spells. And if possible, I would like to acquire a copy of Sigmund Bart's Potions book. Additionally, I require some potion ingredients for practice. Father, you must understand that without regular practice, it would be quite difficult for me to achieve high marks in Professor Snape's class. The Book of Spells? And the second and third levels of standard spells? Those are hardly suitable for a first-year student," Benny remarked. "As for advanced potion making, if I recall correctly, only sixth-year students in the advanced class would utilize that book. What purpose does it serve for you now?" Cough, cough. Virgil feigned a cough and straightened his collar with a mock seriousness. "I, regrettably, have joined Professor Phileas Flitwick's Charms Club, and these topics require prior study," he continued. "As for advanced potion making, I have nearly memorized the current textbook, so I thought I might attempt to self-study the higher-level curriculum." Benny winced at Virgil's somewhat boastful tone. While potion making may be an arcane subject for most, it was not a challenge for the Half-Blood Prince. With Professor Snape's annotations as guidance, Virgil used the outdated advanced potion-making book to supplement his studies of the lower-level curriculum, yielding efficient results. Moreover, with a potion enthusiast in his dormitory, Michael Corner, who constantly urged others to memorize the textbook, it was a wonder if Virgil could possibly falter. The reason for acquiring a new advanced potion-making book was simply that carrying an old one around was rather conspicuous. "If that's all, we needn't make a trip to Gringotts. Our funds should suffice," Benny assessed, weighing the galleons and sickles remaining in his pocket. "Let us proceed swiftly to gather the remaining items and return home. This wretched winter, I need to buy a cup of hot butterbeer first." Hot butterbeer? At the mere thought of its flavor, Virgil shivered. Benny, mistaking it for the cold, adjusted Virgil's scarf. Just then, a commotion erupted from the distant crowd. Virgil turned to see a gray owl swooping towards him, clutching an envelope. No, it was clearly headed for Benny. His father had evidently noticed it too. Fuck. Benny instinctively swore but quickly caught himself upon realizing his son was present. Indeed, the owl dropped the envelope directly into Benny's arms. Virgil could distinctly see the twitch at the corner of his father's mouth as he reluctantly opened the letter, sighing after reading its contents. Benny looked apologetically at Virgil and said, "I'm sorry, Virgil. There's an urgent matter in the department that requires my attention." With that, he handed his wallet to Virgil, advising, "Don't spend recklessly. If you get hungry, buy something to eat. After you finish with the books and ingredients, wait for me at the Leaky Cauldron. Oh, and Then he leaned down to whisper in Virgil's ear, "Make sure not to tell your mother that I'm busy with work." "Okay, okay," Virgil replied, then asked, "Dad, the ministry doesn't still rely solely on owls for delivering messages and work directives, does it? That seems rather inefficient." "Of course not. We possess various magical devices and alchemical items, with most messages conveyed through advanced transfiguration spells. For instance, members of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, certain Aurors, and their supervisors utilize two-way mirrors for communication." Two-way mirrors? Indeed, they are remarkable alchemical items, rarely seen on the market. However, we refrain from using them casually unless absolutely necessary. Now, let's save the other questions for my return. Remember not to wander off. After you gather the books and potion ingredients, you may explore the joke shop and ice cream parlor, then wait for me at the Leaky Cauldron. Virgil nodded eagerly, putting on a facade of obedience. Yet, in his heart, he murmured, "This task has arrived most opportunely. I can now attend to my little treasures." Virgil watched as Benil, glancing back thrice, gradually disappeared into the throng. With a slight shake of Benil's wallet, Virgil displayed a trace of satisfaction. It seemed that quite a sum had been saved. Benil would never suspect that his seemingly innocent 11-year-old son was already acquainted with the concept of private savings. Virgil tossed Benil's wallet into his pocket, whistling as he ambled towards Ollivander's shop. He intended to see what price Master Ollivander would offer for the troll whiskers if it fell below the previously established minimum. Virgil would have to devise a way to venture into Nocturne Alley. Chapter 47. Nocturne Alley. "My apologies, Mr. Ollivander. What did you say your offer was?" Virgil, convinced that his hearing had failed him, quickly checked his ears. 10 galleons, Mr. Chaunier." Virgil glanced down at the small bundle of troll whiskers in his hand, his expression one of disbelief. "However, Mr. Ollivander, I have heard that troll whiskers can also be used to make wand cores." Mr. Ollivander, busy organizing his shelves, did not turn around as he explained to Virgil. "While they could indeed be used to craft wands, regrettably, I seldom employ such materials. I prefer to use phoenix feathers, dragon heartstrings, and unicorn hair. Of course, I sometimes utilize other materials, such as the thunderbird feathers you saw last time, and occasionally the tail hair of a thestral. If memory serves me correctly, only Sir Cadogan's wand core is made from troll whiskers." Ollivander retrieved a wand and began to polish it carefully. Let me think. Ah yes, blackthorn, troll whiskers, 9 inches long, highly flammable." Ollivander lifted his gaze, peering through his half-moon spectacles, and smiled at Virgil. "You might inquire with other wand makers. Perhaps they would offer a higher price. But here, I can only offer you 10 galleons, my boy. I do not know any other wand makers." Virgil reluctantly returned the troll whiskers to his pocket. "I never consider a good wand core to be the beloved whiskers of a pet, or the branch of a plant that saved a customer's father from poisoning, nor the hair of a mermaid encountered on holiday in Scotland. So I apologize, my boy. Perhaps troll whiskers are regarded as a fine material elsewhere, but here, I can only provide this price." "Very well, I understand, Mr. Ollivander." Virgil expressed his comprehension. "Mr. Ollivander, may I inquire about a question regarding wands?" "Speak, my child." "If a wand is made of alder, what type of owner would it generally choose?" "Alder, you say? It is a resilient wood. Its owners are typically helpful, considerate, and well-liked by most. What if it were combined with a unicorn hair core?" "Ah, that would indeed be a kind wand. Let me think." Ollivander pondered for a moment. "Quirrell's wand. Yes, the wand of Quirinus Quirrell is that very combination. I believe he is currently teaching at Hogwarts, is he not?" "Indeed, sir. Professor Quirrell teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." "So, are you inquiring about Quirrell's wand?" No. Virgil quickly shook his head. "It is another wand I happen to hear about, one that belongs to a dark wizard." "A dark wizard, you say?" Ollivander murmured. "He must rarely use that wand, then." Virgil strained to recall Quirrell's usual behavior, realizing that he indeed seldom carried his wand, perhaps reluctant to display it. "It seems he rarely uses his wand," Virgil responded. Ollivander thoughtfully considered the combination of alder and unicorn hair, overlooking Virgil's knowledge of the dark wizard's infrequent wand usage. Alas, unicorn hair is the least conducive to dark magic. It is also the most loyal wand core, typically only forming a close bond with its first owner. Coupled with alder, I suspect this wand is currently quite conflicted and distressed. Typically, Virgil seized upon a key point in Ollivander's words. A wand can indeed change its master. However, for a wand with a unicorn hair core, it remains closely tied to its first owner. Others who acquire a unicorn hair wand find it challenging to wield. Naturally, There are exceptional circumstances that may lead a unicorn hair wand to abandon its first owner. What kind of exceptional circumstances might those be? You possess quite a curiosity, Mr. Chaunier. However, you are unlikely to encounter such situations. The only instances that could cause a unicorn hair wand to forsake its master are the slaughter of unicorns or the consumption of unicorn blood. When the blood of this sacred creature touches one's lips, it may prolong a faltering life, but it also curses one for eternity. Furthermore, the wizard would no longer be able to wield a wand made with a unicorn hair core. Goodness. No wonder Quirrell ultimately did not use a wand against Harry Potter. He was casting spells without one, though he did not acquire any galleons. The information obtained left Virgil feeling that his journey was not in vain. As for the materials, it seems he must venture to Nocturne Alley. Virgil found a second-hand clothing shop and purchased a black hooded cloak. Fortunately, it was winter, and such attire did not stand out much in Diagon Alley, let alone in Nocturne Alley. Virgil also bought a pair of gloves, perhaps inheriting Benur's physique, combined with the physical education classes at his previous school, had allowed Virgil to surpass the average height of a first-year student. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had consistently maintained his physical training, and with a few props, he could manage to fill out a cloak adequately. Moreover, the magical world was populated with many short individuals, such as Mundungus. As long as Virgil was careful not to give away his presence, a trip to Nocturne Alley should pose little problem. Nocturne Alley, located adjacent to Diagon Alley, presented an entirely different atmosphere. At that moment, Diagon Alley was teeming with people, alive with the spirit of Christmas. In stark contrast, Nocturne Alley filled Virgil with a sense reminiscent of passing a graveyard in the dead of night. The street lamps, long neglected, flickered weakly, adding to the eerie ambience of the dark alleyway. Only a handful of wizards dressed similarly to Virgil passed through, and hardly anyone walked in pairs. Each hurried away. Their footsteps quickened. Despite the sparse foot traffic, Virgil keenly sensed that among the shadowy paths between the unlit houses, someone must be lurking, scrutinizing the passers-by. Not far away, a shop displayed a large cage filled with ominous black spiders. Adjacent to it, two ragged wizards whispered in hushed tones within a doorway. Drawing a deep breath before the entrance of Borgin and Burks, Virgil pulled up his scarf to conceal his face, leaving only his eyes visible. He then tugged at his hood to ensure it would not slip off, before pushing the door open. Next time I visit such a place, I should prepare a polyjuice potion in advance, Virgil mused. Inside the dimly lit shop, an array of items, rarely seen at Hogwarts, filled the space. Prior to his arrival, Virgil had endeavored to imagine what a dark wizard's shop would resemble. Yet upon stepping into Borgin and Burks, he found his imagination far too optimistic. Nestled against the shop door, a glass case displayed a withered human hand, a stack of bloodied cards, and a motionless glass eye. Sinister masks loomed from the walls, while various human bones and rusted, jagged instruments hung from the ceiling. The chime of the bell, triggered by Virgil's entrance, summoned one of the shop's proprietors, a hunched, stooped man, from behind the counter. "Greetings, sir. I am Borgin, the shopkeeper. What is it you seek?" Virgil gestured vaguely and then pointed to his throat. Woodgin understood that this was a mute customer. He refrained from inquiring why Virgil did not use a wand, instead following Virgil's gestures to produce a sheet of paper and a quill. During his journey, Virgil pondered for an extended period, realizing that he currently lacked the means to alter his vocal sound. He seemed unaware of any pertinent incantations. The only method he knew that could modify one's voice was the polyjuice potion, which induced a comprehensive transformation. The prospect of employing a wand to manipulate letters for communication left Virgil uncertain whether such actions in Nocturne Alley would attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. After all, this was not Diagon Alley, and the sparse crowd made him hesitant to take risks, as the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, due to his prior efforts deciphering the contents of Snape's notes, he had become adept at replicating a handwriting style reminiscent of Snape's, albeit with some discrepancies that might easily reveal the forgery to Snape himself. Nonetheless, this imitation was sufficient for masquerading as a seasoned dark wizard. With gloved hands, Virgil grasped the quill and inscribed the word "for sale" onto the parchment. He then retrieved a pre-prepared bundle of troll hair from his pocket and placed it upon the counter. Chapter 48. The Hand of Glory. In the opal necklace, Borgin picked up a small bundle of giant troll whiskers from the counter, examining it closely. "This should be the whiskers of a mountain troll," he murmured. "While a single whisker may not fetch much, you have an entire bundle here. I offer 50 galleons. What do you say?" 50 galleons, indeed, Borgin thought, surprised by the substantial offer, which exceeded that of Ollivander. However, in trade, It is not customary for buyers to dictate prices without negotiation. Virgil, with his worn-gloved hand, scribbled 65 on a piece of paper. This was the price he had gleaned from Montague and Hogsmeade. 65 galleons was the going rate in the black market for such a small bundle of troll whiskers. Sometimes, if a wizard urgently required a particular ingredient, the price could rise considerably, but 65 was a stable price. Noticing Virgil's offer, Boggin rubbed his hands together and chuckled nervously. You clearly know your trade. However, 65 galleons is rather steep. You must allow me a small profit. How about I offer you 58 galleons as a gesture of friendship? Should you need anything in the future, I could extend a discount. Virgil pondered for a moment before rewriting 60 on the paper and standing by, awaiting Boggin's response. Boggin stared at the paper and pen on the counter, lost in thought. After a long pause, he reluctantly nodded, bent down to retrieve a bag of galleons from beneath the counter, counted out 10 more, and handed the pouch to Virgil. There are 60 galleons, please count it. Virgil shook his head, tucking the pouch into his robes. Although the reputation of dark wizards was dubious, Boggin was not an amateur. Boggin's shop in Nocturne Alley had a reputation to uphold. He would not tarnish it for a mere handful of galleons. Upon seeing Virgil pocket the money, Boggin flashed a disconcerting smile and inquired, Do you require anything else? Virgil reached into his robes again, and under Boggin's increasingly anxious gaze, produced several small items: 2 vials of billywig stings, 5 pairs of bat wings and spleens, 5 vials of lacewing flies, 5 vials of slug with antennae, 10 vials of flobberworm mucus, 3 vials of pufferfish eyes, 5 vials of fire lizard blood, 5 bundles of porcupine quills, and 10 vials of rat bile, among a plethora of animal materials. These were all surplus scraps discarded by Professor Kettleburn. Thankfully, Virgil had a transfigured lizard skin pouch, or he would not have managed to carry such an assortment. As Boggin surveyed the neatly arranged items on the counter, uncertainty crept over him, and his decayed molars began to ache. It was not that Boggin was unwilling to accept these items. Rather, they were simply too commonplace. Such materials sold well, as many were essential for potion making. For instance, lacewing flies were used to brew the polyjuice potion, while flobberworm mucus was a key ingredient in sleeping draughts. The problem lay in their ubiquity. Nearly every shop related to potions would stock them. Boggin glanced around and noted the absence of anything particularly valuable, especially when he observed how Virgil had arranged each item according to standard specifications found in Diagon Alley shops: 36 porcupine quills bundled together, 20 pufferfish eyes in a small jar. Boggin couldn't help but feel as though it was he who was the shopkeeper. Virgil, having laid out his wares, gestured for Boggin to make an offer. Suppressing the urge to cast the killing curse on the diminutive dark wizard before him, Boggin began to calculate. However, no matter how he calculated, he knew he would not make much profit, given the disparity between retail and wholesale prices. Taking in these materials, Boggin could not price them high. Being standard ingredients, customers would simply opt to purchase them from Diagon Alley instead. As Boggin prepared to announce his price, Virgil halted him with a hand, pointing to a withered hand, and a tag reading highly dangerous. Beware, do not touch. Cursed, responsible for 19 muggle deaths. Attached to the opal necklace. Upon seeing the item Virgil indicated, Boggin's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting his earlier maledictions against Virgil. You truly have an eye for value, he exclaimed. You've identified our 2 most precious treasures in the shop. Allow me to introduce this one, the Hand of Glory. Precious treasures? Virgil thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. The Hand of Glory and the opal necklace were indeed valuable, but to label them as the shop's treasures was a stretch. Even that blood-stained set of cards was worth more than the combined value of the Hand of Glory and the opal necklace. If all went well, the very set of cards was the item referenced in the book. Virgil's motion to pick up a pen interrupted Boggin's introduction. I know what that is, the Hand of Glory. Virgil wrote, Offer me a sincere price. Seeing Virgil accurately write the name, Boggin bit his lip, swallowing his previously prepared sales pitch. For both, 600 galleons. But considering your sale of so many materials, I can give you a discount. 600 galleons? Have you lost your mind? Virgil nearly spat in disbelief. However, in business, haggling was expected. As the adage goes, whatever he offers, half it. Virgil swiftly wrote on the paper, 300 galleons. Boggin, upon reading this, felt faint, nearly collapsing. Sir, you cannot be serious. Are you here to cause trouble? He seethed, his hand inching toward his wand, barely restraining the impulse to cast a curse upon the dark wizard before him. If the killing curse was too extreme, at least he could administer a more painful hex. Come now, No need for such animosity and bargaining. Virgil continued to write. Friendship first, business second, shall we? Just give me a fair price. 580 galleons. 330, Virgil wrote again. 550 galleons. 350. The two engaged in a lengthy negotiation, the paper nearly filled to capacity, ultimately settling on 467 galleons. This price allowed Boggin a reasonable profit, while also aligning with Virgil's expectations. Having inquired about these two items' prices from Montague, Virgil was aware they were significant artifacts used by none other than Draco Malfoy himself. Virgil, recalling the galleons earned from selling the troll whiskers, handed the pouch back to Boggin. Considering these materials, you still owe me 227 galleons. Boggin smiled, though he had reduced the price of the magical items. He still made a considerable profit. Although this was within his expected range, parting with such a substantial sum of galleons made Virgil wince. He would have to purchase in bulk now. With a flourish, Virgil retrieved an entire pint of 8-eyed giant spider venom, as he pulled the transparent jar from his robes. An astute Boggin snatched it from him, cradling it protectively. Esteemed guest, why did you not present such remarkable items sooner? Woodgin exclaimed with a wide grin. Shortly thereafter, Virgil produced a bundle of hair. Woodgin scrutinized it closely. Is this the hair of a chimera? Merlin's beard. You truly are a wealthy wizard. In that moment, Woodgin regarded Virgil as a veritable treasure trove. Just as Woodgin anticipated the unveiling of yet another precious material, Virgil withdrew a small pouch of galleons, counting out 27 coins and handing them to Woodgin. The precious materials had transformed into gleaming golden galleons, sending Woodgin's mood on a tumultuous ride. However, the thought of the venom from the 8-eyed giant spider and the chimera's hair restored his spirits. Woodgin retrieved a specially crafted box to house the opal necklace, then produced a small box of candles, specifically for the Hand of Glory, placing both items carefully inside before presenting the two boxes to Virgil. As Virgil tossed the boxes into his bag of transfigured lizards, he glanced back at the stack of bloodied cards in the display case and the dark cabinet in the corner. With a sigh, he turned and departed from Woodgin Box Shop. The vanishing cabinet and the cursed cards, both are splendid items. Alas, my funds today are insufficient. Chapter 49. The Christmas Continuum. The arrival of Christmas afforded Virgil a rare opportunity for relaxation. One could say that the busyness of his first arrival that of some third-year students. With Professor Kettleburn's care of magical creatures class, Professor Flitwick's dueling class, the Charms Club, and the weekly Quidditch practices, it was no surprise that Goldstein and the others remarked on how difficult it was to find Virgil in the common room. Nonetheless, no one doubted his late returns, for many in Ravenclaw had a penchant for staying up late. This year's Christmas Eve was spent solely with Virgil, Benil, and Jennifer. However, Jennifer had prepared a lavish feast, showing no inclination to simplify due to their small number. The enormous turkey left Virgil sprawled in his chair, utterly unwilling to move. Son, Arthur Weasley told me that his son Ron has prepared a Christmas gift for you, Benil said, wiping his mouth and speaking earnestly to Virgil. Ron Weasley. Virgil was momentarily bewildered. What could he possibly send me? If it were Fred or George, I might harbor some anticipation, but Ron. It wouldn't be a Weasley family sweater knitted by his mother, would it? Remember to send a gift back to the Weasley family, Benil reminded him. You want me to send him a gift? But I haven't prepared anything. Virgil scratched his head, racking his brain for a suitable Christmas gift for Ron. With Christmas just a day away, he found himself unable to conjure anything exquisite. Fear not, I have it all arranged, Benil replied with a smile. I will send an owl to deliver it to the Weasley hovel. Hogwarts. I recall that Ron Weasley seems to be spending Christmas at Hogwarts. Virgil remarked. That's fine. Let the owl make a trip to the hovel. The Weasley family can receive it on his behalf. Arthur is quite well liked in the department. We often chat, and he frequently mentions his children. Not to mention, the Weasley family is remarkably prolific, Benil mused. Thus, I happen to know the interests of his youngest son, Ron Weasley. Of course, not everyone is fond of him, such as Lucius Malfoy. In fact, I believe our new minister isn't particularly fond of Arthur either. Many of us think Arthur has little chance for advancement under Fudge's administration. Is it because he likes Muggles? Virgil was still unaccustomed to using the term Muggle, as he considered himself one in his previous life. Deep down, he preferred to refer to them as ordinary people. But now, living in a magical family, he had to use the term Muggle. Benil added, another reason is that Arthur Weasley is too close to Dumbledore. And what of it? Isn't there a rumor that the new Minister of Magic, Fudge, often consults Dumbledore? Virgil feigned curiosity, adopting an innocent expression. Huh, Jennifer scoffed. While we often jokingly refer to Fudge as a fool, my child, remember that no politician is truly a fool. Besides, how could a fool rise to the position of Minister of Magic? His actions are merely for the benefit of the members of the Wisengamot. After all, Fudge did not ascend to the ministerial position by absolute merit. Many privately believe he is unworthy of it. Thus, at the onset of his tenure, he chose to seek Dumbledore's counsel because, in the eyes of most Wisengamot members, their chief wizard is infallible. Infallible? Virgil inwardly scoffed. No one is without fault. Not even Dumbledore, who is regarded as the greatest wizard of the age. At the very least, Virgil believed Dumbledore's decision to have Snape teach Harry occlumency was a miscalculation. Despite Snape being a master in that field, Virgil could only conclude that a rational elder had misjudged an exceedingly emotional youth. Yet, Fudge ultimately succeeded in his appointment amidst much opposition, indicating he was not altogether inept. Moreover, would anyone in such a position willingly heed Dumbledore's advice? Jennifer explained to Virgil, Fudge's ability to coexist peacefully with Dumbledore, I believe, stems more from Dumbledore's utter disinterest in the position of Minister of Magic. Though nominated repeatedly, he never runs. If your headmaster were Fudge's competitor, do you think they would maintain such a harmonious relationship? It seemed his mother was quite rational after all. However, one matter left Virgil feeling uneasy. From the earlier conversation, he discerned that his parents held Dumbledore in higher esteem than Fudge. His mother had once been a renowned orer, and his father was on good terms with Arthur Weasley. Wasn't that a clear indication of a potential member of the Order of the Phoenix? Merlin's beard. This could pose a significant problem. Should one ask Virgil if he admired the members of the Order, he would undoubtedly express admiration. A group composed of individuals who did not seem heroic, even inconspicuous, yet were largely brave and resilient, could genuinely be called heroes. Virgil could sincerely recount their heroic tales to his own children in 10 or 20 years. However, if this were to involve his parents, Virgil felt an impulsive urge to confront Arthur Weasley. He certainly did not want to hear of his parents joining the Order and ultimately meeting a heroic demise during his 6th or 7th year. Even the formidable Mad-Eye Moody had met his end in such a manner that his body was never recovered, while their savior had a powerful aura. Such benefits seemed to exist solely among their tight-knit trio. The casualties among the Order's members were indeed severe. In the coming 2 terms, he would need to distance his parents from those involved with the Order. Virgil silently plotted in his mind. If it came to it, he would send them to the hovel. Given his current lack of self-protective abilities, he intended to minimize direct contact with the trio. After the owl disappeared into the night sky, Virgil tidied up briefly before retiring to bed. Wait, Virgil suddenly sprang up. If memory served correctly, the Weasley couple was supposed to visit Charlie in Romania this Christmas, and they would likely take Ginny along. Thus, Fred, George, and Ron were spending Christmas at Hogwarts. So, that meant the hovel was currently home to only a ghoul? Meanwhile, far away in the Scottish Highlands, a house elf named Carmen was busy operating throughout the castle, assisting Virgil in delivering gifts. Carmen stealthily traversed between the common room and the professor's office, placing gifts on desks and beneath the Christmas tree in the common room. Before delivering the gifts, Carmen made a special trip to Virgil's dormitory to tidy up a bit. He planned to conduct a thorough cleaning once more before Virgil returned to school. Otherwise, once the 4 of them were back, there would be much to do. After all, the trio still struggled to master the cleaning charm. As Carmen arrived in the Gryffindor common room to deliver a gift to Lee Jordan, he happened upon an elderly man gently placing a wrapped package beneath the Christmas tree. As if sensing something, the old man turned and caught sight of Carmen, who had just operated there. The house elf bowed before the elder, saying, Mr. Dumbledore, you haven't retired for the night? Oh, it's you, Carmen. What brings you here at such a late hour? Dumbledore spoke slowly and gently. Come On made an effort to suppress his sharp voice, fearing he might disturb the students who remained at the school for the holidays. Virgil Chenier had entrusted him with delivering Christmas gifts to his friends. Ah, Mr. Chenier, Dumbledore replied. Might I inquire as to whom this gift is intended? Come On glanced at the note attached to the present and answered, It is from Mr. Lee Jordan. Due to frequent interactions with Fred and George, Virgil had become quite familiar with Lee Jordan. Come On delicately placed the parcel down near the paper-wrapped gift and then called out to Dumbledore, who was about to leave. Please wait a moment, Professor. Is there something else? Come On? There is also a gift for you, which I shall deliver directly, Come On stated. I cannot use apparition to reach your office. With that, Come On retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from the large bag he was dragging and presented it to Dumbledore. Oh, and there is another one, Come On added. Pulling out another gift, this one labeled for the sorting hat. Once Come On bowed and disapparated away, Dumbledore carefully examined the two exquisitely wrapped gift boxes in his hands. Lost in thought. Chapter 50. Virgil's Christmas Gift. On the morning of Christmas, Virgil rose early from his slumber. "Virgil, are you awake?" Jennifer's voice echoed from downstairs. "I'm coming down," Cal called back, quickly dressing and racing down the stairs. Jennifer pointed towards the Christmas tree adorned in the living room. "Your gifts are all beneath the tree. It's surprising that after only half a term at Hogwarts, you have received so many Christmas presents." Virgil beheld the modest Christmas tree, its base overwhelmed with an array of gift boxes. Benil was equally curious about the treasures his son would unveil, and thus he joined Virgil in the delightful task of unwrapping presents. However, as they continued, Benil's patience began to wane. "Is it a requirement for Ravenclaw students to receive only books for Christmas?" he muttered softly. Aside from gifts from Virgil's roommates and Fred and George, the remainder were indeed tomes. The Weasley twins had sent a large box filled with products from Zonko's joke shop, while Lee Jordan had gifted a sizable bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, rumored to be a special Christmas edition. Cedric had presented Virgil with a high-quality set of Quidditch gear, seemingly tailored to his size. Virgil's three roommates, Kona and Bud, each gifted him a wizard chess set and exploding snap cards, claiming that Virgil had surely never played such wizarding games in his youth. Surprisingly, Goldstein had given him an automatic stirring cauldron, a contraption Virgil distinctly remembered inquiring about during a visit to Diagon Alley. It was not inexpensive. Yet, Goldstein likely had forgotten that, judging by the attention Snape bestowed upon both Virgil and Goldstein in class, the use of such an item seemed implausible. "Perhaps I can use it for Hot Pot instead." Among all the gifts, the one that astonished Virgil the most came from Professor Flitwick. It was a genuine dagger crafted by goblins, its exquisite sheath adorned with rubies, and the hilt fashioned into the likeness of a claw. According to the Christmas card from Professor Flitwick, this dagger was a treasured heirloom passed down through his family, a genuine goblin creation, not the counterfeit wares found in the black market. Virgil had no doubt of its authenticity, as Professor Flitwick possessed goblin blood, even if he lacked the skills to forge. Discerning the genuine from the fake was surely within his capabilities. After all, a true goblin-forged dagger could hardly be discarded so readily. Virgil recalled boasting about his silver dagger in front of Professor Flitwick, claiming it was a goblin dagger, only to see the professor collapse from laughter. "Did you really give Professor Flitwick just 2 bottles of soda?" Benil asked, eyeing the dagger in bewilderment. "Of course. And he reciprocated with such a valuable gift? Perhaps my talent in charms is truly exceptional. Look at our son, and then at you," Benil remarked to Jennifer, who was busy in the kitchen. "You hardly received gifts for Christmas, did you?" He then turned to Virgil and whispered, "Your mother received a Christmas gift in first year, but after that, aside from her close friends, no one dared to gift her anything." Suddenly, a magically imbued frying pan flew from the kitchen, crashing into the spot where Benil had been seated, leaving the Christmas dinner table devoid of one dish. After Christmas, Virgil spent the holiday under Jennifer's rigorous tutelage. More accurately, it was a one-sided onslaught. Faced with a former Auror, he found himself utterly outmatched. It bewildered him how vast the differences in strength could be among Aurors. Jennifer claimed that even 3 Death Eaters bound together would not stand a chance against her. Benil also participated in the lessons, and while Jennifer's repertoire of spells was seemingly endless, Benil's expertise in defensive spells was markedly superior. Shielding charms, ironclad charms, all manner of protections, and traps for enemies. Virgil mused that if his father were to guard the vaults at Gringotts, he might outperform a dragon. Simultaneously, Virgil discovered that his parents possessed considerable skill in the disillusionment charm. Later, he learned that all wizards traversing the streets bore the responsibility of concealing magical creatures. For instance, wizards with hippogriffs were legally mandated to cast the disillusionment charm to obscure them from any muggles who might catch sight of them. Thus, as ministry employees, they were required to master this charm as a precaution. In a proper learning sequence, a wizard ought to learn the invisibility charm in their 5th year, as it belongs to the category of transfiguration spells capable of rendering living or inanimate objects invisible. After graduation, one would then learn the disillusionment charm as needed. However, Virgil had overlooked the invisibility charm while researching, launching directly into practicing the disillusionment charm, and having made significant progress, he now found revisiting the invisibility charm considerably simpler. With visible advancements each day, before long, the day to return to school arrived. Platform 9 3/4 was once again bustling with students and their parents. Benil crouched to adjust Virgil's collar and scarf, then whispered in his ear, You haven't revealed your prophetic abilities at school, have you? Virgil shook his head vigorously. Remember, never disclose this talent of yours. Why not? Benil glanced around, lowering his voice even further. When you were negotiating with the goblins at Gringotts, I sensed you exhibited a maturity beyond your peers, likely a result of your time at the Muggle school. Let me briefly explain, but much of this is conjecture. So do not speak of it to anyone. Virgil nodded solemnly. Benil gestured to Jennifer, who discreetly drew her wand and waved it, rendering those nearby unable to overhear their conversation. You've been at Hogwarts for half a term now. Are you familiar with the Dark Lord? Yes, isn't it? Benil immediately clamped a hand over Virgil's mouth. Do not utter that name. From now on, he is to be referred to only as the Dark Lord. Even you, Horus, dare not speak his name. It is not fear, but rather that the Dark Lord and his followers have placed enchantments on that name. Should anyone utter it directly, it triggers the magic, allowing him and his followers to sense and pursue the individual. We referred to him as the Dark Lord to avoid complications during missions. But over time, it transformed into a notion of fear. But he has already vanished, hasn't he? Vanished does not equate to death, Virgil. Benil ruffled his son's hair. We Aurors adhere to an unspoken rule. If the opposing dark wizard is killable, once they fall, we must cast 1 or 2 offensive spells to ensure their absolute demise, preventing them from rising again to cast spells after we lower our wands. This wisdom has been passed down from countless Aurors before us. The Dark Lord has only vanished. No one has ever claimed to have seen his corpse. Perhaps there were certain issues that arose at the Potter household. Or perhaps Harry Potter possessed an extraordinary ability that allowed him to survive the unforgivable curse. Nevertheless, your mother and I remain skeptical that an infant could bring about the demise of such a formidable dark wizard. What if he did not perish but merely sustained injuries? Or perhaps this was merely part of his grand scheme, to lie in wait until Albus Dumbledore, weakened by age, could no longer stand against him? In truth, the Ministry of Magic has not ceased its pursuit of the mysterious figure over the years. The British Ministry even reached out to other nations' magical governments to assist in the search. Yet no one has uncovered the Dark Wizard's body or any direct evidence proving his death. What relevance does that hold for my abilities? Benil pondered for a moment. But in order to safeguard his son, he resolved to disclose the information. There exists a department within the ministry known as the Department of Mysteries, dedicated to the study of specific enigmas. This includes a branch that specializes in divination and prophecy, housing a vast collection of prophecy orbs, each said to contain the predictions of renowned seers or prophets. I once overheard the Silent Man Crook mention that one of the prophecy orbs pertains to Harry Potter. I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter, nor do I know if the Dark Wizard's disappearance is connected, but let us assume it is indeed authentic. If the Dark Wizard is lying in wait, could it be possible that when he deems the time right, he would attempt to seize this prophecy orb? Or perhaps even abduct a seer or prophet? There are only a handful of renowned seers and prophets within the wizarding community. What if, after you reveal your talents, the Dark Wizard were to take you as well? Good heavens, who among us is truly the prophet? Virgil sensed that if their conversation continued, Benil could very well pen an entire tome on the Order of the Phoenix. I understand, Father. I will attend divination class. But I shall find a way to conceal my abilities. Seeing that Virgil had taken his advice to heart, Benil felt a wave of relief and gently patted his shoulder. Then let us hasten to the carriage. Your friends have been waiting for you for quite some time. Virgil turned to see, not far off, Butte waving at him. Chapter 51. The Cat Raccoon in Need of Weight Loss. Is this the beverage you previously mentioned, called cola? Goldstein inquired after taking a large gulp, glancing at Virgil beside him. I must say, although the flavor is rather peculiar, it is quite delightful. Virgil was engaged in a game of wizard chess with Butt, utilizing the set he had received as a Christmas gift. However, the chess pieces seemed rather skeptical of their new master, frequently disputing Virgil's commands. How could you assign me there? Can't you see the queen opposite me? The incessant bickering left Virgil feeling overwhelmed. After Butt secured another victory, Virgil was at his wit's end. Didn't our school's wizard chess club invite you? He slumped in his chair, questioning. They did reach out, but I lacked interest. But replied while directing the pieces back to their original positions. Our school's wizard chess club is merely a gathering of enthusiasts playing for fun. It lacks the official organization and competitive structure of the Gobstones club that Anthony joined. Cheer up, you simply lack experience in wizard chess. So losing to me is quite normal. I recall a game in the Muggle world called chess, which is somewhat similar. Allow me to teach you some basic strategies, such as the Fool's Mate. Meanwhile, in the carriage by the window, Kono was fervently completing his Transfiguration holiday assignment, with Virgil's and the others' assignments laid beside him for reference. You haven't written a single word during the holidays? Goldstein asked. Even if you're not adept at transfiguration, you should have managed to write the assignment. But jested. Most likely, he spent the holiday lying in bed daydreaming about girls. If you were truly interested, go talk to her. If all else fails, write her a love letter. Virgil could help deliver it during Quidditch practice or even set up a date for you. I'm only in first year. So what? Justin Finch-Fletchley and Hannah Abbott are both first years and they're dating. When did they start dating? Goldstein asked with excitement, evidently fond of gossip. Rumor has it they got together just before Christmas on the train. It seems Finch-Fletchley boldly squeezed into Abbott's compartment with her friends. A true brave soul. He should be sorted into Gryffindor. Thus, I have never heard of any Hogwarts rule prohibiting first years from dating, Virgil remarked, patting Kona's shoulder. Why not give it a try? What if you succeed? And if I fail, then I wouldn't even be able to be friends. Kona mumbled, holding a quill in his mouth. Isn't befriending her merely a pretext to woo her? If she doesn't reciprocate your feelings and you confess unsuccessfully, what significance does friendship hold? What if you succeed? If you do, then what remains of friendship? Insightful. Goldstein gave Virgil a thumbs up. Quite the profound statement, but also praised Virgil's words. Kona, however, merely shook his head and resumed his work. The three of them gazed at him in frustration. It seemed likely that Cho Chang would be swept away by Cedric. Yet given the current rapport between Cedric and Virgil, the latter could not bear to watch Cedric naively participate in the Triwizard Tournament. If Cedric were to survive, both Harry Potter and Kona would lose a memorable romance. To be candid, Virgil felt that Cho Chang's fleeting romance with Harry Potter was more of her seeking solace. Hence her choice to engage with the renowned Harry Potter. The trio, feeling helpless, decided to purchase a plethora of snacks to pass the time on the train. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Goldstein queried Virgil, shall we head straight to the Great Hall, or return to the common room first? You all go ahead. I need to visit Professor Kettleburn to retrieve Black. He has been with the professor all holiday. Once inside the castle, Virgil handed his backpack to Kona and then diverged from the group, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Is this the little cat raccoon? When was it born? Virgil gently teased the recently born kitten with his finger. Just a week old, Professor Kettleburn replied absent-mindedly, preoccupied with something. Have you retrieved your care certificate? Choose whichever one you like. Professor Kettleburn's cat raccoon had birthed 3 cubs in total. Which one do you prefer? Virgil patted Black, hoping to gauge which cub he favored. Black seemed to comprehend Virgil's intent, slowly rising, shaking off its fur, and then nudging the plumpest of the 3 cubs with its nose. I see you are reluctant to lose weight. Thus, seeking a companion, Virgil gritted his teeth. Black, in a haughty manner, tossed its head and returned to its previous position. Virgil pointed to the cub Black had chosen and said to Professor Kettleburn, let us go with this one. Black likes it. Professor Kettleburn nodded. Come by more often and take care of this little one, allowing it to familiarize itself with your scent. The newborn cat raccoon should remain with its parents for at least a month and a half. During this time, its parents will teach it hunting skills and certain unique abilities. Keep Black here as well. He is a hybrid and may not have learned some things. It's beneficial for him to observe. I will trouble you to look after Black, then. No trouble at all, whether it's 1 sheep or 2. It's the same to tend to them. Then I shall return to the castle. Are you joining the feast? I will pass. The Chimera seems to be in heat, and I need to keep an eye on it. Reluctantly, Virgil made his way back to the castle, preparing to head directly to the Great Hall. Hey, Hagrid. On his way back, Virgil encountered the Keeper of Keys and Grounds. Oh, it's Virgil. What brings you here? Why aren't you at the Great Hall? The feast has been underway for quite some time. Hagrid spoke while attempting to shove something he was cradling into his coat, seemingly reluctant for Virgil to discover what it was. I just returned from Professor Kettleburn's. Ah, splendid. Learning more about magical creatures. Very good. Hagrid appeared somewhat distracted. Hurry back to the castle. It's getting dark. I'll head back now. Are you not attending the feast? Virgil called after Hagrid as he walked away. Hagrid didn't turn back, merely waved a hand. I've already eaten. I'm heading back. To rest. Yes, to rest. He then briskly left, ignoring Virgil further. Watching the half-giant depart, Virgil shook his head, pondering where Hagrid sourced all those peculiar items from. Were it not so incongruous, he might have believed that giants possessed a natural talent for treasure hunting. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Virgil found Kona and the others, who had nearly finished their meal, and sat beside them, taking some leftover pie to eat. Whereas Black? Goldstein inquired. Did you take him back to the dormitory? No. He is still with Professor Kettleburn. Why didn't you bring him back? Upon hearing that Virgil hadn't brought the cat, Goldstein looked somewhat disappointed. Bring him back just to let you overfeed him? Look at how plump he is. The corpulent physique of the hefty feline is a result of the indulgent feeding habits of Virgil's 3 roommates. Virgil himself maintains a more measured approach, ensuring that the cat receives a balanced diet, while the trio indulge in a rather reckless manner, frequently bringing back an array of edibles from the dining hall and cafeteria to lavish upon the creature. Virgil often finds himself pondering which sorcerer's household allows their feline to eschew conventional cat food in favor of kidney pies paired with cheese, or meat gravy mingled with pea shoots. On weekends, these 3 even treat the cat to extravagant afternoon tea, syrup-laden pies accompanied by a goblet of mead or elderflower wine. Were it not for the fact that Dahe possesses the lineage of a magical creature, defying the standards of ordinary pets, Virgil would genuinely worry that his roommates might inadvertently overindulge the cat to the point of its demise. As it stands, Goldstein and his companions have wholly succumbed to their roles as devoted cat servants, unable to tear themselves away from their affectionate ministrations towards Dahe. Chapter 52. The Inquisitive Hagrid. On Wednesday afternoon, Virgil arrived punctually at Professor Kettleburn's cottage. If you finish your classes a bit earlier today, you can practice the Patronus charm with a bat. Are you able to summon your Patronus now? Professor Kettleburn inquired. Virgil shook his head in mild frustration. Drawing out his wand and uttering, Expecto Patronum, a silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, within which Virgil and Professor Kettleburn could barely discern the silhouette of a winged creature, yet its precise nature remained indistinguishable. Do not lose heart, Professor Kettleburn reassured him. You have performed admirably. The Patronus charm is an advanced incantation, and if it were so easily mastered, why would the Ministry of Magic hold such high regard for wizards capable of conjuring corporeal patroni? He continued, if necessary, come during your break and practice with the bat more frequently. Alternatively, you might consider acquiring another bat. I sense that this one has almost formed a bond with you. Virgil replied, perhaps you should get another bat, as I feel this one is becoming too attached to you. Professor Kettleburn waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. At this stage, your Patronus can only instill a sense of aversion or mild discomfort in the creature. It is far from being able to repel or harm it. So there is no cause for alarm. Now, let us conclude today's lesson. We shall discuss dragons, a topic I believe will greatly benefit you, particularly given that your grandfather studies them in Romania. While I may not possess his extensive knowledge, I am familiar with some foundational concepts. Should your interest in these magnificent beasts grow, it would be wise to converse with your grandfather. A loud knock reverberated through the cottage. The door swung open to reveal a massive head, Hagrid. Good afternoon, Professor, he greeted, then winked at Virgil. I recall you mentioning you would share knowledge about dragons with Virgil. Correct? Indeed, Professor Kettleburn nodded. I am quite intrigued by this subject as well. May I join? Of course, come in, Professor Kettleburn gestured. Upon receiving a positive response, Hagrid hunched down and squeezed into the already cluttered cottage. With the addition of the half-giant, the space felt even more cramped, and Virgil momentarily experienced a sensation of suffocation. Hagrid quickly tidied a corner of the cottage, clearing a small area, and without requesting a chair, settled down on the floor. He produced a book from his robes, laid it open on the ground, and then retrieved a notebook and quill, conveying an air of someone preparing for an examination of wizarding proficiency. Virgil caught a glimpse of the book's title, Types of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland. At that moment, he surmised the object of Hagrid's previous secrecy. It was the Norwegian Ridgeback. Meanwhile, Professor Kettleburn remained oblivious to Virgil's subtle movements and commenced his lecture. Let us begin with some common types of dragons. I shall start with the Hebridean Black, as it is the source of your wand's materials. The Hebridean Black averages 30 feet in length, with rough scales and purple eyes. Perhaps for their own defense, Hebridean Blacks possess remarkably small eyes, making them difficult targets for wizarding spells. Coupled with their knife-like spines, arrow-shaped tails, and combative nature, they are not typically the kind of dragon that wizards wish to provoke. Hagrid diligently took notes, occasionally interrupting Professor Kettleburn with questions regarding dragon egg hatching. The professor also elaborated on various types, including the Australian bowtruckle, Romanian longhorn, short-snout, and iron-belly. However, observing Hagrid's eager demeanor, Virgil discerned that the dragon he was most curious about had yet to be discussed. Professor, do you have knowledge of the Norwegian Ridgeback? Hagrid raised his hand, interrupting the lecture. This marked the 12th inquiry of the afternoon, a testament to Professor Kettleburn's remarkable patience with those passionate about magical creatures. Virgil could scarcely imagine the scene had he posed 12 questions in a potions class, perhaps Professor Snape would have deducted all points from Ravenclaw. The Norwegian Ridgeback is currently one of the rarest dragon species. They are inherently aggressive and will attack most large terrestrial mammals, posing a significant danger. Notably, female Ridgebacks are far more ferocious than their male counterparts. Unlike other fire-breathing dragons, the Ridgeback possesses the unique ability to prey upon aquatic creatures. And what characteristics do the Ridgeback hatchlings exhibit? Hagrid inquired further. In contrast to other fire dragon hatchlings, the Norwegian Ridgeback develops its fire-breathing capabilities rather early, typically within 1 to 3 months after birth. Are there any stringent precautions to observe during the early stages of this dragon's life? Hagrid pressed on. Well, that will be all for today. Virgil, take a brief rest and then practice your incantation. I shall address Hagrid's final queries. Virgil nodded, observing as Professor Kettleburn and Hagrid exited the cottage. Meow. A feline cry resounded as the large black cat emerged from the suitcase, bounding toward Virgil and rubbing its face against him. After a moment of playful interaction, Virgil said, "You must return to the castle with me. If Anthony and the others do not see you again, they might very well flay me alive." Upon hearing the name Goldstein, the big black cat rolled its eyes in a distinctly human manner. By nature, Kneazles, like tail-wagging dogs, are creatures of utmost loyalty to their owners, seldom acknowledging other wizards. The cat's tolerance of Goldstein and his companions was largely due to Virgil's influence. Perhaps in the cat's mind, they were merely emotionless food dispensers. As for others, like Cedric, who shared a close bond with Virgil, or Ravenclaw, Blur and Roger Davies, the Kneazle always maintained an air of aloofness, making it impossible to pet it. Once, Roger Davies had provoked the cat, only to be greeted with a swift paw, resulting in his absence from the evening's Quidditch practice. Virgil embraced the Kneazle and climbed into Professor Kettleburn's suitcase. He first replaced the litter for the Professor's 2 Kneazles and replenished their food bowl. He then returned the tree guardian beetle that had wandered onto the workbench to its rightful place. Afterward, he waved to the black, cloak-like creature perched on the ceiling. The bat. Professor Kettleburn had developed a rapport with this bat. Upon noticing Virgil's gesture, the bat twisted its ribbon-like body and flipped over, clearly disinterested. With no response forthcoming, Virgil resorted to shaking a small vial from his pocket, containing a portion of a deceased bat. To a creature of this nature, its food typically consists of its latest kills. It envelopes or entangles itself around the remains, gradually absorbing them, which causes its body to thicken. The most effective sustenance for rapid growth is the corpses of its own kind, which can be swiftly assimilated. However, the presence of the bat is exceedingly rare. A wild bat may traverse its entire existence without ever encountering a fellow creature of its kind. Even if such a meeting were to occur, the 2 black figures would merely float awkwardly at either end, powerless against one another. Thus, the small vial in Virgil's hand held an allure for the bat akin to that of Voldemort encountering Harry Potter. The bat immediately descended from the rafters, even circling around Virgil once, as he reached out to experience the sensation brought forth by the bat. Virgil couldn't help but recall a classic slogan from his past life. Dove, indulge in silky smoothness. Chapter 53. Hagrid's Secret Knock. Knock. Virgil rapped on the wooden door. Come in. It's not locked. Hagrid's voice boomed from within. Virgil pushed the door open, stepping into Hagrid's modest wooden cabin, which, despite its cramped quarters, felt exceedingly warm due to the crackling fire in the hearth. Oh, it's you, Virgil. Hagrid turned, surprised to see him. I thought. Who did you think it was? Harry Potter? Virgil settled onto Hagrid's sofa. Goodness, this space could serve as a bed for a first-year wizard. How did you know it was Harry? Who in Hogwarts doesn't he know that Harry Potter likes to drop by when he has no classes? Oh, I see. Hagrid replied hastily. I've just baked some rock cakes. Would you like to try one? Please. No thanks. I don't possess your dental fortitude. Virgil waved his hand dismissively. Hagrid placed the baked rock cakes on the table and brewed a cup of tea for Virgil, then pulled up a chair opposite him. What brings you here? Is it Professor Kettleburn seeking me? I'm here primarily because of that. Virgil gestured towards the fireplace. In the heart of the flames lay a dark, ominous egg. Hagrid was taken aback, his greatest secret exposed, and he appeared flustered. That is. Virgil, that is a dragon egg. Isn't it? Virgil stated calmly. A Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg. How did you know? As Hagrid heard Virgil name the exact species, he slumped in his chair, defeated. Your enthusiasm was too conspicuous this afternoon, Hagrid, Virgil remarked, sipping his hot tea with an air of composure. You've encountered the professor before. During my remedial lessons on numerous rare, precious, or even unseen magical creatures. Yet, You've never displayed such fervor as you did today. Let us assume you have a particular interest in dragons. I concede, they are indeed fascinating creatures. Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't spend all his time in Romania. But consider the questions you asked: how to incubate a dragon egg, how to protect it, and the care required for hatchlings. It leads me to believe you either acquired a dragon egg or someone promised you one. And when you subtly steered the professor's lecture towards the Norwegian Ridgeback, focusing on the characteristics and care of its young, I became certain of the egg species. Hagrid was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. You do understand this is illegal, don't you? The Dragon Breeding Act prohibits it, Virgil stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Truth be told, I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. We can hardly be considered close. However, Professor Kettleburn specifically instructed me to assist you within my capacity. He believes you possess a remarkable talent for the care of magical creatures. Perhaps your lineage and expulsion from Hogwarts prevent you from being acknowledged as an expert in the mainstream wizarding community. But he is willing to recommend you to Dumbledore as the next teacher for the Care of Magical Creatures course, provided you remain passionate about the subject. The professor is aging, and his considerations may not be entirely comprehensive. Moreover, I doubt he believes you would engage in any further illegal activities. He assumes the incident with Aragog has taught you enough of a lesson. Finishing his tea, Virgil leapt from the sofa, approaching the fireplace to scrutinize the dragon egg. Seeing Virgil's movements, Hagrid clenched his fists nervously, fearing Virgil might inadvertently shatter the egg with his wand. Do you truly think Professor Kettleburn is unaware of your establishment of a home for Aragog in the Forbidden Forest? Virgil asked, still examining the egg. Does the professor know about Aragog? Hagrid gasped, dropping the rock cake, which hit the floor with a loud thud, awakening the sleeping Fong in the corner. Did you genuinely believe your actions were flawless? Animals are still animals. The professor, being an expert in this field, would undoubtedly notice some trace. For years, he has been cleaning up after you, erasing the signs of those acromantulas. If you could shrink your stature a bit, you might see how much acromantula venom he has stored away in his trunk. Donning dragonhide gloves, Virgil curiously prodded the ridgeback egg, even through the gloves. He could feel the gentle warmth emanating from it. The professor could sell the acromantula venom and ensure a comfortable retirement, Virgil continued. Yet, he refrains from doing so, fearing the discovery of a colony of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest might implicate you again. He trusts that you, wishing to remain at Hogwarts and maintain your current life, would not engage in any further unlawful activities. Removing the gloves, Virgil returned to the sofa, fixing his icy gaze upon Hagrid. It appears you are set to disappoint the professor, Rubeus Hagrid. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Hagrid let his hands fall limply, bowing his head in silence. His thick beard and hair obscured the expression on his face. Let us set aside the matter of the Norwegian Ridgeback for now. It seems this egg has some time before it hatches. You still have time to consider how to deal with it. It hasn't hatched yet. I can't just discard it. And when it does hatch, it might only be so small. Hagrid murmured, his voice laden with reluctance. I said we shall set aside the hatching of the egg. There are matters more pressing than the Norwegian Ridgeback. Rubeus Hagrid, raise your head. Look at yourself. Do you resemble someone of giant blood? What could be more serious than the Norwegian Ridgeback? Hagrid finally lifted his massive head upon hearing the emphasis in Virgil's voice. I've learned that you never left England during Christmas, remaining in the vicinity of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. So where did you acquire this dragon egg? Did you obtain it from someone else? Don't tell me you picked it up while taking a stroll in the Forbidden Forest. You understand the value of a dragon egg. As a gamekeeper at Hogwarts, what valuable collection could you possibly possess? Or do you have some peculiar secret that would lead others to trade a dragon egg with you? Downing the now cold tea in one gulp, Virgil concluded, Hagrid, I suspect the time for the dragon egg to hatch is drawing near. Contemplate carefully how you plan to manage the Norwegian Ridgeback once it emerges. You attended the Professor's lecture this afternoon. It won't be long before you cannot conceal this dragon. Do you truly believe you can control a Ridgeback on your own, rather than risk exposure of your legal transgressions? It would be prudent to send it away while the egg remains unhatched. Furthermore, reflect on what you exchanged for this egg, and consider the potentially irreversible consequences of this matter. Well then, I must take my leave. Having expressed his thoughts, Virgil brushed aside the clinging Yaya and exited through the door, leaving Hagrid alone to ponder the words he had just spoken. In truth, the outcome Virgil anticipated hinged on Hagrid's evident attachment to the dragon egg and his fondness for Norbert. It was certain he would delay any plans until after the egg had hatched. This scenario could very well evolve into a narrative where Harry and his companions endeavor to assist Hagrid in relocating the dragon. only to be apprehended by Professor McGonagall and subsequently punished by being sent into the Forbidden Forest, where they might encounter the blood-sucking unicorn hunters. As for whether Hagrid would contemplate the gravity of the information he had shared, Virgil doubted it. Hagrid would likely take a laissez-faire approach, being convinced that the obstacles set by Professor McGonagall and others were insurmountable. If Hagrid were truly capable of grasping the seriousness of the situation and possessed a comprehensive perspective, he would not have committed so many foolish acts. One cannot help but wonder if Hagrid's giant lineage traces back to a rather dim-witted ogre. Chapter 54. An analysis of the Quidditch Cup. Have you heard? In the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Snape will officiate. After training, Gabby Hampton gathered the Ravenclaw players to discuss the forthcoming game. How long has it been since a professor refereed a match at Hogwarts? Fletcher remarked. What is Snape's motive? Perhaps it is to favor Slytherin's standings, Roger Davies deduced. We defeated Hufflepuff in our first match, and Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin. If we can devise a way for Hufflepuff to best Gryffindor, then Gryffindor will remain second in the House Cup, posing no threat to Slytherin's position. So, does that mean we must battle Slytherin hard? Hampton responded, Slytherin presents our best opportunity. Given the current circumstances, Hufflepuff stands a significant chance of overcoming Gryffindor, which would mean both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor would have a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Slytherin will undoubtedly go to great lengths to defeat us, aiming to equalize the standings among the 4 houses. However, if we manage to conquer Slytherin, Ravenclaw will lead the rankings with 2 victories. And our final match against Gryffindor will take place after the end-of-term examinations, providing us ample time to prepare. Another match against Slytherin, Fletcher lamented, covering his face. They play so dirty, I usually end up bedridden for 2 days after facing them. Hearing Fletcher's words, Virgil nudged the nearby Cho Chang. Is it really that terrifying? Cho, looking serious, nodded and whispered, Slytherin's tactics are particularly vile. Last year, a beater even struck a Gryffindor player in the back of the head with a bat, causing the match to be interrupted. After every encounter with Slytherin, we inevitably bear new injuries, to varying degrees. This truly aligns with Slytherin's style. Virgil chewed thoughtfully, falling silent. Thus, we must intensify our training and refrain from frivolity during practice. This year presents a splendid opportunity for Ravenclaw to seize the championship. Hampton encouraged his team, and everyone echoed their agreement. Do you believe we can win the championship this year? On the way back to the castle, Cho, trailing behind, inquired of Virgil. Virgil glanced ahead, noticing no one paid him any mind, and gently shook his head. Why not? You underestimate Gryffindor. Underestimate Gryffindor? Do you think they can triumph over Hufflepuff under Snape's officiation? Why not? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I hope Ravenclaw secures the Quidditch Cup and ideally the House Cup as well. Cho clasped her hands in prayer. Upon hearing Cho's words, Virgil suddenly realized his folly. Why was he agonizing over this? He could simply approach Cedric. Once inside the castle, he handed the Nimbus 2000 to Roger Davies, instructing him to return the broom to the dormitory before heading toward the Hufflepuff common room. What does Snape's role as referee have to do with him? Gryffindor is merely a contender. Harry Potter will still choose to traverse the trapdoor and confront Quirrell. After all, Virgil is a Ravenclaw student. What are you up to? Cho called out, catching up with him. Going to see a handsome guy. You can join if you're interested, Virgil replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Cho fell silent, merely trailing behind him. Arriving at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, Virgil stopped a Hufflepuff student and asked him to summon Cedric. Hey, Virgil. Cedric emerged from the Hufflepuff common room. Is there something I can assist you with? I heard you are to compete against Gryffindor. I wanted to discuss a few things with you. Oh, sure. This is... Cedric noticed Cho behind Virgil. Cho Chang, a reserve player for Ravenclaw, 2nd year. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Cedric Diggory, Cedric greeted Cho. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. You frightened the poor girl. Virgil teased as he pulled Cedric aside. What strategies do you have for the upcoming match against Gryffindor? We were just discussing this matter in a meeting. Let me share my thoughts. Virgil interrupted Cedric. Although Snape is officiating this match, do not underestimate Gryffindor, particularly Harry Potter. Do not dismiss him simply because he's a first year. I do not underestimate anyone, Cedric quickly gestured. Let me finish, Virgil shot him a glare. In my opinion, you should prolong the match as much as possible. Since Snape is the referee, he will surely seek to penalize Gryffindor players for any infractions, thereby increasing your chances of scoring penalties. Gryffindor will likely attempt to aid Harry Potter in swiftly capturing the Golden Snitch to end the match. Your aim should be to disrupt Harry's focus as much as possible, employing feints and other tactical maneuvers to cloud his judgment. The longer he takes to seize the snitch, the more advantageous it is for you. Ideally, you should have another chaser or beater assist you in this disruption. I believe that if you can extend the match duration and leverage Snape's officiating, you could widen the score gap to 150 points. This way, even if Potter catches the snitch, it will be to no avail. But that seems unfair to Gryffindor. Cedric hesitated. Observing Cedric's conflicted expression, Virgil felt exasperated. Cedric, I know you have a good heart, but you need not feel morally burdened about this matter. Snape is not your head of house. His purpose for officiating this match is not to benefit Hufflepuff, but rather to advance Slytherin's interests. If you defeat Gryffindor and Slytherin subsequently overcomes Ravenclaw, then Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw will all possess a record of 1 win and 1 loss. I am merely sharing my thoughts. You can discuss them with your teammates. Ultimately, the decision on how to strategize rests with you. On the return journey to Ravenclaw Tower, Cho inquired, I recall you have a good relationship with the Weasley twins. Why would you choose to assist Cedric? Because I am a Ravenclaw. As you said, I too hope Ravenclaw can claim both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. If Gryffindor wins this match, their house points will surpass ours. Moreover, if Gryffindor indeed loses to Hufflepuff and we triumph over Slytherin, we will have a significant chance of winning the Quidditch Cup this year. Do you believe Gryffindor poses no threat to us? Cho questioned Cedric. Virgil certainly couldn't disclose that Harry Potter might be absent from the final match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for certain reasons. To put it bluntly, in inter-house Quidditch matches, the most crucial role is often that of the Seekers. The capture of the Golden Snitch yields a remarkable 150 points, yet throughout the years at Hogwarts, how often has the point gap exceeded 150 solely through the efforts of the Chasers, barring any extraordinary circumstances? Frankly, it seems to me that luck plays a substantial role in seizing the Golden Snitch. Otherwise, numerous professional matches would not remain unresolved due to the snitch eluding capture. Take, for instance, the match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Cedric is indeed an exceptional seeker, his skills, awareness, and competitive experience far surpassing that of the first-year Harry Potter. However, can one guarantee that the individual who captures the snitch will undoubtedly be Cedric? Thus, the most prudent strategy in this match would be to employ every conceivable tactic to thwart Potter's pursuit of the snitch, even if it means Cedric himself refrains from seeking it. Instead, they could capitalize on Snape's rigorous enforcement of Gryffindor's fouls, leveraging the quaffle and penalty shots to widen the score gap. And what of the match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor? Have you yet to perceive the fatal flaw within Gryffindor's Quidditch team? Indeed, their perilous weakness lies in their youth. The eldest among them is the keeper, Oliver Wood, a 5th-year student, while the Weasley brothers, both beaters, are merely in their 3rd year. The trio of chasers, Johnson, Spinette, and Katie Bell, comprises 2 3rd years and 1 2nd year, complemented by a 1st-year Potter. Youth can be an asset, as they have ample time to develop synergy, yet it is also a disadvantage, for their competitive experience is woefully insufficient. Talent cannot indefinitely compensate for the absence of experience. Thus, this term, whether facing Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or even Slytherin, the paramount objective remains to restrict Potter, preventing him from seizing the snitch. Cedric is only a 3rd year, so it would be prudent to assign another player to assist him in a coordinated effort. For our team, Mason alone suffices. The triumph of Gryffindor in Quidditch should realistically transpire in 2 to 3 years, rather than in the present. Chapter 55, The Kindness of Hufflepuff. Did Virgil really say all of this? Hampton and Davis inquired, gazing at Qiu Zhang seated across from them. Qiu Zhang nodded and elaborated. Virgil mentioned that this year presents a splendid opportunity for Ravenclaw to seize the Quidditch championship, provided we can triumph over Slytherin in our next match. What are your thoughts, Roger? Hampton asked Roger Davis, who sat nearby, the captain of the Quidditch team he had personally appointed. It was anticipated that after Hampton's graduation, Roger Davis would succeed him as captain. While I believe Virgil may have somewhat exaggerated the importance of the Seekers within the team, I must concede that victories in student competitions cannot solely hinge upon the Seekers' prowess, Davis admitted, acknowledging Virgil's insight despite being a Seeker himself. It seems you have already identified your successor, Hampton remarked with satisfaction towards Roger Davis. Do you think Diggory will employ the strategies Virgil suggested? There is a strong possibility, especially since Hufflepuff will be entirely out of the championship race if they lose to Gryffindor. Even if Diggory is reluctant to adopt these tactics, it is likely others will advocate for them. Inform everyone that attendance at the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match is imperative. We must observe closely. If Hufflepuff implements Virgil's strategies with significant effect, We shall employ the same approach in our final match against Gryffindor. Before long, the day of the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match arrived. Following a heavy snowfall, a relentless drizzle enveloped the grounds, rendering the Quidditch pitch especially damp and muddy. Could Madame Hooch not have rescheduled? Goldstein muttered. Why must we play in such dismal weather? I told you all to remain in the dormitory. Yet, you insisted on joining me, Virgil said, conjuring protective charms and warming spells on his 3 roommates' cloaks. These are essential spells for any outing. Butte marveled as he began to feel warmth enveloping him. I must take Virgil along on my future travels. Could you not dedicate some effort to your charm studies? Rather than sitting with Roger Davis and the others, Virgil chose to huddle in a corner with Connor and the others. Who do you think will win? Butte quietly inquired of Virgil, mindful of the surrounding Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students. Virgil shook his head. It is difficult to say, but I have provided Cedric with some advice. If Hufflepuff follows my counsel, I believe they stand a better chance of victory. You assisted Cedric in strategizing? It is for the sake of Ravenclaw achieving the ultimate championship. If Gryffindor wins this match, they will become the first team to secure 2 victories and will surpass us in the House Cup standings. Look, it's Dumbledore, Goldstein interrupted, pointing towards the staff area. The other 3 immediately turned their gazes, and indeed, an elderly man with a white beard sat in the center of the staff table, flanked by Professors McGonagall and Sprout. I hope everyone participates in the match fairly and justly, Madame Hooch called out, standing beside Snape. After the 2 captains shook hands, she nodded towards Snape and departed the pitch. As 14 brooms ascended into the air, Snape opened the iron chest at his feet, releasing the bludgers and the golden snitch. He then tossed the quaffle into the air, signaling the commencement of the match. Gryffindor seized possession of the quaffle first. It must be said that the flying skills of Gryffindor's 3 female chasers were extraordinary, and their lighter weight allowed for remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Virgil, seated among the spectators, did not focus on the quaffle's possession but rather on Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. What a pity, Virgil sighed after observing for a while. Cedric is just too kind-hearted. Indeed, Hufflepuff implemented the strategy Virgil had suggested, but the execution was not by Cedric but rather a chaser interfering with Harry Potter, supported by a beater nearby. What do you mean by what a pity? Connor asked, turning to Virgil. Goldstein and Butte also turned their attention to their conversation. The advice I offered Cedric was to abandon the pursuit of the snitch initially and focus on interfering with Potter. Then leverage Snape's officiating and the chaser's experience to gain a scoring advantage, Virgil explained to his 3 roommates. On the field, Snape indeed awarded Hufflepuff a penalty for a dubious foul, as Virgil had predicted. The Hufflepuff chaser scored successfully, bringing the score to 80-30 in Hufflepuff's favor. Isn't Hufflepuff in a dominant position now? What is there to regret? Connor continued to inquire. Because this is merely the beginning, the roles of chaser and seeker are distinct, and the players' flying habits and tactical movements exhibit some variance. If Cedric were to interfere with Harry, matching seekers against seekers with Cedric's experience, Potter would struggle to find any opportunity to escape. However, the one interfering is a chaser who may not be able to fully constrain Potter. Moreover, while it appears Hufflepuff is ahead now, this is merely due to the match's commencement. The players are fresh, but as time elapses, the disadvantages of having only 2 chasers will become evident, making it impossible to extend the score. Furthermore, the beater assistant cannot stray far from Potter. And once the Weasley twins adapt to the match, Hufflepuff players will find it challenging. Quite right, a voice from behind Virgil chimed in, followed by a hand patting his shoulder. Turning around, Virgil discovered it was Gabri Hampton. What brings you here? He asked. I saw Mason and Roger over there. I wanted to discuss Hufflepuff's tactical arrangement, and it seems I arrived just in time. So does that mean Gryffindor still has hope? Goldstein queried. Hufflepuff also has a seeker. Now it has reverted to the old routine of awaiting the first to catch the snitch, Hampton elucidated for his junior. In the center of the pitch, Cedric hovered at the highest point, scanning for the elusive golden snitch, while Harry Potter struggled to shake off the pursuit of the Hufflepuff chaser. Cedric is indeed too soft-hearted, Virgil remarked to Hampton. Such kindness from Hufflepuff. Just then, Harry Potter executed a sudden change of direction, diving down swiftly. The Hufflepuff chaser hurriedly adjusted their broom to follow, but as Harry was about to reach the ground, he abruptly straightened his broom, halting the dive. While the pursuing Hufflepuff chaser lacked sufficient reaction time and crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Harry Potter surged forward. It's Potter. Lee Jordan, the commentator, exclaimed loudly. He is accelerating. It appears he has spotted the golden snitch. In midair, Cedric also adjusted his broom to chase in the same direction. Unfortunately, The Nimbus 2000 lagged behind the Clean Sweep 7. Harry Potter then released his grip on the broom, leaping forward and landing on the grass. Oh! The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Cedric also steadied his broom, eager to check on Harry's condition. There, Harry sat in the center of the pitch, raising his right hand, a glimmer of gold flashing between his fingers. Harry Potter has captured the golden snitch. The match concludes with a score of 190 to 120. Gryffindor has emerged victorious. Lee Jordan, also hailing from Gryffindor, shouted with fervor. The other Gryffindor players descended onto the grass to celebrate with Harry. Come on, it appears we must strategize on how to tackle Slytherin, Hampton remarked as he rose, casually pulling up Virgil. Let us go, we need a meeting. Perhaps you can offer us some insights. Hampton embraced Virgil's shoulder and then addressed the trio of Connor, saying, You three should head back. I shall take him for a meeting. Chapter 56. The Guardian and the Animagus. The soul-stealing curse is an unforgivable curse, Mr. Quirrell. It may be a bit premature for you to engage with it now. After the defense against the dark arts class, Virgil approached Quirrell, inquiring about the soul-stealing curse. In Virgil's view, this particular curse was the most practical among the unforgivable curses, far more effective than that infamous killing curse, which was marked by its vivid green light. As for the Cruciatus curse, while it initially sounded quite terrifying, it became rather commonplace in the latter part of the story. Anyone who claimed to have resisted the Dark Lord without having endured a couple of Cruciatus curses would be remiss. I am merely curious, Professor. It seems that this curse feels somewhat out of place when compared to the other two unforgivable curses. Well, the victim of the soul-stealing curse experiences a sensation of emptiness, a void in their mind. Just as Quirrell was about to elaborate on the soul-stealing curse, he unexpectedly swung open the classroom door. The abruptness of Quirrell's action caught the three eavesdroppers at the door off guard, causing the one crouched at the bottom to stumble and fall between Quirrell and Virgil. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Upon seeing the trio at the entrance, Quirrell expressed his surprise, asking, Do you have some business? No. Harry and Hermione quickly waved their hands, indicating they were merely passing by, and hastily helped the kneeling Ron to his feet before fleeing the defense against the dark arts classroom. What just happened? On their way back to the dormitory, but questioned Virgil about the earlier incident. I think I just saw Potter and Weasley. Yes, it was them, along with Granger. What has been going on with them lately? I've heard from Gryffindor that their attitude towards Quirrell has been unusually favorable recently. They are indeed exceedingly cordial to Quirrell, for in the mind of the current savior, Quirrell stands as the heroic figure thwarting the nefarious Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps they discovered the meaning of life in Quirrell's class, Virgil mused. Finding life's meaning in Quirrell's lessons? Is that in provoking vampires or seducing old witches? Virgil's remark elicited hearty laughter from Butt and the others. Upon reaching the first floor of the castle, Virgil handed his backpack and textbooks to Connor, then made his way to Professor Kettleburn's quarters. Following Gryffindor's triumph over Hufflepuff, becoming the first team this term to secure 2 victories, Hampton had imposed stricter training requirements on the Ravenclaw players. Mason Fletcher, Greg Bell, and fellow 7th-year chaser Larry were all in a state of heightened excitement. In Samuel's words, these senior students had transformed into training fanatics, leading to an increase in team practices. Sometimes, Hampton even waited for the other houses to finish their training before extending their own. Autumn Zhang and Samuel had been vocal about their grievances. Even Virgil felt that the current Quidditch training was encroaching on his personal schedule. At the very least, after the intense training sessions, he lacked the energy to practice in the room of requirement. And Friday afternoons left no spare time for training the Patronus charm with Professor Kettleburn. What? Virgil has applied to quit the team? Roger Davis exclaimed, looking at the troubled Hampton. Indeed, he has already spoken with Professor Flitwick, expressing that our team's training has severely impacted his academic life. What did the professor say? I just met with Professor Flitwick. He asked me to submit the training hours from last week, but he did not elaborate much on Virgil's resignation request. He simply stated that he would consider it. I believe this gives us time to convince Virgil to stay. And how do you propose we do that? Roger responded. Virgil was initially coerced into joining us. His interest in Quidditch is minimal. If we suddenly reduce training sessions, Bell and the others will likely be dissatisfied, especially since this is your final year. They are eager to secure a Quidditch championship. Hampton sighed, fatigue evident as he sat down. I admit, I have been rather anxious lately. As Virgil mentioned, the best approach against Slytherin is to match them blow for blow. They play dirty, and so shall we. If they foul, we shall do the same. coupled with the tactics he devised, including those screens and various blocking strategies. Our recent training has indeed placed a high demand on physical stamina. Annabeth is managing well. But Autumn mentioned to me a few days ago that she was struggling and wanted to take a leave of absence. But if both Autumn and Virgil are absent from training, we won't have enough participants for our simulated tactical drills. That is the dilemma I currently face, Hampton lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Where is Virgil now? Should we not seek him out for a discussion? Roger felt that merely sitting here in distress was unproductive. Hampton gestured to stop Roger Davis from leaving, stating, I visited him earlier. His roommate informed me that he went to see Professor Kettleburn. In close proximity, within Professor Kettleburn's quarters, the professor sat on a worn wooden chair, observing the Patronus swirling around Virgil, clapping in admiration. Virgil's Patronus is a bird. Professor, is it a raven? Virgil asked joyfully, turning to the professor, who possessed extensive knowledge of magical creatures. No, Professor Kettleburn replied after careful observation, it should be a raven. Indeed, a raven. It appears you are truly a Ravenlaw. Why do you say that? Professor Kettleburn explained. Although your house emblem is an eagle, the spelling of Ravenclaw, when deconstructed, signifies raven and claw. I had not noticed that detail you mentioned. Virgil replied with a smile, examining his Patronus closely. Your Patronus possesses another advantage, Professor Kettleburn added suddenly. Oh? Virgil was intrigued by the professor's words. If you ever have the opportunity to become an animagus, you could fly without the aid of magical objects. A revelation struck him. Indeed, Virgil suddenly realized. His Patronus was not a fantastic beast, indicating that he could transform into an animagus. He recalled that he had included mandrake leaves and a boggart moth pupa on the list he submitted to Montague. However, the process of preparing to become an animagus was exceedingly complex, and it was said that the initial transformation could be perilous. Virgil hesitated to attempt it alone. But finding someone to assist him posed another challenge. He did not wish to be an unregistered animagus with the Ministry of Magic. The case of Sirius Black demonstrated the significant advantages an illegal animagus could wield in certain situations. The renowned journalist Rita Skeeter had also leveraged her status as an unregistered animagus to acquire numerous exclusive stories. Becoming an animagus is rather dangerous, isn't it? Virgil knowingly posed the question, steering the conversation in that direction. Indeed, it is perilous. However, the advantages and benefits of becoming an animagus are unparalleled. Unfortunately, my Patronus takes the form of a bird snake, a magical creature, which precludes me from becoming an animagus. Yet you harbor no such concerns. Do you wish to become an animagus as well? Who wouldn't desire to be an animagus? Professor Kettleburn reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling of the small cabin, seemingly lost in recollection. If only I could become an animagus. I would have the privilege of encountering numerous rare magical creatures up close. Are you familiar with the institution known as Hogwarts? You refer to that magical school in Africa? Indeed, the curriculum at Hogwarts emphasizes subjects such as alchemy, transfiguration, and astronomy. Notably, transfiguration is a focal point, as the school identifies suitable students and assists them in becoming animagi before they graduate. Assistance from the school? Precisely. During my time in Africa, I encountered a professor from Hogwarts who specialized in the care of magical creatures, as well as students enrolled in that course. The professor was an animagus, and several students among them were also animagi. They were able to forge closer connections with those magical creatures, engaging with them in a more intimate manner. I remember feeling envious for quite some time. Professor, I do not comprehend the distinction between human transfiguration and becoming an animagus. Ah, this is knowledge you will acquire in your later years. According to Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, when a wizard transforms into an animal, he relinquishes the thought processes and intellect inherent to the human species. His actions are dictated solely by the instincts of the animal into which he is transformed. Even if the creature possesses a degree of intelligence, it will still think from the perspective of its species. Thus, many wizards lacking the innate talent for becoming animagi resort to incomplete transfiguration in specific situations requiring the unique abilities of certain animals. This means they retain some human characteristics post-transformation, ensuring the preservation of their cognitive faculties. Furthermore, human transfiguration spells are time-bound, whereas animagi are not. This signifies that as long as the animagus wishes to maintain their animal form, they can do so indefinitely. Chapter 57. Letters from Family by the Way. Have you seen Hagrid these past few days? Professor Kettleburn suddenly inquired as Virgil was packing his belongings in preparation for departure. No, Professor. I haven't seen him for several days. What has he been busy with lately? He has been acting rather strangely, leaving immediately after finishing his tasks, Kettleburn murmured. I hope nothing is wrong. It seems the dragon egg is about to hatch, and Hagrid is wholly devoted to that Norwegian Ridgeback egg. I will visit Hagrid's hut when I have some free time, Virgil reassured Professor Kettleburn. Upon returning to the castle, Virgil first sought out the Weasley twins, who were designing prank products in an empty classroom. He addressed them, saying, please contact your supplier and inquire about the progress in gathering materials. He then tossed them a small pouch, which contained the research and development funds for this period. Oh, I absolutely adore you, Virgil, Fred exclaimed, grasping the pouch and inhaling deeply. Ah, the scent of money. George chimed in. If I were a girl, I would certainly marry you, Virgil. Apologies. But I am not fond of red-haired girls, Virgil jested with the Weasley twins before heading to the Great Hall. At the Ravenclaw table, Virgil noticed the absence of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, indicating that Hampton had likely taken them for practice again. Why are you so late? Goldstein asked. The previous Quidditch practice delayed my progress significantly, so the professor assigned me extra lessons today. What did Professor Flitwick mean about your withdrawal from the team? Connor whispered from across the table, for joining the Quidditch team was Connor's fervent aspiration. I am uncertain for the time being. Professor Flitwick advised me to rest for a few days before reconsidering, and he will have a thorough discussion with Hampton. You are simply giving up? Connor expressed disbelief. I am only stepping back for this semester. I am merely a substitute and it will not affect our team's performance. Besides, the rules of Quidditch clearly state that if there is an injury on the field, no other players may substitute in, and the team must continue after the injured player is taken off. Therefore, I will only have a chance to play if someone on our team is injured before the match. If the team is short of players next semester and we cannot gather enough participants, I can rejoin the tryouts. Moreover, being a substitute does not exempt one from the selection. Participation is still required. So, Michael, you should practice whenever you have the chance. My broom is right under my bed. You can take it to practice, and we'll try out together next semester. As the group chatted, two owls flew into the dining hall, dropping two packages in front of Virgil. Why does it always come in pairs? Bude asked while scooping a large spoonful of pudding. It is merely coincidental, Virgil replied as he picked up the two packages, glancing at the labels. One was sent by his grandfather, and the other by his grandfather. After dinner, Virgil concocted an excuse and slipped away to the room of requirement. He first opened the package from his grandfather and retrieved two small devices. According to the letter, one was a specially designed pocket spyglass. If there were any untrustworthy individuals nearby, the spyglass would spin rapidly. Crafted for curse breakers by Gringotts, it was far more sensitive than the spyglasses available on the market, and it had also eliminated the glowing feature. The other device resembled a magnifying glass, and Virgil's grandfather labeled it a dark magic detector. The lens, made of purple crystal, would change color when scanning an object suspected of being cursed or enchanted. His grandfather thoughtfully included a chart indicating the corresponding colors and their meanings. At the end of the letter, Virgil's grandfather earnestly cautioned him to keep his distance if he encountered dark magic or curses, as many seemingly innocuous curses could lead to severe consequences. A lesson learned from their experiences as curse breakers. I'm sorry, grandfather, I deceived you, Virgil thought to himself, feeling a pang of guilt as he gazed at the letter. In the letter he sent to his grandfather, he had claimed that his keen interest in the defense against the dark arts class prompted him to request 2 dark magic detectors to aid his studies. In his grandfather's package, there were more assorted items. Virgil first retrieved the letter and began to read. Dear Virgil, it has been a long time since we last met. I agreed to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon, and a newly hatched dragon will indeed greatly benefit our research. However, please exercise utmost caution. Newly hatched dragons can be extremely dangerous with venomous teeth. The green potion in the package is specifically formulated to induce sleep in the dragon. I have adjusted the dosage based on what you described, ensuring that it will not harm the hatchling while allowing it to sleep for 4 hours. You can inject the potion into the dragon's food, and the effects will take hold in about 10 minutes. Should you accidentally be bitten, use the other 2 potions, one light blue for oral use, and the other purple for external application. Of course, if you believe that a dragon bite scar would enhance your formidable appearance, you may concoct a pale yellow potion by adding mandrake root, biting cabbage, tongue of dogbane, and a small spoonful of dragon's blood to the scab cream. Apply it to the wound, and use a mixture of purified water and white ash on the skin. This is a little trick unique to our dragon trainers. However, if obtaining mandrake root proves challenging, you may substitute it with horcrump berries. Though recovery will be slower and the healing process more painful. As for dragon blood, feel free to source it locally. Our dragon trainers will arrive at Hogwarts next Tuesday at midnight. Since we cannot allow anyone to discover the illegal transport of a dragon, you must take the Norwegian Ridgeback to the astronomy tower at midnight. They will take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. If you find this plan acceptable, please respond promptly. If you feel you cannot control the dragon, contact Sylvanus to take over. Above all, do not put yourself in harm's way. The dangers of fire dragons far exceed your imagination. Should you wish, you are welcome to vacation in Romania during the summer. The final paragraph appeared to have been added just before mailing, as the ink color differed significantly. Virgil packed the dark magic detector and several potions into a bag made of transformed lizard skin, then retrieved a sheet of parchment and a quill to write replies to his grandfather and his granduncle. Once he completed the letters, Virgil made his way to the Ollery in the West Tower, selected a school owl, affixed the letters to its leg, and offered it a prepared mouse as a meal. Watching as the owl vanished into the night. Scourgify. Virgil cast the cleaning spell on his trousers and shoes. Since the Ollery lacked glass for the convenience of the owl's comings and goings, it was cold and drafty, with the floor strewn with straw, owl droppings, and bones from mice. Fortunately, Virgil was not one to be overly fastidious. Otherwise, a visit here would necessitate a bath. How did Harry Potter come to the notion of inviting a girl to be his dance partner in this decrepit place? Virgil lifted his gaze to survey the circular stone chamber, where hundreds of owls perched upon the branches above, their wide eyes fixated upon him. In this very location, with such an atmosphere, scent, and ambience, even if Autumn Zhang had declined Cedric's invitation, she would certainly not acquiesce to yours. If it were me, I would also refuse. Virgil muttered softly, pondering the peculiar logic of the chosen one. Chapter 58. The Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling. During breakfast one day, Virgil noticed Hedwig flying into the dining hall, delivering a note to Harry. Virgil understood that the Norwegian Ridgeback was on the verge of hatching. The morning class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Although Quirrell's teaching style remained unchanged, the Ravenclaw students were unusually alert today. Virgil whispered to Godstein next to him, asking him to excuse him from class, as he needed to urgently speak with Professor Ketterburn. Are you mad? Godstein retorted, grasping Virgil's robe. Today's lesson is on the laws and handling of werewolves, which is said to be crucial for the final exam. How can you skip class? Just lend me your notes later, Virgil replied quietly. He adjusted his wand, handed his bag to the seated Butte behind him, and discreetly slipped out of the classroom. Hermione, how many times in our lives can we witness a dragon hatching? Meanwhile, in the greenhouse during herbology class, Ron was desperately pleading with Hermione to join them in skipping class. Ultimately, Hermione agreed to run to Hagrid's hut with Harry and Ron during the break. As the class ended and the castle bell rang, the three discarded their shovels and hurried towards the edge of the forbidden forest. From a distance, Virgil observed Hagrid, beaming as he welcomed the trio into his hut. However, what Harry and the others did not notice was a figure stealthily following closely behind them. Inside Hagrid's hut, a crack had appeared in the Norwegian Ridgeback egg. Peering through the fissure, one could faintly see a curled-up hatchling struggling to break free, emitting a series of clicking sounds. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the eggshell shattered, and a small dragon emerged onto the table, flapping its wings unsteadily. It did not appear particularly beautiful, perhaps even somewhat ugly, with its oversized wings contrasting starkly against its slender body. A short horn adorned its head, while its long nose was an incongruous white against its black body. Its orange-red eyes bulged as they scanned the four individuals in the hut. The hatchling sneezed, sending sparks flying from its nostrils, nearly igniting Hagrid's wooden table. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid remarked, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head, only for the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling to bite down on Hagrid's finger. Goodness, look! It recognizes its mother. Just as Hagrid was about to say more, a noise suddenly erupted from outside. Stupefy! Bang! Something seemed to have crashed against the wooden door of the hut. Hagrid's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped from his seat and rushed to the door. What's going on? Harry inquired loudly, observing Hagrid's frantic demeanor. Hagrid gestured for the trio to remain silent, carefully picking up an umbrella leaning against the wall as he approached the door. Just as his massive hand was about to grasp the doorknob, the door was flung open. Hagrid, it seems you've ignored my previous warnings, came Virgil's voice, as he stood on the steps, his remarkably ornate wand in hand, gazing intently at the bewildered Hagrid. Below the steps, a golden-haired boy lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Malfoy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione crowded around Hagrid, and Ron shouted at the sight of the figure on the ground. Quiet, Weasley, Virgil interrupted Ron's exclamation, pushing past the group blocking the doorway to enter Hagrid's hut. At that moment, The Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling was busily engaged in a tug-of-war with Hagrid's teacup. What am I to say to you, Hagrid? Have you forgotten what the professor said? After hatching, a Norwegian Ridgeback must be guided by an adult dragon or a dragon handler to consume its eggshell, ensuring its health during infancy. As he spoke, Virgil donned dragonhide gloves and retrieved a pair of iron tongs used by Hagrid for baking rock cakes, offering a piece of eggshell to the hatchling. With Virgil's gentle coaxing, the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling finally began to voraciously devour the eggshells, while Virgil consistently pushed the broken pieces closer to the hatchling using the tongs. Virgil, what brings you here? Hagrid finally spoke, cautiously inquiring about Virgil's purpose for visiting that day. To prevent you from causing more trouble, Virgil replied, not lifting his gaze, his hands continuing to stroke the hatchling's back in the manner Professor Ketterburn had taught. At last, the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling calmed down, quietly consuming the eggshells, no longer emitting sparks from its nostrils. Such a remarkable technique, Hermione marveled, her eyes fixed on Virgil's movements. Virgil paid no heed to the trio of heroes seated at the table, continuing to soothe the hatchling while focusing on Hagrid. I previously suspected you would stir up trouble, but now I find myself questioning your qualifications as a magical creature enthusiast. Did you absorb the lessons Professor Ketterburn imparted that afternoon? Why would you say that, Hagrid? Harry interjected, stepping protectively in front of Hagrid, his fist clenched in anger, directing a fierce glare at Virgil. After all, to the savior, Hagrid was one of the few friends who genuinely cared for him. Let us set aside the matter of Hagrid for now and address you three Gryffindor students. Ron Weasley, Potter, and Granger may have some excuse for their ignorance, but are you not aware of the Dragon Breeding Act? Do you recall when it was enacted? Upon hearing Virgil's words, Ron fell silent. Even if you and Granger are unaware of the related legislation, basic knowledge should suffice. Such a highly dangerous creature as a dragon cannot be permitted by the Ministry of Magic for wizards to raise at will, especially not within a place like Hogwarts. Given the gravity of this situation, did you not think to check if anyone was following you on your way here? Did you only march ahead blindly? If I had not appeared today, and Malfoy had seen this little one, do you think Hagrid could evade punishment? Virgil's words deflated Harry's anger, and his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. And you, Hagrid, based on your actions today, I seriously doubt Professor Ketterburn's assessment of your capabilities. Do you remember the research and care guidelines for Norwegian Ridgeback hatchlings? That was a topic you proposed yourself. Hagrid seemed to recall something, his complexion paling as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. If I had not guessed that you obtained a dragon egg, if I had not realized that today coincidentally marks the hatching day for the Ridgeback, if you had concealed this little creature until it reached 1 or 2 months old, do you know what Potter and the others would face? Hagrid, what does that mean? Hermione asked loudly. Harry and Ron turned to look at Hagrid as well. Sorry, Harry, Hagrid murmured. I almost endangered you all. I truly apologize. He repeated this sentiment over and over. What on earth are you two discussing in riddles? Seeing Hagrid's current state, Hermione grew irritated and directed her frustration at Virgil, asking why he could not speak plainly and had to belittle Hagrid. Belittle Hagrid? Virgil nearly laughed aloud. I merely speak the truth. Certainly, if you must perceive my actions as an affront, so be it. After all, I cannot govern the thoughts and perceptions of others. Such effects can only be wrought by an unforgiving curse. Virgil gestured towards the diminutive dragon he was toying with on the table and addressed Hermione. Behold the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling, one of the rarest dragon breeds on Earth. Its temperament is markedly more ferocious and combative than that of other fire dragons, and unlike the majority of fire dragon offspring, most Norwegian Ridgebacks exhibit the ability to breathe fire within merely a month of birth, with the latest not exceeding 3 months. Due to its excessively savage nature, this species, akin to the Hungarian horntail, is inherently solitary. Even the female Ridgeback expels the male from her territory post-mating, assuming sole responsibility for laying eggs and nurturing the hatchlings. Thus, it is explicitly mandated that wizards must not approach the eggs of a Ridgeback dragon nearing hatching. This precaution is warranted not only because the female giant dragon is particularly ferocious during this period, but also because the hatchlings will only recognize their mother post-emergence, perceiving all surrounding mammals as threats. If you happen to see it only once, that may suffice. However, should you return to Hagrid's for amusement once it has developed its fire-breathing capabilities a month later, you shall be met with the dragon fire expelled by the Ridgeback. Chapter 59. What are you so flustered about? Upon hearing Virgil's explanation, Hermione fell silent, her gaze lingering anxiously on the small dragon playing alone on the table. Although it was merely a hatchling fire dragon, they were but first-year wizards themselves. Do you still think I am insulting Hagrid? He forgets even the most basic tasks. like feeding eggshells and calming a temperamental young dragon. What else can we expect? Virgil sighed. Let us hasten through the next matters, otherwise. The individual lounging at the door will awaken shortly. Next Tuesday, a dragon tamer will come to take away this Norwegian Ridgeback. So you still have about a week to spend with it. What dragon tamer? Virgil, what have you done? Hagrid appeared bewildered. I reached out to the dragon tamers in Romania on your behalf. They expressed a keen interest in adopting this Norwegian Ridgeback. They will arrive next Tuesday to collect it. Oh no, you cannot do this, Virgil. It is my child. It has just been born. It is so small. Hagrid pleaded, cradling his head in despair. Please, Virgil. You cannot send it away now. I have not even named it yet. You wish to keep it? But have you considered the consequences? I told you that fire dragons grow at an extraordinary rate, unlike ordinary creatures. How long do you think you can keep this a secret? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? A month? 2 months? Will you then send it into the Forbidden Forest when your hut can no longer accommodate it? Wake up. Hogwarts is right next door. Which professor or parent would permit a fire dragon as territory to be so close to the school? I can contact Professor Dumbledore. Do not trouble Dumbledore further. I can hardly tolerate your persistent antics that create problems for him and Professor Kettleburn. Have you not learned from Aragog's lesson? Dumbledore cannot protect you every time. Virgil stood up from his chair, addressing Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is up to you to persuade him. Ultimately, whether he remains at Hogwarts as a caretaker or ends up in Azkaban is for you to decide. Once you have made a decision, please inform me promptly so that I can notify them. Otherwise, they will make a fruitless journey from Romania. As he reached the door, Virgil poked his head back in to add, Can you manage the one waiting at the entrance? Do you need my assistance? We can handle it ourselves, Ron quickly replied, eager not to miss the opportunity to confront Malfoy. In the ensuing days, Virgil did not visit Hagrid's hut again, nor did he inquire about Harry and the others' decision. As the matter did not significantly concern him, his involvement stemmed solely from Professor Kettleburn. If Hagrid agreed, Virgil's grandfather would acquire a Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling for research purposes. Yet, if the narrative followed its original course, handing the dragon over to Charlie for care would pose no loss for him. But what if Hagrid insisted on keeping the Ridgeback? In that case, Virgil would likely report the situation to Flitwick or Dumbledore in a month or two. After all, he did not wish to be alert to the threat of a fire dragon while wandering near the Forbidden Forest. On Thursday morning, Harry, Ron, and Hermione intercepted Virgil at the dining hall entrance. Have you decided so soon? Virgil smiled at the trio. Weasley, what happened to your hand? I got bitten while feeding Norbert, Ron replied, glancing at his swollen, green-tinged right hand. The teeth of a Norwegian Ridgeback are venomous. If you wish to avoid becoming disabled, I suggest you seek Madame Pomfrey immediately. Moreover, I believe no professor would anticipate a student being bitten by a dragon within Hogwarts. Upon hearing Virgil's words, Harry and Hermione urged Ron to find Madame Pomfrey without delay. Once Ron had departed, Harry asked, Did Hagrid agree to send the dragon away? But how can you assure us that you are truly handing Norbert over to a dragon tamer? Virgil rolled his eyes. Please, didn't Hagrid tell you that my grandfather is a dragon tamer? If you truly doubt, you may have Ron write to his brother. I believe he is also researching dragons in Romania. We shall do that. Wait, Virgil suddenly called out, stopping Harry and Hermione as they prepared to leave. What name did Hagrid give to the Norwegian Ridgeback? Norbert, Hermione replied. Is there a problem? Does that mean after all this time, none of you realized it is a female dragon? A female? Norbert is a girl? Hermione exclaimed. Harry quickly placed his hand over his friend's mouth. It seems I must truly question Professor Kettleburn's judgment. Hagrid's expertise with magical creatures is rather hard to articulate. Hagrid is my friend. He is a good person. Please do not speak ill of him. Harry, once again, felt anger rise at the Ravenclaw boy before him. Being a good person does not equate to having skill. Virgil shrugged, dismissing Harry and Hermione as he strode into the dining hall. What did you just say to Potter and Granger? They looked furious when they left. Konar, arriving late, snatched the soda Virgil had just opened and asked while drinking. I have hardly any left, and you steal from me, Virgil complained. Konar quickly finished the drink and returned the empty bottle with a grin. You still haven't explained why you upset Potter. I did not provoke him. It is merely that our ever-resilient boy's composure leaves much to be desired, Virgil said, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. But this is unavoidable. The purpose was to instill a sense of worry in Harry, prompting him to follow me to the astronomy tower at midnight. Otherwise, if Harry were not punished with detention, how would he encounter Quirrell drinking unicorn blood? How would he deduce that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden within Hogwarts? Thus, let him be angry. There will be more reasons to infuriate him in the future. Upon receiving a letter from his grandfather, Virgil penned a note stating that Norbert would be sent to the astronomy tower at midnight on Tuesday, where someone would collect him. He then made his way to the hospital wing, feigning a visit to Ron, and discreetly handed him the note. Only when he saw Ron tuck it inside a book did Virgil feel relieved. He was apprehensive that Draco Malfoy might catch sight of the note. Sure enough, on Saturday afternoon, in the library, Harry and Hermione approached Virgil. "There's trouble, Virgil," Hermione whispered, glancing at the engrossed Gilderoy Lockhart and his friends, her breath tickling Virgil's face uncomfortably. "Calm down, Miss Granger. What trouble have you stirred?" "It is not us. It is Malfoy," Harry interjected hastily. "Malfoy saw the note you gave to Ron. Then why did you not keep it safe? Now it may have been leaked. And you come to burden me with your troubles?" "It was Malfoy who went to the hospital wing to mock Ron. You know, that day outside Hagrid's hut. Ron taught Malfoy a lesson, and shortly after, his hand was injured. Malfoy must have learned about it somehow and went to the hospital wing to taunt Ron. Then he took one of Ron's books to cover for Madame Pomfrey. So that note was in that book?" Harry and Hermione nodded gravely. Observing the tension etched on their faces, Virgil nearly succumbed to laughter. Turning to Hermione, he gently reassured her, "Do not worry. It is not a matter of great significance." "Isn't it a significant matter?" Harry retorted. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable fury surged within him at the sight of Virgil. If anything were to go awry, Hagrid would find himself incarcerated in Azkaban. Gazing at Harry Potter, who was on the brink of eruption, Virgil remarked, "Why can't you emulate Fred and George?" Though they are also students of Gryffindor, they manage to analyze situations with a calm demeanor. "Look at you, resembling a furious bull. Potter, I ask you, what does the note say? Deliver Norbert to the highest point of the astronomy tower at midnight on Tuesday. Someone will take him away," Harry replied candidly. "Very well. Then let me inquire further. Who is Norbert? Is that not a redundant question? Norbert is Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback." Harry felt his temper boiling over. Virgil glanced at his roommates, noting their lack of attention to him, and continued, "Now, aside from you, me, the Weasleys, Granger, and Hagrid, who else is aware that Norbert is a dragon? Does Malfoy know?" "He ought not to." Harry shook his head. "After you left that afternoon, we ensured he did not lay eyes on Norbert. Have you heard of any students in the four houses named Norbert, or bearing the surname Norbert?" Harry and Hermione shook their heads in unison. "Then that suffices. Even if Malfoy were to present this note to a professor, who would believe him? Any professor's immediate reaction upon seeing the note would be to assume Norbert is a person. But why would one send him to the astronomy tower to depart? Which professor would ever conjecture that Norbert is a dragon? I neither mentioned Norwegian Ridgeback nor included any information pertaining to dragon tamers. Who would speculate in that direction? At most, they would interpret the contents of this note as a code passed between the Weasley and some other student during class. So why all the fuss? Chapter 60. Guest from Romania before long. The day to bid farewell to Norbert had arrived. The weather was splendid. Virgil gazed up at the somewhat overcast sky and uttered words that left his three roommates dumbfounded. "I'm stepping out for a bit. I need your assistance." He beckoned his three roommates, and they began to whisper amongst themselves. "Are you certain this won't lead to any trouble?" Butte inquired, eyeing Virgil. "Just be careful not to mess it up." "I'll be fine. I have it all figured out." "All right then, after dinner, we'll head out." "But you want to be returning to the dormitory tonight, will you?" "Correct. I'll go straight to the charms class in the morning. Please hold on to my textbooks. And we'll meet in the classroom. Also, Michael, no sneaking sips of my cola." After issuing these reminders, Virgil set off toward Hagrid's hut. Upon arriving, he discovered that Harry and Hermione were already there, while Hagrid's massive hound Fong sat outside, its tail bandaged. Hagrid was opening the window to converse with them. "What brings you two here?" Virgil asked. "We're concerned about Norbert, so we came to check on him," Hermione replied. "We'll accompany you to the astronomy tower to see if the dragon handler truly arrives," Harry interjected, his eyes wide with skepticism directed at Virgil. "Huh." Virgil let out a cold laugh, ignoring Harry and addressing Hagrid instead. "What is the situation now?" "Norbert is rather difficult to manage. I can't handle him. He even bit Fong." Hagrid gasped. "I can't let you in right now." "Ah," Hagrid exclaimed again. "Did he bite your leg?" "No, it's fine. He merely nibbled on my boot. He is just playing. After all, he is still a baby. Whose child has venomous teeth?" Virgil teased. "Where are those dead mice you feed the Ridgeback?" "This is it." Hermione dragged a wooden box down the steps of the hut and opened it to reveal a collection of dead mice, an odor wafting unpleasantly. "We've been helping Hagrid feed Norbert these past few days. Virgil circled the box twice, hesitating before finally donning a pair of gloves. He retrieved a vial of green potion from his pocket and began to pour it into the mouths of the dead mice. "What is that?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued by the small vial in Virgil's hand. "It's a potion designed to induce sleep in dragons," Virgil explained. He successfully administered the potion to 4 mice. Checking his watch to confirm the time, Virgil tossed the 4 medicated mice into Hagrid's hut alongside the other dead ones. "Keep an eye on them. Ensure they consume it all, Hagrid," he instructed. Hagrid appeared somewhat apprehensive about the potion and cautiously asked, "Virgil, is this potion really safe? It won't harm Norbert, will it? It's a specially formulated potion for dragon handlers. You need not worry." Indeed, about 10 minutes after the Norwegian Ridgeback began to feed, the sounds of tearing and gnashing teeth gradually subsided, ultimately fading away completely. Noticing the silence, Virgil entered Hagrid's hut, with Harry and Hermione following closely behind. Inside, the scene was chaotic. The Ridgeback lay motionless on the floor, its belly rising and falling gently, signaling its deep slumber. Hagrid had placed Norbert into a large crate, adding several mice and a bottle of brandy. "I've even included his teddy bear, so he won't feel lonely on the journey," Hagrid said in a somber tone. However, Virgil harbored doubts about the teddy bear's durability on the journey to Romania. Having waited in Hagrid's hut until nearly 11 o'clock, Virgil set down his teacup and rose from his seat. "It's time, Hagrid. Do you want to take one last look?" Hagrid opened the crate again, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the sleeping dragon, sobbing, "Goodbye, Norbert. Mama won't forget you." Ultimately, it was Harry who snatched the lid from Hagrid's hands to secure the crate, then said to Virgil, "You go ahead. Hermione and I will take Norbert to the astronomy tower to meet you." "Do you not need my assistance?" Virgil asked them. "It's the astronomy tower. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? We have our ways." Harry, unable to reveal the existence of the invisibility cloak to Virgil, urged him to leave first. "Very well. See you at the astronomy tower. Good luck. I do not wish to hear news of your expulsion by morning." With that, Virgil hastily exited the hut. Not far into his departure, he heard Hagrid's lament once more. Once certain that Virgil had indeed walked far away, Harry felt reassured enough to pull out the invisibility cloak, draping it over the crate, and then he and Hermione slipped beneath its cover. "How are we going to get up there?" Hermione fretted at the thought of the tower's height. "We should have asked Virgil for a good method. What could he possibly suggest?" "He is only a first year," Harry replied. "Using the invisibility cloak is the best option. But we can't let too many people know we have it." As midnight approached, Harry and Hermione ascended the marble staircase of the entrance hall, traversing the dark corridors. Climbing one flight of stairs after another, they were burdened not only with the crate, but also with various odds and ends that Hagrid had stuffed inside. "We're almost there," Harry panted as they reached the corridor beneath the tower, while Hermione had nearly exhausted her ability to speak. Suddenly, a noise startled them. Despite being cloaked, they instinctively retreated into the shadowy corner. Not far ahead, Professor McGonagall, clad in plaid pajamas, held a lamp in one hand while twisting Draco Malfoy's ear with the other, scolding him. "Detention. 20 points from Slytherin. How dare you roam the castle at this hour? Professor, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are right here. They've agreed to help a fellow named Norbert escape Hogwarts. Their accomplice will meet them at the astronomy tower. Mr. Malfoy, I've already told you. There is no student or staff member by the name of Norbert at our school, not even among the house elves in the kitchen. I'll accompany you to the astronomy tower. There isn't a soul there. Come, I shall see how Professor Snape will deal with you." Listening to the footsteps of McGonagall and Malfoy fade into the distance, Harry and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief beneath the cloak. "Thank goodness Virgil used the potion. If Norbert had made a sound, we would have been finished," Hermione said, placing a hand on her chest. "Let us hurry," Harry urged Hermione. "We're almost there." The spiral staircase leading to the tower was the last obstacle they had to navigate. As they neared the top, Harry stopped Hermione, removed the invisibility cloak, and quietly concealed himself in a corner, before finally carrying Norbert to the tower's peak. "I thought you would be late." Virgil's voice suddenly echoed from behind them, startling them so much that they nearly dropped the crate down the tower. "When did you arrive?" Hermione asked, looking at Virgil, who had appeared like a ghost, her heart still racing. "I arrived quite early," Virgil replied, relieved to find Norbert still fast asleep within the crate. "Did you not encounter Professor McGonagall and Malfoy?" "I did." Professor McGonagall was dragging Malfoy around the astronomy tower by his ear. "Did they not discover you?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Were it not for her awareness of the preciousness of the invisibility cloak, she might have suspected that Virgil possessed one as well. I have my methods, Virgil replied, settling himself onto the crate as he awaited the arrival of the dragon tamer. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione leaned over the edge of the astronomy tower, whispering to one another. Approximately 20 minutes later, 7 broomsticks appeared against the night sky, heading straight for the tower. "They're here," Virgil announced, alerting Harry and Hermione, who both looked up to see the approaching flying broomsticks. "You must be Virgil." The first to dismount was a robust young man, easily exceeding 6 feet in height, with a pronounced scar on his left cheek and burn marks trailing down his neck and disappearing beneath his collar. "I am Damien Christie, a student of Professor Anthony." As he extended his hand, Virgil promptly shook it, noting the calluses that adorned Damien's palm. "How can you be certain that I am Virgil?" Virgil inquired. "Professor Anthony has shown us your photograph," Damien replied with a smile. "You bear a striking resemblance to him." "Well, this is the Norwegian Ridgeback," Virgil stated, wishing to avoid lengthy pleasantries, as he was still in violation of school regulations. He gestured towards the crate at his feet. "I administered the potion around 9 o'clock. You must time it accordingly. Also, the crate contains some deceased mice, brandy, and a toy bear. I hope these do not interfere with your flight." Upon hearing Virgil's words, Damien quickly called for his companions to open the crate and extract the brandy. He added, "The Norwegian Ridgeback can be rather temperamental during feedings, and I fear it might shatter the bottles and ignite the crate." "By the way," Virgil said, tugging at Damien's cloak, "would it be convenient for me to?" He produced several crystal vials from his pocket and shook them gently. Understanding Virgil's intent, Damien responded with a grin, "There is no need for embarrassment. We often utilize dragon blood in our research." Damien retrieved specialized tools from his pocket and, under the astonished gazes of Hermione and Harry, assisted Virgil in extracting dragon blood, filling 3 vials in total. "This is all I can manage, as the dragon is still quite small." "That is sufficient," Virgil said, placing the 3 vials into his satchel. "Thank you very much. Also, this is a Christmas gift from the professor for you. It wasn't ready in time for the holiday." Damien removed a bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Virgil. "It is crafted from the teeth of a young longhorn dragon. The professor gathered these for quite some time. The charms below are made from the dragon's horns and scales." Virgil accepted the bracelet and adorned his wrist, while Harry looked on with envy. After all, those are dragon teeth. Once everyone had managed to suspend Norbert between several broomsticks, Damien mounted his broom and said to Virgil, "You are welcome to visit Romania during the holidays. If your friends wish to inquire about the Norwegian Ridgeback, feel free to write to us." Chapter 61. A deduction of 150 points, then we shall take our leave, Hermione remarked to Virgil. "Will you join us?" "Not at the moment." "You go ahead. I shall linger a while," Virgil replied, his gaze fixed on the bracelet in his hands, not lifting his eyes. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, choosing not to elaborate further as they departed the platform, animatedly discussing the potential repercussions for Malfoy after Professor McGonagall's intervention. Once Harry and Hermione faded into the darkness of the castle, Virgil casually rummaged through the area, finally uncovering an object beneath a dilapidated box at the base of the stairs. He extracted a cloak, shimmering silver gray like liquid, which evoked memories of the Bat-Bogey hex. "What a careless individual," he mused. The Deathly Hallows discarded so thoughtlessly. As he gazed at the glistening invisibility cloak, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Yet, this was an essential artifact belonging to Harry Potter. Virgil hesitated to claim it for himself. Instead, he contemplated the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone. He folded the cloak neatly and placed it on the platform of the astronomy tower, securing it with a stone and arranging a few bottles of brandy beside it. After completing this task, Virgil approached the edge of the platform, locating the desired item and drawing his wand, murmuring an incantation. The disillusionment charm gradually faded, revealing his Nimbus 2000 broomstick. As he grasped the broomstick, Virgil seemed to address the surrounding air, speaking to himself, "I have neatly arranged the items here. Beside them is the brandy. Wishing you a pleasant and delightful evening." With that, he mounted the broom and soared away from the astronomy tower. Shortly after Virgil's departure, a phoenix's cry resonated throughout the platform, followed by a flash of fire as the white-bearded Albus Dumbledore appeared at the very spot where Virgil had stood. Bending down, he retrieved the invisibility cloak that lay trapped beneath a stone, addressing Fawkes perched on his shoulder. "A remarkably clever disillusionment charm, wouldn't you agree? But do you think you truly discovered our presence?" Fawkes chirped in response, seemingly affirming Dumbledore's inquiry, and began to peck at Dumbledore's cheek. "It appears Filius has taken on a commendable student," Dumbledore remarked, picking up the nearby brandy. Ah, brandy. Perhaps I shall indulge in a small drink tonight. Wait, Fawkes. Do you detect that odor? It seems to carry the scent of decay. Dumbledore surveyed the area and brought the brandy bottle closer to his nose for a sniff. Bah, it's a dead rat. Virgil returned to the castle from the Ollery and proceeded to the Room of Requirement, planning to spend the night there. I need a place to practice spells, preferably with a bed, he thought, intending to refine his skills before sleep. The recent rigorous Quidditch training left him little time for practice, and he often collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. Only after ceasing training had his academic life returned to a semblance of normalcy. During his dueling lessons with Professor Flitwick, the professor had merely expressed a hope that if the team required players next year, Virgil would actively participate in the selection process. Professor Flitwick was well aware of Professor McGonagall's worries regarding finding a seeker for the team before the semester commenced. The following morning, at the appointed time, Virgil made his way directly to the Charms classroom. The trio of Corna had already secured their seats. Upon spotting Virgil, they promptly produced the breakfast pastries and cakes they had concealed in their pockets. You won't believe what happened, Virgil, Butte exclaimed. It must be that Gryffindor lost points. Virgil replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. It seems the deduction was considerable. A full 150 points. Wait, how do you know? You weren't in the Great Hall this morning, were you? I encountered Potter and Granger exploring the castle at night, he explained. They likely got caught by Filch. Then how did you escape? Did you forget I asked you to hide my broomstick in the herbology greenhouse? I flew straight down from the astronomy tower without using the stairs. But why the deduction of 150 points? Who else lost points? Virgil inquired, genuinely puzzled about the details. Neville Longbottom, came the reply. Oh, him, Virgil acknowledged. By the way, I ran into Malfoy last night. He was caught by Professor McGonagall. Didn't you count the points for Slytherin this morning to see if they had decreased? Slytherin lost points too? That is fantastic. Goldstein whispered excitedly. With Gryffindor losing 150 points, we've fallen to the bottom of the standings, while Ravenclaw has reclaimed second place. If we win the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin, we can surpass them and take first. Speaking of which, why did your grandfather's students seek you out at the astronomy tower in the dead of night? Butte asked curiously. They are dragon tamers, Virgil explained. Last night they brought a hatchling to transport to Romania. As you know, the Dragon Breeding Act makes their transport illegal, so they couldn't come to Hogwarts openly. Virgil could not divulge that the dragon was actually raised by Hagrid, so he attributed everything to Damien. Wow, a dragon. Butte seemed particularly intrigued. Virgil, did you see what the hatchling looked like? Virgil shook his head. No, they kept it in a crate, so I couldn't see it. Did they mention the breed? A Norwegian Ridgeback. During the Charms lesson, Corna and his friends remained engrossed in discussions about dragons, inciting Professor Flitwick to deduct a point from each of them. The reason behind Gryffindor's deduction of 150 points quickly spread among the students from all four houses. It was said that Percy had overheard Marcus Flint when he inquired about the deduction with Professor McGonagall. The tale circulated. The renowned Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had ascended the astronomy tower in the dead of night for unknown reasons, accompanied by Neville Longbottom, who had been wandering the corridors instead of sleeping. These three had caused Gryffindor to plummet to the bottom of the house point standings. At lunch, a throng of Slytherin students gathered behind Harry, cheering and whistling, with some even greeting him as they passed the Gryffindor table, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Thank you, Potter. You've done us a great favor. Anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken Harry for a Slytherin student. Meanwhile, the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff mostly watched the spectacle with keen interest, like Corna and his friends, who were animatedly speculating about Harry and Hermione's purpose for visiting the astronomy tower. Were they on a date? They quietly asked Virgil if he had seen Potter and Granger the previous night, to which he shook his head, assuring them he had not. Virgil was confident that Harry and Hermione would not betray him, as they worried he might divulge Hagrid and Norbert's situation under pressure. Conversely, some Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students bore glum expressions toward Harry, as they wished to see Slytherin lose the House Cup, having won it for too long. As for Malfoy's point deduction, Slytherin still held the lead. Who would care? Moreover, it was merely 20 points, with a bit of effort from Professor Snape. They could recover in no time. Have you heard? Potter is set to withdraw from the Quidditch team. Roger Davies has discovered this news from Virgil, who insists that he will not step down. He will only leave the team if Wood's head is devoured by a ghoul. Furthermore, do you truly believe that Professor McGonagall would acquiesce to such a decision? Virgil helped Davis analyze the situation, rather than inquiring about Potter's potential departure. It would be far more prudent to contemplate how we can secure victory against Slytherin in the upcoming match. If we triumph over Slytherin, not only will we enhance our chances of claiming the Quidditch Cup, but we will also ascend to the top of the house point standings. Oh, right, I nearly forgot. Davis remarked that he sought you out precisely for this matter. Gabrielle hopes that you could guide us in our forthcoming tactical training. Chapter 62, part-time coach Virgil designed several strategies for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team based on his previous life as study of basketball screens and pick-and-rolls. Naturally, the primary executors of these tactics were the 3 chasers and 2 beaters. Fortunately, unlike Gryffindor, where all 3 chasers were girls, Ravenclaw had a more balanced composition, allowing Virgil to devise tactics without the constraints of an all-female lineup. Conversely, the Slytherin Quidditch team consisted entirely of boys, and there were no rookies like Harry Potter in their ranks, making strategies that exploited weaknesses less applicable. Instead, they had to rely on physically demanding plays akin to screens and picks. This situation left Roger Davies harboring a sense of resentment towards Virgil, as one of Ravenclaw's chasers was a girl, limiting the role of Wall in their tactics to himself and veteran Greg Bell. However, it was evident that Davies had yet to develop the same physical prowess as Bell. Nonetheless, the results from their tactical training pleased all the Quidditch players, including Hampton. And the main scorer for the upcoming match, Annabeth, even exhausted her pocket money and sought additional funds from home to acquire the latest Nimbus 2000. At Virgil's suggestion, Gabriel Hampton, unbeknownst to the benefits he had promised, recruited a few robust boys from the 5th and 6th years of Ravenclaw, skilled in flying, to impersonate Slytherin players. Additionally, they borrowed talented upperclassmen from Professor Flitwick's Charms Club, who belonged to Ravenclaw, to serve as safety officers. Virgil was quite astonished by the actions of the Ravenclaw students. He had always perceived them as lofty and aloof, most exhibited enthusiasm and curiosity solely for subjects and people that interested them, often displaying indifference towards what they did not favor. For instance, some Ravenclaw students showed excitement only when learning new knowledge or spells in classes they enjoyed, while they remained indifferent to the bonus points awarded for their outstanding performances. They were not keen on socializing beyond their immediate circles, preferred to avoid inconveniencing others, and certainly did not relish being bothered themselves. Historically, Ravenclaw had the fewest spectators at the most fervent Quidditch matches. However, this time, with Hampton managing to rally so many, Virgil speculated that their disdain for Slytherin must have been the driving force. Yet, one could not deny the intelligence of Ravenclaw students after 3 or 4 training sessions. The entire team had completely memorized the various strategies designed by Virgil, leading him to a state of unemployment once more. He could finally return to practicing spells, he mused. However, he did not forget the more pressing matter at hand, visiting Hagrid, as it seemed something had occurred in the Forbidden Forest recently. Go ask him what happened, and if he needs my assistance, Professor Kettleburn instructed Virgil, as if fate had conspired. Virgil had been pondering how to broach this subject with Hagrid over the past few days. Departing from Professor Kettleburn's residence, he made his way directly to Hagrid's hut. Knock, knock. Virgil rapped on the wooden door of Hagrid's cottage. Who is it? Hagrid's voice echoed from within. Virgil Chaunier. Oh, just a moment. A clatter of noises ensued, and Hagrid eventually opened the door. Hey. Oh, it's you, Virgil. I'm making some weasel sandwiches and badger bread. Would you like some? Could I step inside first? Oh, all right, come on in. Hagrid stepped aside, allowing Virgil to squeeze into the cottage. Initially, Hagrid had seemed reluctant to let Virgil in, leading him to suspect Harry and his friends were present. To his surprise, the hut was empty except for Hagrid. With Fong the dog dozing in the corner, a freshly made weasel sandwich emitting an indescribable aroma from the table, and scattered arrows and a massive slingshot on the floor, the latter yet to be strung. Is there something you need, Virgil? Hagrid inquired. Professor Kettleburn sent me to ask what exactly has happened in the Forbidden Forest. Do you need any help? Well, in the past 2 weeks, several unicorns have inexplicably died, and I'm trying to uncover the reason. Unicorns? Virgil feigned surprise. Indeed, a very sacred and magical creature. There happens to be a small group in the Forbidden Forest, but last week I discovered one of their corpses. I must find the culprit who harmed them. Do you have any leads yet? Not yet. I plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest again tomorrow night, if possible. I'd like Professor Kettleburn to assist me. Is there something special about tomorrow night? Harry and Hermione are in detention, and there are 2 other first-year students who will accompany me into the forest. I fear I won't team manage alone. All right, I will relay that to the professor. Would you like to try some freshly made weasel sandwiches? The badger bread will be ready soon. No, I must return to inform Professor Kettleburn. I want tea stay long. Virgil waved off Hagrid's generous offer. The aroma of the weasel sandwich was such that he was certain a single bite would induce him to regurgitate. Compared to Hagrid's culinary skills, Virgil felt the house elves in Hogwarts' kitchen were indeed master chefs, deserving of golden effects upon the dishes as they were served. Reminiscent of certain animated series. Someone is hunting unicorns. Upon receiving Virgil's report, Professor Kettleburn paced thoughtfully in his studio, contemplating the information Virgil had brought back. Meanwhile, Virgil sat beside his large black cat, with a similarly oversized orange kitten dozing at his feet, the very purebred cat he had chosen, observing its equally corpulent form. Virgil affectionately named it Air Fatty. Do you remember the information I shared about unicorns? Yes, Professor. Then tomorrow night, you'll accompany me. Perhaps we will catch a glimpse of the unicorns, and you can observe them up close. Professor, what about the leave request? If anyone inquires, just have them come find me. Lately, Harry had indeed been having a tough time. For him, even Quidditch had lost its charm during practice. Apart from the Weasley twins, the other players refused to speak to him. If they had to refer to him, they simply called him the Seeker. Hermione and Neville were not faring much better. Though they were not as famous as Harry, no one in Gryffindor wished to converse with them either. Hermione had ceased to raise her hand enthusiastically in class, often burying her head in her studies, remaining silent. Of course, the person suffering the most was Neville. While Harry and Hermione at least had Ron, the three still gathered together. Neville found himself entirely isolated, having no friends in the house. Now, he had to meticulously memorize the password to the fat lady's portrait, for if he were locked out of the common room again, no one would come to his aid. It seemed Potter's recent days had indeed been quite dire. In an empty classroom within the castle, Virgil received the materials brought by the Weasley twins. Fred, it's been tough. George, it's heartbreaking to witness. Fred, however, what astonishes us is that Ron still maintains a cordial relationship with him. George, perhaps we should observe whether Ron has fallen under a soul-binding curse. Virgil, enough of this. You too. He looked at the twins with a pained expression. Can't you wish for something good for Ron? He is, after all, your brother. Fred shrugged, ceasing his playful banter with George about Ron, and instead hoped that Virgil could assist them in procuring some Ashwinder eggs. Virgil interrupted the twins. You can forget about that. The professor does not have such creatures. If you desire them, you must procure them from Montague. Moreover, please purchase less. You acquired an excessive amount previously, and my finances are rather strained at the moment. Calm down, dear brother. Fred comforted Virgil, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. It is quite normal for expenses to accumulate during the research process. Then why have I seen numerous products from Zoko's joke shop on the bill? Those were merely references for inspiration. George chimed in from the other side, embracing Virgil as well. But why did these products ultimately end up in Peeve's possession? Well, inspiration requires practical application to gauge its effectiveness, does it not? So that practical application involves you too, and Peeves launching dung bombs, wolfsbane frisbees, and the effervescing whimsies into Filch's office? Chapter 63, Confinement. Early the next morning, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy received identical notes at the breakfast table, stating, your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Given their recent experiences, Harry and Hermione had nearly forgotten about their impending punishment. Harry had anticipated Hermione would complain about losing another night of study, but she remained silent, feeling, like Harry, that they deserved this consequence. Their good friend Ron expressed his inability to assist, as he had missed the astronomy tower excursion due to a bite from a blast in its scrot, and thus was exempt from detention. Meanwhile, Virgil handed a note from Professor Kettleburn to Professor Flitwick, who merely advised Virgil to stay safe in the Forbidden Forest and to remain with Professor Kettleburn at all times. Flitwick was somewhat aware of Virgil's abilities, believing that, as long as they avoided the particularly dangerous creatures within the forest, they would be fine. At the stroke of 11, Harry and Hermione bid farewell to Ron in the common room and proceeded downstairs to the entrance hall with Neville, where Filch awaited them. Shortly thereafter, Snape arrived with Malfoy, handing him over to Filch before shooting a venomous glare at Harry and departing. Filch illuminated a lamp and, in his characteristic raspy voice, instructed, follow me. After this detention, should you contemplate breaking school rules again, think twice. He cast a sidelong glance at the four of them, continuing, oh, yes. If you were to ask me, I would tell you that hard work and suffering are your best teachers. It is a pity that Hogwarts has abolished the old-fashioned methods of punishment, such as suspending you by your wrists from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office. I often oil them, just in case the school decides to reinstate such measures. Filch's words clearly frightened Neville. Harry even heard him stifle a sob behind him. Now let us go. Don't even think about running away. If you do, your punishment will be far worse. Filch added, by the way, if any of you can tell me who threw a werewolf's tooth and fireworks into my office, perhaps I might spare them from tonight's detention. The 5 of them lined up and strode across the dark grounds, Neville sniffling at the back. Harry was uncertain what punishment awaited them. Yet from Filch's incessant chatter and cheerful demeanor, he sensed that it would be quite dreadful. After walking for a while, he caught sight of the illuminated windows of Hagrid's hut. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. I'm ready to go. Hagrid's voice floated from a distance. Upon realizing it was Hagrid, Harry and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Working with Hagrid didn't seem too terrible. Filch, perhaps sensing Harry's inner thoughts or perhaps noticing the relief on his face, ominously remarked, "You probably think you'll have a jolly time with that oaf? Boy, you're heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to come out unscathed, I'll concede I was mistaken." At this, Neville abruptly ceased his sniffling, and Malfoy halted in his tracks. The Forbidden Forest? Malfoy repeated, his voice devoid of its usual calmness. We can't go in there at midnight. Anything could be lurking inside. I've heard there are werewolves. Behind them, Neville clutched Harry's sleeve tightly, instinctively retreating as if he would bolt back to the castle at any moment if Filch uttered anything more terrifying. You have only yourself to blame, Filch replied gleefully. Before you stir up trouble, why not consider the consequences? Oh, but werewolves are indeed frightening. Just as he was about to continue, Hagrid approached them from the darkness, Fong trailing behind, with his enormous crossbow and a quiver full of arrows slung over his shoulder. He had followed Virgil's advice, tucking his umbrella into his waistband. It's about time. I've been waiting for half an hour. How are you two, Harry? Hermione? You can't be so nice to them. They broke the rules and are here for punishment. Filch retorted coldly. So, you've been lecturing them all this time? Is that why you took so long? Hagrid frowned. Your job is to bring them here. I'll handle the rest. And this is not the place for your scoldings. Filch glared at Hagrid for a moment. His menacing gaze amplified in the dim light. I'll return by dawn, he said, flashing a somewhat terrifying smile, his yellowed teeth unsettling even to Hagrid. Remember to bring out their remains. With that, he turned and walked back toward the castle, the light fading into the darkness. I won't enter that forbidden forest. Malfoy shouted at Hagrid. Anyone who wants to can go. I demand to see Professor Snape. His voice quivered with fear. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go tonight, Hagrid replied mercilessly. This is a task for servants, not students. What school would allow students into the forbidden forest? I thought we were merely writing lines and doing some cleaning duties. What will your father do? Bring you home to find your mother? Do you think you're still at an age where crying will get you treats? Hagrid retorted roughly, his disdain for Slytherins evident. Either shut your mouth now, or you can leave and pack your bags. Your father will receive a notice of your expulsion. Perhaps witnessing Malfoy's humiliation lifted Harry's spirits. The Forbidden Forest was what it was. I've heard Fred and George say that as long as you're careful, there is nothing to fear, Harry whispered to Hermione. Ron mentioned that Fred and George often sneak into the Forbidden Forest. Once we go in, let South stick close to Hagrid. We mustn't get separated. Hermione nodded nervously, her pale face betraying her inner trepidation. Listen up. What we're about to do is very dangerous, and I don't want any of you getting hurt. Come with me over here. Hagrid's words interrupted Harry and Hermione's conversation. He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising his lamp high and pointing towards a narrow path that wound deeper into the woods. Look over there. Do you see that silvery, shimmering spot on the ground? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forest has been injured, and this is the second time this week. We need to find the wounded unicorn and help it escape danger. What if whatever harmed the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked, his voice thick with fear. Just as Hagrid was about to respond, Neville, at the back of the group, suddenly let out a shriek. Everyone turned to see Neville sitting on the ground, trembling as he pointed into the forest. Hagrid quickly raised his lamp, and they all focused on the direction Neville was indicating. A shadow with 2 heads emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, moving towards them. With a gulp, Harry felt a rush of alertness wash over them. Ah! Hermione screamed, crouching down and covering her head. Malfoy scurried towards Hagrid, seeking refuge behind the servant in his mouth. Only Harry remained rooted to the spot, though his trembling legs betrayed that he was not in a much better state than the others. Hagrid intended to command Fong to charge forward, but the hound was firmly restrained by the incapacitated Neville. Reluctantly, Hagrid thrust the lantern into Harry's hands, then unstrapped the enormous slingshot from his back. drawing it taut and taking aim at the shadow emerging from the forbidden forest. What on earth is that? Malfoy quavered, his voice laced with dread. Malfoy, if you cannot articulate properly, I would not mind suspending you for the entire night. As the shadow drew closer, illuminated by the light, the visage of Victor became discernible to all. Perched upon his shoulder was a large black cat. Hagrid, you are late. Chapter 64. Lessons in the Forbidden Forest. Virgil emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, presenting himself before the awaiting crowd. The large feline, Dahe, leaped down from his shoulder, lowering its head as if to scent something, gradually making its way to Neville Longbottom. Meow. After a thorough sniff, Dahe displayed an expression of utter disdain and swiftly returned to Virgil's feet. Observing Dahe's reaction, Virgil surmised that Neville had likely soiled himself. Hagrid, you are late, Virgil remarked, impatience lacing his tone. He and Professor Kettleburn had been waiting in the forest for over an hour. Eventually, even Professor Kettleburn grew weary of waiting and allowed Virgil to venture to the forest's edge to assess the situation. Harry and the others had arrived somewhat late. Filch had lectured them, causing a delay. Hagrid readied his bow once more, reclaiming Yaya from Neville's embrace. Let us go. The professor has been waiting anxiously, Virgil stated, cradling the hybrid cat weasel in his arms as he addressed the 5 companions. They followed Virgil along a narrow path into the Forbidden Forest, soon discovering Professor Kettleburn in a small clearing, adjusting a prosthetic limb. We shall split into 3 groups, Hagrid declared. Search along the trails of blood. The area was marked with traces of blood, clearly indicating that whatever it was had been stumbling around since the previous night. I'll take Virgil with me. And let one student accompany us, Professor Kettleburn suggested. Virgil, choose a classmate to join us. Hermione will do, Virgil replied, disregarding Draco Malfoy, who was eager to volunteer, and opted for Hermione Granger. Having a girl with us might alleviate some of Hagrid's burden. Professor Kettleburn nodded in agreement, beckoning to Hermione. She turned to Harry and Neville, whispering a few words before jogging to the side of the professor responsible for the magical creatures class. What about us? Malfoy lamented, realizing he was not chosen by the group and had to place his hopes in Hagrid once more. As long as you are with me or Yaya, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you. Then I want Yaya, Malfoy exclaimed, eyeing the creature's sharp teeth with urgency. Very well. But I must caution you that Yaya is rather timid, Hagrid replied. Then Harry and I will take one path, while Neville, Malfoy, and Yaya take another. Hermione, you shall accompany the professor and Virgil. Professor, I entrust Hermione's safety to you. Professor Kettleburn waved a hand, assuring Hagrid not to worry. If anyone finds the unicorn, shoot green sparks. If trouble arises, shoot red sparks. Upon seeing red sparks, we will come to your aid. Now, those who lack confidence should practice with their wands. The Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness and silence. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the path. Harry and Hagrid took the left, while Malfoy, Neville, and Yaya ventured down the right. Professor Kettleburn, however, was unconcerned about following Hagrid's usual route, leading Virgil and Hermione straight ahead. Let us allow Dahe to lead the way, Kettleburn suggested. Lead us. Dahe? Hermione looked around, curious about this creature that could guide a Hogwarts professor through the Forbidden Forest. Virgil crouched down, placing Dahe on the ground and murmuring something to it. This is Dahe? Hermione pointed at the plump hybrid cat weasel on the grass, incredulous. Dahe possesses the lineage of a cat weasel, granting it certain unique abilities that will aid us in the Forbidden Forest, Professor Kettleburn explained to the young Gryffindor. As Virgil concluded his communication with Dahe, the creature rolled its eyes at Hermione before striding deeper into the forest with feline grace. Observing Dahe's expression, Hermione voiced her confusion. Professor, why do I feel that cat looks down on me? Professor Kettleburn chuckled heartily, choosing not to address Hermione's question, but instead promptly followed the path led by the hybrid cat weasel. Hermione hurried to keep pace, fearing she would be left behind in the enveloping darkness. Throughout their journey, Professor Kettleburn elaborated on the myriad of creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Forest: trolls, acromantulas, unicorns, centaur clans, and even werewolves. Werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione gasped, having eavesdropped on the conversation. How can Hogwarts allow werewolves to dwell nearby? These are not the kind of werewolves you studied in your Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Miss Granger. The werewolves residing in the Forbidden Forest are pure bloods. Their transformation is innate, not a result of contagion. They consume raw flesh, but they are not cruel and do not seek to expand their kind by transforming ordinary humans. This is why Albus permits them to be neighbors to Hogwarts. After helping Hermione understand the werewolves of the Forbidden Forest, Professor Kettleburn continued to impart knowledge regarding centaurs to Virgil. Hermione leaned in closer, eager to absorb more of the professor's teachings. The forest was dense with trees, obscuring the moonlight, and the trio relied on dim lantern light to navigate. Despite the darkness, following Professor Kettleburn and Virgil, Hermione's previous fears of the Forbidden Forest gradually dissipated. The forest was alive with streams and a plethora of thorny brambles, purplewood, oaks, and other flora. Hermione trailed behind Virgil, captivated by the tales woven into the professor's explanations. Her gaze fixed on Dahe as it darted into bushes, explored tree hollows, and returned with a mouse, seeking a reward from Virgil. This felt less like confinement and more akin to a spring outing or an outdoor lesson led by a teacher. When Dahe caught another mouse and returned to the trio, Hermione posed a question to Professor Kettleburn. "Professor, my pet is also a hybrid cat weasel named Crookshanks. How can I determine if it possesses the special abilities you mentioned? And how can I train it?" A moment of silence ensued as Hermione wondered if her question had been inappropriate. Glancing up to find Professor Kettleburn regarding her with an icy stare, while Virgil had wandered off to play with Dahe, who had just returned with a mouse. Suddenly, a burst of red fireworks illuminated the sky, capturing the trio's attention and breaking the tense atmosphere. "I'll check what is happening. Virgil, you guide Granger in the direction we just came from," Professor Kettleburn instructed, swiftly waving his wand and lifting himself off the ground. Gliding rapidly towards the source of the fireworks, Virgil picked up Dahe, gesturing for Hermione to follow. As Hermione jogged after them, she pondered aloud, "Virgil, was there something wrong with my question? Why did Professor Kettleburn look at me that way?" "Your question was too utilitarian, Granger," Virgil remarked, signaling for Dahe to perch on his shoulder for a more comfortable run. "The professor is a true enthusiast of magical creatures. Note that I said enthusiast, not expert. Regarding your pet, you mentioned it is named Crookshanks, correct?" "Indeed. Given your awareness that your pet, Crookshanks, is a hybrid creature known as a Kneazle, are you familiar with the enchanting nature of this extraordinary animal? To what extent does your understanding of the Kneazle extend? Is it true that a pregnant Kneazle can bear as many as 8 offspring at once? Or is it necessary to possess a special permit issued by the Ministry of Magic to care for purebred Kneazles? If you remain oblivious to these details, or if you fail to grasp the distinctions between nurturing a Kneazle and tending to a commonplace domestic cat, then your inquiry into determining the hereditary traits and training methods of hybrid Kneazles may come across as superficial. The professor might perceive your interest as a mere desire to exploit the Kneazle's abilities for personal gain, rather than an authentic affection for magical creatures, failing to regard them as true companions. The professor is known for his amiable disposition and would not impose upon students the necessity of loving the study of magical creatures. However, he harbors a deep disdain for those who seek to exploit magical beings for their own benefit. Chapter 65. Firenze. As Virgil and Hermione hurried back, they encountered Professor Kettleburn, who had already returned. "What happened? Why are you back so soon, Professor?" Virgil inquired, while Hermione appeared particularly anxious. Among the other two groups, Harry and Hagrid were her friends, and Neville had only come here to face punishment due to her and Harry's influence. She could not bear the thought of any trouble arising on either side. That boy from the Malfoy family played a prank. He hid behind Longbottom and then suddenly grabbed him, scaring the poor child. Without checking who was behind him, he shot off red sparks, Kettleburn explained. "Professor, may I go see Neville?" Hermione pleaded. "No need. They have already left," Kettleburn replied. Hagrid, fuming, reorganized the groups, Longbottom and Hagrid together, while Potter and Malfoy were paired. "Well, our rivals are in the same group now. The Forbidden Forest is bound to be lively tonight," Virgil remarked. "By the way, Hagrid told me he encountered centaurs." They kept repeating a phrase. "The Mars is bright tonight," Professor Kettleburn added. "Virgil, didn't you mention that you have read quite a few books on divination? What do you think that phrase means?" Virgil pondered how to connect Mars with the unicorn incident. Perhaps it meant that the unicorn had perished. Or perhaps it was an omen of impending war. "War?" Hermione asked, incredulous. "What war is there now?" Kettleburn interrupted Virgil's analysis, but he conceded. "I still think the unicorn may indeed be near death. It did not return to its territory after being injured, but wandered aimlessly. Which suggests only one thing. It was still being hunted." "Correct," Kettleburn snapped his fingers. "Though the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest are not numerous. They are not limited to just 3 or 4. This indicates that the hunters are likely not creatures native to the Forbidden Forest." Hermione asked softly. "If not creatures from the Forbidden Forest, then what else could they be?" Kettleburn rolled his eyes at Hermione's question and gestured for Virgil to respond. Virgil, puzzled by how the top student of Gryffindor could falter at such a moment, replied, "It could also be dark wizards. Unicorns are exceedingly valuable. Their horns, hides, and tails can fetch a high price. The Black Market, Nocturne Alley, and even some shops in Diagon Alley would buy these materials. Let us not waste any more time here," Kettleburn urged, adjusting his prosthetic leg and prompting Virgil and Hermione to move along. "I sensed hesitation in your words. Were you about to say something, but refrained due to the presence of others?" During their journey, Kettleburn had deliberately positioned Hermione behind the large black creature to guide the way while he and Virgil brought up the rear. "Professor, if a dark wizard were hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, do you think it would truly be for money? What else could it be for?" Kettleburn replied, "Professor, do you recall when you discussed the properties of unicorn blood?" "What do you mean?" The professor stumbled at Virgil's words, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Virgil. "Why would you think that? If the dark wizard is capturing unicorns for financial gain, then he must be in dire need of money to kill 3 unicorns in succession. Moreover, Hagrid never mentioned whether the deceased unicorns had their horns or hides taken. This suggests that the horns and hides may still be intact on the unicorns' bodies. If it's not for money, what could compel him to take such risks in the Forbidden Forest? Not to mention the formidable magical prowess and speed of unicorns. Even the Centaur tribes, who have historically maintained good relations with them, would not let him off easily. With so many risks at play, his actions can only imply that he seeks the unicorn's blood or the effects thereof, even if such effects come with a dreadful curse." Kettleburn halted, gesturing for Hermione to stop as well. "Release the red sparks," he instructed Virgil. Nodding, Virgil drew his wand and released red sparks into the air. "What is happening?" Hermione, who had been walking ahead, paused, perplexed by the sudden stillness, but as she noticed the professor and Virgil were silent, she merely closed her mouth and waited quietly. Before long, Harry and Malfoy, accompanied by Fong, arrived breathlessly. "What's wrong, Professor? Is there a problem?" Harry asked. "Stay here and don't wander off," Kettleburn instructed. "I've had some thoughts. If my suspicions are correct, this matter exceeds the capabilities of first-year students. So, remain here, and I will escort you out of the Forbidden Forest shortly." After a moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. "It's Hagrid!" Harry exclaimed excitedly, attempting to rush toward him, only to be pulled back by Virgil. "Be quiet," Virgil admonished the overly excited Harry. "Listen carefully. Those are the footsteps of a 4-legged creature, not Hagrid or Neville." As he spoke, Virgil drew his wand, aiming toward the source of the sound. The footsteps grew closer, and this time, Harry recognized the sound of hoofs. Suddenly, a centaur leapt into view, standing firmly before them. This centaur was not the older Ronan or Bane, but a younger one, with platinum hair and a silver mane. "Good evening, Firenze," Kettleburn greeted the centaur, seated beneath a tree. "Pleasure to see you, Professor Kettleburn," Firenze replied, glancing at the young wizards around him. "You're bringing students into the Forbidden Forest for class at this hour?" Hagrid informed me of recent unicorn slayings. "We came to investigate. The boy with the wand is my student, while the others are here to face punishment for their misdeeds at school." Firenze scrutinized the group of students gathered around Kettleburn, his gaze eventually settling on the prominent scar on Harry's forehead. "You are the boy from the Potter family?" he asked. Harry nervously nodded, instinctively shifting closer to Virgil, who held the wand. "You should leave here at once. The forest is not safe, especially for you," Firenze warned gravely. "Not safe for me? What do you mean?" Harry replied, perplexed by Firenze's ominous words. "This is a celestial prophecy. The stars have revealed secrets to me. The creature lurking in the forest is not friendly toward you," Firenze said, looking up at Kettleburn. "Professor, may I take the Potter boy away from here? We will wait for you at the forest's edge." Kettleburn considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Can you ride, Potter? It might be quicker this way." Firenze lowered his forelegs, allowing Harry to climb onto his back. "Wait, Firenze." Just as Firenze prepared to depart with Harry, Virgil called out to him. "Child, do you have something to say?" Virgil approached Firenze's side, glancing back to gauge the distance from Malfoy and the others, ensuring their conversation remained unheard. He whispered, "Regardless of what Firenze may convey to you, or any inferences you might draw from his words, remember to keep it to yourself. If ever in doubt, seek out Professor Dumbledore." As soon as he finished speaking, Virgil turned abruptly, leaving no opportunity for Harry or Firenze to inquire further. Firenze cast a profound gaze at Virgil before gracefully turning and darting towards the edge of the forest. Chapter 66. Even a corpse should not be wasted. What did he mean by that? Harry asked, somewhat perplexed. And why do you say the creatures lurking in the Forbidden Forest are unfriendly towards me? Firenze did not directly answer Harry's inquiries. Instead, he posed a question in return. Potter, how well do you know that boy you were just with? Are you referring to Virgil Chenier? We are not in the same house. I am in Gryffindor, and he is in Ravenclaw. We can only say we are acquainted. Just acquainted? Firenze mused as he ran. Firenze, can you tell me what exactly lurks in the Forbidden Forest? As he slowed his pace, Firenze urged Harry to duck under the low-hanging branches, but still evaded Harry's question. Eventually, they stumbled upon a patch of silvery blood illuminated by the moonlight, prompting Firenze to ask, Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? I'm sorry, I don't. We only used its horn and tail in potions class. Harry was baffled by Firenze's peculiar question. Were you not informed about it in the Forbidden Forest by Professor Kettleburn and that Ravenclaw boy? No, Harry shook his head. We split into 3 groups to search for the unicorn. We only regrouped after seeing the red sparks. Professor Kettleburn merely stated that the situation exceeded our capabilities and intended to escort us back to the castle. He was right to do so, Harry Potter. To kill a unicorn is an act of utmost brutality. Only one who possesses nothing yet desires everything would commit such a heinous crime. Firenze paused, swallowing hard, before continuing. Unicorn blood can prolong life, even when one is on the brink of death, but it exacts a terrible price. To save one's own life by slaughtering a pure being means that from the moment its blood touches your lips, you will possess a half-life, a cursed existence. But who is this fugitive? What connection do I have with him? Harry cried out in confusion from Firenze's back. If the price is a lifetime of being cursed, then it would be better to die. Indeed, Firenze concurred, unless you intend to use it to prolong your life. Allowing you to drink something else, something that fully restores your vitality and magical power, something that grants immortality. So, Mr. Potter, do you know what is concealed within the school at this very moment? The Philosopher's Stone. It is the elixir of life. But who would be so eager to obtain it? Can you not fathom it? Who has been lurking in the shadows for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who craves immortality above all else? Suddenly, Harry understood, recalling Hagrid's words from their first meeting. Some say he is dead, but I believe that is nonsense. Do you mean? Voldemort, do not speak that name. Firenze interjected swiftly. I know you are not afraid to utter it, but there is a reason why others refrain from doing so. You will come to understand this in time. Now, I shall set you down here. They had returned to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Harry slid off Firenze's back. But Firenze, how did you deduce that it was that person seeking the Philosopher's Stone? Harry questioned. It is the stars, the prophecies of the heavens. Firenze gazed up at the night sky. The planets provide us with omens. Harry too looked skyward, attempting to comprehend how the celestial bodies conveyed messages to centaurs. But Firenze interrupted his thoughts. I am more curious about that Ravenclaw boy. He would not have spoken to you without reason. You mean? Harry's voice lowered, hoarse. I believe he may know something, Firenze asserted firmly. Perhaps it is divination, or maybe he has discovered some clue, or perhaps, before Firenze could finish, both he and Harry spotted a silvery bird snake darting from the forest towards the castle. What is that? Harry exclaimed, fearing some calamity had occurred in the Forbidden Forest. Firenze raised a hand, signaling Harry to remain calm. That is a Patronus charm, a profound magic cast by that professor. He must be notifying the other teachers. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid arrived late with Neville. Upon rejoining the group, he noticed the absence of the most crucial member and panicked. It was only when Virgil informed him that Harry had been taken by Firenze and would wait for them at the edge of the forest that Hagrid regained his composure. The group made their way back to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Professor, what do you believe it truly is? Hagrid asked the elderly man beside him. I can't shake the feeling that it is not the work of a creature from the forest. Currently, I cannot say for certain what it is. I only have some suspicions. If my hunch is correct, you should refrain from entering the Forbidden Forest for a while, and students must not approach at all. I have already informed Dumbledore. The professors will handle the situation from here. Perhaps due to the presence of many people, along with a teacher in their midst, the group no longer felt the same dread as before, until they encountered 2 centaurs. Bane? Ronan? Hagrid recognized the rushing centaurs and asked, What has happened now? We have found the body of a unicorn, Ronan said uneasily, pawing at the ground with his hooves. It is not far ahead. Would you like to take a look? Hagrid glanced down at Professor Kettleburn, and upon receiving a nod of agreement from the professor, the group veered off towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew increasingly dense, and the path Hagrid frequently traversed had long since vanished. Under Ronan and Bane's guidance, the group discovered the bloodstains on the ground becoming more frequent, with splatters of blood on the tree trunks, suggesting a wounded creature had desperately struggled to escape. This is it. Ronan and Bane halted, and the group peered through a tangle of ancient branches to see a clearing ahead. A pure white creature lay there, surrounded by silvery blood, glistening under the moonlight. It was indeed a unicorn, its forelegs frozen in the unnatural pose of its fall. Its white mane spread across the dark leaves, strikingly conspicuous. "Do not move from this spot," Ronan instructed. "Hagrid, Virgil, come with me." Professor Kettleburn directed the others, and Virgil placed his cat otter on the ground, cautioning it not to wander. The large black dog seemed to sense the death of the sacred unicorn, emitting a low, mournful whine. "Professor," Virgil said, producing dragonhide gloves from his pocket and offering a pair to Professor Kettleburn as he prepared to approach the unicorn's body. He retrieved another pair for himself. Since beginning his studies in the protection of magical creatures, Virgil had found that the most inconspicuous gloves were the first to wear out. Thus, during the Christmas holiday, he had purchased several pairs in Diagon Alley. "It is a fatal wound caused by dark magic," Professor Kettleburn stated after examining the body. Turning to Virgil, who was crouched nearby. "You guessed correctly, it was the work of a wizard." Hagrid, who had overheard Professor Kettleburn's conclusion, furiously pounded the ground with his fists, uttering a torrent of unsavory words and curses. Meanwhile, Hermione and the others, standing at the edge of the clearing, could only watch as Virgil and his companions continued to examine the corpse of the unicorn. They wished to approach, but were held back by Ronan. They then observed Hagrid relentlessly striking the earth, but the distance was too great for them to discern the conversation between Virgil and Professor Kettleburn. "Professor, look," Virgil said, pointing to a wound on the unicorn's body. "This appears to be a fresh injury. The blood on the surrounding fur is still wet and has not yet coagulated. It seems the individual has only just departed." "Departed only recently?" Professor Kettleburn squinted. "That indicates the person may still be hiding within the Forbidden Forest. You cannot remain in the forest any longer. Leave at once. Hagrid, you should bury it." Professor? What is it?" "I can." Virgil retrieved several potion vials from his transfigured lizard skin bag, shaking them in front of Professor Kettleburn. The professor's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. He could only weakly gesture for Virgil to proceed with his intentions. "Be swift." Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Virgil began collecting the still liquid unicorn blood into the vials. Perhaps to facilitate the blood collection, Virgil surmised that Quirrell had employed some magic to impede coagulation. Eventually, even Professor Kettleburn could no longer bear to watch. He detached his prosthetic arm and playfully swatted Virgil's behind as he diligently gathered the fluid. All right, Virgil protested. Yet his hands did not cease their work. He then produced the Christmas gift bestowed upon him by Professor Flitwick, a dagger crafted by elves, and commenced to cut the unicorn's horn. Initially intending to use a severing charm, Virgil recalled the professor's lesson that unicorns possess a degree of immunity to magical spells. Given Virgil's current level of magical proficiency, he doubted his ability to inflict any harm upon the unicorn, even in death. After collecting the horn and tail hair amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, Virgil signaled to Hagrid that it was time to bury the unicorn's remains. As they made their way back to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hermione and the others observed Professor Kettleburn persistently using his magical prosthetic to playfully swat at Virgil's backside. Chapter 67. The return of the invisibility cloak. The group observed Harry and Firenze anxiously waiting at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hermione hurried over to Harry's side, and the two began to converse in hushed tones. "Why did it take you so long to emerge?" Harry inquired. "Ronan and Bane discovered the corpse of a unicorn, so we took a detour to the site of the discovery." "And what did you find? Did you see who harmed the unicorn?" he asked, concerned that his dear friends might encounter Voldemort face to face. "We found nothing. When we arrived, there was only the unicorn's body." As for findings, Virgil had quite a significant haul. Hermione then recounted Virgil's actions to him. How could he do such a thing? Didn't Professor Kettleburn stop him? Harry asked, astonished. No. It was rumored around the school that Virgil was Professor Flitwick's favorite student, and some even claimed to have seen Flitwick giving him special attention in his office. Now it appears that Kettleburn may have favored him as well, and judging by his behavior, their relationship may extend beyond mere student and teacher. "You are now completely safe," Firenze said as he approached Harry and bowed his head. "I must return." With that, he walked over to Ronan and Bane, addressing Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn. "We will continue searching the Forbidden Forest for the individual who harmed the unicorn. It is best not to allow such young children to enter the forest for the time being." I have informed Professor Dumbledore of the situation in the Forbidden Forest. Kettleburn stated. Please exercise caution while in the forest. The three centaurs nodded and turned to venture deeper into the woods. Professor Kettleburn and Hagrid approached the remaining students and addressed them. Your detention has been lifted early. If Filch inquires, simply direct him to me. Now, follow Hagrid back to the castle and do not lag behind. Virgil, you should accompany them back to the Ravenclaw common room. With that, Professor Kettleburn waved his wand again, causing himself to float towards the castle, leaving Virgil and several students to walk back under Hagrid's supervision. Hagrid insisted on escorting each of them to the entrance of their respective common rooms. Even Malfoy enjoyed the privilege of being escorted to the Slytherin dungeon. Harry, however, was intrigued by the entrance method for the Ravenclaw common room. What if I can't answer the question? He asked Virgil. Then you simply respond to the next question. Or wait until someone else can answer it before you enter. Watching Virgil disappear into the common room, Harry recalled what Firenze had said to him in the Forbidden Forest. I believe he might know something, perhaps through divination, or maybe he has uncovered some clues. Harry wanted to call out to Virgil. But remembering that Hagrid and Neville were still behind him, he swallowed his questions, intending to find an opportunity for a private conversation with Virgil later. All right. I will escort you back to the Gryffindor common room. I hope the fat lady is not wandering about, Hagrid murmured. Fortunately, that evening, the fat lady remained faithfully at the entrance to the Gryffindor dormitory. Upon entering the common room, Neville did not engage with Harry and Hermione, heading directly to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione spotted Ron fast asleep on the sofa. When Harry rather roughly shook him awake, Ron was mumbling something about Quidditch fouls. Once fully awake, he focused intently on Harry and Hermione as they recounted the events in the Forbidden Forest. Snape was actually stealing the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. Snape was moving about the castle while Voldemort awaited in the Forbidden Forest, relying on the blood of unicorns to sustain his life. Don't say that name again, please, Harry, Ron whispered in distress. However, Harry paid little heed to Ron's plea and paced back and forth in the common room, diligently analyzing the situation. But reporting Snape won't lead any teacher to believe us. After all, he has been lurking in the school for years. We must wait until he attempts to steal the Philosopher's Stone and thwart him, then expose him. Yes, and Quirrell. Snape has been threatening Quirrell, which you both are aware of. We need to help Quirrell, at the very least not allow him to feel the same fear of Snape as before. Harry, did you say that these matters were revealed to you by Firenze? Did he not mention anything else? Was there no evidence that could convince the professors? Hermione inquired. Right. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry suddenly clapped his hands together. Hermione, I nearly forgot. I overlooked someone. Who? Virgil Chonier, Harry replied. Firenze believes Virgil Chonier might know something. What could he possibly know? The Philosopher's Stone or the Dark Lord? Ron questioned. Skeptical of Firenze's deduction, Firenze suggested he might have insights through divination or perhaps discovered some traces. I heard Professor Kettleburn mention that Virgil seems to have read a considerable number of books on divination. Hermione relayed her insights from the Forbidden Forest. Divination? Don't be ridiculous. Ron dismissed Harry and Hermione's thoughts. Divination is unreliable. Even the divination teacher at Hogwarts is a fraud. How could he possibly predict anything? Fred and George said that with Trelawney's level of divination, no one would approach her even if she set up a stall in Diagon Alley, regardless of what he knows. We can simply ask him. I remember that Ravenclaw only has one defense against the dark arts class tomorrow morning. We can talk to him after class, Hermione suggested. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione convened in the Gryffindor common room to discuss, Dumbledore sat in his office, having just seen Professor Kettleburn out. He gazed at the teacup on his desk, murmuring to himself, Have you truly reached this point? Do you know who is hunting the unicorns? Dumbledore? Came a voice from the portrait of Phineas on the wall. Then why do you not intervene? I can venture a guess, Phineas. However, the time is not yet ripe. What is there to hesitate about? There are dark wizards lurking in the Forbidden Forest, hunting unicorns. You must prioritize the safety of those children. Enough, Phineas, interjected another portrait. That of Armando Depet. You must have faith in Albus. Phineas Black scoffed, falling silent. Dumbledore remained unfazed by the portrait's interjections, quietly contemplating. Gradually, the portraits fell silent as well. Oh right. Dumbledore suddenly stood, snapping his fingers. I nearly forgot this crucial matter. What have you recalled, Albus? Phineas Black asked. However, Dumbledore did not respond. Swiftly exiting the office, leaving Phineas Black shouting after him. Albus, what have you remembered? I detest those who speak halfway. Hey, Albus. Albus Dumbledore. Enough, Phineas. Be quiet. Finally, The portrait of Headmaster Walter Aragon could no longer endure Phineas's incessant chatter and raised his wand, charging at Phineas Black's frame. As dawn approached, the discussion among Harry, Ron, and Hermione came to a halt. The three individuals returned to their dormitory. Their throats parched and sore from a lengthy conversation that had consumed a significant portion of the night. Exhausted, they collapsed onto their beds and succumbed to slumber. As Harry gradually drifted into the realm of dreams, Dumbledore unexpectedly materialized within the dormitory. He surveyed the slumbering Harry and glanced at Ron, who had begun to mumble in his sleep, shaking his head in disapproval. From within his robes, he retrieved an object and placed it beneath Harry's sheets. He then gently covered Dean, who had kicked off his blanket, tucking him in snugly. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Ah, the vigor of youth. After such a lengthy discourse, I, an elder, find myself waiting until now." The following morning, Harry awoke from his dreams, immediately sensing the presence of an unfamiliar object beneath his sheets. Observing the still sleeping figures of his companions, he quietly pulled back the covers to discover his invisibility cloak, meticulously folded and nestled beneath his bedding. Tacked onto it was a note that read, "Just in case." Chapter 68, A Secret Discussion. Virgil. Harry intercepted Virgil in the castle corridor, shortly after his class ended, with Ron and Hermione trailing behind him. "We need to talk." Harry grasped Virgil's robe, preventing him from leaving. Virgil's three roommates assumed Harry was causing trouble and stepped forward to intervene. Hermione quickly moved to pull Harry back and address the trio. "We mean no harm. We just have a few questions for Virgil." Turning to Virgil, Butte glanced back and, upon seeing Virgil nod, the three relaxed. "We'll wait for you in the dining hall. You'd better hurry," Connor urged. As they departed, Goldstein shot a fierce glare at Harry. They found an empty classroom and entered in single file. "What do you want?" Virgil asked. "You'd better be quick. This afternoon is our Quidditch match against Slytherin, and I want to watch." "We came to inquire about that thing hidden in the fourth-floor corridor," Harry began, but Virgil interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Sorry, Potter, I don't wish to discuss that matter. Do you have other questions? If not, I need to find my roommates." "Wait," Harry halted Virgil, while Ron dashed to block the door. "Shawneal, I'm not sure how much you know about this, but you must realize how significant that thing hidden on the fourth floor truly is." Virgil cut him off again. "What annoys me, Potter, is your tendency to keep everything under wraps. Many things aren't known solely to you. Others may have already uncovered what you've strived so hard to find. It's quite obvious, considering your earlier search for Nicholas Flamel's information. Flamel's most notable invention is the Philosopher's Stone, and given the recent unicorn deaths, it's only logical to assume the stone could be hidden within Hogwarts. Don't assume everyone is a fool. Perhaps what you've labored to discover is already common knowledge to others." Virgil's words left Hermione, who prided herself on her academic prowess, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Fine. Let us speak of the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said, snapping Hermione out of her reverie. "We believe someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Virgil stood silently, his gaze fixed on Harry. "All right, you win," Harry sighed, conceding to Virgil. "We suspect Snape might be trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone." "Oh, aren't you surprised?" Harry felt a surge of irritation upon witnessing Virgil's nonchalant reaction. This Ravenclaw student seemed to evoke an inexplicable anger within him. "You don't believe us?" Seeing Harry's mounting frustration, Virgil lost patience with the boy who had narrowly escaped death. "If you want me to believe you, at least provide some evidence. My relationship with Snape may not be favorable, but he is still a professor at Hogwarts. You can't expect me to accept your claims just because you say so. Furthermore, what would motivate Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone? To resurrect Voldemort?" Harry shouted, voicing his innermost fears. "Don't say that name," Ron pleaded from the doorway. "Harry, please refrain from mentioning that name." Sighing, Virgil sat down, glancing at Harry and Hermione before turning to Ron with a question. "Weasley, I recall you are from a pureblood family, correct?" Ron nodded. "Potter and Granger might be somewhat ignorant of certain matters due to their upbringing. Please enlighten them. As a descendant of a pureblood family, how do you perceive Albus Dumbledore?" Though puzzled by Virgil's inquiry, Ron answered sincerely. "Professor Dumbledore is universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard of our time, the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. He has also been nominated several times for the Minister of Magic." "That's enough," Virgil interjected. "Do you believe that with all those titles and positions, Dumbledore could be a foolish old man?" "Of course not." Ron's expression was one of firm denial. "So, you believe Snape aims to assist the Dark Lord's revival? This implies that Snape must have had some connection with him." Do you think Dumbledore would keep someone closely associated with the Dark Lord so close at hand? Virgil's words rendered Harry momentarily silent. However, unbeknownst to Harry and his companions, Virgil's mind raced as he struggled to recall when Harry first learned that Snape was also a Death Eater. Yet, judging by Harry's reaction, Virgil surmised that Harry remained oblivious to the existence of the Death Eaters. But what if Snape truly intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone? How can we ascertain when he will act? How can we thwart him? Hermione queried. Quite simply, whether it's Snape or anyone else. When is the optimal time for them to steal something from Hogwarts? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Of course, it is when Dumbledore is absent from the school. That would be the easiest moment to strike. Therefore, all you need to do is keep an eye on when Dumbledore is away and monitor Snape on that day. However, I suspect this may prove difficult for you, especially with final exams approaching, unless you wish to neglect your studies. But how do we stop him? Hermione pressed, unable to conceive a plan to intercept Snape. Why must you confront him directly? Do you truly comprehend the caliber of a wizard bold enough to steal from Hogwarts under Dumbledore's very nose? If you three first-year students could thwart him, then the security of the Philosopher's Stone would indeed be assured, Virgil remarked, baffled by their insistence on personally confronting the situation. As long as you can confirm that the individual attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone has entered that room in the fourth-floor corridor, you could alert a teacher. Surely, you don't believe that Professor Dumbledore would leave the Philosopher's Stone unguarded for anyone to simply take? There are bound to be obstacles or powerful enchantments to deter those with ill intentions. As the universally recognized greatest wizard of our time, I doubt Dumbledore's defenses would be easily breached. Having said this, Virgil stood to leave, feeling he had imparted all necessary information. At the door, Ron instinctively stepped aside to allow him passage. This time, there was no need for Virgil to push Ron aside. As he turned the door handle, Virgil glanced back at Harry and reiterated his earlier warning. Remember, seek Dumbledore for matters beyond your capability. If there are matters that elude understanding, one may always seek the counsel of Professor Dumbledore, who is known for his amiable disposition. As Virgil departed the classroom en route to the dining hall, he silently calculated the time and realized that the preparation of the fireproof potion must commence. Having never before concocted such a potion, the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. Moreover, with the impending final review looming, Virgil felt an acute sense of urgency. Fortunately, the materials he had requested from Montague had all been delivered, though, correspondingly, his personal finances had diminished by more than half. Chapter 69. The duel and the potion complement each other. Virgil's innovative strategy for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team indeed caught Slytherin off guard at the beginning of the match. Greg Bell and Roger Davies repeatedly executed near-death blocks and screens, creating opportunities for the Seeker, Annabeth. Slytherin was evidently bewildered by Ravenclaw's somewhat brutish style of play, resulting in a staggering 40-0 lead for Annabeth. As Virgil observed the surrounding Ravenclaw students cheering with exuberance, his expression remained stoic, even somewhat grave. The celebrating Goldstein seemed to notice Virgil's unusual demeanor and leaned in to inquire, "What's wrong? We're ahead, thanks to your tactical design. Why aren't you a bit more jubilant?" "Mason is not performing well today," Virgil replied seriously, gesturing towards the Seeker, Mason Fletcher, who was hovering high above and scanning the surroundings. In contrast to Terrence Higgs, who had been aimlessly wandering the pitch since the start of the match, Mason appeared to be rather subdued. "Is that a problem? We can widen the gap with the Chasers scoring, just like Hufflepuff did against Gryffindor," Goldstein retorted. They still believed that Hufflepuff's loss to Gryffindor was primarily due to luck. Virgil knew they could not afford to wait any longer. After all, Slytherin thrived on brutal fouls and physical prowess. Once they adapted to Ravenclaw's rhythm, it would become increasingly challenging for Ravenclaw's three chasers to score using their current tactics. Virgil beckoned his three roommates, and the four of them surged towards the front row of the stands. Some disgruntled Ravenclaw students, about to voice their displeasure at being pushed aside, fell silent upon realizing that it was Virgil passing by. Most Ravenclaw students were aware that the effective strategy implemented at the start of the match was indeed designed by Virgil, leading them to graciously part ways for him. Upon reaching the front row, the quartet frantically shouted towards the pitch, hoping to catch the attention of the beater, Samuels. The surrounding Ravenclaw students were puzzled by the sight of Virgil and his friends jumping and shouting at the edge of the stands, unsure of what was transpiring. Thus, their cries were drowned out by the roars of the crowd. Eventually, when Virgil realized he could not attract Samuel's attention, he drew his wand, pressed it against his throat, and bellowed towards the center of the pitch, "Jansen Samuels." His booming voice instantly overshadowed the cheers around him, resonating throughout the entire Quidditch stadium. In that moment, even the Slytherin stands and students from other houses fell silent, enveloping the arena in an eerie hush. "Quite a spell," remarked Dumbledore with a smile to Professor Flitwick, who was visibly uncomfortable. The professor could only nod in agreement while discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, silently muttering, "Such a lack of awareness. I need to teach this boy a lesson." Even more awkward was the situation for the beater, Samuels, who swiftly maneuvered his broomstick to the front of Virgil's stand. "What is going on?" Samuels asked, bemused as he regarded his junior. He knew that the following day's gossip among the students would undoubtedly include him. However, Virgil was unfazed by such considerations. Despite his lack of interest in Quidditch, he wished to assist Ravenclaw in securing victory this year, especially given his amicable relations with Professor Flitwick and the team members. "Mason's performance is off. I'm concerned Higgs might catch the snitch first. You need to help Mason disrupt Higgs, while Larry holds off Slytherin's beaters. Then, inform Greg and Roger that Slytherin is adapting to our rhythm. They should revert to their usual tactics. Particularly remind Annabeth that Slytherin's counterattack will be fiercer. She must avoid direct confrontations and protect herself." Virgil conveyed all his thoughts in one breath, then patted Samuels on the shoulder, urging him to return to the match, lest Madame Hooch penalize Ravenclaw for a foul. Seeing Samuels relay his instructions to the others, Virgil felt a sense of relief. He had done all he could. Now it was a matter of whether Gabriel could withstand Slytherin's counteroffensive and whether Fletcher could seize the golden snitch. Virgil pulled Goldstein aside and declared, "I'm heading back. Let me know the match result tonight." "Are you watching the match?" Goldstein queried. "I won T. I've done what I can, and I can't assist further. I'm going back." Goldstein nodded and stepped aside to allow Virgil to leave. Once outside the stadium, Virgil hurried back to the dormitory, retrieved a bag from beneath his bed, and, taking advantage of the sparse castle atmosphere while everyone else was watching the match, entered the room of requirement. This time, the room provided Virgil with a space resembling a potion workshop, complete with a suitable workbench, a rack for test tubes, a brass scale, and various equipment necessary for potion making. Virgil had specifically brought an automatic stirring cauldron, and it was the first time he was using such a high-tech cauldron. After adding some auxiliary materials to the cauldron and activating the automatic stirring mode, he adjusted the stirring speed and focused intently on handling the three primary ingredients for the fireproof potion: exploding mushrooms, blood of fire lizard, and tumor powder. It was somewhat amusing for Virgil that the three main ingredients were sourced from different places. The blood of fire lizard was borrowed from Professor Kettleburn. The tumor powder was acquired from the Weasley twins, while the exploding mushrooms were the only ingredients he had genuinely purchased from Montague at a considerable price. Interestingly, the bulk of the expenses turned out to be those seemingly insignificant auxiliary materials. At this moment, Virgil was cautiously slicing the exploding mushrooms. The mushrooms provided by Montague were processed, but not pre-sliced. Although the risk had significantly been reduced, there remained a possibility of expansion and explosion. Virgil meticulously cut the exploding mushrooms into slices, wary of making any abrupt movements that might affect the main ingredients of the potion. It must be said that since studying dueling under Professor Flitwick, not only had his spell-casting skills improved notably, but his potion-making abilities had also advanced. The reason for this progress lay in his calm demeanor and steady hands when handling hazardous materials. After learning about true wizard dueling from Professor Flitwick, Virgil realized that genuine wizard dueling was not akin to the childish antics of first and second years standing in a dueling club converted from the dining hall. Waving their wands at opponents reciting curses, it was merely child's play. It also differed from the combat styles of hit wizards and aurors. The battles of hit wizards and aurors involved numerous external factors, such as specialized magical artifacts and a variety of potions, with some dark wizards even breeding magical creatures and plants. Moreover, most dark wizards, when confronted by pursuing aurors and hit wizards, instinctively sought to flee, devising every conceivable means to create opportunities for disapparition or poor key escape. Except during Voldemort's reign, when many Death Eaters chose to confront aurors and hit wizards head-on. Most dark wizards preferred evasion, believing that survival was paramount. Wizard dueling, however, constituted a different framework altogether. Two wizards stood face to face, devoid of usable props, magical creatures, or plants, and without rugged terrain or furniture to shield them from spells. You can rely solely on, and trust in, the wand in your hand. Spells, transfigurations, and even dark magic may manifest upon the dueling platform. You might also encounter silent spells, wandless magic, or opponents adept in the Animagus form, evading your incantations. Every minor misstep could lead to your defeat or even your demise. The precise pronunciation of spells and the method of casting must be executed flawlessly. Take, for instance, the seemingly simple incantation of Wingardium Leviosa, which requires a mere flick and swish. Yet, in your attempt to evade an adversary's spell, a flaw in your motion could yield catastrophic consequences. It is said that duels during the era of the Four Founders were more terrifying, with wizards casting spells from a distance before engaging in close combat with melee weapons. Gryffindor, renowned as a master duelist, wielded a goblin-made sword not merely for display, but because dueling was exceedingly brutal at that time. However, as wizards faced persecution due to religious reasons, their numbers dwindled significantly, leading to a transformation in the rules of dueling. Thus, Flitwick, while training Virgil, insisted that he practice the simple act of raising his wand. You heard correctly, just the act of raising the wand. Yet, the training process was far from simple. In addition to daily drills of raising his wand, Flitwick would cast levitation spells to suspend Virgil in midair, either head down, spinning continuously, or lying flat, all while ensuring that his wand-bearing arm remained perfectly still, honing the stability of his arm. Consequently, when Virgil handles perilous materials, his arm remains steady and unwavering. Chapter 70. Fireproof Potion. Virgil carefully placed the chopped explosive mushrooms into the crucible. From this moment onward, he had to stir it manually. Rather than relying on the crucible's automatic stirring mechanism, he cautiously began to mix the contents in a clockwise motion until the liquid within the crucible turned a striking blue. Then, he introduced the blood of a fire lizard, adding it drop by drop while stirring counterclockwise, watching as the potion transformed from blue to green. Finally, he added the pulverized meat tumor powder, stirring clockwise until the concoction became a vivid red, signifying the successful creation of the fireproof potion. Gazing at the row of small vials before him, Virgil randomly selected one and poured it into his mouth. The sensation was akin to ice, permeating throughout his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Almost immediately, he felt as though a layer of ice had crystallized beneath his skin. This must be the effect of the meat tumor powder. He murmured softly before drawing forth his wand. Flames erupted. An orange-red fire shot forth from the tip of his wand. Virgil gritted his teeth and gradually extended his hand toward the blaze. No sensation. He felt no burning from the flames against his skin. Instead, there was a comforting warmth, nearly eliciting a moan of relief from him, who had just been rendered cold by the potion. It seemed the potion posed no issues. He tucked the remaining vials of fireproof potion into his pocket. Of course, this was not entirely foolproof. Virgil vaguely recalled a black flame that had blocked Harry's path, which did not seem like an ordinary fire. He could not quite remember the color of the potion that Harry Potter had chosen to consume. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to summon the fire god. If he could master such a skill, would he need to expend such effort concocting the fireproof potion? Packing away the other items into the crucible, Virgil slipped out of the room of requirement. Before he could reach the Ravenclaw Tower, he heard the faint sounds of cheers and shouts proclaiming Ravenclaw's victory echoing down the corridor. It appeared the match had concluded. After answering the questions posed by the Eagle Door, as he stepped into the common room, Virgil was ambushed. A cold butterbeer cascaded down from above, trickling down his cheeks and into his collar, delivering a refreshing chill. "Look who's back." Roger Davis's voice rang out from the crowd. "It's our esteemed coach." The common room erupted into raucous cheers, with some even setting off small fireworks procured from Zonkos. Virgil struggled to free himself from the embrace of a fellow Ravenclaw student, laboriously scanning the crowd. At last, he spotted his 3 roommates in a window-side nook. "What is going on?" Virgil tossed the crucible onto the table and removed his damp robes, beginning to dry off. The 3 Goldstein siblings quickly put down their drinks and began helping him tidy up. The subsequent match was quite dramatic, they explained as they cleaned. "After you left, Jansen's seeker balls were all aimed at Higgs, and then one fortuitously struck Higgs on the back of the head. Even though Madame Pomfrey provided some basic treatment, Higgs was still dazed when he entered the game, unable to locate the golden snitch. Mason managed to catch the snitch before Slytherin could catch up with the score. So, my strategy didn't really have much effect? Not at all. Kona replied while helping Virgil with his robes, saying that after you advised Jansen, he flew almost right beside Higgs. There were 2 instances when Higgs spotted the snitch, but Jansen thwarted him. You wouldn't believe it. Jansen nearly considered using his bat on Higgs. He might have wanted to take them both out. One batter for the opposing seeker would be a surefire win. So, does this mean Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are now tied with 2 victories each? Have we surpassed Slytherin in the House Cup standings? Virgil inquired. Conan nodded enthusiastically, stating that a Ravenclaw student had already confirmed in the Great Hall that Ravenclaw had indeed overtaken Slytherin, becoming the frontrunners among the 4 houses. We must also thank Potter, Granger, and Longbottom. If not for their efforts in deducting points from Gryffindor, we would only be in 2nd place now. Butte didn't forget to take a jab at Gryffindor either. Since we've won, why haven't I seen Gabri? Virgil turned to scan the crowd but failed to spot the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Gabri went to the hospital wing to care for Annabeth. The Slytherin counterattack was rather fierce, and as soon as the match ended, Gabri assisted Annabeth to the hospital. Dirty Slytherin, Goldstein muttered under his breath. Virgil chose not to voice his opinion. In a contact sport like Quidditch, it was inevitable that the girls would face some disadvantages. But with the limited number of participants in the magical community, it was improbable to establish a separate league for women's Quidditch. Thus, in Virgil's view, Slytherin's team composition was quite logical, which was also why they had consistently clinched the Quidditch Cup in previous years. As for Gryffindor, with 3 female chasers defeating Slytherin, it was nothing short of a testament to Harry Potter's protagonist aura. However, given the current semester's trends, even if Ravenclaw did not secure the final House Cup, the Quidditch Championship seemed well within reach. The last match was against Gryffindor, scheduled after the end-of-term exams. Harry Potter would likely miss this match due to the incidents involving Quirrell and Voldemort, making Ravenclaw's victory nearly a certainty. This would establish the Ravenclaw Quidditch team as the sole victors with 3 wins this year, securing the championship outright. With this thought in mind, Virgil exhaled deeply. If Ravenclaw were to indeed seize the Quidditch Championship this year, it might entice more students to participate in next semester's selections, perhaps allowing him to slack off with impunity. In that case, Harry Potter must faint in the hospital wing. If unforeseen circumstances led him to awaken early, Virgil would not hesitate to sneak into the hospital wing and give him another dose of unconsciousness. After procuring a few cups of pumpkin juice and butterbeer, the 4 of them returned to their dormitory. What have you been up to? Kona asked, eyeing the crucible Virgil had set aside, nearly leaning into it to uncover some clues. I concocted a fireproof potion, Virgil explained. Professor Kettleburn is preparing to handle some fire lizards, and I needed to brew this potion just in case. With that, he produced a vial of fireproof potion from his pocket and tossed it to Kona. Kona caught the crystalline potion bottle, scrutinizing it closely. It was indeed a fireproof potion, yet he still regarded Virgil with suspicion. He sensed that Virgil was concealing something from the 3 of them, though they had no evidence to support their suspicions. Virgil could guess the thoughts swirling in his roommates' minds. However, he had no intention of placing the Goldstein siblings in jeopardy. He was merely busy maneuvering behind Harry Potter to reap the benefits. Otherwise, he could comfortably live as a Ravenclaw student, watching the conflict between Harry Potter and Voldemort unfold. After the series of operations by Gringotts and the Soviet Union, Virgil no longer needed to worry about his financial future. If everything followed the storyline in the book, Voldemort would once again be defeated by the boy who lived, leading to a reshuffling of the British wizarding world. He could leverage the connections of Binnell and Jennifer to secure a stable office position in the Ministry of Magic, ensuring a comfortable life for the remainder of his days. Should the timeline he currently inhabited result in Harry Potter's defeat by Voldemort, it would not be a disaster. Virgil could simply seek a living in the Soviet Gringotts. If he were truly pushed to his limits, retreating to Romania to study dragons, Virgil would hardly believe that the Death Eaters could afford the luxury of pursuing his family there. Yet, the allure of the Deathly Hallows is undeniably immense. Even excluding the invisibility cloak, the Elder Wand, and the Resurrection Stone hold great fascination for Virgil, not to mention the magical stone hidden beneath the trapdoor. These artifacts are his aspirations, yet the pursuit of the Hallows, as well as the magical stone, is fraught with peril. Virgil is reluctant to recklessly involve his friends in such dangerous endeavors. Not everyone possesses Harry Potter's formidable protagonist aura. Therefore, it is best for Goldstein and the others to remain comfortably in the classroom, perhaps joining Dumbledore's army in their 5th year to engage in a bit of hide-and-seek with Umbridge. As for the final showdown, they could each cast a stunning spell and then conceal themselves, perfectly executed. Chapter 71. Kiro's office. The fireproof agent was the final item prepared by Virgil for traversing the secret passage. After securely placing the small vial into a box beneath the bed, he immersed himself in the rigorous revision alongside his peers at Hogwarts. Virgil was resolute in his belief that the educational philosophy of the magical realm was fundamentally flawed. He mused that if he were ever to ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, he would mandate that all uneducated young witches and wizards first attend primary school in the Muggle world. For Virgil, subjects like charms, defense against the dark arts, and potions were well within his grasp. He was equally adept in transfiguration. However, the theoretical aspects of the subject were exceedingly extensive. He harbored doubts about his ability to retain all the pertinent knowledge. Similarly, herbology posed a comparable challenge. The most daunting subjects, however, remained history of magic and astronomy. At times, Virgil, Butte, and Kona found themselves wishing they could unscrew the cap of Goldstein's head to examine how he managed to memorize the myriad timelines and significant figures in the history of magic. As for astronomy, well, it seemed that those who excelled in it must surely possess some trace of Centaur blood. The advantage of Ravenclaw House was that these exceptionally bright students often had one or two subjects in which they excelled, allowing them to gather and tutor one another. Some particularly confident students even held public lessons in the common room. Other houses, however, were not so fortunate, especially in defense against the dark arts. Perhaps in preparation for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Professor Kiro's presence was scarce outside of scheduled classes. This semester, the quality of his instruction had been widely acknowledged, leading many already struggling young witches and wizards to forego their revisions altogether. Virgil was unsure of the mindset others held as they approached their examinations, but he found the final exams for first-year students at Hogwarts rather trivial. Whether it was Dumbledore and the other professors adopting a nurturing attitude and crafting the exam papers, even the history of magic exam, which had previously troubled him, seemed overly simplistic. Perhaps the benefits of a 9-year compulsory education in his past life were now manifesting. This paper was, in fact, significantly easier than the ancient and modern history exams he had encountered previously. As he answered the questions, he muttered to himself, hoping to recall which ancient wizards had invented the self-stirring cauldron. "Please put down your quills. We shall now collect the papers," Professor Binns, the ghost, announced loudly from the front of the examination hall. Virgil set down his quill and winked at Kona, who was making faces at him. He then watched as his paper magically soared towards the front podium. "You may keep your quills as a memento," Professor Binns added. It must be said that Hogwarts took its anti-cheating measures quite seriously. Each student's quill was enchanted against malfeasance. Next, the students of Hogwarts would enjoy a week of relaxation and repose while awaiting their exam results. Goldstein, Kona, and Butte lounged leisurely on the grass by the lake, observing the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan teasing the giant squid. Yet, only Virgil understood that, compared to the final exams, a more nerve-wracking event was yet to unfold. Not far off, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were seated beneath a tree, deep in discussion, well within Virgil's line of sight, maintaining a discreet watch on Harry and his friends. Virgil began to converse with Kona and the others about the final exams, even before the results were announced. Kona anticipated that he would not score highly in charms and transfiguration, though Virgil had aided him in highlighting key points for the written exam. Kona's performance in the practical assessments was lacking. The charms practical required a pineapple to perform a tap dance across a desk, but Virgil could confidently assert that Kona's pineapple was not dancing the Charleston. It displayed the same grace as a 20-year stroke victim. Kona's performance in transfiguration was even worse. Professor McGonagall had tasked them with transforming a mouse into a snuff box, with the intricacy of the box determining the score. However, this time, the mouse Kona used had danced its way across the desk, much to the dismay of Professor McGonagall, whose wizarding had become askew in her irritation. "Will I have to retake my charms and transfiguration exams?" Kona asked forlornly. "Do not fret," Virgil reassured him. "You did well on the written portion. You should be fine. Professor Flitwick is our head of house. He will surely show you leniency. Perhaps you could inquire about your transfiguration written score from Professor McGonagall in the coming days. I believe I additionally provided you with the werewolf behavioral guidelines from 1637 and the history of the House Elf Rebellion, neither of which were on the exam." "My thanks for your help, Anthony," Butte waved dismissively. "You've been quite the assistance. Without you, I would have been up all night with that hefty history of magic textbook like everyone else." Time passed, and Virgil noticed Harry suddenly leap to his feet, exclaiming something to Ron and Hermione, before the trio hastily dashed towards the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, the event was set for that very night. Having confirmed the timing, Virgil refocused his attention on the conversation with his 3 roommates. Later, he engaged in a game of Quidditch with Goldstein and the others, followed by a leisurely dinner. Seemingly in preparation for the midnight escapade, he consumed an unusually substantial meal. "I am off to find Professor Kettleburn. Would you like to join me?" Virgil inquired. Glancing at his roommates, who were lazily sprawled on their beds, utterly motionless, Butte feebly raised his hand in refusal, with a slight smile. Virgil retrieved the box from beneath his bed and promptly departed the dormitory. In the room of requirement on the 8th floor, Virgil conducted a final inspection of his gear. Wand, fireproof agent, dark magic detector, a music box purchased during the Christmas holiday, matches kept as a precaution, a goblin ensconced in a cage filled with live hellfire potion, a time turner, a dagger gifted by Professor Flitwick, and a large weapon he had painstakingly acquired, a pot of immature mandrake. As for why he hadn't prepared a mature one, Virgil could not guarantee that a mandrake alone would suffice to vanquish Voldemort. That would be a gross underestimation of the Dark Lord. However, he was certain that a mature mandrake could easily eliminate Harry Potter if he were not wearing earmuffs. Virgil could only imagine the consequences of accidentally disposing of Harry. Even Severus Snape would find a way to eliminate him, transforming the room of requirement back into a storage space. Virgil carefully placed the mandrake in a cabinet and administered the live hellfire potion to the still sleeping goblin. The hellfire potion was a concoction taught to 6th-year students at Hogwarts, and many upperclassmen had a stockpile, making it easy to procure 2 vials. He stowed the remaining items in a bag made from transfigured lizard skin, donned the time turner around his neck, secured the silver dagger at his waist, and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before exiting the room of requirement. Stealthily approaching the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Virgil glanced around before retrieving the dark magic detector, scanning the door of Kiro's office. Noticing that the crystal lens of the device remained unchanged, he drew his wand and whispered to the lock, Alohamara. The door to Kiro's office opened silently. Virgil was astonished that Quirrell had not even attempted to cast the anti-Arahawk spell. He had anticipated that it would require considerable effort to gain entry, and he had mentally prepared to employ an explosive charm. Within the office, everything remained as it had been during his previous visit, devoid of luggage or boxes. And even Quirrell's wand lay carelessly discarded upon the desk. Perhaps Quirrell had never intended to take anything else, planning instead to depart Hogwarts immediately after obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. After all, once Voldemort successfully resurrected, Quirrell would gain far more. Although Virgil had grasped the intricacies of the situation, he meticulously scrutinized the items within the office to ensure there were no lingering dark magic or curses. Once he was certain of the absence of any malevolent enchantments, he picked up Quirrell's wand, which was the primary objective of his visit. The wand, crafted from alderwood and containing a core of unicorn hair, measured 9 inches in length and possessed a degree of flexibility, with a flicker of luminescence. Virgil cast the Lumos charm using Quirrell's wand. It was evident that the magical conduit was not seamless. There was a noticeable sluggishness. This was partly due to Virgil's lack of familiarity with the wand, but more significantly, the wand did not yet acknowledge him as its new master. However, the Alder wand was not the type that recognized only a single wizard, making it a suitable choice as a secondary wand. Moreover, given that Quirrell had slain a unicorn and consumed its blood, he should now be utterly incapable of wielding a wand made from unicorn tail hair. After securing the wand, Virgil continued to search through the office, regrettably finding no additional items akin to dark magic notes. It appeared that Quirrell had merely encountered Voldemort by chance during his journey to Albania, with Voldemort treating him more as a pawn in the resurrection process rather than nurturing him as a core Death Eater. Regrettably, Virgil did not uncover the incantations or notes he most desired, such as those for the Fiend Fire or Flying Charms. It was likely that any galleons were directly on Quirrell's person, intended for travel expenses. After meticulously searching once more and confirming the absence of any other valuable items, Virgil cast the disillusionment charm again and departed from Quirrell's office. Chapter 72. Crossing the trapdoor, returning to the room of requirement. Virgil hurriedly clutched the cage containing the goblin and the pot of immature mandrake, making his way to the corridor on the 4th floor. Upon arriving, he encountered Peeves the Poltergeist, who was circling the staircase, muttering about Lord Barrow's urgent business. Sensing something, Peeves turned his gaze toward Virgil's direction. Who goes there? Peeves squinted his dark eyes and declared, Lord Barrow has matters to attend to. I care not whether you are a ghost, a ghoul, or something else entirely. Do not disturb Lord Barrow. He seemed to contemplate reporting to that fool, Filch, about the unseen entity scurrying through the corridor. Seeing Peeves blocking his path, Virgil felt a wave of relief and dispelled his disillusionment charm. It's been a while, Peeves, he greeted with a smile. To Virgil's surprise, Peeves was taken aback. I didn't expect to see the Ravenclaw little sprite here, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. I thought only the Weasley twins enjoyed running around at night. Virgil often admired Fred and George for their ability to befriend Peeves, as they were the only ones in the school who could manage such a feat. However, he felt confident revealing his true form to Peeves, knowing the poltergeist would not cause him any trouble. After all, this term, the dung bombs and the wolfsbane Peeves had been using were purchased with Virgil's funding, allowing him to engage in such extravagant antics for the first time. Lord Barrow has business to attend to, Ravenclaw Sprite. I cannot permit you to pass, Peeves insisted, standing resolutely in front of Virgil. Although he was aware of Peeves' playful nature, he also knew that invoking Lord Barrow's name could invoke fear, rendering Peeves momentarily incapable of thought. I know what Lord Barrow is up to, Virgil whispered to Peeves. He wishes to meet with Lady Grey from Ravenclaw. Peeves' eyes widened in astonishment. No need to be shocked. I stumbled upon this information by chance, Virgil shrugged. But if you wish to avoid a reprimand from Barrow, do not mention Lady Grey in his presence. As for their relationship, you may investigate that yourself. I cannot divulge any further. Once more, Virgil cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, concealing his form, and whispered into Peeves' ear, I am off to deliver something to Lady Grey. Do not speak of our encounter tonight. Especially to Barrow, understood? With that, Virgil bypassed Peeves and strode towards the chamber where the three-headed dog, Fluffy, resided, leaving the poltergeist in a state of bewilderment. Still processing the gossip about Barrow and Lady Grey. Outside the fourth-floor corridor, the door stood ajar, and a low growl emanated from the crack, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the marble floor, sending shivers down one's spine. Virgil cautiously pushed the door open and edged into the room against the wall, endeavoring to make no sound. Fluffy seemed to sense something amiss. But with the disillusionment charm in effect, he could not see Virgil. However, his three noses twitched wildly in Virgil's direction. Virgil retrieved the music box he had prepared from his transformed lizard skin bag, wound it up, and as the little metal figure atop the box began to spin, soft, melodious music echoed through the corridor. Peeves, stationed at the staircase, caught the faint strains of music behind him and seemed to come to a sudden realization. With a chuckle, he gradually melded into the adjacent wall. Meanwhile, within the corridor, the first note from the music box caused Fluffy's eyelids to droop. Slowly, the ferocious beast ceased its barking, staggered to one side, found a more comfortable spot, and collapsed onto the floor, falling into a deep slumber. Virgil placed the music box beside one of Fluffy's massive heads, allowing him to continue his peaceful dreams. Then he grasped the cage containing the goblin and the pot of mandrake and approached the trapdoor. The trapdoor was ajar, and peering down revealed complete darkness. With no ladder in sight, it seemed he had no choice but to jump. Fearing that the devil's snare might damage the cage and the pot of mandrake, Virgil cast a levitation charm on both items, allowing them to drift gently downward. He then leaped through the opening. With a thud, Virgil landed on something soft, producing a peculiar, muffled sound. A soft landing. The sensation beneath him indicated that Professor Sprout had indeed laid down a good amount of devil's snare. Seizing the opportunity before the tendrils could ensnare him, Virgil swiftly drew his wand and conjured a burst of flames. The fire and warmth repelled the approaching tendrils, causing them to twist and retreat hastily from the flame until a clear patch of stone floor emerged around Virgil. Once the cage and pot had settled, he ventured down the only available path, a stone corridor. Virgil hastened to the end of the corridor, where he discovered a brightly lit chamber, its vaulted ceilings soaring overhead, and countless winged keys fluttering about the room. At the opposite entrance, 3 brooms lay scattered on the ground. Oh, how I despise Quidditch, Virgil muttered, setting down his belongings and seizing one of the brooms. As he dashed into the swarm of keys, Virgil reached out for the nearest one. But the enchanted key darted away just as his fingers were about to grasp it. However, he soon realized that as long as he did not hold on to any key, the others would not attack him. Yet, seizing any key from the swarm would trigger a barrage of spells. With a clearer understanding of the mechanism of this challenge, Virgil felt more assured. He maneuvered the broom through the flurry of keys, deliberately refraining from grasping any. Eventually, he spotted an ancient silver key, its wings drooping from previous encounters. Virgil urged the broom forward, stealthily trailing the silver key as it struggled to keep up with its fellow keys. He maintained a facade of indifference while keenly observing the key's shape and details. After committing the key's outline to memory, he guided the broom back to the ground. Once at the door, Virgil cast an armored charm upon himself and, after a moment's deliberation, employed a shielding charm to secure his defenses. He recalled the characteristics and details of the key that could unlock the door behind him, finally conjuring its image in his mind. The key approached. Virgil opened his eyes and cast the summoning charm. He watched as the drooping winged key seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and was flung downwards. Seizing the key, Virgil swiftly inserted it into the lock, not daring to waste a single moment. He did not believe his defensive spells could withstand the full force of Professor Flitwick's barrage. Click! As soon as the door sprang open, Virgil hurriedly pulled it wide, grasping the pot of mandragora while simultaneously executing a swift kicking motion that sent the cage containing the goblin flying. He then dashed towards the next chamber. Fortunately, when the other keys descended, they were momentarily thwarted by protective and ironclad spells, granting Virgil ample time to secure the door. At the very instant he closed it, he distinctly heard the sound of the ironclad spell shattering. Indeed, his incantation proved utterly powerless against the barrage unleashed by Professor Fulvius. Chapter 73. Potter and Quirrell. Having successfully navigated the challenges set by Professor Flitwick, the next trial awaited them, a colossal chessboard orchestrated by Professor McGonagall. Virgil found himself pondering the efficacy of the strategies imparted by Anthony, albeit with a pang of nostalgia for his roommate, an adept player of wizard's chess. However, upon pushing open the next door, he was met with a scene that starkly contrasted his expectations. The room was ablaze with light. A vast black and white chessboard littered with fragments of stone chess pieces. Piled high against the walls were tattered black and white pieces. And in the center of the board stood a white king, oddly out of place, its crown fallen at its feet. At the sight of this, Virgil surmised that perhaps he need not strain himself to engage in a game of wizard's chess after all. Not far off, a boy with red hair lay prostrate on the ground, utterly silent. Ron Weasley. Virgil hurried to Ron's side, reaching out to check for signs of life, only to discover that Ron had merely been rendered unconscious. The wizard's chess pieces had been rather brutal in their approach, suppressing the urge to slap Ron awake. Virgil gently repositioned his friend's head, ensuring he was more comfortable on the floor. It was then that he noticed a silver-gray object at Ron's feet. Ah, the invisibility cloak. Carelessly discarded, he swiftly retrieved the cloak, which had been left behind by Harry, and hurried towards the next chamber. As anticipated, Virgil passed through the subsequent room with ease. The mountain troll had been thoroughly bested by Quirrell, to the point where Virgil felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of pulling its beard. He couldn't fathom Quirrell's peculiar fondness for trolls. Perhaps it was not a vampire that had once plagued him, but rather a female troll? Though he was spared a confrontation with the troll, the stench lingering in its chamber brought tears to Virgil's eyes. The creature, larger than the one encountered during Christmas, lay motionless on the floor, its foul odor pervading every corner of the room. Without lingering longer, Virgil promptly moved on to the next chamber. A barrier of purple flames obstructed his path. Clearly, Harry and Hermione were in the adjacent room, deciphering the riddle left by Snape. Draping the invisibility cloak over himself, Virgil concealed his form and awaited the moment the flames would extinguish. After approximately 5 minutes, a slight figure emerged from the flames. It was Hermione Granger. Virgil carefully sidestepped to allow her passage. Hermione rushed past him, entirely unaware of the cloaked figure beside her in the corridor. As her footsteps faded, Virgil waited another 2 minutes until the purple flames barring the corridor's end vanished, presumably indicating that Harry had traversed the black flames. Virgil stepped into the next room. Perhaps due to some detection magic, the moment someone entered the chamber, before he could remove his invisibility cloak, the purple and black flames flared back to life, blocking his advance and retreat. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table upon which rested 7 uniquely shaped bottles, 5 filled and 2 empty. Virgil reached for the smallest bottle, scrutinizing it before remarking, "It appears quite clean." He then returned the bottle to the table. The ease with which he had navigated Professor McGonagall's chessboard and the troll's lair led Virgil to briefly entertain the notion that the potion for traversing the flames might replenish itself. Alas, it became evident that these 7 empty bottles lacked the infinite refill capacity akin to the poison that Harry and Dumbledore had encountered in the cave. Placing the cage down, Virgil extracted a vial of fire-resistant potion he had prepared earlier and administered it to the slumbering goblin within the cage. After calculating the potion's onset, he carefully inserted a metal rod through the goblin's tattered clothing, gingerly lifting the other end, and attempted to guide the potion-imbibed goblin into the black flames. There was no cry of agony, nor frantic struggles. Only then did Virgil feel assured enough to take a sip from another vial of the fire-resistant potion. A chilling sensation coursed through him once more as he stowed the invisibility cloak into his transforming lizard skin pouch, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and plunged into the black flames. Nothing occurred. There was no burning or searing heat, and he dashed down the corridor leading to the final room. The last stretch of the corridor was brief. Having crossed the flames, he found himself before the door to the final chamber. The rusted iron door stood ajar, and through the crack, Virgil could discern the scene within. The brightly lit room revealed Quirrell, snapping his fingers to conjure ropes that bound Harry securely. "You meddle far too much, Potter. It is time you ceased to exist. On Halloween night, I knew you were investigating the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone," Quirrell declared. "Did you release the troll into Hogwarts?" Harry inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Quirrell replied, shedding his usual timid demeanor for a rapid-fire and articulate manner, his expression turning malevolent. "I have a special method for dealing with trolls, as you must have observed in the other room. Unfortunately, while everyone was preoccupied searching for the troll, Snape, already suspicious of me, rushed to the 4th floor to thwart my plans. And that Ravenclaw boy, not only did my troll fail to kill you, but even that 3-headed dog did not manage to sever Snape's leg. Now, Potter, just remain quiet there while I examine this fascinating mirror." In the center of the room stood the Mirror of Erised, which both Virgil and Harry had encountered before. Quirrell approached the mirror, tapping its frame with his fingers, muttering inaudibly to himself. "I saw you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest." Harry, bound by the ropes, continued to engage Quirrell in conversation to divert his attention from the mirror. "Indeed," Quirrell lazily responded. "He was already fixated on me, eager to uncover the extent of my progress. He has always suspected me. He seeks to intimidate me." Quirrell circled the mirror, then returned to face it, greedily staring into its depths. "He cannot intimidate me. I have Voldemort as my ally. I see the Philosopher's Stone. I have offered it to my master. But where is it hidden?" As Harry struggled against the ropes binding him, they tightened like tendrils of a devil's snare. "But Snape always seems to harbor such hatred for me," Harry persisted, trying to keep Quirrell's focus away from the mirror. "Oh, Snape certainly loathes you. Or perhaps it is your father he despises," Quirrell elucidated. "Their enmity is profound, yet Snape does not desire your demise. Earlier, I heard you weeping. I thought it was Snape threatening you." "Snape? Threaten me? Impossible." A flicker of disdain crossed Quirrell's face at the mention of Snape, quickly replaced by a look of fear. "Sometimes, I find it difficult to comply with my master's commands. He is so great, while I am so weak." "Are you saying that the one in the classroom with you is your master?" Harry asked, astonished. "Wherever I go, my master is always with me." Chilo's face reflected fear, yet his tone remained remarkably calm. "I encountered him while traversing the globe. At that time, I was but a naive young man, harboring a rather absurd understanding of good and evil. It was my master who illuminated my misconceptions. In this world, there exists no absolute good or evil, only strength and power. Since then, I have devoted myself loyally to my master, although I have disappointed him on numerous occasions. And he has always been quite stern with me." As he spoke, Chilo's voice trembled slightly. "I failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, much to his displeasure. He punished me and resolved to monitor my actions more closely from that point onward." Hiding behind the door, Virgil recalled the moment he and his parents visited Gringotts, which must have occurred after Chilo's unsuccessful attempt to procure the stone, explaining Wagner's presence at the British Gringotts. "I truly do not comprehend. Could the stone be concealed within the mirror? Should I shatter the mirror?" Chilo muttered curses under his breath, utterly perplexed in the face of the Mirror of Erised. Utilize that boy. Utilize that boy." Chapter 74. The two-faced man Harry, in a state of terror, heard a voice emanating from Quirrell's own body. "Use the boy." With a clap of his hands, the ropes binding Harry loosened automatically. Freed from his constraints, Harry gradually rose to his feet. "Potter, come here," Quirrell urged. "Approach the mirror and tell me what you see." Complying with Quirrell's command, Harry stepped before the Mirror of Erised. "What do you see?" Quirrell's tone was tinged with impatience. He had not anticipated lingering so long at this final hurdle. If Dumbledore sensed something amiss and hastened back to Hogwarts, all of Quirrell's efforts would be in vain. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore." Harry mustered his courage and fabricated a tale. "I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor." Upon hearing Harry's words, Quirrell began to curse under his breath. "A truly unreliable little brat. Retreat to the side," he commanded. "Remember, do not make any meaningless gestures." As Harry slowly backed toward the iron door of the room, Quirrell failed to notice that Harry's once flat pockets had suddenly become bulging. Yet, before Harry could retreat 5 steps, the voice that had seemed to issue from Quirrell's body resounded once more. "He is lying. He is lying." The voice was sharp. "Come back, Potter. Tell me the truth. What did you see?" Quirrell shouted. The piercing voice spoke again. "Let me speak with him. Let me speak with him face to face." "But, Master, you are still weak." Quirrell's voice trembled, clearly intimidated by the voice's owner. "I still possess some strength." The voice replied. Behind the door, Virgil watched as Quirrell raised his hand to remove the scarf from around his head. Once the large scarf was discarded. Perhaps due to the stark contrast, Virgil found Quirrell's head surprisingly small. Quirrell slowly turned around. When Quirrell revealed the back of his head, Harry let out a terrified scream. Where Quirrell's skull should have been, there was a face unlike any Harry had ever seen, grotesque and horrifying. With a chalky pallor and serpent-like red eyes above two elongated nostrils. Contrary to Harry's reaction, Virgil was straining to closely examine Voldemort's appearance. Curious if it truly resembled the depiction in the films of his previous life, lacking a nose. Unfortunately, Virgil was too far from Voldemort, and the narrow view through the door's crack hindered his ability to discern Voldemort's features clearly. Harry Potter. Voldemort's sharp voice rang out again. Look at what I have become. The face spoke. I am but a shadow and vapor. I can only manifest in a body shared with another. Yet there are always those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. In the past few weeks, the blood of unicorns has restored some of my strength. Once I acquire the Philosopher's Stone, I can recreate my own body. Now, why not hand over the stone you have in your pocket? Harry staggered backward, but the terror instilled by Voldemort rendered his legs unresponsive. Do not be foolish. Give me the stone and join me, and you shall preserve your life. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as your parents. I recall their desperate pleas for mercy before they perished. You lie, Harry shouted angrily. Quirrell advanced toward Harry, retreating yet closing the distance. Although facing away from Harry, Quirrell's trajectory remained unwavering, leading Virgil to wonder if Quirrell and Voldemort could share a line of sight. As Quirrell drew closer, Voldemort continued to fixate on Harry. Now, that malevolent face wore a sinister grin. How touching, he rasped. I have always admired courage. Yes, child. Your parents were very brave. I killed your father first. The killing curse, he fought valiantly, refusing to yield. Your mother need not have died. She fought desperately to protect you. Now, hand over the stone, lest your mother's sacrifice be in vain. You shall not. Harry shouted as he charged toward the direction where Virgil was hidden. Voldemort screamed, seize him. Quirrell swiftly turned and lunged at the scrambling Harry. Quirrell grasped Harry's wrist tightly. And suddenly, Harry's scar throbbed painfully. It felt as though his head might split in two. He cried out and struggled desperately, only to be astonished as Quirrell released his grip, the pain in his forehead easing. Harry looked at Quirrell in confusion, who was bent over in agony, staring at his own hands. Harry observed that Quirrell's hands were erupting with blisters. Grab him quickly, Voldemort urged Quirrell, his sharp voice piercing even to Virgil behind the door. Quirrell fought to ignore the blisters and excruciating pain as he lunged at Harry once more, knocking him to the ground and tightening his grip around Harry's throat. To Virgil, this scene appeared somewhat comical. Quirrell, in a dominant position, pinning his opponent down while choking him, was simultaneously emitting cries of pain. Master, I cannot hold him. My hands. Quirrell's wails persisted. Choosing to press Harry down with his knee, he freed his hands, staring in bewilderment at his blistered, glowing red palms. Then finish him off. You fool. Act quickly, Voldemort roared, commanding Quirrell. Upon hearing this, Virgil felt a surge of impulse. He was curious to see what would become of Voldemort if he truly eliminated Harry Potter, who bore a fragment of his soul, in such a weakened state. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. As Quirrell raised his hand to cast a killing curse, Virgil swiftly donned his ear protection and hurled an immature mandrake root into the room. A piercing scream immediately filled the space. Even with the ear protection, Virgil could still faintly hear the mandrake's cries. Then, Harry and Quirrell both appeared to be struck in the back of their heads by a blunt object, pausing momentarily before collapsing to the ground. What a devastating weapon. Virgil marveled at the scene before him. If only he had a trunk with an undetectable extension charm. He could cultivate a dozen pots of mandrakes and equip them with amplifiers, an indisputable strategic weapon. Though Quirrell lay defeated, Virgil did not dare to become complacent. He was uncertain whether the mandrake's effect would impact Voldemort in a shadowy and vaporous state. Thus, he donned his invisibility cloak once more and cast an armor charm upon himself before pushing open the door to enter the room. Whether this level of protection could withstand Voldemort remained to be seen, but it was better than nothing. Indeed, just as Virgil reached out from beneath his cloak to grasp the mandrake root and return it to its pot, a plume of black mist rose from the back of Quirrell's head. A swirling mass of darkness hovered in the air, enveloping Voldemort's ashen visage. The sight reminded Virgil of a ghostly Pokémon, though Voldemort's face was far too pale. Who are you? Voldemort demanded, fixating on Virgil's position, but thanks to the cloak, he could not ascertain the identity of the cloaked figure. Is it Severus? Is it still someone from Hogwarts? Voldemort's gaze was firmly fixed on Virgil. Dumbledore would not resort to such theatrics. In any case, if it is not Dumbledore, I fear no one. You are so weakened. How much strength can you possibly retain? Virgil spoke from beneath the cloak of invisibility. Voldemort found the voice somewhat familiar yet could not recall who it belonged to. However, as long as he confirmed that this individual was indeed not Dumbledore, the situation would become considerably simpler. It seems you overheard my recent conversation with Harry Potter, leading you to believe that I possess no capacity for resistance? Voldemort let out a sinister laugh. Indeed, I could launch an attack against you at this very moment. But do you truly believe you could withstand it? I advise you to comply and hand over the Philosopher's Stone from Harry Potter's possession. Once I restore my body, I shall impart profound spells to you, transforming you into a formidable wizard. Voldemort whispered temptingly to Virgil. Yet, Virgil remained unmoved. He surmised that even if Voldemort was not at his peak, he could not be far from it. He recalled clearly that after this incident, Harry had merely fallen into a brief unconsciousness without sustaining any injury. If Voldemort truly had the strength for one last blow, he could easily eliminate the already incapacitated Harry Potter and escape. However, Voldemort did nothing, which likely indicated that he was merely issuing empty threats, taking a chance. Even a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Even if he miscalculated, a little more delay would summon the most formidable backup in the history of the wizarding world. If all else failed, he could leave Harry Potter behind and make his own escape. Between an unknown and a boy who had defied death, even a dog would know Voldemort's choice. After waiting a considerable time, Voldemort noticed that Virgil had yet to respond. The only movement came from a pair of hands, tirelessly burying the mandrake roots into the earth. Voldemort roared in fury, only to see the dark mist enveloping his pale serpent-like visage gradually turning purple, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Could it be that he is truly capable of unleashing a powerful spell? The reaction of Voldemort startled Virgil, prompting him to retract his hands beneath the cloak and clutch his wand tightly. Chapter 75. Counterfeit goods. As the mist surrounding Voldemort transformed into a deep purple hue, he let out a furious roar and charged towards Virgil's position, the dense fog swirling behind his pale, serpentine visage, forming a sinuous serpent of vapor. Taken aback by Voldemort's menacing advance, Virgil quickly hurled the slumbering goblin he held towards Voldemort, then swiftly rolled to the side, evading the Dark Lord's trajectory. Voldemort emitted another defiant roar as the purple mist penetrated the goblin's body, surging towards the exit and vanishing into the shadowy corridor. Lying on the ground, Virgil stared blankly in the direction where Voldemort had disappeared. Did I just let him fool me? Virgil's tone dripped with incredulity as he pondered the audacity of the Dark Lord engaging in such antics. He removed his invisibility cloak and approached the unconscious Harry, extracting the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's pocket and examining it closely. The orange-tinted, translucent stone emanated a faint chill in his hand. This texture, the feel of the Philosopher's Stone, was oddly familiar to Virgil. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he raised the stone towards the torch on the wall. Indeed, strands of crystalline fibers resembling rabbit fur were unveiled before him. Virgil recalled his fascination with the ruby embedded in the dagger he had received as a Christmas gift from Professor Flitwick, even reaching out to Wagner to inquire about the differences between rubies and other natural gemstones. After all, no one understands these gems and precious metals better than the fairies. Virgil then retrieved the replica goblin dagger from his transfigured lizard skin pouch and pressed it against the Philosopher's Stone, attempting to carve into it. After considerable effort, he was unable to leave a single mark. With a flicker of suspicion in his mind, he cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, still unconscious. If this boy, who had survived so much, were to learn that the object he had risked his life to protect might merely be a counterfeit, one could only imagine his reaction. So, you have acquired the Philosopher's Stone, Mr. Virgil Shorniel? A voice echoed from the doorway. Virgil turned to see Professor Dumbledore standing there, regarding him with a complex expression. Embarrassed, Virgil scratched his head and then glanced at the prone Harry Potter. Professor, I assure you, Potter's condition is not of my doing. I am aware, no need for concern. Dumbledore replied as he approached the disfigured Quirrell, bending down to examine him. Are you not curious how Potter managed to render Quirrell in such a state? Dumbledore unexpectedly posed a question to Virgil. Apologies, Professor, but I am not particularly interested, Virgil replied, disinclined to delve into the enigmatic love magic with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, evidently taken aback by Virgil's response, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation. I must attend to, Professor Quirrell. Perhaps you could step back for a moment? Just a moment, Professor. Upon hearing Dumbledore's request, Virgil quickly intervened. He rushed to Quirrell's side, shoving Quirrell's original hazel wand into his blistered, reddened hand, and, to Dumbledore's astonishment, cast a disarming charm on Quirrell. As the wand was sent flying, caught by Virgil, Dumbledore deduced his intention. That is Quirrell's wand, is it not? Indeed, Professor. A wand made from unicorn tail hair. I happen to hear Mr. Ollivander mention that unicorns are sacred and extraordinarily magical creatures. Anyone who has hunted a unicorn can no longer wield a wand made from its tail hair. Will this action yield any results? Dumbledore inquired. It should, Virgil confidently replied. Lumos. He cast the illumination charm with the hazel wand, directing its light towards the Philosopher's Stone as he stepped aside to observe. It appears you have uncovered a secret, Dumbledore remarked. Approaching Virgil and observing the way he handled the Philosopher's Stone, Virgil looked up to find that Quirrell, who had been on the ground, had vanished, leaving him uncertain whether he had been transported away or dealt with by the seemingly benevolent elder. My understanding of the Philosopher's Stone is limited to its status as an alchemical product and some of its effects. I have never seen the true Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps none of us, myself, Potter, Quirrell, or even the Dark Lord, have ever laid eyes on its real form. This stone, Virgil said, handing the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, bears a resemblance to natural red crystal. Dumbledore smiled, nodding in agreement, encouraging Virgil to continue. I first learned of the Philosopher's Stone through Miss Hermione Granger's investigation into Nicholas Flamel. It is undoubtedly one of Flamel's finest creations. Later, after the incident involving a slain unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, I surmised that the elements of this situation were intertwined with the Philosopher's Stone, as the blood of a unicorn, while cursed, can sustain life. What led you to cast out on the Philosopher's Stone? The entire affair seemed too abrupt. Quirrell had attempted to steal the stone while it was still stored in Gringotts. But how did Quirrell, or the Dark Lord, know that the stone was in Gringotts? Immortality, a tantalizing prospect, would surely attract more than just the Dark Lord's interest. Such a precious item could have been discreetly entrusted to you by Nicholas Flamel. And as the greatest wizard of this century, concealing it from prying eyes ought not to be a challenge. Yet, you seem indifferent, not only entrusting various professors to create obstacles, but even directly informing those with intent that the object is hidden in the fourth-floor corridor on Sorting Hat Day. It is evident that you do not care for the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, perhaps this was never the true Philosopher's Stone. You merely sought to use its allure to draw out the Dark Lord. Impressive reasoning, Ravenclaw. It seems Phileas has taken on a remarkable student. Dumbledore clapped his hands, regarding the first-year Ravenclaw with admiration. He then handed the gemstone back to Virgil. You are correct. This is merely a piece of red crystal. Consider it a gift. It should hold considerable value. Virgil accepted the red crystal, tucking it into his pocket, casting a complex glance at the still unconscious Harry Potter. Professor, are you not concerned about potential complications? For example, what if the Dark Lord instructs Quirrell to kill Potter? You misunderstand Voldemort, my child. He is an exceedingly proud individual. In other words, he is somewhat vain. He faltered when faced with the newly born Potter, suffering a grievous defeat and vanishing, leaving his Death Eaters scattered. This incident is a profound humiliation for him. Thus, he will strive to restore his corporeal form and personally slay Harry to redeem his honor. He would not permit Harry to perish at the hands of another, especially not his subordinates. Had I not arrived tonight, and if you were not here, Harry might have faced some torment, but he would not have been in any real danger. Voldemort prefers to confront Harry one-on-one, in full view of his Death Eaters. Have you considered how to explain to Potter upon his awakening? The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. What do you think of that explanation? Dumbledore mused as he gazed down at the unconscious Potter. It is the best outcome. Do you not agree? As you wish, Professor. Do not speak too carelessly, Dumbledore remarked, peering over his golden spectacles, winking at Virgil with remarkable swiftness. The Mandela Grassroots Initiative is indeed a splendid idea. Shall I offer you some form of reward, Mr. Shaniel? Perhaps additional points for the Academy? On second thought, I prefer to amass my wealth quietly. It is best that my involvement in this matter remains undisclosed, for I fear the enigmatic one may hold a grudge. Ah, you are rather prudent, Dumbledore said, waving his wand to levitate Harry into the air as they proceeded toward the door. Virgil hurriedly followed suit. Are you truly foregoing the additional points, Mr. Shaniel? Not this time, Professor. I am still young, and my life is paramount. Youth should be filled with vigor. Let the spirited energy belong to the Gryffindor students. My foremost desire is to survive. If survival is your aim, then why venture into such perilous endeavors? Eternal life, my dear professor, is a most alluring prospect. Such a tantalizing temptation is worth the risk. If you truly wish to reward me, then bestow upon me the Mirror of Erised and impart the knowledge of its concealment. Chapter 76, Conversations in the School Hospital. The Golden Snitch? Harry, in a daze, seemed to glimpse the elusive object, yearning to grasp it. Yet his arms felt too heavy to lift. As he blinked, he realized it was merely a pair of glasses. Good afternoon, Harry, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Harry initially stared blankly at Dumbledore, then suddenly recalled. Sir, the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, he got the stone. Do not be overly agitated, Harry. Dumbledore gently pressed down on Harry, who was attempting to sit up. What you are saying is somewhat outdated. Quirrell did not manage to acquire the stone. Then who did? Harry inquired. Calm yourself, Harry, or Madame Pomfrey will have to throw me out of here, Dumbledore replied. Harry composed himself slightly, propping himself against the pillow and surveying his surroundings. He realized he was in the hospital wing, lying beneath a pristine linen sheet, while a nearby table overflowed with sweets and snacks, resembling a small mountain. These are gifts from your friends and admirers, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. What transpired between you and Quirrell in the dungeons was supposed to be a complete secret, yet secrets have a way of escaping. Consequently, the entire school is aware of what happened. Fred and George originally intended to gift you a toilet seat as a joke, but Madame Pomfrey deemed it unsanitary and confiscated it. How long have I been here, Professor? Harry asked. 3 days. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger will surely be relieved to learn you have awakened. They have been quite worried about you. But the Philosopher's Stone, sir. It appears that other topics cannot divert your attention. Very well, let us discuss the matter of the stone. Professor Quirrell was unable to successfully obtain it. Professor. I vaguely remember being pinned to the ground by Quirrell, and then I think I heard a scream, but after that, nothing. Ah, this matter. Dumbledore scratched his chin, hesitating. How shall I explain this to you, Harry? What? Professor, is there still a problem with the Philosopher's Stone? Not at all. As I just told you, Quirrell did not acquire the stone. As for the scream you mentioned, it is closely related to Mr. Snape. Snape? Severus Snape? Indeed, Mr. Snape entered the dungeons after the three of you. He first went to Quirrell's office, but found it empty, so he proceeded to the 4th floor corridor after you. According to Mr. Snape, he saw you pinned down by Quirrell, prompting him to throw a prepared mandrake root into the dungeon. The scream you heard was produced by the mandrake. Mandrake, Harry murmured. When I arrived, both you and Quirrell were already unconscious. Remember to keep Mr. Snape's involvement a secret. He does not wish for others to know. Did you receive the letter sent by Hermione's owl? Regrettably, I have not received Miss Granger's letter. However, upon reaching London, I realized I needed to return to Hogwarts immediately. Yet by the time I arrived, both you and Quirrell were already in a state of unconsciousness. According to Mr. Snape, Voldemort had escaped as a wisp of smoke. That is good. I felt I could not hold on much longer. Quirrell nearly took the stone. The stone has been destroyed, Harry. Destroyed? Harry asked, bewildered. What about Nicholas Flamel? You are aware of Nicholas. Dumbledore's tone brightened slightly. I spoke with Nicholas, and we both agreed that destroying the Philosopher's Stone was the best course of action. But what about his and his wife's lifespan? They still possess some elixir of life, sufficient for them to sort out their affairs. As for death, yes, they will eventually face it. Noticing the astonished expression on Harry's face, Dumbledore continued, I understand that, for you young ones, death may seem distant, and Nicholas's decision may appear extraordinary. However, for Nicholas and his wife, Perenelle, it is akin to finally resting after a long day. In truth, the Philosopher's Stone is not a marvelous object. While it can bestow wealth and longevity, two desires of all, it also brings endless troubles. Sir, the stone has been destroyed, yet the Dark Lord. Call him Voldemort, Harry. When you frequently refer to him as the Dark Lord, your fear of the name will only strengthen your fear of the being itself. But Voldemort could still return, right? He could rise again. That is quite possible. Mr. Snape indicated that Voldemort left the dungeon as a wisp of smoke, which suggests he did not perish. He may still be hiding somewhere. This incident may have merely delayed his resurgence, preventing him from regaining power immediately. However, we must also prepare for the eventual confrontation with him. Harry conversed further with Dumbledore, discussing the reasons Voldemort sought to kill him and why Quirrell could not touch him. Professor, one final question. How did I retrieve the stone from the mirror? That is one of my little secrets. However, I cannot disclose the specifics, as I have promised to hand the Mirror of Erised over to Mr. Snape. Naturally, there are also methods of concealment. By the way, here is this. Dumbledore produced the folded invisibility cloak and handed it to Harry. Do not carelessly toss it aside again. You should be grateful, mister. Snape did not wish to claim it as his own. Ultimately, their conversation concluded after Dumbledore sampled of Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tasted like earwax. Harry. Shortly after Dumbledore departed, Ron and Hermione managed to persuade Madame Pomfrey to grant them 5 minutes of visiting time. The entire school is abuzz with this matter, Ron remarked. Harry, what exactly happened? It was Quirrell. Voldemort was possessing Quirrell's mind, hiding beneath that turban. So, Snape did not intend to take the stone, but instead returned it to Dumbledore and had it destroyed? Is Nicholas Flamel not nearing death? Yes, Harry confirmed. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Nicholas has stored enough elixir of life to manage the remaining affairs. He also said that for someone like Nicholas, death is simply the end of a long day. His words seem a bit eccentric, Ron muttered. But speaking of which, Hermione. Did you see Snape when you came back through the flames? Hermione shook her head quickly. Snape was wearing my invisibility cloak. Of course, I couldn't see him. I left the cloak in the room with the chess set. He must have found it there. So your cloak is still in his possession? Ron asked. Here. Harry lifted the covers to reveal the invisibility cloak he had hidden beneath the sheets. I handed the cloak to Dumbledore, and he returned it to me. Enough about my affairs. What about you two? What happened afterward? I spent quite some time rousing Ron. Hermione recounted the events that followed. We traversed the trapdoor guarded by Filch on our broomsticks, making our way directly to the Ollery in hopes of contacting Dumbledore, only to encounter him in the entrance hall. He merely remarked, Harry is gone to keep an eye on him. Has he not? Before ascending to the 4th floor. Do you think Dumbledore might intentionally be guiding you to thwart Quirrell? Ron proposed a startling hypothesis. I doubt it, Harry pondered. The affair concerning the Philosopher's Stone has been entirely our own initiative to investigate. Throughout this endeavor, we even regarded Snape as a thief. Yet, he was somewhat aware of our intentions. I believe he wished to afford me a chance, for I possess the right to confront Voldemort. Dumbledore is indeed a fascinating individual. Indeed, perhaps this is where Dumbledore's distinct reactions lie, Ron asserted proudly. After all, Dumbledore is his idol. By the way, do not speak of the incident with Snape. I overheard Dumbledore mention that he prefers to keep his involvement under wraps. But why? This is the hottest topic at Hogwarts at present. Harry, you have no idea how many girls have surrounded me inquiring about the happenings in the 4th floor corridor these past few days. Enough. Ron, why are you bringing this up? Hermione exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 77. An unexpected champion. Harry, you absolutely must attend the end-of-year feast tomorrow. The scores have been tallied, and Ravenclaw has come in first, finally breaking Slytherin's monopoly. You missed the final Quidditch match. We were utterly defeated by Ravenclaw, who also claimed this year's Quidditch Cup. I heard that Ravenclaw's celebration lasted a whole day and night, with the house elves from the kitchen continually delivering food and drinks to their common room. Alas, this is my fault, sighed Harry. If only we had triumphed over Ravenclaw, the championship would have been ours. The points from the Quidditch Cup have given Ravenclaw a significant lead in the House Cup, Ron lamented. Gryffindor is still at the bottom. We lost too many points earlier in the term. For the past few days, Slytherin has been too afraid to confront Ravenclaw. So they've been venting their frustrations on us Gryffindors. Every time we encounter Slytherin students in the corridors, they mock us for being at the bottom. Damn it, Harry exclaimed, striking the bed in frustration. You've been chatting for nearly 15 minutes. Madame Pomfrey suddenly burst in, ushering Ron and Hermione out for overstaying their visit. Harry slept soundly until dawn. After meeting Hagrid and receiving the photo album he had gifted him, he underwent a thorough health check by Madame Pomfrey. Thus, when Harry arrived at the Great Hall, it was already filled with students. Inside, the hall was adorned in the blue and bronze colors representative of Ravenclaw, with a massive banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle hanging on the wall behind the guest table. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables was equally jubilant, as everyone celebrated Slytherin's loss of the House Cup, having held it for 7 consecutive years prior. At the guest table, Professor Flitwick was merrily toasting with the other faculty members. When it was Snape's turn, his expression was somewhat unnatural, almost painfully stiff. After 7 years of toasting others, he was evidently unaccustomed to being on the receiving end. As Harry entered the hall, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, only to be followed by a resumption of lively chatter, with many eyes fixated on him. He spotted Virgil at the Ravenclaw table, conversing with his roommates. Harry considered approaching to greet him but ultimately decided against it, recalling Dumbledore's instruction to maintain secrecy on Virgil's behalf. He took a seat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, feigning ignorance of the stares directed at him. Virgil, Bert nudged his companion. You didn't return that night either. Did you go to the fourth-floor corridor? Virgil quickly shook his head in denial. I told you. I was helping Professor Kettleburn clean his office. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Well, all right then, Bert replied, sounding somewhat disappointed. I thought we might have a hero in Ravenclaw as well. However, Godstein interjected, not being a hero isn't so bad. Haven't you heard? It was Professor Quirrell who attempted to steal something. With the strength of first-year students, how could we possibly stop a professor? But Potter. Connor began to argue. Potter was saved by Professor Dumbledore. Godstein shot back. He did stop Professor Quirrell from stealing, but if Dumbledore hadn't arrived in time, who knows if Potter would have survived? Potter is the boy who lived. Someone exclaimed. The boy who lived does not imply he will escape every peril, Godstein retorted. Just as Bert and Connor were about to continue their debate with him, Dumbledore arrived, and the noise in the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed. Dumbledore proclaimed cheerfully from the guest table. Before you indulge in the feast, I must trouble you to listen to the ramblings of an old man. It has been a splendid year. You must have learned a great deal, and your minds have surely expanded. The summer awaits you, providing an opportunity to thoroughly digest what you have learned this term before the next one begins. Now, we shall proceed to the awarding of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. As Gryffindor's score was announced, applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Virgil even spotted Malfoy brandishing his fork and knife, taunting Gryffindor. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Slytherin, 472 points. Ravenclaw, 495 points. The Ravenclaw table burst into jubilant cheers, applause, and stomping, filling the hall with their excitement. Professor Flitwick even leapt onto the table, bowing towards his house. Students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff joined in the applause, celebrating Slytherin's loss of the House Cup. Indeed, everyone has performed admirably this year, Dumbledore remarked, tapping his goblet for silence. Of course, recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent once more at Dumbledore's words. Virgil felt a twinge of anxiety. He knew Dumbledore would award points to Gryffindor students, but was uncertain about the amounts. If Dumbledore wished for Gryffindor to win, or for Harry Potter to triumph, he would surely allocate more points. I should have asked the professor to give me some points, Virgil muttered under his breath, glancing at Professor Flitwick, who was still smiling. Flitwick caught Virgil's gaze and nodded reassuringly, as if he knew something. Clearing my throat, Dumbledore continued, we have a few final points to distribute. Let us see. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, who won the most spectacular game of chess in Hogwarts history. For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly lifted the ceiling off the hall. Virgil could hear Percy loudly proclaiming to the other prefects, that's my brother, my youngest brother. He won against Professor McGonagall's giant chess set. Next, Miss Hermione Granger. She maintained her composure in the face of flames and demonstrated remarkable reasoning. I award Gryffindor 50 points. Third, Harry Potter. The hall fell eerily silent. Harry Potter exhibited extraordinary bravery and exceptional courage, showcasing the admirable qualities of a Gryffindor student. For this, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The thunderous applause rang out, for Gryffindor had now leveled the score with Slytherin. Dumbledore raised a hand once more, gradually restoring silence. Finally, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. Facing enemies requires tremendous courage, but standing firm for one's friends necessitates an equal measure of bravery. This 10 points is well-deserved by Mr. Longbottom. After listening to Dumbledore's points announcement, Virgil let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just as recorded in the original text. With the points added from winning the Quidditch Cup, Ravenclaw soared ahead of the other three houses. And even with Gryffindor's additional 170 points, they posed no threat to Ravenclaw's championship position, although they did not claim the top spot. The cheers at the Gryffindor table rose in jubilant waves. They had surpassed Slytherin, securing second place in the House Cup. And the pent-up frustration from being taunted by Slytherin students over the past few days was finally released at that moment. Ultimately, we must congratulate Ravenclaw House for winning this year's House Cup. Virgil could hardly recall how he exited the Great Hall. He only remembered forcefully pulling Butte down from the table, who was eager to dance. Additionally, Quidditch players like Roger Davies and Gabri Hampton took turns pouring butterbeer down his throat. After all, he was merely a first year. How could Hogwarts classify butterbeer as a beverage? Later, Gabri Hampton and several seventh-year players, including Greg Bell, embraced one another, weeping with joy. They had not anticipated winning the Quidditch Cup before graduating. And to achieve both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup was a double victory, allowing them to graduate without any regrets. The day of results arrived. As expected, Virgil excelled in Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense against the Dark Arts, passing with high scores. His scores in Charms and Defense against the Dark Arts were the highest among first years. That old bat Snape must have done it on purpose. Goldstein glared at his report card in frustration, then snatched Virgil's results to compare. Discovering that neither of their potions' scores was particularly high. How had Snape managed to make their entire year difficult, even to the end-of-term exams? Kona, who had achieved high marks in potions, felt rather relaxed. His outstanding potions results compensated for his performance in Charms and Transfiguration. Fortunately, none of the four in their dormitory received failing marks, which was a small blessing. Although Ravenclaw students were renowned for their intelligence, many were the type who excelled in specific areas while being utterly clueless in others. Virgil, you should talk to your parents about getting an owl. That way, we can correspond during the holidays, suggested Kona, as he playfully teased the large black cat lounging atop their luggage at King's Cross Station. At that moment, Virgil was cradling the pure-blood Kneazle, Ernie, gifted by Professor Caterburn. He glanced at the languid black cat resting on the luggage and then looked down at the sleeping Ernie in his arms, letting out a sigh. The expenses for feeding these two little creatures were already enough to give him a headache. Adding an owl would be a burden. I'll discuss it with my parents. By the way, I plan to spend the holidays at my grandparents' place, and I'll find a way to share my address with you. It took them quite a while to leave platform 9 3/4, as the decrepit old guard forbade them from exiting in large groups. If 7 or 8 of them were to emerge from the wall together, several departments of the Ministry of Magic would certainly have their hands full again. Chapter 78, Is Mom planning a comeback? Virgil's grandparents currently reside in a quaint town by the shores of Lake Lomond. Like the residents of the Virgil family, they have not cast any spells to repel muggles. Instead, the elderly couple is earnestly striving to integrate into this muggle community. Although their behaviors occasionally appear incongruous with those of the local populace, the townsfolk have graciously welcomed them, attributing their peculiarities to mere differences in lifestyle. Virgil arrived here using flu powder. The intense dizziness it induced left him harboring strong grievances regarding certain regulations at Hogwarts. For instance, he pondered why he could not simply disembark from the Hogwarts Express at a station in Scotland, but was instead required to alight at King's Cross Station. Professor Flitwick explained that students below the 3rd year must disembark at the station registered before enrollment, whereas once they reach the 3rd year, such rigid stipulations are no longer enforced. Struggling to suppress the nausea caused by the flu powder journey, Virgil greeted his grandparents. Good afternoon, Virgil, his grandfather, Elbius Silson, acknowledged him, while his grandmother busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Why isn't your mother with you? She inquired. She went to Diagon Alley to purchase some items. And my pet couldn't travel via flu powder, so she should be using the door key to arrive, Virgil replied, with matters concerning the Soviet Union temporarily settled. The various nations that emerged from its dissolution have established their own Ministry of Magic or similar magical organizations, gradually restoring order within the wizarding world. The duo of Benial and Jennifer has reached the conclusion of their dealings. However, according to Jennifer, she and Benial have amassed sufficient funds for retirement. Now, Benial merely needs to maintain a stable position at the ministry, occasionally providing training for newly appointed hit wizards, without the need to risk life and limb for a few hundred galleons. I heard your mother is feeling restless and wants to return to work, Virgil's grandmother remarked, emerging from the kitchen with a freshly baked Scottish pie. Yes, I offered her some suggestions, Virgil replied with a grin, his thoughts drifting back to that evening when he returned home from King's Cross Station. What? My mom wants to work? No way, Virgil exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment as a piece of steak fell from his lips onto the table. Is there a problem? Your mother resigned from her position as an Auror to care for you. At that time, with the sudden disappearance of Voldemort, we were all fearful of potential retaliation from his followers, which led your mother to leave her job. Moody was quite upset about it for a long time. Moody? You mean Mad-Eye Moody? Indeed, he was your mother's mentor. When she first joined the Aurors, he was the one who took her on missions. Well, he certainly sounds like a good teacher, Virgil muttered, earning a light smack on the head from Jennifer. You should also offer some suggestions. After all, you've participated in such significant matters concerning the Soviet Gringotts. We no longer regard you as just a first-year child. So, what are your mother's current thoughts? Is she considering returning to the ministry as an Auror? Being an Auror is out of the question, Jennifer replied. Having been at home for so long, she has lost the agility and reflexes required for such a role. Besides, your father and I are well off for retirement. There is no need for her to take on the dangerous positions of a hit wizard or an auror for a high salary. My idea is to rent a storefront in Diagon Alley and start a small business. However, I have yet to decide what to sell. Many shops in Diagon Alley are well established, and any venture would require competing against them. For instance, if we were to sell robes, we would be up against Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and the 3 broomsticks. What area do you excel in? Virgil inquired. Oh, there are so many. Your mother was once an auror. To become an auror, one must not only achieve high scores on the N, E, W, T, S, but also excel in potions, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, charms, and herbology. To make matters more challenging, the ministry requires a 3-year training program for aurors, during which time the newcomers are referred to as trainee aurors. The auror office subjects them to various assessments and tests, and only those who can perform exceptionally under pressure are deemed fit to become aurors. And that's not all, Jennifer interjected, continuing, although the 3-year training period is completed, it does not guarantee that one is truly ready to operate independently as an auror. The office assigns seasoned aurors as mentors to these newly trained individuals, who must work under their supervision for 2 years. Essentially, they act as assistants, responsible for organizing documentation, gathering intelligence, and monitoring targets. In the end, the senior auror assesses their performance, and only those deemed competent can officially become aurors. The unqualified are reassigned to other departments. Jennifer took a sip of tea to clear her throat and continued. The attrition rate during the 3-year training program is exceedingly high, with instances of 0 pass rates occurring. Even if one is fortunate enough to pass the training assessments, do you believe being an auror's assistant is an easy task? Dark wizards are not to be underestimated. I have witnessed many gifted young individuals perish in the role of an auror's assistant. I have enjoyed over a decade of a quieter life and have no desire to return to such a high-pressure position. What does the 3-year training for aurors entail? Virgil suddenly asked, as a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, though he needed clearer information. The subjects covered primarily include those 5 core areas where one must achieve the highest scores. However, you must understand that the material you study at wizarding school is somewhat superficial, particularly in the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts. Numerous ministry employees have suggested that Hogwarts should discontinue this course, believing that its quality is insufficient for students to effectively combat dark wizards or werewolves, which would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the 3-year training for aurors not only demands a solid foundational knowledge, but also emphasizes practical skills, essentially, combat readiness. This includes learning more advanced defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, spells that focus on offense and defense, as well as some spells suggested by seasoned aurors that would prove useful in the field. Potions training focuses on antidotes and healing potions, requiring students to create elixirs using limited materials in combat scenarios, which necessitates memorizing various ingredient combinations, including those that can be substituted. Of course, this training generally revolves around simpler potions. More complex concoctions like Felix Felicis or the Draft of Living Death, which can take weeks or months to brew, are not included in the curriculum. So, to become an auror, one must not only excel academically, but also endure a highly competitive training process. And most importantly, this profession entails considerable danger, Virgil mused. Who in their right mind would choose such a career? Smack. Virgil's head received a light tap. Jennifer glared at him angrily. What are you saying? Are you implying that I am not in my right mind? No, not at all. Virgil hastily waved his hands. Turning to his father to change the subject, what about hit wizards? Do they have similar requirements? Many uninformed individuals fail to distinguish between hit wizards and aurors. Aurors demand a more comprehensive skill set. In addition to combat proficiency, they must also possess exceptional knowledge in potions, herbology, as well as a thorough understanding of magical plants and magical creatures. Conversely, hit wizards typically operate in teams, focusing more on proficiency in defense against the dark arts and charms. Certainly, while the training for hit wizards may not be as rigorous as that for aurors, it is by no means an easy feat to accomplish. Given the perilous nature of both professions and the high attrition rates, one might question whether individuals would still choose to apply. However, you would be mistaken. Venial chuckled as he affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Each year, countless young individuals aspire to join the Ministry of Magic as hit wizards or aurors. On one hand, the remuneration for these positions indeed surpasses that of other roles. During assignments, both aurors and hit wizards receive generous allowances, and in the unfortunate event of injury, St. Mungo's hospital provides complimentary treatment. Should a debilitating condition arise, the ministry ensures the injured are transferred to more manageable departments, thus securing their livelihood. On the other hand, the wizarding world is never short of intrepid souls. Many freshly graduated wizards enroll in the Auror and Hit Wizard programs in pursuit of excitement. Moreover, even if young wizards are unsuccessful in the Auror training, the ministry preferentially employs those who have demonstrated exceptional capabilities in suitable positions. After listening to Beniel and Jennifer elucidate the training mechanisms for Aurors, Virgil was inspired with a splendid idea. Mother, have you considered starting a training program? Chapter 79, Auror Training Class? Beniel and Jennifer exchanged puzzled glances. Noticing his parents' confusion, Virgil took a piece of paper and a quill, scribbling away. Mom and Dad, allow me to pose another question. The so-called 3-year Auror training must have a similar structure, right? It cannot be that the first year focuses solely on charms and the shield charm, while the second year shifts emphasis to transfiguration and fire protection potions. Surely, it must resemble the school's curriculum, with at least a detailed syllabus for each subject, if not comprehensive lesson plans? I can indeed answer that, Beniel interjected. I am currently responsible for the training of Hit Wizards and also oversee some assessments for newcomers. The curriculum for Hit Wizards is somewhat less extensive than that of Aurors, yet it remains largely comparable, providing you with a reference point. The training primarily emphasizes the offensive and defensive spells utilized by wizards. My focus is mainly on teaching defensive spells. Before completing their training, Hit Wizard trainees must master spells such as the Anti-Intrusion Charm, Defensive Charm, Disruption Charm, Disarming Charm, Shield Charm, and Obstruction Charm. Offensive spells include the Disarming Charm, Stunning Spell, and Explosive Charm. While there may be slight variations in specific spells each year, the overall content remains largely unchanged. Indeed, the Auror program is quite similar, Jennifer added. In reality, the training content for Aurors is mostly fixed. Having participated in the training myself and assisted Moody in organizing assessments, I can attest that the challenge of Auror training lies in the vast amount of new knowledge that must be learned and applied practically. The greater difficulty, however, is in the assessments, where the evaluating Aurors will create various distractions. For instance, during potion assessments, they may use the Cave-in spell against you, requiring you to anticipate such situations and respond effectively. Especially during the final assessments, they only consider the results, disregarding the process, even if your execution is flawless. Failure to complete the task will result in disqualification. My mentor, Moody, once remarked that to become an exceptional Auror, one must possess not only remarkable skill but also extraordinary luck. Take Delirious, for instance. As Moody recounted, his assessment was a complete disaster. Yet he managed to brew the potion by sheer luck in the end. My dear friend Nymphadora Tonks has applied to join the Auror ranks this year. I am confident she will succeed. Tonks? Virgil perked up at the mention of a familiar name. However, Nymphadora is not representative. Beniel's words brought Virgil back to the present. Nymphadora is a metamorphmagus. As for animagi, there are only a handful in the British magical community. Beniel and Jennifer's explanations provided Virgil with clarity. In that case, let us establish this training class. He exclaimed excitedly. I'm still not quite following you, son. Please clarify. Jennifer urged. Mom, you once were an Auror and received their training, assisting your mentor in organizing assessment sessions. Therefore, you must have a good grasp of the Auror training process, right? I am well aware. Jennifer nodded in agreement. Do you still recall the content and knowledge covered during Auror training? Of course. Speaking of which, it seems I have recalled some unpleasant memories. Jennifer shuddered. Those lessons are etched in my mind for life. Then we are all set. Virgil shouted with enthusiasm. Beniel seemed to grasp what his son was proposing. Mom, I believe you could rent a slightly larger venue and recruit witches and wizards from 5th year and above, or those who have already graduated, who aspire to become Aurors. You could teach them some of the knowledge involved in Auror training. For subjects they have encountered in school, you can delve deeper by integrating practical applications. For entirely new knowledge, you can provide supplementary lessons. Of course, it need not encompass all knowledge, just those core topics that remain unchanged year after year. Dad works at the ministry and has close ties with both the Hit Wizard and Auror departments. You should have some connections among friends still serving as Aurors to inquire about the new additions and omissions in the training curriculum each year. Once clarified, we could blend this information with other relevant knowledge that is not formally assessed but is crucial for Auror work, culminating in a targeted review session. Lastly, we could craft a tailored mock assessment based on the Auror evaluation rules and procedures. Furthermore, we can offer one-on-one tutoring. if they are weak in any particular subject. We shall provide guidance in that area. You can handle transfiguration, potions, and herbology without any issues, right? Dad can manage defense against the dark arts and practical training. As for charms, given that grandparents are rather advanced in age, Gringotts cannot continually trouble them. It would be far too easy for a seasoned cursebreaker to instruct a group of young wizards who haven't even graduated yet, regarding the knowledge of magical creatures. The aura training has minimal requirements in this regard. We could borrow a couple of students from Grandpa to lecture, as they surely cannot focus solely on dragon-related knowledge. Vanille and Jennifer exchanged glances, slightly overwhelmed by the magnitude of Virgil's ideas. It wasn't that they found it incomprehensible. They were simply astonished by the peculiar thoughts emerging from their son's mind. Virgil, oblivious to his parents' expressions, continued his fervent discourse. Mad-Eye Moody, the most formidable auror. A student of Mad-Eye S. What a perfect promotional opportunity. Our initial goal is to make aspiring young wizards aware that enrolling in our tutoring class will significantly enhance their chances of passing the assessments. Once we establish our reputation, we could invite retired aurors or currently active ones to speak publicly, or even present at Hogwarts, sharing their astonishing experiences and honorable deeds, showcasing how magnificent a career as an auror truly is. We must instill in the hearts of future young wizards the notion that becoming an auror is the most coveted profession. Everyone should strive to become an auror. Regret for not pursuing auror training for 3 years pales in comparison to a lifetime of regret for not becoming an auror. Inspired by his grand vision, Virgil stood atop a stool. Once we expand and flourish, we must establish branches in America, Romania, Russia, and Japan. At that time, we will prioritize hiring retired aurors and hit wizards as instructors, while those who achieve O grades in the ultimate wizard level examination can serve as part-time teaching assistants. After accumulating sufficient teaching experience and passing our assessments, they can become full-fledged teachers. Should we also consider offering a hit wizard training course? After all, your father is a trainer for hit wizards, Jennifer suggested. No, absolutely not. Virgil vehemently shook his head. As long as Dad holds this position, we cannot offer hit wizard training courses. Why not? What we are doing, to put it bluntly, is exploiting a loophole between the ministry's training and the magical school curriculum. The content of auror training differs significantly from the teachings at magical schools. If the ministry were to intervene and halt this operation, we would be unable to continue. You are a retired auror and have no direct ties to the ministry anymore. At most, you could inquire with old friends about the new training content for this year. The aurors who pass the assessments are still ultimately under the leadership of the auror office. The Ministry of Magic, or rather the Minister of Magic, may choose to turn a blind eye to this. However, the role of the hit wizard is different. My father is responsible for their training and evaluations. Once we establish a training program for hit wizards, regardless of how many wizards we have trained successfully, others will suspect that my father has opened the door for favoritism in the assessments. Furthermore, those who have undergone our training and become hit wizards with ease may easily be regarded by others in the ministry as my father's prodigies. What sort of individuals are hit wizards? They are a group dedicated to armed conflict should a full-scale battle arise. Even gathering all the aurors might not suffice to deter a horde of hit wizards. If my father truly intends to pursue this path within a few years, we could potentially replace every member in the ranks of hit wizards. Subsequently, my father would be left with only one path to tread, that of Minister of Magic. After all, no minister would allow the strongest armed force in the ministry to fall into the hands of another. Upon hearing Virgil's explanation, Jennifer promptly dismissed any notions of a hit wizard training program. We need someone within the ministry to help us gauge its attitude and reactions towards this matter. My father's position is quite suitable for this purpose. In my view, the demands for aurors, hit wizards, obliviators, and members of the incident reversal team are the highest. However, obliviators ultimately rely on the innate talent and skills of the wizards themselves. The responsibilities of the incident reversal team are too vast, as we are just starting out. It is impossible to prioritize so many subjects at once. As for the remaining positions, as long as one can read, even a muggle can manage with a bit of study. What of the werewolf capture task force? Beyond consuming funds each year, what else do they accomplish? My classmates from Hogwarts are well aware of a werewolf named Fenrir Greyback, who roams freely, causing havoc without restraint. Chapter 80. The location of the tutoring center. Are you saying that little Virgil has already arranged our lives after you and Grandpa? Virgil's grandmother teased him with a smile. That's not what I meant, Grandma, Virgil replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Haven't you and Grandpa had a few capable students? Just introduce one or two to us so they can attend the classes. Not really, both of our students are quite busy. Virgil's grandfather's words shattered Virgil's previous fantasies. The study of curses is a vital part of Auror training, and without instructors, subsequent plans would be delayed. Virgil intended to assist Jennifer in launching this training program before the school year commenced, but he never anticipated this initial step would encounter such a setback. Seeing the disheartened expression on Virgil's face, L.B. Ursilison couldn't help but burst into laughter. His grandmother gently tapped her husband and scolded. "Why are you teasing the child about such matters?" Afterward, she tenderly ruffled Virgil's hair. "Don't worry, your grandfather is just joking. He himself is a restless soul. Moreover, Gringotts won't always assign us old folks tasks. Your grandfather and I have plenty of free time now, and we can go over to your mother's place to teach the students." "That would be wonderful," Virgil exclaimed gleefully at his grandmother's words. If his grandparents could personally get involved, he believed that no Auror could surpass their expertise in the study of curses. What about the courses on disguise, concealment, stealth, and tracking? How do you plan to arrange those? During dinner, Virgil's grandfather turned to his daughter and grandson and inquired. "Don't be surprised, Virgil. The profession of a curse breaker often requires interaction with Aurors and members of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad," Jennifer chimed in, glancing at Virgil, who was struggling with a stake. Had she really forgotten to consider these subjects? "Shall I contact Nymphadora Tonks first? As a metamorphmagus, she excels in disguise and concealment. Besides, she is currently an intern and must have a profound impression of Auror training." Virgil quickly shook his head, swallowing his steak before speaking. "Firstly, the cost of these subjects are too high for us to bear. Secondly, we do not need to be responsible for these subjects. Our goal is to enhance the students' chances of passing their training assessments, not to guarantee their success. Therefore, we should only offer basic subjects. As for stealth and tracking, let the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors teach them. Thirdly, Mom, you mentioned that Tonks is a metamorphmagus. Such talent comes around only once in decades. Her experience isn't applicable to ordinary witches and wizards." "But Mom, are you classmates with Tonks? How well do you know her?" "How could that be possible?" Jennifer replied. "Tonks is over a decade younger than I am. We were introduced through Moody. She is also one of his students." "Oh, I see." No wonder Virgil recalled that there was quite an age difference between Tonks and Lupin, while his mother was a year ahead of Lupin. It was impossible for them to be classmates. "Have you settled on a location?" Virgil's grandfather inquired again. "We have found a few potential places for now," Virgil replied. "We don't need to look for storefronts, so the rent is significantly lower than I initially estimated. One option is the second floor of the Dark Wizard Travel Agency, which is spacious enough to accommodate over 20 wizards for lessons, and the rent is affordable. The downside is its somewhat remote location. Then there's the third floor of the Magical Creatures Shop. Originally purchased as a warehouse, it has remained unused and is now available for rent. The upstairs of the Leaky Cauldron is also looking to rent out. I think these 3 locations are quite good. The rest are just too small. The Magical Creatures Shop and the Leaky Cauldron can be ruled out," Jennifer stated as soon as Virgil finished. "We are a tutoring center, not a shop. As long as the advertising is done well, the location doesn't matter. The courses on curses, defense against the dark arts, and potions will involve practical components. And with the various creatures in the Magical Creatures Shop and the daily customer flow at the Leaky Cauldron, we cannot guarantee that an accident won't occur. What if a young wizard accidentally blows up or ignites the Magical Creatures Shop or the Leaky Cauldron? Can we afford to compensate for that? I know the Dark Wizard Travel Agency. It's located in a small alley. I think it's a good place, very quiet and suitable for students to learn. The rent is low and the space is ample. Moreover, I've visited the travel agency before, and there aren't any valuable items inside. I think this place is excellent. Then let's go check it out in the next couple of days and secure the location," Jennifer said. "Is it really that urgent? Can't we wait until we go home to look at it? I really don't want to use Floo powder." "If you don't want to use Floo powder, then we can use the key. Let's stick with Floo powder," Virgil replied. Watching their daughter embrace her new work with great enthusiasm and motivation, Virgil's grandparents smiled with satisfaction. After all, during her time at Hogwarts, Jennifer was able to hold her own against James Potter, Sirius, and their group, indicating her exceptional talent among students. Caring for Virgil at home was a necessity back then due to the circumstances, fearing retaliation from the Death Eaters who might target their family. But now that the wizarding world was gradually stabilizing and Virgil had reached school age, the couple hoped their daughter could engage in meaningful activities rather than merely being a housewife. This was also why, after Virgil shared his tutoring center concept with them, they agreed to assist with the teaching. There's certainly enough space. If only we could use the undetectable extinction charm. Virgil mused as he and Jennifer stood in the second floor of the Dark Wizard Travel Agency, surveying the area. Don't even think about it. The Ministry of Magic is extremely strict about the undetectable extinction charm, Jennifer quickly interjected, wanting to dissuade Virgil from such thoughts. I was just saying it casually. Virgil knew well how stringent the ministry was regarding the undetectable extinction charm. Furthermore, this was Diagon Alley, and using such a spell right under the ministry's nose would be akin to provoking them, which Virgil certainly wasn't foolish enough to do. We need to install a fireplace. Virgil indicated a wall as he planned. We can't have the students relying solely on the key. Your mother has more experience with these matters. You needn't worry about that. If you think this place is good, we should proceed to secure it, Jennifer advised Virgil. Shouldn't we let Dad come take a look? What difference does it make if he sees it? He'll just be responsible for teaching defense against the dark arts. He is merely a hired instructor here. I am the owner, Jennifer asserted confidently. Virgil shrugged his shoulders in resignation. In their household, generally, Benil made the decisions on significant matters while Jennifer handled the minor ones. However, it had been over a decade since any significant issues arose. He heard that even when Jennifer resigned from the Ministry of Magic, she merely informed Benil afterward and didn't consult him. Regardless, this is our territory, so you can design it however you like. But do consider all the subjects we plan to offer, especially since we need to arrange for practical training. I will find another location for practical training. Jennifer's words reassured Virgil. The Magical Law Enforcement Squad has an abandoned training ground where the hit wizards trained over a decade ago. After discussing it with your father, I plan to rent that as well for practical training. Can the ministry really lend us such a place? That was merely a temporary training ground established by the Ministry of Magic during the construction of the current training facility. Its area is quite limited, and it is not far from Diagon Alley. Now, it has fallen completely into a state of disuse. For such a dilapidated venue, I pay the ministry nearly 100 galleons in rent each year. They are eager for me to maintain a long-term lease. Having something is certainly preferable to having nothing, as we would otherwise need to construct our own facility. Fortunately, the initial instructors for the tutoring classes are all family members, which saves us a considerable expense. Your father has already made contact with Romania, and your grandfather should receive a reply in a few days. Chapter 81. The disappearance of Etienne. Virgil found the life in the Scottish village to be exceptionally suited to his temperament. Easygoing, leisurely, and carefree. Thus far, he perceived the only drawback to be the haggis before him, as he sat in the home of a newfound friend. Contemplating the third serving of haggis he had consumed that week, he feared he might soon suffer from gout. Haggis, a renowned Scottish delicacy, is crafted by hollowing out a sheep's stomach and stuffing it with minced sheep heart, liver, lungs, oatmeal, onions, sheep fat, and an array of spices. The locals delight in serving this dish to their guests, while it must be said that haggis possesses a rather agreeable flavor. Even the most exquisite taste cannot withstand daily indulgence, especially with a plate of sheep's pudding also on the table. Virgil mused that he had likely consumed more sheep offal during this holiday than in all his previous lives combined. What would you like for dinner, Virgil? His grandmother inquired as she ascended the stairs. Anything but sheep offal. Virgil groaned, sprawled on his bed, his hands playfully tormenting his large black cat, while the other, a plump feline, dozed on the windowsill. His grandmother chuckled heartily at his words, admitting she too struggled to adapt to the local cuisine. By the way, refrain from wandering outside the village for a while. There have been reports of a wild dog in the nearby mountains, and several muggles have been attacked by it. Grandma, I've knocked out a troll. Am I to fear a wild dog? But you are not at Hogwarts now. The ministry has enacted the restriction on underage wizards using magic rule. How could I have forgotten? Virgil smacked his forehead, realizing he had become too comfortable lately, his mind sluggish. Therefore, you should stay home for the time being. If you venture out, do not stray beyond the town. I know you are studying dueling with Flitwick, but without the ability to use magic, you cannot ensure your own safety. Understood. Virgil nodded in agreement, and then shooed the large black cat from his bed. Retrieving a book on divination that he had purchased in Diagon Alley to prepare for his future masquerade as a soothsayer. Virgil, a voice called from outside the window. He leaned out to see a boy of similar age standing below, his friend from the village, albeit a muggle. Fleming? Noticing his companion waving, Virgil quickly donned his coat and hurried downstairs. Before he could inquire about the situation, Fleming seized his arm and pulled him towards the edge of town. Hey, take it easy, brother. Virgil managed to halt Fleming, who was running with reckless abandon. What is going on? It's Etienne. It's Etienne. Fleming gasped. Etienne was his 4-year-old sister, a constant shadow following her brother, often with a runny nose. Slow down. What happened to Etienne? She was attacked by a big dog over by the woods. The dog dragged her into the forest. Fleming exclaimed anxiously. We have to save her. A big dog? Virgil pondered his grandmother's warning. Fleming, are you sure it was a dog and not some other creature? After all, a 4-year-old isn't particularly small. And your sister is quite the plump little girl. A single dog wouldn't easily be able to drag her off. I'm certain. I can distinguish a dog's bark. Fleming insisted as he continued to pull Virgil toward the woods. Fleming, calm down. Virgil broke free from Fleming's grip. I understand you're worried about your sister, but it's far more prudent to notify your parents and let them join us in the search. I called their workplace. But no one answered. Virgil, we are the only ones who can save Etienne. Then let us go, Fleming. Follow me. Virgil led Fleming back to his grandparents' house. Blackie, wake up. He called to the large, lazy cat basking in the sun. We're going out. Hearing his name, Blackie stretched and nudged the still grooming fat cat beside him. The two rotund felines squeezed through the gap in the garden gate. Fleming, you wait here for my grandparents. When they return, explain what happened and the general direction your sister was taken. The rest is up to me. His grandparents had gone to inspect the training grounds rented from the ministry. Your grandparents? Can they handle it? Rest assured, they are the most capable individuals in this village when it comes to ensuring your sister's safe return. Do not underestimate them. And you? Fleming asked Virgil. I will find your sister first. Are you going alone? Is that wise? Do not forget who once left you searching for your teeth. Virgil teased, tugging at Fleming's sleeve before sprinting towards the outskirts of town. The two plump cats in tow. Be sure to inform my grandparents right away about everything that transpired. Loch Lomond, the largest freshwater lake in Scotland, is nestled in the southern highlands, but what troubled Virgil most was that the lake was enveloped by hills. If the adversary retreated into the mountains, matters would become quite complicated. Virgil glanced down at the two cats licking their paws, feeling a twinge of frustration. Blackie and the other were no hunting dogs. While cats possess keen senses, he was uncertain whether they could track a person as effectively as a hound. However, being magical creatures, they might yield unexpected results. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He presented Fleming's sleeve to the two cats, prompting Blackie to sniff it and then display a perplexed expression, as if to say, Didn't the owner just part ways with you? Virgil shook his head and pointed toward the nearby woods, lacking anything belonging to Etienne. He had no choice but to resort to Fleming's clothing, considering that Etienne trailed her brother everywhere and would likely carry a scent. Understanding Virgil's intentions, Blackie nodded and prodded the still grooming fat cat with a paw. The orange feline finally ambled over to sniff the sleeve. Observing the cat's behavior, Virgil couldn't help but admire Professor Kettleburn's expertise in magical creatures. Under his guidance, the cats had learned to communicate seamlessly with Virgil through body language. As a hybrid cat, Blackie was indeed superior to Hermione's Crookshanks. The other cat exhibited reluctance, not due to any ill feelings towards Virgil, but purely from laziness. Yet, in this search for Etienne, Virgil held higher hopes for the purebred cat, as its abilities would surpass those of the mixed-breed Blackie. Virgil opened his transformed lizard skin bag and checked the items he had brought along. Unfortunately, his silver linden wand remained at home. But he still possessed the wand originally belonging to Quirrell. Perhaps his self-directed escapade in the dungeons had improved its magical efficacy, for he had noticed a marked increase in the wand's responsiveness since arriving in Scotland. He secured the dagger gifted by Professor Flitwick at his waist and drew the other dagger he had discovered in the Room of Requirement. Given the ministry's regulations, he preferred to avoid using his wand unless absolutely necessary. Virgil tucked a small vial of white powder into his pocket, easily accessible with a mere stretch of his hand, and followed the two raccoons as they ventured into the woods. His mind was resolute. He would trace the water source first. Regardless of whether it was wild dogs or any other creature, even a fantastical beast, the necessity for water remained. In Virgil's recollection, there were no species that completely eschewed hydration that bore any resemblance to a dog. Although the expanse of Lake Lomond was considerable, the presence of roads, small towns, and the occasional tourist had inadvertently narrowed the search area. If the dog that had taken Fleming's sister was indeed the one his grandmother spoke of, he would likely have to delve deeper into the mountains. It was said that this wild dog, known for its attacks, had only recently emerged. However, there had been no reports of residents from the nearby towns being assaulted, nor had anyone encountered this creature before. Thus, it was probable that this rogue had discovered a more stable water source within the mountains. Chapter 82. Delving into the woods, a solitary individual accompanied by two feline companions commenced their search. The portly cat, Dauphin, led the way, while Virgil walked in the middle, with the vigilant Dahe bringing up the rear. Understanding that it lacked certain extraordinary abilities inherent to the purebred cat, Dahe willingly took on the role of the lookout. During their prior venture into the Forbidden Forest, Professor Kettleburn had entrusted Dahe with the role of guide, leaving Virgil perplexed as to whether it was Dahe's keen hunting instincts or its capacity to sense danger that merited such trust. Ultimately, due to Hermione Granger's interruption, Virgil had forgotten to inquire further. Virgil gently nudged Dauphin, who was lagging behind, urging it to hasten its pace. In their rush to depart, Virgil's transfigured lizard skin bag contained only a few snacks procured earlier in Diagon Alley. Should their expedition prolong, he would have to consider foraging for sustenance in the mountains. For the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration clearly stated that wizards could not conjure food from nothingness. After laboriously climbing a steep slope, Virgil plopped down on the ground, signaling to the two cats that he required a brief respite. He resolved to discuss with his mother the necessity of enhancing a wizard's physical training. Breathless, he rolled his eyes and waved Dauphin to roam freely as he surveyed his surroundings in search of a suitable stick to fashion into a walking staff. Virgil soon discovered a branch approximately 5 feet long, skillfully whittling away the protruding twigs with his dagger. Meanwhile, the hybrid feline Dahe rotated its head like a radar, attentively monitoring the environment. After breaking off the soft tip of the branch, he had fashioned a rudimentary walking stick. Dahe, please retrieve Dauphin, Virgil instructed the watchful cat, drawing his hazel wand just in case. Moments later, Dahe emerged from the thicket, with Dauphin trailing closely behind. To Virgil's astonishment, Dauphin clutched a rabbit in its mouth, its hind legs still kicking, indicating that it had not yet delivered a fatal bite. The yellow cat placed its catch at Virgil's feet and affectionately nudged its plump face against his leg. "Well, I must admit, you have some skills," Virgil exclaimed, affectionately stroking Dauphin's head. With this unexpected bounty, he no longer had to fret about food shortages as time passed. "You and Dahe may eat first. Once you're finished, we shall resume our journey." He gestured for the two cats to devour the rabbit while he stepped aside. His pockets still held a few snacks and candies, and unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to utilize the flora and fauna of the wilderness. It was not out of kindness, rather. Virgil had never received formal training in wilderness survival in either his past or present life, and he could not assure himself of his ability to properly prepare the catch. Fishing would have been more manageable, but alas. Once the black and yellow felines had finished their meal and tidied themselves of any blood, the trio continued deeper into the mountains. "Good boy." Virgil crouched down to affectionately pet the two chubby cats, then poked at several brown droppings with his stick. These had been discovered by the cats following the lingering scent in the air and the traces on the ground. Grassroots. Could it truly be a dog? He murmured. Wolves are purely carnivorous creatures, leaving behind a strong odor often accompanied by fragments of bone or fur. Only a starving dog would resort to consuming grass. Moreover, wolves had become exceedingly rare sights in Scotland. However, having ventured so far, Virgil glanced back, realizing he could no longer trace his way back. "Why haven't I encountered any blood?" He voiced his concern softly. A child of around 3 years old would not succumb without a struggle if attacked by wild dogs. Yet, aside from the initial entry into the forest, Virgil had seen no trampled grass or bushes, nor had he noticed any disarray on the ground. If Etienne had indeed been killed, the absence of any bloodshed along their path was baffling. The cats, trained by Professor Kettleburn, possessed an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood, yet they had provided no warning or indication since entering the woods. This state of affairs left Virgil feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, the stench emanating from the dog droppings, despite being prodded with a stick, was suffocating. At that moment, he fondly recalled how Professor Kettleburn had once cast a cleaning charm on him as he assisted in clearing magical creature waste. After repeated experiences, Virgil had learned the charm himself, yet regrettably, during the holidays, he was prohibited from using magic off-campus. He wiped the stick's end against a nearby tree. Virgil and his feline companions continued to follow the sporadic traces left on the ground. Perhaps due to the recent lack of rain, the terrain they traversed was parched, failing to clearly reveal the paw prints of the wild dog. The method he learned from his professor for gauging an animal's size and weight based on the depth and size of its tracks was rendered ineffective. Another point of perplexity for Virgil was that dogs, due to their lack of training and inherent curiosity, typically left behind erratic and disorganized trails. Yet thus far, The traces he had observed were almost straight, exhibiting an unusual level of discipline. Were it not for the near extinction of wolves in Scotland and the feces confirming the presence of wild dogs, Virgil might have suspected that a pack of cooperative wolves lurked in the depths surrounding Loch Lomond. Be it wild dogs or wolves, both posed significant trouble. Virgil glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 5 o'clock. Were his grandfather and the others planning to have dinner in Diagon Alley? Why had they not yet arrived? Virgil silently grumbled to himself, quickening his pace. In the mountains, darkness fell more swiftly than in the city. Glancing up at the descending sun, Virgil felt a pang of anxiety. He had no desire to spend the night in the wild, setting aside safety concerns. How could a child just over 10 years old construct a shelter without the use of magic? The two cats dashed ahead for a moment before abruptly halting. Virgil initially thought they sensed some danger and instinctively drew both daggers, scanning the vicinity with caution. Yet, nothing transpired. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was pierced by the faint sound of flowing water. With determination, he rushed towards the source of the sound. Parting the thicket, he discovered a small stream approximately 2 meters wide. Observing the flow's direction, it appeared to join Loch Lomond. The water was shallow, and having strayed far from any habitation, it remained untainted and crystal clear, revealing the stones and the occasional fish swimming beneath. Cautiously cupping some water in his hands, Virgil took a small sip to moisten his dry lips and throat. Though the stream appeared to flow well, he refrained from gulping down large quantities. Uncertain of the upstream conditions, watching his feline companions leap into the water to catch fish, Virgil sought a slightly cleaner spot to sit cross-legged. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, enjoying a bite while reorganizing the contents of his lizard skin bag. Once this task was complete, he intended to prepare some matches or other essentials. This would facilitate both igniting a fire and distilling water without undue effort. Shifting his gaze to the transparent crystal vials nestled in his pocket, he reflected on the potions he had brewed during potions class or while practicing in the room of requirement. Although the efficacy of certain potions may not be perilous, in extreme circumstances, they can serve as a substitute for water. Yet, the taste is best left unmentioned. Virgil called out to the playful civets frolicking in the stream, urging them to hasten their actions. He intended to venture upstream after the two civets had finished their meal, hoping to uncover some discoveries. If tracking proved futile, he would have the civets lead them back along the original path, whether it be sustenance, water sources, shelter, or potential dangers lurking in the wild. Without the use of magic, Virgil felt as defenseless as a mere schoolboy. Others had perished without rescue, and he had unwittingly placed himself in jeopardy as well. Virgil could not fathom why he had impulsively plunged into this remote mountain with the two civets, a decision that starkly contradicted his original intent to simply survive throughout his life. Could it be that, deep down, he still possessed the spirit of a Gryffindor? Chapter 83. The curly-tailed dog. At the moment when Virgil found himself in a dilemma, the guide, Erfay, suddenly emitted a low growl, his tail erect and fur bristling as if sensing some formidable adversary. In contrast to the purebred cat-like creatures, Dehay exhibited a slightly diminished sensitivity to such threats. Nevertheless, upon observing the behavior of his companion, he instinctively mirrored the action, positioning himself protectively beside his master. Virgil, belatedly aware of the tension, drew forth a replica fairy-crafted silver dagger, holding it defensively before his chest. Simultaneously, his other hand discreetly delved into his shape-shifting lizard skin pouch. Grasping the handle of a hazel wand, the purebred cat-like creature cautiously approached the thicket ahead, while Virgil and Dehay followed closely behind. As he quietly parted the branches, Virgil glimpsed a cave in the mountainside, about half a person's height. Scattered across the ground at the cave's entrance were numerous footprints. The trio stealthily approached the cave. What is this? Virgil noticed something at the edge of the cave. He put on gloves and, reaching in, brushed something with his hand before bringing it to his nose. Ugh! A pungent odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of the magical creature excrement he had cleaned for a whole year under Professor Ketterburn. Had it not been for that experience, he would surely have retched at the smell. It was canine urine, and freshly so. However, the scent bore an unsettling familiarity. Virgil pondered a possibility, only to hurriedly dismiss the thought. Unlikely, he muttered to himself. He tugged back Erfay, who was eager to dash into the cave, and signaled for his two cat-like companions to remain silent. He then retrieved a small disc from his pouch. At this rate, Zoko's little trinkets would soon be entirely replicated by Fred and George. Virgil tossed the disc into the cave. Almost immediately, a sound akin to a wolf's howl reverberated within. Goodness, Fred and George couldn't have enhanced it with amplification magic, could they? The thunderous noise compelled Virgil to cover his ears, while the Hay and Air Fae instinctively shielded their ears with their paws. After all, as magical creatures, their hearing was acutely sensitive. Oh no, I still have the urine-soaked gloves on. Before long, a sudden bark echoed from deep within the cave, followed by the sounds of an animal chasing the flying disc. However, the pursuit did not last long. Soon, the mournful howls of the canine filled the air. Unlike Zoko's original flying disc, the Weasley brothers' imitation would only release its razor-sharp edges upon contact. At that moment, Virgil could vividly imagine the side of the canine's mouth lacerated by the vicious blades. It was not until silence enveloped the cave that Virgil waved his hand, signaling to Hay and Air Fae to enter, while he crouched behind the thicket near the cave's entrance. Enter the cave himself? Certainly not. The cave was pitch black, and lacking a torch or the ability to use his wand, it would be sheer folly to venture in armed only with 2 small daggers. As for why he trusted his 2 cat-like companions to enter, it was due to Professor Ketterburn's assertion that if Virgil and the 2 creatures were cast into the Forbidden Forest for a night, he would likely meet a gruesome end, while they would frolic unperturbed. With a powerful push of their hind legs, the 2 cat-like creatures darted into the cave. Possessing exceptional night vision, the darkness posed little challenge. Their task was to drive whatever resided within the cave out, and Virgil felt assured. After a while, the fierce yowls of the cat-like creatures mixed with the canine's howls echoed within the confines of the cave, sending a shiver down Virgil's spine. Suddenly, before Virgil could react, 3 dark figures burst forth from the cave. Meow. The Hay and Air Fae, the 2 plump cats, halted before Virgil, their fur bristled, tails raised, bellies nearly brushing the ground. It was evident they were reacting to a perceived threat. Before them stood a dog with matted fur obscuring its eyes. Its coat tangled from lack of grooming. Its robust forelimbs quivered slightly, and its hind legs were poised, ready to spring into action. As Virgil leaned forward, he noticed a uniquely forked tail drooping behind the massive creature. Indeed, a curly-tailed dog. From the droppings, urine, and other traces found in the forest, Virgil had formed a suspicion, but he was uncertain, for a typical curly-tailed dog would not possess such a robust physique. It bore a close resemblance to a Jack Russell Terrier, yet this specimen was significantly larger than the average. Its length of fur suggested interbreeding with other breeds. But that forked tail served as a constant reminder to Virgil that he was facing a magical creature, one that was perilously dangerous. Virgil slowly extended his hand, still clutching the replica silver dagger, into the shape-shifting lizard pouch, grasping Professor Chilo's wand. Knowing it was indeed a magical creature, the priority shifted from concerns regarding the Ministry of Magic's laws to the urgent need to preserve his own life. Curses! What a blunder! Virgil silently cursed himself. Had he known such a creature lurked deeper in the woods, he would never have ventured in. The 3, 1 human, 2 cats, and 1 dog, gazed intently at one another, each hesitant to make the first move, resulting in a tense stalemate. For a moment, the clearing before the cave was eerily silent, broken only by the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, the distant sound of a stream, and the heavy breathing of the large dog. The low growls emanating from the cat-like creatures reminded Virgil that this was no mere dream, but a genuine peril he faced. The prolonged standoff and overwhelming tension caused Virgil's hands and legs to tremble. Gulp. Virgil swallowed hard, attempting to wipe the sweat streaming down his face with the back of his hand, but his taut muscles caused the dagger to slip from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Clang. The sound shattered the fragile equilibrium. Roar. The white dog let out an enraged howl, propelling itself forward. Saliva mingled with blood from the wounds inflicted by the flying disc, splattering into the air. The Hay, positioned protectively before Virgil, emitted a piercing yowl and leaped at the creature, which was several times larger than itself. Air Fae darted to the side, attempting to launch an assault from the curly-tailed dog's flank. Just as the Hay and the curly-tailed dog were about to clash, a powerful incantation erupted from the forest behind Virgil, accurately ensnaring the leaping beast midair. Magical ropes materialized from thin air, binding the curly-tailed dog's limbs tightly. Thud. The disoriented curly-tailed dog crashed to the ground. Immediately after, a large hand pressed down on Virgil's head, ruffling his hair vigorously. You rascal! You've frightened your grandmother half to death. Grandfather? Chapter 84. The enchantment that lulls you to sleep. The Sorting Hat ought to have placed you in Gryffindor. Virgil's grandfather gazed with concern at his grandson. Did Flitwick not impart to you the essential truth that one must first safeguard oneself? Such a simple principle could not possibly elude a Ravenclaw. To preserve oneself is an art mastered by Slytherins, followed closely by Ravenclaws. If one loses their life, nothing remains. Virgil's grandfather cast a glance at the tail-wagging creature bound to the ground, still struggling fiercely. "Grandfather, let us explore the cave," Virgil suggested. As the 2 humans and 2 cats aimed to enter the cavern, the tail-wagging creature redoubled its efforts to impede them. However, Virgil's grandfather wielded a spell of immense power that rendered even a magical creature with some resistance to magic utterly powerless. Virgil left the 2 cats outside to guard the tail-wagging creature while he followed his grandfather into the cave. The glow of light emanated from his grandfather's wand, dispelling the darkness within. The cave was dim and elongated, its walls adorned with moss that felt slimy to the touch, reminiscent of a slug. Virgil stifled his revulsion and discomfort, steadying himself against the rocky wall as he ventured deeper alongside his grandfather. After an indeterminate time traversing the depths of the cave, Virgil faintly heard the sound of sobbing echoing from further within. "Grandfather, do you hear that?" Virgil whispered. "It must be Fleming's sister," his grandfather replied, quickening their pace to delve further. At the cave's end lay a stone chamber. Observing the markings on the walls, it appeared to be a natural formation. In the corner of the chamber, a small girl curled up, quietly weeping. By the light of the wand, Virgil recognized her as Etienne. He rushed forward to offer comfort. Meanwhile, his grandfather's attention was drawn to a stone altar in the chamber's center. "Virgil, come look," his grandfather called, halting Virgil, who was in the midst of soothing the girl. After gently patting Etienne's back and offering a few words of reassurance, he joined his grandfather by the altar. "What is this? A white wolf?" Upon seeing the creature on the altar, Virgil fell into deep contemplation, as if a realization dawned upon him. "It is already deceased," his grandfather's somber voice broke through Virgil's thoughts. Relieved to learn of the wolf's demise, Virgil leaned closer to examine the body. Could this wolf be the mother of that tail-wagging creature outside? Virgil speculated. If this theory held true, it would explain the creature's unusual size and fur texture. What was the cause of death? His grandfather inquired. Virgil resumed his examination, meticulously investigating before arriving at a definitive conclusion. It appears to have died 6 or 7 days ago. There are no signs of illness or fresh wounds. It simply succumbed to age. Then what prompted it to capture Etienne? Virgil asked, perplexed. "I noticed that apart from a few scrapes from being dragged, she bears no other injuries." "That is not our concern," his grandfather stated. "Virgil, take Etienne's hand. We must leave." Hearing her grandfather's directive, Virgil approached Etienne and helped her rise from her curled position in the corner. Sensing her fright, he felt her hand trembling. With a flick of his wand, Virgil's grandfather caused the white wolf's body to levitate, much to Etienne's astonishment. "Let us depart," Virgil said, guiding Etienne ahead while his grandfather controlled the floating wolf's body behind them. The trio emerged from the cave. Outside, the 2 cats were diligently guarding the tail-wagging creature, which began to whimper upon seeing the white wolf's body levitating behind Virgil and his grandfather. However, both Virgil and his grandfather paid it no mind. His grandfather waved his wand again, conjuring a deep pit in the ground before placing the wolf's body within. He then used magic to fill the pit, creating a grave for the wolf. As the earth settled over the burial site, the enormous tail-wagging creature fell silent. Having completed the task, Virgil's grandfather turned to him and observed, perhaps this creature merely sought someone to assist in laying its kin to rest. On the return journey, Etienne, nestled in Virgil's grandfather's arms, incessantly peppered him with questions. The 4-year-old girl seemed to quickly forget the unpleasant events. She was particularly fascinated by the wand that could make the wolf's body float. "Are we really going to let it follow us?" Virgil asked, glancing back at the tail-wagging creature that trailed behind them. "Do not worry, I have marked it. Once we return, I will set up some wards around the village. As long as it approaches, I will be able to sense it. Why don't we consider adopting it?" After we untied it, it seemed quite obedient, Virgil proposed. "You already have 2 cats, Virgil. Can you manage another? Your father has work, and your mother has found her career. Can you truly care for 3 pets alone? Furthermore, I recall that Hogwarts permits only 1 pet per student. Do not think of leaving it with me. Your grandmother and I wish to enjoy our retirement. I could leave it with Professor Kettleburn. He would surely not object," Virgil suggested, his affection for the mixed-breed tail-wagging creature having blossomed after witnessing its gentle disposition post-burial. Seeing Virgil's fondness for the creature, his grandfather, realizing that Professor Kettleburn's assistance could be a viable solution, relented. "Convince your father. If he can procure the necessary permits, then you may keep it." "That is wonderful," Virgil exclaimed joyfully. As they neared the forest's edge, his grandfather set Etienne down and withdrew his wand. Virgil immediately understood what was about to unfold but did not intervene, knowing it was a necessary procedure. Innocent Etienne, however, believed her kind grandfather was preparing to perform another magical trick. "What kind of magic will you perform this time?" Etienne asked, her curiosity piqued. "A spell that will lull you to sleep," Virgil's grandfather replied gently. "I don't believe it. I'm not tired yet." Etienne laughed heartily in response. "Then close your eyes, dear Etienne, and let us see if I can indeed make you drift off to slumber." With an air of excitement, Etienne eagerly shut her eyes, her playful demeanor reflecting that she still viewed this as a game. Virgil and his grandfather exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. His grandfather aimed his wand at Etienne, softly murmuring, "Oblivion be empty." Chapter 85. The new Western Auror Tutoring Class. Behold, a glance at the newly established Auror Tutoring class. A completely unprecedented model. For an entire week, the streets of Diagon Alley echoed with such promotional calls. Virgil had enlisted the help of Connor, but Fred, and George to distribute flyers for Jennifer's tutoring class. This was, of course, not a charitable endeavor. Jennifer was compensating them with daily wages. According to Fred and George, this income would allow them to continue funding the development of their joke products. Although but in Connor's families were financially well off, they could not resist such a splendid opportunity to earn some pocket money. Only Goldstein, who was visiting relatives in America, missed out on this chance to bolster his finances. At the center of the flyer was a dynamic poster featuring Mad-Eye Moody, Virgil's mother Jennifer, Tonks, and Kingsley, all simultaneously casting dazzling spells with their wands. The lower section of the flyer succinctly outlined the course schedule, introduced the instructors, and indicated the locations of the 2 tutoring venues. The production of this flyer had cost Virgil's family a small fortune. The poster printing was manageable. Bennell had directly contacted a wizarding printing factory that had dealings with the Ministry of Magic, and the factory's manager graciously offered a discount. The significant expense stemmed from the licensing rights for the likenesses of Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley. Initially, the 3 were reluctant to accept payment, considering it a friendly favor. However, Virgil insisted on compensating them handsomely, resulting in a price that even the well-off Bennell found somewhat painful. Behind this considerable expenditure lay the fact that Virgil's family had acquired the rights to the 3 individuals' likenesses, preventing them from accepting similar engagements with other institutions. With the rights secured, Virgil was in high spirits. These 3 individuals were esteemed among Aurors worldwide, particularly Moody, who was a legendary figure in the field. Should any misguided soul attempt to replicate this model to compete with Virgil's family, they would be forced to seek out other Aurors for promotional support, such as Delacour. However, as Jennifer remarked, Delacour's reputation was not held in high regard by the adult wizards of the British magical community. Virgil had initially considered contacting Scrimgeour, but was met with a refusal. Bennell explained that Scrimgeour was currently in a crucial phase of his career, focusing on establishing rapport with Fudge, and would not be involved in such matters. The promotional slogans were also crafted with Virgil's assistance. These slogans were not only posted on various advertising walls but also utilized during the distribution of flyers. Dear Gryffindors, do you wish to experience a life filled with thrilling adventures? Do you aspire to become a reliable dueling expert in the eyes of young ladies? Then join us to become an Auror. Once you become an Auror of the Ministry of Magic, high-quality training and ample practical experience will soon transform you into an unparalleled dueling master, the dreamboat of every young lady. Ravenclaws, do you seek a position that allows you to showcase your Auror talents and intellect? Do you wish to prove that you are the chosen one in your field of expertise? Then become an Auror and turn your imaginative ideas and exceptional knowledge into reality, demonstrating to others that your solutions are indeed the most accurate. Hufflepuffs, to prevent the wizarding world from being compromised, to uphold peace in the magical realm, to promote justice through love and friendship. Join us as Aurors. Your presence will enhance the future of the magical world. Slytherins, do you aspire to become high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Magic? Do you wish to be among the elite of the wizarding community? Do you desire to wield that intoxicating power? Then rush to become an Auror. Achieve merit and ascend to leadership positions. A bright future awaits you. Dear Muggle-born and half-blood wizards, do you often face discrimination from pureblood wizards? Are you eliminated inexplicably when seeking job positions? Do you require a role that earns you respect from other wizards while allowing you to showcase your ambitions and talents? The official Auror position at the Ministry of Magic is a rare opportunity. It will empower you, instill confidence, and earn you respect. Become an Auror, and you shall be the star of the wizarding world. Noble young pureblood wizards, are you daily subjected to the scorn and disdain of your elders? Do you watch as your family squanders the wealth of your ancestors while treating you with disdain? How can you afford to miss this splendid opportunity? Come, join the Ministry of Magic. Become a respected Auror. Is your family in decline? Fear not. Become an outstanding Auror. Earn generous salaries and bonuses. And forge friendships with like-minded individuals to revitalize your family. What? Your family is thriving? Then you must apply to be an Auror. Serve as the pillar of your family. Today, you take pride in your family. Tomorrow, your family shall take pride in you. Come, join the new Western Auror tutoring class. We have exceptional instructors who will tailor a learning plan to suit your needs. Our outstanding practical trainers will help you swiftly master powerful spells. Enroll in New Western. And becoming an Auror will no longer be a dream. When Connor and But first recited the advertising slogans crafted by Virgil, they blushed with embarrassment. In contrast, the Weasley twins found great delight in these slogans and proposed that Virgil also handle the advertising for their joke products in the future. However, after a week of hard work, Connor and But could now confidently distribute flyers while enthusiastically shouting Virgil's slogans. At the Florin Fiscato ice cream parlor, Virgil and But sat together, diligently consuming the luxurious ice cream before them. Virgil was treating them. The Weasley brothers, having quickly finished their ice cream, leaned back in their chairs, exhaling with satisfaction and exclaiming, "That was delightful. Tonight we can boast to Ron about having tasted the luxurious Fiscato ice cream set. After all, the luxurious version isn't available every day." Agreed. Not only Ron, but we must also inform Percy. George chimed in. Upon hearing the twins, Virgil nearly choked on his ice cream. He scooped an entire mint-flavored ice cream ball and offered it to the massive white Great Pyrenees dog lying at his feet. The mint ice cream from Fiscato was overwhelmingly strong for Virgil, but the white dog seemed to relish the flavor. Can't you two show Ron a little kindness? Connor interjected. Over time, Connor and Bud had grown quite familiar with the Weasley twins. No, Ron needs to learn from us. He chose not to help, and now he neither earns pocket money nor gets to enjoy ice cream, Fred explained to Connor. George added, we need him to understand that without participating in labor, he can only watch us enjoy ourselves. Besides, our little Ron may have to rely on physical labor to earn a living in the future. We hardly believe he can conjure any clever ideas for easy earnings. Chapter 86, My sole desire to be wealthy. Having distributed so many flyers, I now feel an overwhelming impulse to become an Auror. In a secluded alley of Diagon Alley, Butte remarked, walking alongside Virgil. If I were to enroll, would I receive a discount? Virgil turned to regard his roommate. Are you out of your mind? You can't possibly want to be an Auror. Didn't you say it was the most honorable and esteemed profession in the wizarding world? That's a ruse for those gullible enough to pay the tuition. Virgil shot back, looking at Butte as if he were a hopeless case. What you just said is mere advertising. Our aim is to entice those with galleons or those truly seeking thrills to fill our pockets. Aurors? Those who aspire to be Aurors are insane. When not on missions, they endure daily training. And when they are on missions, despite the higher rewards, they suffer inadequate rest and live in perpetual fear, pitted against dark wizards. With Grindelwald and the Dark Lord emerging in the wizarding world, can you guarantee that no other dark overlord will arise in the future? Why not enjoy your studies at Hogwarts? After graduation, you could remain there as a respected teacher, living comfortably and only needing to instruct students. If our tutoring business flourishes, you could even join us part-time for dual income. Michael, you too, Virgil added, addressing Kona nearby. As for Aurors, let those thrill-seeking wizards take that path. Our priority is to live safely and securely. By the way, aren't we waiting for Fred and George? Where have they gone? Butte suddenly noticed the absence of the Weasley twins, who were supposed to be trailing behind them. Don't fret about them. They've gone to the magical mischief shop. They'll find us by evening. After all, they still need powder to get home. They can't bear to spend their recent earnings on it. The three boys and a large tail-wagging dog arrived at the chosen classroom for Virgil's family tutoring business, extracting their holiday assignments from a corner backpack. They sprawled on the floor to study diligently. Meanwhile, the imposing hound found a cool corner to lie down and soon began to snore softly. Having been educated in a rigorous academic system in a previous life, Hogwarts assignments posed no significant challenge as long as ample time was available. Moreover, with two diligent Ravenclaws beside him completing their Transfiguration holiday tasks, he felt particularly at ease. As the sun began to set, Fred and George finally returned. Had they not arrived on time, they would have missed out on the flu powder provided by Virgil's family and would have had to sleep on the floor of the tutoring center. The group gathered to listen as Fred and George showcased their latest joke products. Shortly thereafter, there was a loud bang from the fireplace, which ignited with green flames. Virgil's mother stepped through the flames. "Is everyone here?" "Yes, all 5 of us are present," Virgil replied. "Woof," came a bark. "Indeed, 5 people and 1 dog." Virgil added with a smile. "All right then, let Fred and George go first. Molly asked me to keep an eye on you too, saying that if I'm not careful, you might slip away to play." "Oh dear, it seems our planned nocturnal escapade in Diagon Alley has been thwarted," Fred lamented to his brother in a distinctly disappointed tone. "Indeed, it's summer. At school, we are monitored by professors. At home, by Mom. And here, we're under the watchful eye of Virgil's mother. I was hoping to sneak a visit to Nocturne Alley." George chimed in. "Enough with the complaints. If we linger any longer, we'll miss Molly's heartwarming dinner." Jennifer interjected, producing a handful of flue powder, dividing it into 2 portions for Fred and George. The Weasley twins tossed the powder into the fireplace. "Home!" they shouted. Bang! The green flames soared once more, and in the blink of an eye, Fred and George disappeared into the fireplace. "Now, who will go next, Terry or Michael?" "I will," Kona declared, taking the flue powder before vanishing into the hearth, leaving Butte last. Seeing Virgil's friends depart, Jennifer turned to her son. "Your turn, Virgil." "Mentis." Jennifer crafted a key with a worn boot. Virgil grasped Jennifer's hand while tightly holding onto the tail of the hound. Whoosh! A peculiar distortion enveloped the space. And in a flash of light, the room was left empty. Can you believe it? In just a few days, so many have signed up. At breakfast, the 3 members of the Chaunier family discussed the enrollment situation of the tutoring center. The salary of an Auror is indeed substantial, ranking among the highest in the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, Aurors represent the Ministry's official armed force, with countless wizards aspiring to join their ranks each year. With our tutoring center's excellent reputation and a faculty second only to Hogwarts, how could they possibly resist? Virgil was correct. The current teaching staff of their tutoring center was indeed just shy of Hogwarts. After all, the other personnel from the Ministry's Auror and Hit Wizard departments had no immediate plans to teach. "Mom, have you decided on how to conduct the lessons?" "There are theoretical classes to consider, not to mention the grandparents." "Do not worry. Those who have undergone training as Aurors will never forget what they've learned," Jennifer said with a smile, tapping her head. "Everything remains here. Nothing can be stolen. Besides, my teacher is the renowned Mad-Eye Moody. I have learned far more than my contemporaries." "Did Mr. Moody agree to teach at the tutoring center?" Virgil inquired, feeling conflicted about the prospect of Moody's involvement. On one hand, having the illustrious Mad-Eye Moody as an instructor would serve as excellent publicity for their newly established Auror tutoring center. On the other hand, Virgil feared that Moody's association might inadvertently draw his parents into the Order of the Phoenix. Even though the Dark Lord's resurrection would not occur until his 4th year, the dangers associated with being a member of the Order were undeniable. Furthermore, it was rumored that after retirement, Moody developed a form of paranoia. Who knew what chaos could ensue in the crowded streets of Diagon Alley if he were to have an episode? "The teacher has not agreed," Jennifer shook her head. "He simply wishes to enjoy his retirement. However, he mentioned that if you are interested in becoming an Auror, he would personally offer you some tutoring, as he believes you possess great potential." Upon hearing this, Virgil quickly shook his head vigorously. "I only aspire to be wealthy. Even if I cannot reach the levels of the illustrious Sacred 28 families, I should still ensure a life free from want. Given our current situation, the likelihood of realizing this aspiration is quite high. Therefore, I will not provoke those perilous dark wizards." "Are you joking? I wouldn't even consider joining the Dumbledore's army concocted by Harry Potter. Fighting against dark wizards and Death Eaters is a task best left to the boy who lived, Dumbledore's army, and the Order of the Phoenix. Should Dumbledore's demise prove irreversible and the plot shift due to the butterfly effect, I would plan to leverage my connections to relocate the entire family to the Soviet Union. After all, if Voldemort's Death Eaters can contend with a limited number of Order members and a group of ungraduated students, I hardly believe he has the capacity to extend his reach into Soviet territory. So when is the experience class we originally designed scheduled for?" "It is set for this Friday. In the morning, we shall impart lessons on potions in the classroom at Diagon Alley, and in the afternoon, we will proceed to the training grounds to study the defense against the dark arts. Your father has already tidied up the training area. I will invite a few more friends to join us, to enhance the atmosphere. The larger the gathering, the more our tutoring class will appear legitimate, which will undoubtedly reassure those wizards genuinely considering applying for the Auror position. Rest assured, even if the initial enrollment is modest. As long as the quality of our teaching remains exceptional, we will not be lacking in students. Chapter 87. The Grand Opening Ceremony early Friday morning. Virgil was abruptly roused from his slumber by Jennifer, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast before utilizing a portkey to arrive at Diagon Alley. "Cheer up, dear," Jennifer urged, kneeling to adjust Virgil's robe. Today, he donned a brand-new silver-gray robe, recently selected by Jennifer from Madame Malkin's shop, which elevated his overall appearance considerably. Both Jennifer and Benil also sported fresh robes, with Jennifer making an unprecedented effort to adorn herself for the day's momentous occasion. Initially, Jennifer had merely intended to gather friends for a simple celebration before commencing the business, but Virgil vehemently opposed this notion. "Are you jesting? This is a grand opening. What a splendid opportunity for advertising. How could we dismiss it with a mere gathering?" he insisted, noting the impressive lineage of his parents, one a formidable orator and the other a former ministry official, suggesting that, had Benil held a higher position within the ministry, Virgil would have endeavored to invite Fudge himself. Nonetheless, the guest list for the opening ceremony was substantial, with Virgil inviting not only his roommates' families but also extending invitations to Professors Flitwick and Kettleburn. Jennifer invited her mentor, Moody, as well as her close friends Kingsley Shacklebolt and Tonks, alongside Scrimgeour from the Auror office and his staunch supporter, Gaddis. Benil's list was even more extensive, encompassing members of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad, Arthur Weasley, Arnold Peasgood from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Amos Diggory from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Dirk Cresswell from the Department for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, Eric Munch from the Ministry's Security, Basil from the Department of Magical Transportation, and Ludovic Bagman, who had yet to become the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Naturally, Rufus Scrimgeour, the minister's nephew, was also in attendance, and Virgil felt a sense of relief at the sight of him, as it indicated Minister Fudge's tacit approval of their tutoring establishment. "Hey, Virgil." Konar, Butt, and Goldstein weaved their way through the crowd upon spotting him. "Anthony, how does it feel in America?" Goldstein inquired. "Not particularly pleasant. The policies there are considerably more stringent than in the UK. Wizards entering the country must obtain a wand permit, and one could be subjected to random checks by the American Magical Congress, even for a forgotten document, necessitating a trip to the Congress." As they conversed, Fred squeezed through the throng. "Morning. Look what surprises we've brought you," he said, winking at Virgil. "I hope it's truly a surprise and not a fright, Fred. If you dare throw a dung bomb today, I'll ensure Professor Flitwick gives you a proper reprimand." Virgil feigned a threat. "What? Professor Flitwick is coming? And Professor McGonagall?" Fred hesitated. "Just kidding. Professor Flitwick is one of my invitations, along with Professor Kettleburn. I'm not a Gryffindor student. I have no means to invite Professor McGonagall." "What surprises are you referring to?" Fred called out to the crowd. "George. Hurry up. Coming." George responded, soon appearing with Lee Jordan and a tall young man in tow. "Well, Cedric. Long time no see," Virgil greeted enthusiastically. "Good morning, Virgil. Congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" "The tutoring class is run by my mother. I only invited you all to create a lively atmosphere. We can head to Diagon Alley afterward." "Don't take it too seriously," Virgil explained to Cedric. "What if I want to attend classes?" "You? Attend class? Are you feeling unwell?" Virgil looked at Cedric incredulously. "Wasn't your dream to become a Quidditch player? Why the sudden interest in becoming an Auror?" "I'm not interested." Cedric quickly waved his hands. "I merely glanced at your syllabus and thought these courses might aid my ordinary wizarding level exams." "Oh, I see. You may audit the classes. I'll make sure to mention it, and you won't need to pay tuition." "That is not acceptable. I should still pay for the tuition." Cedric shook his head, unwilling to take advantage of his friend. "Listen to me, Cedric," Virgil explained. "Many of these courses have been tailored to train Aurors and may not be suitable for those of us who haven't graduated from Hogwarts yet. If you only want to prepare for the ordinary wizarding level exams and achieve good grades, you only need to attend Defense Against the Dark Arts, Charms, and Potions. We even have dedicated facilities for practical lessons. As for the remaining subjects like Herbology, Disguise, and Tracking, they may not be appropriate for you. If you only take those 3 courses, we can't charge you tuition." Virgil then turned to his 3 roommates and the Weasley brothers, assuring them, "If any of you wish to attend a class, just let me know, and I won't charge you tuition. All right, let us go meet Professors Flitwick and Kettleburn. They've arrived, and we can't pretend we're unaware of it." With that, Virgil and his group of 7 ascended the stairs beside the terrifying wizard travel agency, heading to the second-floor classroom. At that moment, The staff of the terrifying wizard travel agency peered out, intrigued by the commotion. As such a bustling atmosphere had been absent for many years. "Good morning, professors," Virgil greeted as he and his friends entered the classroom, where Professors Flitwick and Kettleburn were engaged in conversation with his grandparents. "Good morning, Virgil." Flitwick smiled warmly at his student. "Ah, Mr. Konar, Mr. Butt, Mr. Goldstein, and Mr. Weasley, Mr. Jordan, and Mr. Diggory. You've invited quite a number of friends, Virgil. They're all here to support me, Professor." "An entire holiday has led to such an eventful occasion," Professor Kettleburn remarked. "Why is the course on protecting magical creatures only labeled as a training course? Why isn't it held weekly? You must voice your thoughts to the ministry, urging them to prioritize the magical creatures course within aura training." "You little rascal," Kettleburn chuckled, playfully scolding Virgil, well aware of the training aspects of auras and seizing any chance to nurture talent in magical creature care. "Rest assured, Professor," Virgil reassured him. "Once our tutoring class flourishes, we will exclusively offer aura training courses, such as ordinary wizarding level exam preparation and ultimate wizarding level exam preparation courses. We will eventually bring you on board to teach magical creatures. And Professor Flitwick, once Hogwarts is on break, you can come teach charms here, allowing you both to earn extra income." Upon hearing Virgil's plans, Flitwick smiled at Virgil's grandfather, saying, "Look at your wonderful grandson. This tutoring class has barely opened, yet he has already arranged everything for me and Sylvanus. After all these years at Hogwarts, I find myself being scheduled for work by my own student." "Don't mention it. We were also coerced into coming," Virgil's grandfather explained. "Neither of us knows what our salary is." The crowd erupted in laughter. "All right, you should go greet the other guests, especially Mr. Moody, who is your mother's teacher. Perhaps he might be in a good mood and impart some valuable knowledge to you, which would be immensely beneficial for your future." At that moment, Flitwick was still considering the best interests of his apprentice. "Very well, Professor, we shall proceed to Mr. Moody's now." Chapter 88. A little performance in a room repurposed as a teacher's office. Virgil and his companions encountered the legendary Auror, Alastor Moody. Clad in a patched black wizard-esque robe, his wooden prosthetic leg exposed, one hand gripped a staff, while the other remained concealed within his sleeve. Virgil surmised that this hidden hand clutched a wand, for Moody had faced numerous dark wizards and Death Eaters, earning many enemies. Diagnosed with a degree of paranoia in his retirement, he constantly sensed threats around him, often drawing his wand even when merely questioning strangers. To Virgil, this behavior reflected symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, common among veterans. Beneath his dark gray hair lay a visage reminiscent of aged timber, marred by countless scars that testified to a life of tumult and valor. His nose, missing a considerable chunk, complemented by a vivid blue magical eye, exuded an intimidating presence. Even without direct eye contact, Virgil could distinctly hear Goldstein behind him swallowing nervously. The Goldstein family were all employees of the Ministry of Magic, with relatives in America also serving in the wizarding government. Thus, they were well acquainted with the formidable reputation of Mad-Eye Moody. Today marked the first encounter with this figure, who had previously existed only in stories and legends, and Virgil's anxiety was palpable. "Mr. Alastor, there is no need to be apprehensive here," Virgil assured, gesturing towards Moody's concealed hand. With over 20 aurors and hit wizards present, no dark wizard would dare to cause trouble unless under the influence of a confundus charm. Virgil's words elicited a chuckle from Tonks, who stood behind Moody. The metamorphmagus had transformed her hair into a bubblegum pink hue, paired with a whimsical shirt and ripped jeans. As Jennifer remarked, Tonks's attire seemed more suited for sharing an office with Arthur Weasley than for her current role. Having previously experienced anxiety during the poster-making day, Virgil now felt more at ease and introduced his friends to Moody and Tonks. While introducing his 3 roommates and Cedric went smoothly, the atmosphere shifted when he mentioned Fred and George. Moody's magical eye swiveled, fixating on the Weasley twins' fiery red hair, before he rasped, "Arthur's sons?" Even the fearless Weasley twins felt a tremor of nervousness under Moody's scrutiny. After confirming Moody's assumption with a nod, Fred and George exhaled in relief, their legs no longer trembling. "I've heard that Flitwick has taught you quite a few dueling techniques." Moody smirked, revealing a disquieting grin. His words astonished Cedric and Lee Jordan, who turned to gaze at Virgil in disbelief. As third-year students at Hogwarts, they had certainly heard the rumors surrounding Flitwick's championship in dueling, while Virgil's roommates and the Weasley twins already knew about it, especially Konar, who frequently used Professor Flitwick as an excuse to practice in the Room of Requirement. With Flitwick's consent, Virgil had also shared some spell-casting techniques with his roommates. despite their disinterest in dueling. In a moment, I plan to have you duel Tonks, Moody declared, his voice resonating in Virgil's ears and leaving him momentarily frozen. Consider it an opening act to liven things up. What? A duel? Against Tonks? Virgil thought in panic. Isn't that akin to offering oneself up for slaughter? Nymphadora Tonks. Though she occasionally acts foolishly, she is undoubtedly a Hogwarts graduate and an Auror in training, having passed at least 5 N.E.W.T. exams with no less than exceeds expectations. How is this not a certain death sentence for me? Please, Mr. Moody, do not jest. Virgil managed a smile that resembled more of a grimace. If you seek a duel, I could ask Kingsley. If that fails, my parents could showcase their skills. A battle between hit wizards and Aurors would certainly draw attention. Humph, Moody snorted, his nostrils flaring. What do you mean you want to see a duel? Do you really think your parents' level of combat deserves to be called a duel? The countless flaws would make me nauseous. I want you to participate so that those who have signed up, as well as those intending to, can have confidence. Who besides a select few here knows that your dueling skills are taught by Phileas Flitwick? They will presume those skills were imparted by your parents. Only through your exceptional performance will they trust the quality of your parents' and grandparents' lessons. Well, who said that Mad-Eye Moody had lost his sanity in retirement? His logic is remarkably clear, something even Virgil had not anticipated. But I cannot duel against an almost Auror. Why not select someone from my friends? Do not jest, Shaniel. Moody interrupted. Which of your classmates do you think could single-handedly incapacitate a troll? I cannot have Kingsley handle this either. His prowess would make it easy to let you in seamlessly. That would be the greatest flaw, as other wizards are not fools. Tonks, on the other hand, is an Auror in training skilled in transfiguration, tracking, and counter-tracking. She cannot constantly accommodate you in a duel, nor can she temper her spells with the same finesse as Kingsley. Therefore, you must fully concentrate and be on high alert against Tonks. This will push you to your utmost potential. I do not require you to defeat Tonks. In truth, you have no chance of victory. What I seek is for you to perform well enough in the duel. At least better than the average first or second-year student at Hogwarts. Surely, that is not beyond your abilities. No one present will expect a second-year student to triumph over an Auror in training. If you were to defeat Tonks, tonight Fudge and Scrimgeour would undoubtedly have a reckoning in the Auror office. As he spoke, Moody's magical eye spun twice before settling on a position that could keep Tonks in sight. With an ominous tone, he continued, of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of certain forgetful wizards stumbling themselves. If a second-year Hogwarts student were to emerge victorious, it would be a disgrace for that Auror in training in the eyes of the entire British wizarding community. I shudder to think of how she would face the world afterward. I have never acted unlawfully. Tonks protested, her voice rising. You think I am unaware of what you have done, relying on your abilities? I have merely refrained from exposing you to save face, and you have not caused any major disasters. However, if you truly embarrass yourself later, I will send you back for a complete retraining. By the way, a word of caution, do not underestimate Phileas. Though he appears perpetually cheerful, he possesses a sharp intellect. If he can be chosen as Flitwick's apprentice, he is likely quite cunning. Even if he is a dragon, he is merely a dragon hatchling at this stage. Tonks paid no heed to Mad-Eye Moody's words. A sinking ship in a gutter? I shall see just how deep a trench he can dig to capsize an Auror. It's a trainee Auror. You haven't yet been promoted, Moody interjected. It's all the same. It's only a matter of time before the promotion comes. Chapter 89. A duel of disparity in strength after the crowd finished their tour of the classroom located in Diagon Alley. They traveled via apparition to the training grounds rented by the Weasley family. Virgil continued to use flip powder alongside his friends from Hogwarts. Though the training area, constructed by the Ministry of Magic, was initially a makeshift facility of modest size meant for emergencies, it was now revitalized thanks to the efforts of Benier and Jennifer. With Virgil's suggestions for improvements based on the requirements of the request room, the formerly abandoned training space had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even Scrimgeour jested to Benier about filing a report with the ministry to increase their rental fees. A long stage extended along the wall, where Virgil and Tonks were preparing on either side. The gathered wizards, whether invited by the Chaniers or potential candidates aspiring to become Aurors, were well aware that Chanier's second-year son at Hogwarts would engage in a visibly unbalanced duel against the trainee or Nymphadora Tonks. No one took the duel too seriously, as the age, experience, and magical prowess gap between the two was glaringly evident. The audience merely viewed this seemingly mundane opening ceremony as a source of amusement. Virgil removed his robe and handed it to Connor, stepping onto the stage dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. He stood firm, gazing at the peculiar-haired metamorphmagus, Nymphadora Tonks, who had been waiting across from him. The audience gradually drew closer. Virgil pressed his lips together, a serious expression on his face as he scrutinized Tonks, who appeared much more relaxed, smiling brightly, clearly not regarding the young Virgil as a threat. After exchanging bows with each other, both Virgil and Tonks acknowledged the audience with a courteous bow, with Tonks adding a flourish of gestures with her hands. Mad-Eye Moody served as the referee for the duel, while Bennier quietly positioned himself at the base of the stage near Virgil, ready to intervene should his son find himself in dire straits. Virgil meticulously adhered to the dueling etiquette taught by Flitwick, raising his wand like an arrow to his chest after the bow. Tonks remained leisurely on her side, her wand twirling playfully between her fingers. Below the stage, Professor Flitwick, standing alongside Professor Kettleburn and Kingsley, observed the two participants closely. He quietly remarked to Professor Kettleburn, "If Nymphadora continues to approach this duel with a playful mindset, I assure you she will face a significant setback." "Your assurance is unnecessary," Kettleburn replied with a dismissive scoff. "That crafty boy has a plethora of tricks up his sleeve. If this were not a strictly regulated wizard duel but rather a pursuit allowing for cunning strategies, I dare say Tonks wouldn't be able to catch that little imp." "Indeed?" Kettleburn's comment piqued Flitwick's interest. "Sylvanus, are you suggesting this lad has hidden talents beyond what his dueling instructor has taught him?" "Notice the peculiar belt at his waist?" Kettleburn gestured toward Virgil's side. The belt, crafted from the hide of a horned beast, was adorned with small pockets made of transformed lizard skin, and Kettleburn lamented, "That boy has pilfered half my stock over the years. The pockets may not be vast, but the smallest can barely fit 2 potion vials. Those 2 Weasley boys." Kettleburn pointed to where Fred and George were animatedly discussing something with Lee Jordan, or concocting various trinkets they call Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, reminiscent of the toys invented by Zoko. Virgil has been funding their endeavors. Often, those 2 create peculiar yet unsellable effects during their experiments, and Virgil insists they meticulously document the processes of these bizarre failures for potential enhancements to his own arsenal. "Do you have any idea what he has stashed in those pockets?" Flitwick inquired. "Not precisely. I only know he has 2 vials of Confundus Potion, one of Whitefresh, and an agent that induces an immediate outbreak of scabies upon contact. That lad from the Goldstein family seems to have brought him a trove of peculiar items from America, though I'm not entirely informed on the specifics." "Oh." "And he previously attempted to acquire a venom sac from my noxious leopard, which I declined. However, I've heard he seems to have procured quite a bit of choking gas through Mundungus Fletcher." "That fool Fletcher. Is choking gas something a second-year Hogwarts student should be casually wielding?" The amiable and genteel Professor Flitwick, known for his kindness, was incensed to hear that his beloved Prot G was traipsing about with such dangerous substances, vowing to take action upon their next encounter. "And I must inspect that scoundrel's belt upon the start of term. Goodness, if he were to bring that venom sac into the common room, the Ravenclaw students might well face annihilation." At that moment, Virgil on the stage finally made his move, prompting Flitwick and Kettleburn to cease their conversation and focus intently on the unfolding duel.